I actually can understand how Jam Young can get the better of somebody like Nico in a head-to-head
Yep.
because I
Okay.
actually, in terms of just moving the crosshair, like literally the speed at which he can do it, it's faster than some of the best players in the world, but it's always about the setup. It's always about, are they throwing the proper utility? Are they trading off of him well? Because he can be the biggest can opener, but they need to make sure that they finish behind it.
And I feel like in today's Counter-Strike, you need a star rifler. Like, you have to have, like, a really strong star rifler. They've got it in Jam Young. And then you go down the list, and you saw Mozio was their top-rated player in Stage 1. You know, like, you have a lot of really strong riflers on this team. And Chinese Counter-Strike is obviously upgraded tactically. So everything's looking good. Everything's looking great.
When we say how good it's looking, though, obviously one Chinese team will have to lose here. It's going to be hard, but is there a favorite in this when you've now seen the veto and you see how it goes down? Is it Tyloo because they won the last one? Is this still just going to be some crazy battle?
Okay, man.
Yeah.
Asking for a favorite in this one's so tough because
really is.
the data from the series or the year so far has shown that it is slightly LinVision favored. On Anubis, I feel like both of these teams haven't shown a lot. Neither team has actually beaten international or European or North American opposition on Anubis this entire year. It's basically just, they're only good at this map regionally. I'm going to slightly favor Tyloo because I've just seen more wacky plays out of LinVision on this map. Like, sometimes they get onto a bomb site and they choose not to plant and then they just push into CT spawn. And I'm like, you guys know you should plant the bomb, right? And I feel like Tyloo is slightly more in the European meta, so I can just wrap my brain around it a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with everything you just said, except in regional matchups, that all just gets thrown out the window, which is why it makes it so hard. I would edge it towards Tyloo as well for the same exact reasons that Maui has, but like this, just call it a 50-50. Call it a coin toss. Seriously.
It's a coin toss, but out of both these two teams, do you think one's more favored to make it from what you've seen, but what you're saying about playing against international opposition as well?
Tyloo's shown more over the season so far, and for that reason, to represent China, I would in some ways want Tyloo to win because I think they got the better chance to make it through to stage 3.
All right, we'll have to see how it goes for all of it. Thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. We're moving into our opening game of the day. It's Tyloo taking on LinVision after this break with Hugo and Harry.
All right, guys. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good.
Hello and welcome to
morning.
The Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss
I am here,
the cultural implications.
ready to go.
Yeah, well, prime time.
Couple games. About to see a couple games popping off here. Let me just double check the schedule because I am ready, but I did not see who exactly is playing. So we have 3D Max versus Nemiga. French team versus the European Melting Pot. Is it Melting Pot? I actually don't know. Is it? I gotta get this. What am I doing here, man? What am I doing here? Where's my websites? First of all, here's this. Let me see this. All right, let me get this up. And then why do I have this over here? Oh, I see. Man, I'm loving these extra tabs, guys. I'm getting so many extra tabs. Okay, Austin Major Finals. Yes, Russian. Yes, that's okay. Nemiga's the team with the guy from Kazakhstan and Belarus and Russians. Okay. And then we also have a big game here: Tyloo versus LinVision. China versus China. Okay, they're gonna be trying to knock each other out for, is this winners or losers? What are they doing here? Oh, this is best of ones. Oh, okay. So this is best of ones to play for tomorrow. Okay, so they're doing BO1s right now for best of threes for tomorrow. I see. Okay, I'm believing to understand now what's going on here. Big China today. a little bit. China up big today. Yeah, I mean, China's just versing each other. They're just doing a PvP match here. Actually, this is kind of interesting because I wasn't really sure which one of these teams was better, right? We both knew that both like these teams. Yeah, Blazer again. I know. Some of you guys like the Blazer. I'll wear the Blazer again. May not wear the Blazer tomorrow. We'll see. But the point is that big game here in seeing which one of these teams perform more dominantly on the Asia servers. So that's exciting. Let me make sure this is working. Why is this? Is it because of this? And then that? All right. The 3D Max game versus Namiga is already going. We're gonna watch the Tyloo game. I think you guys will probably enjoy that a little bit more. Just seeing these teams head to head. Again, this is gonna be best of ones. I think after they do these best of ones, they're going to get into the best of 3 series. The important series are after this.
Well, it's time for the clash of Fine China. Hugo, we're ready for this one. It's Tyloo taking
We'll
on
see what happens.
Vision in a 1-1 game. That means one of these Chinese squads going to have 2 chances to try and move in to that next stage.
In
Yes.
the BO3s, that is smashing indeed, Harry. And we have Anubis in this BO1, right? And that's a map we haven't seen these teams take each other on this year. 6 series between the squads going back and forth. More to the favor of Vision, but Anubis now enters the fray.
Good night, Alex in chat. Good morning, Alex in
Tyloo
chat.
may
Oh,
be
goodness.
odds favorites, but domestic
All right.
derbies, Harry, they're always a delight.
Most definitely. You know, and I think both these squads as well getting a good chunk of fanfare for various reasons, right? Whether it's some of the kind of wild interviews you've had from G on the side of Tyloo. For Vision, I've seen a lot of Amelia appreciation for some of the interviews he's given as of late. Great to see everyone getting to grips with the Chinese scene a little bit more as time goes on. They've certainly made an impression here in Austin.
You can't ignore that result yesterday from Vision, can you? Bit of an awkward stuck in the door. Attacker pays the price with his life. Blocked by his teammate, they'll hate that. Su gets picked in mid at least. 4v4 as Tyloo go back to B. But look at that bomb.
All right. Non-degen hours
Looked
hits
like this was
different.
going to be a bit of a ruse, but that
Fair
bomb's
enough.
actually coming back.
Oh shit, it's Alex. Hiya, how's it going? Mel Sabath. Or Sabbath, Mel Sabbath. How are you?
Good read from Vision. 3 strong.
We're doing an Anubis game.
unwavering.
Interesting. Okay, these I think Tyloo's been liking Anubis for whatever reason. They have been enjoying it.
Jam Young falls first. And G dead on that wide swing. They learn about the third player.
But Anubis was technically
Messiah
Vision's
is fully
choice.
surrounded, but battles back with 2. Westmelon just charges him down. And they're getting animated early. This is
Amelia
gonna be a
with the
very
war chant.
interesting head-to-head.
Yeah,
All right,
there's
you-
gonna be
you
some-
know this
some
is gonna be
sort of
kinda
back and forth,
popping here.
No doubt about it. A lot of familiarity.
It's gotta be a little
across
popping
his
here
players.
between these
Obviously, he used to
two
play
Chinese
in this lineup
teams.
for a while,
All right.
And he is the vocal
In the
guy
background, you hear
on
looks
Tyloo's
like
side. But
Namiga
really
just
lets
took a
know
third
as
round.
Vision
I'm really glad I
ran
didn't
like
put
a
3D
book
Max at 3-0.
and had that nice
I thought about doing it. I'm glad I didn't do it. They have been kind of getting shit on a little bit.
window block, very awkward for Tyloo.
Yeah, right? Considering
weren't on
that's
the
how
same
the round...
page.
like,
So
you know,
this
that's
is
how the
actually going to
round
be a really
starts.
important game for us to see how
In the
China plays
drop-down.
versus China. Now, it's a higher tier of Asia servers, but some of the stuff that I was
Awkward.
crashing out over yesterday in the Falcons game, you'll sort of
these
get to
guys have been
see
typing
here
to each other for
be
the last, like,
abused and
5,
played
10
over and over
minutes,
again. And
the
you get to
whole
see
time
how
we
these
were getting
teams
ready for
actually
this
play
game.
against each other in terms of skill matchup and in terms of strategy. Both teams setting a default here.
Time wasting. They got
Both
Digo
teams, well, not really both teams. I guess Tyloo's sort of looking for a pick to come out of this, but A-Site is being stacked by Vision. But it does look like already you could see that Starry
out. Map that
getting
domestically
aggressive
been
here
successful for both
in
teams,
water.
but internationally, different story.
I believe that's Westmelon and him on B-Site. It is pistol round, so not the greatest, I guess,
Vision, who
thought experiment here.
arguably
when
found
teams are
upset
low
of
on
the
money,
tournament
Is to say, oh, well, this is how they play, because it's not necessarily true. Emilia with the first early pick, defending the site. However, Zach able to follow up, and it is a cleanup.
That would have been a great result for Tyloo.
Yeah.
Good second round here for Lin. Get another one on the board. Every round here matters. The best of one.
Everyone else is just kind of causing chaos while that plant's going in. And so the Glocks won't make any extra money, but this was all to serve the purpose of bringing out these guns a little bit quicker for Tyloo. As it's a bonus round now for Vision.
Best of one's low-key kind of important.
It's the stairs smoke lobbed in, so
Again, every round matters. Kasura VT, what's good? Alex in chat, what is up?
Might just be setting the precedent, setting some conditioning early, so Tyloo don't
What is up,
get scared of the water
Kasura?
crunch. Tyloo come right through it, and that's kind of what Linvision want to a degree, because they know if they are going to play an aggressive round later in the half, Tyloo will come through that smoke and meet them right there.
My mouse is working correct. Sorry, guys, if it's annoying to look at it every once in a while.
Timing, Tyloo, do they want to go through? We saw FaZe just flashing through this round after round yesterday. And they're gonna
All right, Starry gets flashed.
Starry push back into the bomb site.
Pushing through connector.
Closer and closer
Mauling,
on the
though.
proximity
Good
of this
stop.
B site.
Looks like we do have a gun buy here from Tyloo on the 3rd round. Attacker with the early pick on Starry. Through the smoke, we have an MP9 here from West Melon who's able to do something with it. Bly double kill. Can he get a triple? He can't. Mercury follows up. Call Me Sue swings out on sight. Gets punished by Mosiah. Mosiah just on that early read. Zach! Zach! Oh my goodness. This is the guy you want to keep an eye on. Mercury 1v1, and oh my! It's just a PvP fest, bro. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, man. These guys, they're excellent shooters here on these Asia servers. I feel like people really are downplaying how good these guys are at trading. I mean, they're just swinging onto you. They're taking fights that they have no business in contesting to begin with. I mean, you got Call Me Sue walking through smoke. You got West Melon over here blind popping off, double kill with an MP9. You have Zach, who's notorious for his opping abilities, also just going ham, taking these trades, which is what you want from your op player, to actually be good outside of just playing the op. And Zach R has been really popping off this tournament too. I will say though, like I said, you'll see the fundamentals, which is what people have been pointing out, lacking, but you don't see them lacking in actual trades and taking on fights. I will say, not the greatest performance from these two teams during the Stage 1 qualifiers. They sort of broke down a little bit, fighting some of these teams who were able to chip away at their weaknesses and exploit the fact that their strategy and execution isn't really on point. So not going to be the best read on that from this game specifically, but you'll get to see how, again, these guys do just like to swing at each other and fight to the death. It's just a slugfest. Fun to watch, though. But I'm also wondering how much they learned from those Stage 1 qualifiers. They both made it out. I feel like they can both have enough demos and clips to be able to ascertain, look, these teams like to play defaults a lot. These teams like to not slow push where we get a little bit too overconfident. You know, now that they get like a bunch of different clips from, I don't know, these EU qualifying teams and get to see their demos and be like, oh wow, they like to rotate, they like to over-rotate, they like to post for a minute 30, right? Which like I said, I'm hoping that they're utilizing that to their advantage in this tournament, because it's going to be very important for them in order to up their own game, is to download their opponents and these other regions and figure out how they play. Alex is a watch party streamer now.
Playing some really standard rounds,
yep.
Not focusing too much on mid control.
This is a watch party, by the way.
There just yet. There've been 3 in the correct bomb site near about every time.
Some basic nades coming along.
These A-main nades are harassing.
Main. Yeah, I prefer React streamer actually. I'd rather be called a React streamer. Watch party streamer implies I put on an Amazon show and I just laugh every once in a while, but you don't see what's on screen.
Just Sue spotting.
At least reaction, you can give me the benefit of the doubt that every once in a while I look at something on the screen and make a smiley face. It's called watch partying old man. Brother, I don't think you understand what you're talking about. That's okay. You know, we're all here to learn. React harder, streamer.
Over here on A, right? They've been 3 strong on this side of the map for a while. You can see them starting to make moves now.
Lin is up ahead currently, 4-0.
Towards B gets torn through, and this isn't even the bulk of the
okay, Mosiah. Oh my goodness, 3 pushing out along A already together. See, they work in tandem.
Just Jam Young left, 4 players to find, and he can't find anything.
Loving the hype as well for Amelia, right? They know this opportunity is what it's how you set the stakes coming into the game, Harry, talking about how, you know, one Chinese team will just be a match from that next stage of the major.
Early timeout.
With 2 BO3
taken by
chances
Tyloo. Need to slow down the momentum of Lin Vision.
And yeah, it's going to cost your friend, your foe.
Gotta figure out what to do with that. I don't even know who to cheer for. I like them both. No wrong answer. And this is best of ones.
For the Chinese scene to
nothing really, nothing lost, nothing gained from these best of ones.
Maybe even both.
This is just a phase waiting stream.
Right now, Live Vision making a compelling case for it. 5-0, and these rounds haven't been necessarily close for Tyloo.
Yeah, FaZe is the only team playing.
They've had the reads, they've had the stacks, the aggression.
I don't think there's a wrong answer here.
Nice to see Live Vision showing it. And Tyloo just by eco, yet to get on the board.
All right, Tyler needs to do something. Smoking out mid. Looks like they're showing a B execute. Let's see if they actually follow through with it. Can you do injection of G Fuel or whatever the kids are doing these days?
It's looking like another
Into
good
which
read from
orifice?
Lin Vision as well, right? 3 strong over towards this B site. Feels like wherever Tyloo have gone,
Zach able to hold it down. Westmelon.
This round is no exception. It's another quick cleanup from Lin Vision.
Another war chant coming out from Amelia,
Yeah,
letting him know.
Tyloo making a lot of noise on the map right in this these gun rounds. That seems to be a bit of a problem.
All
right?
of them.
Even puffing up your chest in middle and feigning some mid control.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not seeing a whole lot of like diversity here from Tyloo in terms of like their strategy and their util usage. I mean, they show B, they wait for that 30 seconds, they execute B, but they don't have, you know, all the smoke. So Zach and Westmelon are able to just completely lock the site down. They've been able to do that twice in a row. I think that Tyloo is looking for play options here. I think they're looking for weak spots, but they're just not able to find it. Can you fit in the Valorant Toronto matches once they start to? Somebody was asking me about it. I think Matt came in and shitposted asking me about the Valorant championships. I don't really care that much about Valorant, I'll be honest. If it's like a finals or something and I have time, maybe I'll watch like a BO3 Valorant finals. I probably have no idea what's going on. I don't think I can add any insightful commentary to a fucking Valorant match other than, whoa, used as utility. But if it's like, yo, this is hype or something, there's some good context behind it, maybe I'll watch it. But I'm not going to watch an entire Valorant series. I'd like literally rather do anything else in my life. I want to start a reality Valorant dating show. Just play the game and you'll be part of one. Just load into a lobby and you'll be in a fucking you'll be on a dating show just playing Valorant any day of the week.
Sold Lin Vision alive. They haven't even heard
these people like are openly flirting and hitting on each other in matchmaking, brother.
Tyloo getting squeezed.
I will say it's younger people though, so it's a little weird, but anyways.
They've gone back and taken
Tyloo's already lost some, but they're looking to just walk on the site and just go for trades. They just want to go for picks here.
They're leaving it down to the wire.
And they like to run the clock a lot too. Tyloo likes to run that clock down, sometimes against their own advantage. You can see Kamisu's just ready for that interception. Westmelon again getting those picks. Attacker though trading. They might have B-side here. 7 seconds left. Really right down to the wire. G barely gets in there and plants the bomb. Now he has to hold. They have to play for retake. Are they able to do it? We have a flank here, but they're ready for the flank. They're very ready for the flank. Attacker holding that angle onto site. Jam Young ready to stop this flank. Is he here? G's not ready. Wait, G doesn't know. Oh my goodness. G tried very hard, but we really need that site to be held down. Why is it a Furious spray? I'm gonna start posting veiny hand pics to my socials.
Gave Lin Vision the ultimate safe blanket, right? As soon as G's fired his first shots, they know they're gonna win this round. There's no way he's ready for someone that late on the long round.
I mean, it was a good take on the site. I feel like they barely got there though, right? I don't feel like it was. I feel like it being down to the wire was a little scary. It does look like Lin is running away with it on this Anubis map. 7-0. But I will say I haven't really seen like a definitive real take. I've seen attempts, and B site has been really held down by Starry and Westmelon, not letting anybody walk on. They need to start working mid control here. I feel like if they're not executing B as flawlessly as they would like to, they got to start working B. Or I'm sorry, not B. They got to start working mid to A or mid to B. Just walking on a site over and over again is not being effective for them. They've tried that with A, they've tried that with B, from both sides of it. At this point, you know that they're stacking one of these sites. You might as well just try to make mid work. And looks like they heard my comms here because they are starting to creep out mid. Once they realize how open mid is, hopefully they can turn things around. If they can get mid control consistently, there's a lot more variability they can do in this game instead of just walking into sites.
Zaka picks it up from the temple with a camera smoke. He knows they're coming his way. Gets caught on the stairs.
Zach, though, is ready for it. But a trade, attacker.
Lots of damage done, but Tyloo are in the back line.
Now is when you hold. You have 48 seconds. You can hold for trade. There we go. G takes out Amelia, who's already ready for the early rotate. And you can see that Zach was ready to swing off of that, but he has to give up sight now. Now they can go A.
He's kind of locked out of this A site.
G in the back. G's not paying attention, though, is he?
As mentioned, low HP on Mercury.
Or Messiah, I'm sorry. Messiah's in the back. He didn't see Starry. He heard him. He should have heard Starry. Very nice. Loop and 55. Thank you guys for those resubs. Mercury ready with it. And now Tyloo's on the board. Westmelon can go for this 1 versus 3. There's not like a real incentive to do that, though. Because what is the point? You'll just
actual 1v1s, right? Some actual normal fights.
Lose your gun unless you can get
this.
this.
Just going into full stacked bomb sites with crossfires.
Exit.
With multiple positions at play.
Interesting enough, didn't see him walk by. Heard him jump on wood. Westmelon gets attacker.
Get in the game. It's not too late. 5 is best case scenario.
It's just nice.
So now that Tyloo has invested some information, not really information, but invested a little bit into mid, I think they can start to pick away at Lin. But again, they're down by 6 rounds here, and we only have 4 to go in this half. 7-5 going into next half, though, with Tyloo on CT, I think is fine, because I do feel like Tyloo is a stronger CT-sided team overall from what I've seen. I'm not sure which map they've performed well in, and I have to go back and look at stage 1 matchups to see. But even Tyloo on versus NRG in stage 1 on Anubis wasn't very
It's just come very late in this game.
Yeah, and
wasn't a very good showing for them there either. So like I said, I would like to see him turn things around, but this may not be one of their better maps. Squirtle with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Good morning, Alex. Appreciate you with the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you.
That might be even better.
All right, let's see if Tyloo can make mid work again.
B instead, changes his mind.
It was a very good rotate from them. They were able to take mid control, and they were able to spot out the rotators from the 2 different independent sites. So all they have to do is maybe do that again, but instead they're going for the B pinch. Messiah walking out. Zach and Starry, though, are too ready. Again, I don't know why we're just going on to B site. We can't walk on the B site, guys. I don't think they have enough executes for smokes. You only see 1 smoke at the entry of B, and now they smoked you out, and you have bomb down on B site. You can. I just don't understand this walking on the B site on Anubis like strategy here. They had 1 smoke for pillars, but they left 3 or 4 other angles open, which are very common spots for CTs to be anchoring onto B site. The temple was wide open, which is what Zach's been playing. It looks like connector to water was completely wide open, which Starry has been sitting in. And they immediately like to rotate over players too, so by the time you throw 1 smoke, you're going to have an extra player on site. You can see that they're piled in, but obviously they have the bomb down, so there's a legitimate reason for why they're stacking this. It does look like Amelia's lurking here in the back and should be able to spot out Jam Young, who's not having a very good Anubis game himself. Jam Young is actually a very good player, somebody that you really want to show up and turn up for your team, especially on Tyloo, but is not able to do so currently on T-side Anubis. So it could be an 8 versus 4. What's Jam Young's story, Alex? I don't know, brother. Look it up. The problem, enjoy the stream. Yo, Squirrel, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Is Falcons decider game today? Yeah, obviously everyone picked Falcons to go 0-2, so they may get eliminated. I don't want to fucking talk about that. All right, here we go. Tyloo. They need to go 8-4 at least. 8-4 would make this game competitive. 9-3, obviously, put on maybe the curse of the mummy here on Anubis. Anything more than that, and this game is basically over. Tyloo needs to get the next 3 rounds if they want to be competitive. They could get the next 2 for pistol, and then we have a real game here. But right now, Lin is kind of taking off with it. Again, Tyloo just needs a strong CT side, and they need to get a couple more rounds here on T to make this a game worthwhile. I'm smiling right now, but screaming on the inside. Nice knife.
Okay, they're walking back. That means they
but
have to
Nico
hit
needs a
bombs like
major.
PickE. While resources are dedicated to middle.
Yeah, maybe they need more money.
Got to make a play.
maybe they just don't have enough funding, guys. What do you think? Looks like it's a tied game. 3D Max versus Namiga.
Mid right now.
On Dust too.
Chance, Tyloo. Now you got to go.
Yeah, windows starting to close on this B play. Zaka with a missed shot to open. Now Pinsard just looked for one more before they strike him from the tally. That's nice for Westmelon. Beautiful little transfer there to find
good hold by Westmelon. 2 versus 2.
In this plant found in the downtime.
Should be T side favored, but they don't know where anybody is, and unfortunately Amelia finds that angle. Just too much. I'm not sure about just standing there in the wide open like that.
Still really slow.
Way too much of an angle to give him.
Yeah, kind of playing on the extremities here. This is wasting precious time. This is no longer.
Jam Young though, ready with the molly.
For Jam Young.
Oh, the smoke's out. You heard the defuse.
Deployed,
no.
Jam Young's covered. It's going to be real close, but Lin Vision stick the landing
Wasn't super
on
close.
that retake, and they lock Jam Young out of the clutch.
Yeah, no.
What was that angle that they were holding?
Retakes are super clean right now for Lin Vision. The slow creep.
What was the angle that they were holding there though for the 2 versus 2? I don't understand. It's not like he could have not come from CT, right? So why were we just standing out in the open here?
Right now, playing off each other really well. Even in the couple of times where Tyloo have caught them out of position in this map, Lin Vision have still known when to slow the round down and play late.
Like the kill before that, I don't really understand. Were we just kind of hoping that they wouldn't come out of CT when they were playing for retake?
Lin Vision have been super active.
Just a little sloppy there from Tyloo, I think.
Rounds together for Tyloo, it's felt a little flat. Something's turned a little sour on Tyloo's Anubis, right? You think back to like when we saw this team internationally earlier in the year, and this was one of their go-tos. They had some super legit results on this map, but here at the Major, it's not been a nice time for Tyloo on Anubis. No. If you remember, their stage 1 run opened with NRG dominating them on this map.
Yeah.
Then they faced a near repeat loss to FaZe just yesterday.
Yeah, Lin Vision
it's a 1-1 match, yes. It's a 1-1 best of 1.
What an angle, and he gets a dink on the third.
Guys, what is with the BXEC, man? I don't get the BXEC. I need them to explain to me the thought process here. I mean, maybe they're finally onto site. Finally onto site. Out of like the 5, almost 6 times they've attempted it, they got here. Mercury is able to find Starry, who's been playing inside of connector the entire game. Call me Sue, though, with the flank. Are they ready for the timing? Gee, it's that shot. Needed that shot. So, again, Amelia's walking out of CT. Will he be contested at all? We'll see.
Zaka's not going to be
Jam Young's ready for him.
He's going to have to bring the fight to them.
Jam Young gets the cross. Zach doesn't care about the AWP. They have more than enough money. They've been winning every single round. He literally could go for this and it wouldn't matter. 2 inside of connector. We're ready for that.
Wow, that's a crazy round for Tyloo to win, considering how it starts. The double.
Why is there only
dink
1
on
box
the
above the
third
scores? Is that not best of 3 matches anymore? It's not. It's not best of 1. Or sorry, it's not best of 3 right now. These are best of 1s. Both teams have won 1, lost 1. So we have 2 more best of 1s, and then we'll be getting into best of 3s.
close that one out.
But
as
right
they
now
so
they're
often have in these
finalizing best of
retakes.
ones to play tomorrow. Okay.
Tyloo, a chance for a
After
third.
securing B site,
They'll take what they
finally,
can get right now.
Tyloo is looking to do a bit of a default, maybe investigate A. I don't know why they're not going mid.
Again, where's
Maybe
Tyler's
they're like
position?
maybe
He's
Zach
so
has got
early.
too cracked of a
Clear with
game
flash,
going on, but
perfect play.
Zach has been, I think, anchoring A site mostly.
attacker's seen that
Kami
one
Su has
before,
been the
right?
rotator mid site. He's got the lowest amount of kills for Lin Vision.
It's time to flash to
I
help
don't know
them
why
clear
they're
it.
not executing middle. They had a really good middle execute earlier,
Amelia wins the
which
fight
was
out, though, on the
definitive in letting him get on the A site.
Fed to him. That's an
I don't mind this
important trade for
default,
G
to be
on
fair.
the
I think they're
AWP.
hoping
They don't wanna
off
jump the
of
gun,
Lin
right? They
rotating or
don't wanna-
over
They're
rotating.
so split right now. They
So,
have to slow group.
Just default for a pick is fine
So Lin
here.
Vision aren't panicking
But the
either. They're
5
still
rounds
staying
of going to
3v,
B
trying to believe in
site,
the setup. At
I
some
feel like
point,
was
they're gonna have to go for
overthinking
info.
maybe. Like they weren't going to be there
Mercury
this
is
time,
banking
right?
on it.
Like maybe it's another case of Tyloo
You
overcooking.
got the rounds to risk it.
That's one thing I've noticed
I
about
like
this
this
team is
freeze, but
their
Tyloo
strategy
are
is to
walking into
overcook
a
a little bit, maybe a bit too much sometimes, more than they should. But they're able to make a slow A site walk here work.
Mercury
And I think that's due to the fact that
just footsteps.
Call Me Sue and, well, I should say Lin Vision's entire mental here is that, well, they've gone B 7 rounds. Maybe they're going to go B for the 8th.
We're on.
Yeah, it's a good
Unfortunately,
reaction, right? Just to keep two
you know,
players there to deal with
for the
Mercury.
ninth
You get
round,
this
they're going
3-on-3,
A
you don't
site
have a player
instead.
in the back line to worry about.
Bad guess by Lin,
But they are going to be slow to arrive here.
but it
and with
would make
Camera
sense
just getting
given that
re-smoked,
Tyloo's
that's gonna
gone B
waste even
almost
more time
every
off the
round.
clock.
That a print stream?
Alternatively, it's going to force a bit of a weird
It is.
grouping for Lin Vision. All three players coming out through heaven. Thankfully, Tyloo haven't really
Retake
played
here
for
is a
this
little
space, so they
awkward
will
in
be
heaven.
allowed to close the distance here.
All 3 players have to play
A
for
lot of
heaven.
time ticked off this bomb already.
Jam Young should be able to intercept this.
They've got to move swiftly, and
1,
Jam Young
2,
up close,
out with your
support from the G
grenade
or
instead of your gun.
Tyloo looking
Unlucky.
to chain together 2 rounds
9-3.
to close
All
out
right.
this half. They'll
We're playing for the
scrape
curse of
by
Anubis
with
here.
3 rounds on their T side, but right now
Not
it's
bad.
Lin Vision
I think
in
Tyloo will
full
take that.
control over Anubis.
So this is going to be sort of an awkward pistol round, I think, because if they don't win this pistol round, they're basically out of this game. But it's still doable. If they do win the pistol round and then they secure the following round, which generally speaking is free, they'll be 9-5, unless of course Lin Vision force buys. If Lin Vision force buys second round and they win that, then I could definitely see a 9-6, 9-7. It really just depends on how Lin Vision plays second round. It depends on how Tyloo plays first round in this half. I think Tyloo's a bit stronger of a CT team, but I also feel like Anubis hasn't been their best map from the showings that we've seen. Allegedly, they've had good performances otherwise. I actually want to see what their win percentile is for Anubis and overall map picks. I'm gonna check out their HLTV really quick. The 50%, or is that 50% versus Lin or this tournament? Last 6 months breakdown for Anubis, it's a 50-50. Mirage somehow a map that they turned up in. I mean, they played versus FaZe on Anubis as well. So they're getting a lot of Anubis experience, but I don't know. I think they're I think the Anubis needs some work for sure. I think they overcooked a bit too hard, especially by going to B site almost every other round. I think that was a big misplay by them for sure. Meanwhile, this is already the second half of the Nemiga versus 3D Max game.
Tried it once, it worked, and they haven't stopped trying it.
Well, the fact you've just won
Looks
the
like
pistol
Nemiga
round in the
is
second
doing
half of a
well.
best of one to make it 2 pistols in the map is
Oh
wild.
my God,
This
that
is a
means they
team
probably
that-
in their comm said the Rush B block. They might
I
have
was,
actually said it.
They may have said exactly that.
I lost my
Just
pick'ems
want to
too.
let everybody know on the main stream right now with Harry and Hugo, we have the first
There's
ever
Risky
Chinese
Bob
derby
dancing.
in
That means
CS
they're
Major
doing
history
well.
going down.
Is that right?
Yep.
Risky
First
Bob
ever
dancing
Chinese
is
derby. That's a sign of the times.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
bad
very
sign for
rare
3D
to
Mac.
have, two...
Oh dear. That's what happens.
Oh.
Khan
Mac has
gets
got a
picked.
scout. The server attack onto the lower player. He's doing this alone. I can't believe he's pushing for more. And it's been punished. Xanta even wins out versus Body in mid. And
I can't believe
so
I got my
despite
pick'ems there.
Well, hold up a second. Hold up a second. There's 3 players who are hemorrhaging HP.
Eyes
5
open
for
and
Lear,
looking
3 for
towards
Xanta, 28 for Zwei.
Vision because-
Risky Bob on 100. Exercises close mid doors. Lucky's still alive. There's a Famis in the mix. This round is not over yet. It's all going to come down to the finish in Amiga. Now they just take a pause. They hit the brakes. They wait to see if there's any more pushes coming through any of these ports. Right now, nothing. Still plenty of time on the clock as Exercise. If he oversteps the mark and goes down, any excitement removed. Because now, Lucky, with a 1v4, he's going to have a whole lot of a tougher time. These low HP players now can become beacons. And don't worry about beacons, as...
Use your mouse, please. Gravity,
Been a
use your
beautiful
mouse.
game from Linvision. Undeniable result so far on that CT side. Perfect stacks. Lots of individual highlights.
All right, let's see how Lin plays
Some
this.
really well-founded retakes as well.
They're just going to walk on A site for
Tyloo
free.
in a world of hurt, and it might get worse if Linvision
So,
just strut their stuff.
so
into
Tyloo
this
stacks
28
mid
bomb
on
side. There is not a
CT
kit in
side,
this round.
but only goes mid once on T
Linvision
side.
Seem to have the read.
So Tyloo recognizes
few
that mid is
diligence, making sure
important
no
when they
flank
play
is coming
CT, but when they
The
play
smoke will
T,
block.
they completely
Tyloo,
leave it
the question
alone
they have to answer is, do we want to go
and don't
for
even
it?
bother looking at it. Okay.
This is already such a strong post plant for Linvision to have. I'm
Lin
struggling
already
to see a world
takes
where
A.
Tyloo can break through here. They've taken so much space, but fighting out towards the spawn, giving away a kill would have been a tantalizing prospect for Tyloo on this retake instead. They're not able to punish Starry.
It's gonna be a very awkward
he lives to tell
retake.
the tale. Tries to
Okay,
hang around and keep
Messiah.
fighting for this control and will get knocked out. This is the Wild West on
Okay.
this retake, and Tyloo
Just-
pulling up with more guns.
just a
Get the job
TDM.
done. It's just Zaka left to beat.
Just
No one on that
TDM.
defuse yet. They finally hop on it. It's the 10-second stick, and the rest of the gang chase down that lone player over in main.
Yeah, it's close. They get it, though. No kit, no problem. Tyloo flood that A-bomb site.
Wow.
And at least
All
they
right.
get given the chance
They made it
to
work.
compete in this game after
I
that
don't know
pistol.
how,
felt
but
like
they
it
made it
was
work. They
about
needed
to
that
be
pistol
ripped out
round.
of their hands.
I'm sure they're happy about that.
No one controlling that site.
So the start of a
But all part of
possible
the plan
climb
for
back.
Tyloo,
Very important round, the pistol round.
and a chance in this
Let's see what Lin does for the second round. Because depending on their buy, Tyloo might be playing into their hand. I would assume they buy out. Yes, they do. Amelia with a somewhat save, but not a very good one.
Linvision forcing here.
Yeah, it's a
Feeling
force
very
buy.
confident after that CT
There's not
side.
really a reason for them
Bank of
not to,
rounds
given the
to
score
play with.
differential. So it is worth for them to buy out here and try to go
Two Khalils,
for the 10-4.
and
Because if
already
they get it,
interested in this B-bomb site,
it could
so
be
it looks
devastating
going towards that
for
cold smoke.
Tyloo.
Mercury,
We do hear a
dangerous
walkout.
position.
Mercury's ready.
Re-smoking, but they are already through that. He's going to find out the hard way.
He was not ready for
Ooh,
that.
That's not pretty.
Attacker with
Backing
M4A4.
up his attacker. They're flooding the bomb site right now.
Gets taken
Everybody
out.
here for Linvision. They break in with a statement. 2 entry kills. How
Very
did Tyloo
unfortunate for
save
Tyloo.
this? They don't.
The aggression out of Westmelon really drives it home. And even though guns have been picked up here, 2-on-4, you're going for this
Okay,
retake
Messiah
out of desperation.
with the start.
Messiah keeps them interested.
2 versus
keeps
3
them
is
believing
possible.
That Tyloo can turn this
They're kind of
one
in a bad
around.
spot here. They have 2 players
Jam
out
Young, the
long.
next to play, but a lot
Only
of time
Amelia
ticked off
on
this
site
bomb already.
with
Swing
a
out onto
crazy
Jam
swing,
Young.
but it makes it
Messiah
work. And
discovered,
then
known about, and spammed
Headshot
to
through the
death. That is
smoke.
a huge win from Linvision on the force buy.
Yeah, it's something that Tyloo could never do, right? Could never replicate in that T side. A quick B approach surrounding the bomb site and getting the entries cleanly. Linvision do it on their first force, and they make it look
Yeah.
so easy.
I'm not really sure what to say about that. Mercury was not ready for them to just walk through smoke. And then here, Attacker was not set up ready for the push. Somehow Amelia gets a crazy walkout and spray with Mac 10. and popping off a little bit. Obviously, Amelia very happy with his own performance. I'm not really sure what to say about that. By all means, Tyloo should have had that defense, but maybe the force was too much and they were not ready for the trades, or were not where they were supposed to be. Nemiga on round number 11 of their score, 11-6. Point goes to Nemiga. 3D Max not having a very good showing so far on stage 2. A little disappointing, actually. I think probably I think they were rated a little bit higher than to be losing to a stage 1, barely qualified out of stage 1 team.
But winning this round all but wins you the game.
Of course, MIBR selling my pick'ems because I did have Nemiga to go 0-3. But also 3D Max, I guess, would have sold it too by having them advance here. The 1-1s. Just a shit show overall, I think, for everybody's predictions so far on this stage 2. But that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it exciting. Tyloo now is set back.
Here, right? Kind of feels like gambling is your best bet. They're going to bring
Stacking
4 players
A-site
in towards this A site, leaving B to the one-man hold.
Lin just looking to see if they can
Vision
get a lurker
towards this A
or a
site
default
right
player. Maybe pick them off. Something around this B mental is going on here, which is a little strange to me. I don't know why. Both teams consider B to be very important, which is why there's like these mind games going on here. Tyloo thinks that there's no way they go B because they've already gone B, so they go A this time. And Lin thinks that they must be stacking B because we took B last time. Mosiah tries to walk out with a wide swing, getting a little too greedy. Utility out for G. Jam Young with a deagle, not what you want to see there.
10 means 11.
Just an overall messy hold by Tyloo. They weren't able to lock it down.
Forcing down for the rest of the game.
Might just be too hard of a mental battle here for Tyloo to overcome, unfortunately. I think they maybe, like I said, overthought what their strategy should have been going into this game, which honestly was made very clear when they definitively took middle control and then got into an A site for a post plant, but then instead afterwards decided we're just going to keep going B and losing. And now we're seeing them take Gamba stacking up, not being ready for timings.
This is a familiar match for both of these squads. Good degree of familiarity.
This might be a situation for Tyloo where they've been playing against so many of these European teams that are not as aggressive
it's been split historically,
and take their time in walking on sites and running the clock down, especially on Anubis. The way that North America and even maybe how FaZe played, waiting for those setups before they walk onto site. I don't think they were ready for just Lin to walk on a site and take it, which is the way these teams have been playing. The way Lin Vision plays is to overpower you with having four people peek you at once and not necessarily taking one to twos or 1-to-1s.
Kind of figure out the ebb and flow of this game.
These teams like to overpower you with guns, whereas some of these European teams like to swing you with a deagle one at a time.
So Lin Vision looking to have
definitely different play styles, but
get this
who
game
knows?
over and done with.
Also, both teams stalling out a little bit. I think Tyloo's going to get a little fancy here, possibly. They should play back. If they want to play for overtime. But at the same time, what do you do here with USPs? There really is no right answers when you're in this situation with Tyloo. I think Lin Vision recognizes they're broke. They're just going to play back a little bit, waiting to get a pick. Because of them walking on a site and not knowing where CTs are and getting shot in the back of the head by a 5.7's the worst outcome.
Can't point to one round and say that's the reason this is 11-4. No, it's all the rounds. Lin Vision look to finish what they start on this B-bomb side into the stack. I have no fear for
finds
them.
the pick on Mercury.
They actually spot it out. Maybe
see if they do it over rotate.
Seeing a couple more players in this position, but the kills are just going to keep coming. Oh, getting a little scared.
Hold's gone surprisingly well. Jam Young able to get armed, but tries to fight them
that's the
over
eco
in
round.
main. And the patience is a virtue there for Lin Vision.
Here we go.
Amelia
8
popping off a little
chances,
bit.
1 round. That's all it's going to take. It doesn't feel like there's a hope in hell for Tyloo in this game, and that will put Lin Vision
it's a little too difficult for Tyloo here, for sure.
away from the top 16 of a major.
I don't feel like they played super poorly, but I just think they overthought like most rounds. Like they had such freebies that they decided to like waste on going to B site, and then obviously giving up that very important second eco round after winning pistol was very devastating for them on this CT half. Something they should be good at.
It looks like it might just
which
end
is
with
playing
one of these
CT.
B hits. Lurk smoke lobbed in. Everyone from Lin Vision playing on the other side of it.
Some Titan stickers, very expensive, very expensive gun.
Because of how many chances you have and just how much
Lin
you're
waiting
playing from the front
again
right
for
now,
smoke
you can
times.
Get away with any type
Lin
of
looks
call.
a bit more coordinated, I will say that
You want
much.
to try a couple of rush rounds. You want to try and get this over the line and just a dominant brawl in at the B site.
Ooh, attacker.
You've got the room to
was
do
ready,
so.
but was it enough?
They lined up over in main. And Jam Young on this rotate can thin the herd even further. It's just
You can see what I mean. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention. I might have to look at other games, but like the way that like FaZe plays on Anubis is just very different than how these Asian teams play. I don't necessarily like think it's wrong or right. It makes sense to have 4 people swing at you at once versus 1. As opposed to playing pinch. This is very awkward too. What is going on here? Zach just holding hands instead of smoke. That is the correct move to do, which is to everybody swing at once, but it can also be very like devastating because you know, if you have a lineup like they did there and they miss their shots, and all of a sudden, instead of having like good peaks, you are now peeking 3 people into 1 crosshair. And if everyone misses, all of a sudden, you give that one guy 3 kills instead of 1, which can be just as dangerous. It's a bit of a gamble to do that so consistently, but obviously it's something that they like to do regularly.
You know, what level of preparation
they like to walk together as a unit, as a formation, almost as like a Zerg.
Yeah, he had a very short turnaround time between
which I think is fine. It's interesting. I don't really see that a whole lot. I mean, you see that with like Eco very frequently, especially with pistol rounds where teams like to stack up and, you know, rush you at the same time. Anyone that's played solo queue also understands like what that looks like. But with AKs, you know, there's not that default pinch setup that you see regularly. Especially in pro play, where they like to pinch sites with basic executions instead. They throw a smoke, I guess, here. It doesn't land yet. But you can see when they all walk out at once, Mercury gets a pick, Attacker gets a pick as well, and I think there was a team kill trade there, actually.
6 times, 6 matches between these squads.
I think they walked into each other's crosshair. I think there was a team kill as a result of that stack.
This is the most important yet.
Mercury, brother. What are we doing?
Opening, just a gift of an opener for Lin Vision. And they're going to follow through with this momentum. Another B hit. This time, though, it's far cleaner. Is this the beginning of the end? Tyloo just down to 2. And Lin Vision have no reason to overextend, no reason.
Jam Young came back a little bit this half. G, unfortunately, wasn't able to do all that much. Could be a result of where they were anchoring him. I think they could have traded him out for B side. Didn't have a very impactful T side. And then Mercury, I feel like had a few misplays. Attacker, unfortunately, a few misplays. And Lin takes map 1, which is the only map that they're going to play today. Both teams will be seeing best of 3s tomorrow.
After taking down Tyloo here.
So, good showing here from Lin for sure. Looked like the stronger team, especially on that map. A lot more coordinated. Overall, better executions on sites and better trades too. Tyloo just did not have the trades today that we're used to seeing them have normally. G not turning up was obviously very impactful. Attacker not being where he used to be consistently.
disappointing
had
day
a
from
very,
them
very
as they come in very cold to the server in this BO1.
Yeah, I
T
mean, look,
performance.
it's been a great matchup, this one for Lin Vision.
Mercury,
I
feel like misplayed a few times, especially on those B holds. I don't know why he got a freebie by not getting picked by the op, but then decided to walk into their crosshair again after throwing utility. It's almost like, are we trying to get killed here, right? I just don't really understand.
And I think that
maybe it's a mental boom, possibly, playing against Lin Vision. Maybe Lin Vision was a little too in their head. But we'll hear from them.
I've got the coach of Lin Vision with
directly.
me, Gum. And Gum, this looked like a pretty comfortable game for you, but you seem kind of relieved, you know, now this one's over. Talk to me just the emotions you're feeling right now after getting this win against Tai Lu.
Like, it's very tired. There's 2 days. The reason 2 days, I have only slept like in 5 hours in total.
Oh my God.
Yeah, last
you
night.
Okay?
Yeah, so I need to go to bed right after, you know.
Yeah, you definitely need to sleep.
Yeah, last night I took only 1 hour sleep. So because we need to prepare, this
jet lag
is
maybe.
Such a important event for us.
Yeah.
And this match
triple
is
dipper.
very meaningful.
Guys, I don't want to do a triple dipper today. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that tilted. I do a triple dipper. But the Falcons game might make me order a triple
you really
dipper.
are as well, dude. You have to sleep some more for sure. But you seem to be preparing.
It might be a triple dipper. You triple dipper angle today.
At all, we're against Tai Lu in 2025.
Okay.
Obviously, coming into this, right? Was there some extra preparation because they play it quite a lot? Was there some extra work you were able to do that made this win look so good for you guys?
A little bit, I think. First of all, actually, we play a lot of maps. We have bootcamp. I think you have asked me when we have the bootcamp. We have bootcamp in Los Angeles, like for about 10 days. So we have practiced a lot of maps, quite a lot of times, I mean. But this time, because the match format is best of one, and we do not have the opportunity to actually to pick some maps we like. And most of the team actually they let us to pick.
You know what I was thinking about? Actually, you know what would be a really good question?
Like in stage 1, we played quite bad, especially in like clutch situations. That's so bad, which is intolerable, you know. But we actually prepared well enough for this event.
It seems like you're very well prepared, and the amount of time you're telling me where you're not sleeping, you're putting that in as well. Is that why you were able to get like the key victory over Falcons? Do you feel like you're just preparing better and getting enough notes, maybe more than anyone else?
Oh, Falcons?
Falcons play like shit.
Actually, it's only took me 2 hours. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
They were easy to read?
Damn.
Yeah, actually.
Oh,
damn.
Wow.
For title, because they have a lot of stress and we know them, so I have to like this match is actually.
He said Falcons ain't it.
Yeah. Okay.
And
he said
for,
Falcons
like,
who?
all the fans in
it took
the
me
world,
2 hours to figure out how Falcons play.
Of course. Well, you've done fantastic work. Go get some sleep. I'm worried about your health, so he needs some rest, and we'll keep things moving.
Lin Vision here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and Gum's going to take a nap, so kicking ass is all that's left. That's a dominant victory over the regional
That was pretty
rivals.
good. That was good.
That is a great interview.
It is a lovely interview.
I love getting to peer into what's going on in the
He said he
Chinese
lost
camp.
zero
Like,
sleep
we
over
don't
Falcons.
necessarily get the
Falcons
most in
footage
terms of
too easy to
intel
understand.
from that space. I mean, I feel like they're doing most of their work for Chinese social media. So any little bits and pieces we can gather to learn that he only took 2 hours.
I love
Yes,
Chinese
that's
social
so
media.
cool.
I do, man. I'm a huge
That one
fan
actually wasn't bad. That's not the one
of
that
like
caused me
Billy
lack of
Billy and
sleep.
shit.
It's
Like some of the stuff I see come out of like China's social media cracks me the fuck up.
It's kind of crazy. I'm kind of like just shocked
They
about it all. He definitely
write
deserves a
like
rest
the
after
most
getting
like
another important win, but,
it's like the
they
most
should have
like
longer time today, right? He
slanderous
sleeps down until the
poetry,
next
like the
matchups
shit they were
come in,
saying
he
about
can be fine.
Helldivers
You can't even
and
prepare
just
for
like the
anything right now.
country,
Yeah, so you're gonna make notes for every
the
single
country
team.
of
You don't even know who
Sweden,
you're playing yet. So
because of like in-game role play.
Go take your nap, young man.
Yes. We love that for Gum. We
Like
love that for him.
Sweden's
Now, when you picked
soil
out round 5 from us,
could
so let's have a
never
look at this one.
birth courage.
This is
and
what
even
I
if
mean
they
when it's
could,
off meta. Okay,
it could
like-
never be
like,
sustained.
we keep saying
It's
that Chinese
fucking
teams play off
crazy
meta.
over like
they're
a video
playing
game
a double
decision.
D-box setup, and that's great. You get a double kill.
Like,
But what
that's-
do most teams
that's
do,
insane, is it
Jason, when
not?
You get a double kill.
Imagine reading a comment like that.
Yep.
You chill.
We
you
can handle, like,
relax, but
yo, you're dog
instead,
shit.
Linvision,
Okay,
they
yeah,
force
sure.
the issue.
But imagine
They
saying your
full send
country
it
could
at
never
A main,
birth
and I
courage.
think they already had that
And
play
even
ready
if
to
it
go,
could,
but even
the
European
soil
teams, North
that the
American
country's
teams, when they
built
get the
on
double
couldn't
kill, will probably be
sustain
like,
it.
oh, let's not push. Like, we don't need to
What?
keep going there.
Or
But-
they'd be a little bit slower
That's
about
like
it, more
that's
cautious,
like
not like the
that's
full
war
sprint to the back
like
of
that's
canals.
war
Exactly,
words.
exactly.
Right?
But there was also some great star
That's
power
shit
in
that
this
you
game, James.
fucking
We need to get
rally
into
a
some
militia
second star
over,
power
dude.
as well, right?
I mean, James, you're the one that's telling me.
And it was and somebody just posted that
Okay,
like
so
on the
little bit of
Steam
info
forums,
that I
by
was
the
given
way.
from some of the Chinese commentators, right? And this is wild. So Tai Lu didn't take Zaka when they had the chance 7 years ago because he was considered to be a hacker.
they were
online.
brutal towards like
So
the
then
Genshin
Lin
VA,
Vision
like
gave him the
Paimon.
opportunity to play as a pro, you know, prove himself as not being it. And now look,
They
how
called
they've
the
been
VA
able to
like
do it.
it's
People
they
might
sound
forget,
like a
but Zaka was
boiling
the
rat. Like
star
they're
rifler
brutal
before
over
he had to
they're
take the orb,
brutal
he had
on
to
the
take the orb
social
because G
media
left the
sometimes,
team.
bro.
And now he's just shining
Elite
in
level
any
shit
role,
talk.
whatever
It's
he can do,
fucking
and he looks
funny.
great.
It's a story of so many pros, James. Starting
Emotional
out as an
damage,
online
yeah.
hacker, nobody believes you, nobody trusts you. And
No,
then-
they didn't actually.
Zach had a good performance,
didn't
yeah.
recall that.
But I
They
just I don't know.
refused
Zach had a
that.
definitely
Yeah,
good performance,
yeah.
but I
And
just
then
feel like
you come
Tyloo
to
played
land and you
worse
just
overall. I
batter
think
him a
Tyloo
little
just
bit.
got in their heads a little bit too
You
much.
show him what's up.
I would have
right?
liked to
I mean,
have
it is the
heard their
classic
side.
evolution
Like
of a
I
Counter-Strike
enjoy
player.
the
No one's gonna trust
post-game
you till you get
interview,
to
but
land. That's
I
why
would
we
also want to
frequently
see
don't
like
reference online
from
results when we
both
talk
teams,
about
not
games
just
in
like
Counter-Strike.
winners
It's
or
because LAN
losers.
is the only house
But
that
they probably
matters.
don't have enough
And look
time
at the
to
way the
squeeze
boys
all
are getting
that in.
hyped up.
They're just
becoming a
interesting to
Linvision
listen to
fan.
because
I
they
love the
offer like
energy that we're
good
getting
insight.
from Amelia.
And there's some shit talk
Brought it
there,
in
which
the
is
server
funny.
today
I do
too.
like that they said like
he's saying
Falcon
stuff in
too.
two
Because to be
languages
fair, I
at bare
think even
minimum
as
here. I
Falcon
love it.
fans, I think
Preparation
everyone
is
is
key.
saying like, yeah,
Preparation is what gave them
Falcons
success.
2
Let's see how
indeed
far Lin
right now.
Vision can
I'm
go.
not
But for now,
giving up
we're
on the
going to a
Falcons, by the way.
break,
I'm
and when
still a
we come
Falcons
back,
enjoyer.
it's
I
Furia
still like
taking
watching
on
Mossy
M18,
play.
and
You know,
quite a spicy matchup across this year.
Nico deserves a trophy. I think we all
You guys
believe
had a
that, but like,
fantastic
holy
opener
fuck, guys,
against
what were we
Lin
doing
Vision,
yesterday? You know,
then a heartbreaking
I can
almost
forgive
comeback
I can
against
forgive
Pain.
Pick'ems, but
Was it a
like,
frustrating
you guys better lock
loss
it the
in the
fuck
way
in.
that it went
Switch the
down?
streams. Oh, true. We're on
Yeah,
match point here
there
for
was
3D
a
Max.
little
Somehow
bit
really brought it
frustration
back.
because
But
that
that
game,
happened.
Bands up.
How did that happen?
They've been on the receiving end of Lear throughout.
What happened here? It's 5v5. Somehow 3D Max brought it back. Nemiga throwing a little bit.
Utility damage and Lear's down to 15. A HE and then
Nemiga
an
on T
Sentry.
side, looking to push Cat. 3D Max on CT side. They need
Alex,
this
you have to
round
execute into
to take
A
this
with
map
such
and go to
limited
tomorrow's best of
nades. And
threes.
Body, he's got more to throw out to stall
Both
this.
teams at 1-1. This is a best of 1 game. Will we see overtime?
Enticing to risky bar. Body's holding for that exact progression. Is a lot riding on Body doing something with this. Maka can help him.
Body, if he gets to Goose, it's perfect.
He's got a flash for as well for Paul. No, he's going trapped behind the ramp.
16 seconds
Xanta
left.
dead on long. That's a big kill.
14 seconds.
Oh no, it started so well for Nemiga. A flying start in both halves, but 3D Max have rumbled them.
No time. No time.
4-3, punching in the code.
He got it. He has it. He has it.
Lear goes
He has
down.
it.
It's all onto Risky, and he's gone.
Not enough, though.
And there it is, that release of tension. They were
What are you saying
holding it in.
fucking bots for? You guys were getting
Bring it
shut
up,
down.
And they unleash
Can we
upon
come up?
the
Can
close.
EU
Dust
come
2
up
is
with
their
better
domain
things
after
than just
all.
a
Yeah,
copy
easy
fucking
street with
simple
the pistol, the
tweets?
finances
We have
going
some
your way
originality
for Nemiga
from
in the
EU.
early stages of both halves, but it's tough when it's lock and horns with the gun rounds.
these
The
guys
money is
are the
broken
fucking,
late. Some
bots,
all-in calls
players. They
denied.
play like,
3D Max plays
the
some heads-up
bots.
Counter-Strike.
Okay,
Maka
guys,
was
yeah.
fantastic on the AWP, and they lock things
You
down.
cooked them.
13-11.
They
We go the
they
distance,
almost
but
lost
the
to
French
like
find
a team
themselves
that
2-1
barely
after
qualified
day
in
2.
stage 1.
Nemiga
And
will have to
they were
battle
coming
back
in
in
here
with
as a
best
better
of threes
seeded
consecutive
unit.
required if they want to see stage
And they
3.
lost a
And
very
a last
big
little
game
release of
yesterday
frustration
somehow.
there.
Some
What
extra
did they lose
hard
to
dap-ups for
yesterday?
Lear,
3D.
I reckon, after that one. He really did put it all on the line there.
3D
but yeah,
lost to fucking fucking legacy yesterday, brother.
3D
What?
Max. It could have been a
Who are we
different
calling
story. You've been
bots
framing
after
it
losing
throughout
to
the
a
way in
team
which
that
they
didn't
lost
qualify?
body
The
3K
fuck?
on long. It did exacerbate their slow start, but managing to get themselves sorted and
Brother.
stable. And it finishes in regulation, 13-11.
To be fair, they did shit on
That's gonna be
BetBoom a little bit, which was surprising. But then
look, we
losing
do
to
have
Legacy
one more
is
best of three
crazy.
coming your way on the B stream for today. It's going to be Bait versus Heroic, and then 2 more best of threes. One is a progression, one is an elimination.
I mean, you could talk shit. My point is, like, if you're going to be a stage 2 already qualified European
and this is only day
team,
2 of stage 2.
and you almost lost to a team that barely made it out of stage 1, what's with the shit talk? Like, what are you trying to prove? That you almost got knocked out into losers brackets by a stage 1 team, you know? if you completely shit on them, sure, say you guys are bots. You barely scraped by, you were losing, you brought it back by the skin of your teeth. That's like a, Jesus Christ, guys, like we gotta log it the fuck in moment, right? I mean, that's at least how I see it, right? Like if you're already a better seeded team and you're expected to win the matchup and you almost lose, that's not a shit talk moment. That's a, guys, like, lock it the fuck in next time moment. You know, they almost beat us. You guys are bots. They were the underdogs. The face stuff is funny, but you know, I don't mind the simple and all that trash talk. I think simple calling heroic bots and then they stomp on them like 13-3 is pretty funny. And also heroic was just smiling at the end and said, "No, we're not." It's just stupid, but at least they proved a point. It's probably just pent-up adrenaline. Yeah, it is, because it's the pent-up adrenaline of like, fuck, we almost lost. Holy shit. Oh, thank God we brought it back. I get that, but just like, brother, it's a little embarrassing, man. It's a little embarrassing. Like, no one's like, yeah, let's go 3D. Those guys are bots. Like, it's almost lost. All right, we got another game here. Furia, who fucked up my pick'ems, is playing against M80. I don't know what's going to happen here because they lost to Pain yesterday. I don't think anyone really saw that.
Off with a bang.
Somehow.
Into this B play.
Maybe some people did.
But ready to receive M80.
Pick'ems completely got fucked over by this, though. So I don't really have a horse in this race. Other than it would be cool to see M80 win. M80 is Team America with a couple Germans. Furia is Team South America, made of mostly Brazilians.
Through the doors. Serato slips into the front lines and battles back against M80. Blake's still trapped over in tunnels as well, only just making a move now. He gets double swung. And so Furia pull up with a pistol round and a furious pace on that B hit.
You should have seen Nemiga during that game. It was warranted.
Ooh, no survivors.
Brother, how are you going to get tilted over Risky Bob dancing?
Not only push 2 through the door,
Risky Bob just stands there and does the fucking, like,
really ruined any
inflatable man dance on you, bro.
M80.
That's not a valid crash out.
It shouldn't really surprise you here is that even though Fallen's changed roles, he's given up the AWP, he's rifling now, he's shit like on CT sides, his pistols are still as good.
That's what you guys get when you go against Risky Bob.
Backside, that was the kill that broke Furia into the round.
Yeah, this guy's cooking us.
Ooh, Molotov's even hit the cross shot on Slacks as well. So
all right, Furia takes pistol round. Unlucky. Unlucky start for M80.
Wreck has hit the timing of dreams, but doesn't know Yakinda was right round the corner. Pre-aims too far. 5-on-4. And flash into middle. M80 come running, and Furia somehow in trouble.
Risky Bob, bro.
Means that Yuri can't really swing.
I like Risky
easily.
Bob.
And the scout's missing the shots as well.
This guy cracks me up.
Hello, we gonna kill this guy.
Somehow competitive second round. What is going
Yuri
on?
Has better ideas.
Yuri gets him though.
Finding the cat player. Lake's still here, but low health on him and Slacks.
They should be able to kill this guy crossing the CT here.
This round could have got weird. A lot of ways it kind of did get weird, but Furia looking to have stabilized.
Luke playing elevator. Oh, he walks out.
Finally.
Unfortunate.
On the third time of trying, Lake will be dealt with.
Took way too many bullets.
On the right side of the screen, we do see B8 versus Heroic coming up. Not really sure what there is to say about it. Oh, there's a little interview. We can listen to that real quick.
Seemed to have a lot of emotions in it. Did you feel like that affected you guys and the way you wanted to play?
I mean, personally, I was expecting them to be better because now they have rain and because of the last game, so they are more patient to win that game.
Heroic, what are you talking about? You expected them to be better.
But like it didn't affect us. We were trying to win next round whenever they shot out, but they were just too good. Yeah. So like sometimes you need to just accept the lose, you know.
sometimes there's not much you can do. I like the way you handled it. And also what impressed me the most was like the way you guys were able to reset between the games. So
they lost
what did you guys say to each other before going into the second match?
Like from the stage 1, we have mentality that the first game doesn't matter. Everyone we finished the first stage 0-2. Like we have new opportunity next day.
No, he said
so
I expect them to be better. They got rain recently,
so we can come back not easily, but you know there's a chance we know it. So when it's 0-1, like it's not the worst situation, right? So we just say, guys, like they were just too good. They countered us very good. Just focus on the next game, and I think now we are in a good position again.
This is very impressive for a young team as well, and it worked out. Now, today you're going up against Bait. You've got a history with these guys. You've got experience against playing these guys. But obviously now it's at LAN, it's on the major, it's a best of one. Does it feel like a team that you understand how to play against, that you kind of know their game?
I mean, since Sangal, we are playing against them like a lot, especially in online. I think it's the first time we're playing against them on a LAN tournament.
Oh,
but
I see what you're saying. He expected them to be better. Like
team.
Okay,
so
it's just worded weird.
They're gonna be more
no, I
nervous.
fully expected them to be better.
Like maybe they're
not
gonna on some experience.
They're not that good.
Like when you're playing against FaZe, like they know the drill, but maybe Bait they're gonna lack, and let's see how it goes.
Okay. Do you think they'll play a bit more wild against you though, like a bit more surprising?
I think they have pretty aggressive play style. Like they don't have a passive player. Everyone can step up whenever they need it. So, but so we are, you know, like we have Tuner, we have Youngstar, like we have some Payusik. So, like we are ready to fight with them.
Asenfio, it was a hugely impressive win over Falcons, but you guys got destroyed by VP on Inferno, a map that you played 4 times this major already. Why could you guys not adjust, not fight back in that game? What happened?
Because we lose control of the map, like we lose the banana, if we speak about Inferno.
All right, we're going to tune back into this game. It's actual rifle round here.
After the pistol.
All right, interesting interview. Youngstar 1 in 16. Yeah, Youngstar did not. Youngstar did not do well in that FaZe game.
And Molodoi won't have his yet.
A little shutdown for the young warrior.
For Slacks to get to flex a little, it's in this round.
Furia is leading 3-0. M80 with 0 on the board.
Furia set their sights on long control.
Let's see if they can do something here.
That's while there's this exchange of util over towards.
Is it a highlight reel meme? Yeah, I saw the Reddit post.
Traded back and forth like that. Does galvanize the belief that long should be a little more free. There was a lot of util spotted over on short. They'll get out, they'll get this control, and have that early staging platform to go for the A hit.
This is a big clear, but Lake's not going to get away with it. Yuri defends the tunnels, and M80 just have to win on this long cross. Rek dodges the flashes pretty well, and appears through the smoke with a kill. This round falls apart now for Furia. They've got away from Fallen.
They're doing
he
something.
Needs results. Orb found, picked up by Fallen. He goes hunting into the site. Lots of damage. Sin survived.
Okay, Sin.
2 on 3
nice
now.
Shot.
They can still bail back to that B bomb site, but they've got to be decisive. Bomb making it through spawn. Yuri getting stalled out here in the middle. But if he can keep attention from this player, he can keep a path for Molodoi to run into B. Faking steps up catwalk right now. M80 don't know where this one's going. Molodoi has a chance to win the round. Even 1 kill from Yuri could go a long way, but now it is all the young Kazakh in a 1v3.
All right, he's armed with the scout. 2 of these players are wounded. This scout hits like an AWP on those 2.
True. Actually,
Yuri dies.
wait,
so
winnable with a scout, no? Well, maybe not.
An immediate tag, but Molodoi out for revenge. First shot lands. He goes back in for a little bit more. Oh my God.
Does he hear him?
Molodoi 1 left to find, and he can't quite get his bearings. It is one hell of a swing and a miss for Molodoi. So close in that 1v3.
Very close.
This guy is quick with it, but snuffed out in the clutch. M80 with the guns in hand, get out with that first rifle round.
Fantastic shots, right? They show the kind of player that this guy is. What a save on that first kill when he gets dinked, but didn't get the info on Sin's position rather, and just gets caught while re-clearing middle. Very nice try for the young player. But M80 are on the board, albeit a costly round. Slacks' AWP is back. Now Molodoi's got that upgrade. Messy spray, somehow Rek wins it. Kinder committed to long. There's an AK there somewhere.
Is that OG taking round 1?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Miss smoke in middle blocks Molodoy's line, but no one in mid to fight anyway.
All right, OG takes round 1 on Dust. I'm assuming Alex was rooting for an A. Well, I ain't fucking rooting for Furia.
I mean, look, if Carrigan were here, he'd be letting
I had
Fury
him
know
3-0.
that was an anti-long pop around. That's why your Kindar just falls. 2 players fighting, 1 barreling through the corner smoke.
OG hasn't played yet.
And even the option of supportive flashes, they ended up not being needed.
You look like a Fallen fan. I was a Fallen fan yesterday until their pain
That's
game.
giving M80 a leg up here. When you go heavy on long, you go a little
You said OG?
more lax over here on mid.
Did I?
And that's given this control up to Furia and allowed them to get up the catwalk.
Sorry.
That's by design.
Who told you to put him 3-0?
They'd love a cat cross.
I did.
Slacks has the orb. Dude,
Dude,
to spawn is
it would have been fine to put him at 3-0. They had a good run. They won their first. They were playing against Pain.
Oh, Swisher actually
It wasn't
makes
a bad
play
pick.
early. Coming through the window, he's cut the bomb away from Furia. Lake just has to hold on as Yuri battles for the control.
What was the better one,
His
Falcons?
teammate is in
Like,
the back line.
what are we talking
And
about?
Yuri will fall. Nothing accomplished here. K-Serato dead in the
All right, round 2 for
spawn.
M80.
M80 with a convincing follow-up
Sorry, I
round. They
didn't
get
realize
out
I said
with 5
OG. Sorry,
players standing.
I meant B8. I don't know why I said OG.
And they deal with that out there.
Might be having a
Mid to
mental
B from Furia.
dilemma here.
Kills are
Disappointing,
nice,
I guess.
but
Yeah,
the
B8,
round winner
B8
is
versus Heroics on the
whoever
right.
offers
They're
or
also
asks
playing
for
Dust
the
2, so it's a
flash
little
there,
confusing.
going over the door,
Both teams taking
flying
the
out
timeout at the
window
same
and
time, or
actually
both games
forcing
timeouts
the
at the same
opening
time.
kill onto Furia on that play. If they let
I
them
had
come
Falcons and
through
FaZe at
the
3-0.
choke point,
I had FaZe at
maybe
one
they
point, and then
just
I got
sweep
one
up on the
guide.
B
I got
bomb
one
side. They
guide
had
for
3
my
players
stage
trying to
2, and then
split,
some guy's like,
but
why would you ever
M80
put FaZe as 3-0? They're going to get
the push
blasted
up from
out by
Furia,
Heroic.
catch them full blind.
They're not playing well. And I was like, okay,
answer
maybe
that
I should
question
put
pretty
3D Max.
quickly, pretty
Maybe not.
decisively.
Maybe I'll put VP.
Nice clean round for M80.
Maybe I'll put Furia because they have a
Barely
better
closing the clutch
bracket.
in the previous.
And they did. And they fucking lost, all right? And I thought, at least my Falcons game will be good. And then they lost. And I thought, okay, well, I'll put Lin Vision going 0-3.
Kinder hero gun.
And then they beat Falcons. Brother, I'm so
Pistols
pissed.
on the rest.
I'm so pissed. Actually, so mad. I'm gonna retilt. M80 here. With the bounce back. Not what Furia wants to see. B8 versus Heroic on the right screen. B8 currently leading. Heroic on their pistol round T side. B8 on CT side.
M80 know there's a lot to work with here for Furia.
With guns. Guardian.
XH.
10 months.
Playing for a late long play.
Thank you very much, Guardian.
Cat control completely open for the taking. And no AWP here to stop it. So this could get very weird. The King's trying to drop it
What was
with the
that?
AK. That's the gun gone. No man's land. Welcomes a body. Lake has that cross.
That was
as
me.
well.
Sorry, I don't know what it was,
Second
though.
AWP. They are going to make it in.
Not sure what it was.
Ooh, that was... Oh, Fallen. Oh, there's Molly. A bit deep. Fallen gets a bomb plant.
I think it was
I
my
wonder if someone blocked that.
my stream deck.
Yeah, it looked
He
weird,
threw it
right?
into a lot of bodies. And I think it ended up making it miss and allow this plant to come through. Whoa, they're going to drop down
wow.
the Sin, fighting for the spawn.
Meat grinder.
Left to Molodoy in this clutch. And so cleaned up by M80, sure, but for Furia, getting out with a bomb plant is a win in and of its own right.
Yeah, they're fine with that, right? They're pretty happy, ultimately. Lake even drops the second AWP for an AK. And probably for the best. Doesn't feel like it's a necessity right now. Oh, yeah,
there's the
accidental
molly.
block. Nice catch. So that felt like it was going to kill Fallen at least. None of this matters, though. The round is swiftly put down by M80 as Furia jump into the spawn. This gun round has to hit for Furia. As M80 streaking some together now.
Molodoy given some room to try and open on the AWP. And his whole team are ready to react if he gets this line. They'll walk up. Util streaming in, but there's the support. Lake might be full blind. He's still keeping his teammate in this. And this attempt at the B hit is coming to an awkward close here for Furia.
Yeah, they're stubborn. They still want these kills. They know they have Swisher trapped left side, but he's just not giving it up. Smokes his position.
You need the kill. Like, at this point, you've expended all your util in the round to try and get them. And so just hanging on out of desperation that eventually one of these will come through, and it won't. They get reblocked in at the tunnels. They've even picked up an extra smoke from one of the dead bodies that led the charge for Furia. So a chance to reblock there for M80. This round stalls out. And it might go nowhere from here on out. You tried your opening hand. You made your opening move.
Okay.
From this point on in
the round for M80. All right, M80's coming back.
To be given a serious gift from M80.
Well, this is where you need the entry power of your Kinder, right? You need him to crack open the A-bomb site.
M80 bouncing back a little bit.
Or you just save.
That's what they needed. That is what they needed.
Uncertain. 20 seconds? They surely can't make
Furia
this
made up of...
And so, M80...
A few...
on the CT side. 4 rounds in a row. And starting to get clean as well.
What are these flags? I can't tell what some of these
Furia
flags
only
are.
managing 1 kill in the last 3 rounds.
Moldov, I think, is from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, M80 feel great right now. Like, they've been able to stop everything that Furia have
Serato,
thrown at them,
Yuri, and
stopping a
Fawn are
change of pace
Brazilian.
round like that,
Where's
when it's fallen up
Yakindar
against you, you know,
from?
calling
He used
for
to play
a
on
quick
Liquid.
V-pop. That's the type of round where, you know, if that comes through for Furia, you're always going to be paranoid about that B hit making another appearance, knowing it could happen at any time. Instead,
he's from Latvia.
You repel it the first time they go for it.
Interesting.
You do so dominantly, so much so that they just felt locked out of the round and had to save with 3 players. Furia likely don't run that back now for a good chunk of time on this
Latvia
T side.
is,
all right.
Of course,
so you've taken the pace out of their play.
right next to Russia, below Estonia, northern part of
I
Europe.
don't know how a kill doesn't come through there.
Interesting mix of players they
Let's
have
get out
here.
with opening. Slacks is off now on a long sight line. Spam coming through, but he doesn't
Nice shot
take
by
his eyes off
Slacks.
the prize. He waits for that Molodoy up.
Fallen has to walk out. Tries to go for entry. He's low on
He's got a
HP.
right
Wow,
to
good
right
nade.
side. The break is great. It catches Yakinda trying to get to the back of the pit, and Slacks
Nice
is
shot
not
by Slacks.
stopping. 3 kills on this AWP
Wow.
before the spam connect, and Swisher could be anywhere. In fact,
Yuri,
he's right behind.
great mental.
Swisher can hear this running around. He knows that Yuri's not ready for this. Low health. And so
Jesus.
1 bullet's all that needed, even if it takes a couple.
A little scary
It's
for
a
a
safe
sec.
round for M80. Furia lagging behind in a big way. That's now 5 rounds in a row.
Scary.
Yo, do my round this round. Boost me. And I just play 4-4.
Well, we know who to blame if this round doesn't pan out.
Do my round
Great
this
open for
round.
Slacks. Finally
Interesting.
going for an opening kill. He's been pretty
So they
safe
have
on the
different
car on the CT side.
strats
He locked down
that are
B1
theirs and
round.
each other. Okay.
So there goes for the cat pick and assists along.
Interesting stuff. So who's getting boosted?
They need some support. He's running away, and they come through
Oh,
the
wow.
smoke. Rex there. You can drop cat in the meantime. They hear this. Can they just bound?
What
into
is going
Short?
on
They're
here?
really trying to force this fight on
Oh my
Short
goodness.
As Yakinda gets
fuck
over
is
the top.
this?
He's
What
out of
happened?
bronze.
Guys, why did we
Yeah,
switch
this
up a
could
little
get
bit?
weird.
Yeah, awkward spot for M80. Kind of a
Why did we
misread
switch
on
up?
just how much pace was behind this round for Furia.
Yeah,
they
they
get
just-
caught
they
trying to
rushed
scale
you.
back up on a short after conceding long. That's
They
a
rushed.
standard move on this CT side of Dust, but it gives away
Wow,
important
double
kills,
dink.
gives up important real estate.
Winnable by Sin.
Slacks is even getting pressured now.
Can Sin get...
ZWP having a fall back, his teammate now dead.
Unwinnable now.
And Slacks is so wounded,
Damn.
so hurting from these earlier battles, trying
Yeah,
to take
Sin,
short
Sin
back,
needed that.
that he can't win this. And
Sin
it's forced
needed to win
save
that.
the AWP. That's a wild time for Furia to break through. This is just pistols and a very pacey
Unfortunate.
round. That's how they get back on the board.
Yeah, Yakinda 3 kills, and his position is so
All right.
important. Just getting
Well,
all that
whoever
space
asked for them
up
to do
short
his
side.
round,
if
I don't think they're gonna do his
it would make
round
the call
anymore.
Just let it happen and rotate CT back up Xbox.
Whoever called
faster.
do
They
my
got the
round?
but a lot of damage and a kill.
I'm not
comes
sure if that
out
was the move.
from Furia off this cat control.
No
Good bit of
timeout.
chaos thrown in by Furia. A little
Surprising no
set play.
timeout. I feel like a timeout would have been good there, maybe.
Catch M80 off guard.
Yakindar had a pretty good long spawn. That's the corner smoke that just got lobbed in, or actually the slightly deeper one. And so that's going to give long control to Furia. As soon as Yakindar sees he has the spawn, he's asking for that smoke. He wants this real estate. Feels like M80 have had a little too much map
Their
control in these
coming
last
out.
few rounds, and with the pacey pistol
Can we get
round
info though,
working,
boys? Looks like they're kind of pushing out Cat
has that
slightly.
inspired Furia and giving them
They hear
some
Molotovs
answers
long.
to this M80 problem. They're in a
They're
very
all
powerful
falling
position
back.
right now. Gonna
Two
start
Cat.
getting players across.
This should be
There's
a good hold
couple
here.
of nades to
This should be a
thin the
really
herd.
good hold here from M80.
Kindar still in this fight.
They are
Damage done
smoked out
downrange
though.
onto the AWP.
Molotov coming out.
Volley.
I'm crossing in as well. Okay, Serato just finding kills through these smokes.
I guess not if they die through smokes. Why are we walking through them? I don't know about this walk.
It's a
Okay.
little awkward here for Furia.
Good
They
trade.
have to fight for short. Yakindar's death there feels silly, but they don't have smokes. They don't have any way of locking off these sight lines.
Molly
and
came
so
a
to
little
get that
too
bomb
late.
Planted, they felt like they needed aggression.
Wow. That was
Only
just
Slacks left, 1v2.
really, really messy there all around. Yeah,
And once more
Slacks is saving.
relegated to a save on this AWP.
That was really, really
Insanely
messy.
chaotic round. Just look at the X's on the minimap. Everyone dying in the same area. And
I'm not sure if we need to push
Furia, thank
push all
goodness They
that.
have Serato, who's a turret in this round, just sits on that ramp and finds 3 kills on players pushing in, players through smokes. A very claustrophobic round for both teams, really, as Furia takes them so long to even get that bomb planted, but once it's in, way too much pressure on M80.
Timeout taken, right? Yeah, that was a bit too much. That was a bit too much. It looks like they were really set up for like a 5-man hold there, and they did stall him enough, but then they kind of got picked through smoke somehow.
Emmy, you don't like how they're losing that grasp that they just had on this game. They need to fix these pacey rounds that Furia have been bringing to them.
For sure.
So let's see what words of wisdom Rory Jackson imparted on the squad.
How are we today, Alex Chan? What's up, McBalls Connoisseur 420?
Right now,
It's good so far. It's been
the blistering speed
some
that Furia
back and
play
forth
with has been
games.
their greatest ally. This time, though, they weren't
Well,
blessed with any
this one
strong
is
spawns to
the
take this
Tyloo
early
versus
long
Lin Vision
control.
one wasn't as much. That one was a little.
So gonna have to look elsewhere.
That one was a little shy for Tyloo, but good game for Lin Vision. Watching Heroic versus B8, Furia versus M80. Both games are close. On Dust too.
M80 with a read here, going triple B very early in the round. They may be onto something. Fury take that mid control. They've also had Cats whenever they really want it. This round is no exception. Slacks on that car cross. Fury making sure he's not on this corner with the Molotov. This is all just a bit of a ruse right now. 40 seconds as M80 continue to block, funneling Furia exactly where they want into this B site. Ooh.
Liquid the spot. They know now the mid's been lost and that Furia are coming in. Swish is going to open. Molodoy and Yuri in the kill feed next. And that car player only able to get out with one. The triple
Fury just
setup
walks on
gets
site.
dismantled. And Furia come out laughing.
It looks like they are figuring out NA's defense
with
here.
3-on-2 post plant, and with how split up M80 are, this might just have to be another save. Slacks in these last few rounds has been feeling the burn of this AWP, often left to the extremities, often left saving.
Looks like they don't have a good
really
response.
got to play in to how these
Or
last few
Furia
rounds
now.
have played out.
Yeah, might see him go for an opening move next round like he tried in the past. It's what got him his previous multi-kill, forcing the kill off Cat. And we see the difference of how claustrophobic that B-bomb site can be. This time there's 3 players there for M80. They only get 2 kills out of the hold versus when Swisher gets flashed through window and goes and forces the kill. They know they can't do that this time. Molodoy's holding the window with the orb. He has cover.
To save it, I think.
And so yet another save for Slacks.
A lot of saves here for M80. A lot of
Pick up this
saves.
CT Slack and
Like there
put
was a
on
few rounds that
one more good round here for M80.
were theirs, but they kind of let it go.
Boost in mid is holding for a push out through these doors. There's Slacks trying to be involved right off the top of this round. Feeling frustrated at how the last 3 have played out. He's hoping the AWP will get to leave an impression. But the short take comes in for Furia, and they use the util to get past this AWP. The few chances that Slacks had come up short.
Explosive round for Furia. What a time to call that.
I mean, that's been their way back into this game after the 5-round streak of M80. It was in the pace that Furia get their best results. Slacks playing through, domed immediately. And so after a 5-round hiatus, Furia look to pick up 4 in a row to win out this first half, and Molodoy will be the one to send us there. That's a convincing turnaround from Furia. It's in the speed that they find their salvation.
Okay, T-side. We'll see how T-side goes. Might be a little rough here for M80. Feel like Furia's
Counter-Strike, like a fine
figured them
wine,
out.
has aged well. As of you.
I feel like Furia's kind of figured out their game plan. Looks like this is also about to be happening.
That's LNZ doubling down on that they're going to play heavy long call, right? Because the flow of this, oh, we played heavy long a lot. They haven't counted us. Now they should. Well, they didn't. Okay, they're going to have to go to that because they're going to expect us to return to what worked before. So sticking to their guns, breaking in, and breaking through to get back on the board. It was going to be 2 consecutive rounds. It's pistol, the conversion. The rest have been looking great for Heroic because remember, in the 3rd round of play, it was an AK, a couple of Tech 9s, and a crazy round victory that is a bit of a robbery. But both teams still have purchases. Both teams still have AWPs going into this gun run, and the long spawns are back on the menu. So right now, this mental warfare, the calling of the bluff, what has that tactical timeout informed Bates' decisions with? Best long spawn for Ascenthio right now, and he's going to be heading towards B. So they won't have the best spawn to contest with long.
Yeah, it's only going to be Alex with that pistol. Wonder if he's going to get a
The
similar
dirty
result this
dirt.
time.
Thank you very much.
Maybe he just respects it.
Appreciate you.
You have to. If you don't have the best spawn and you don't have flash and utility support, you have to give it up. So the response is Kenzies in towards lower, Ascenthio to push upper. They'll get that information. MPL close short calling, hey, nothing really making any sounds over towards
Welcome
middle.
back.
And both
17
teams
months.
just going to be hitting the
Huge.
brakes as that information starts to flow in. Look at the top. Well, it's the bottom for you guys. One of the biggest keys is going to be the amount of utility that the CTs can hold on to. Right, they're throwing out stall smokes towards mid-long. Right, this is understanding of the situation. We know nobody's tunnels. We need to block them towards long. They can't come back through middle and short right now. And then the late nades, the Molotovs, the HGs, and the flashes. You're either going to use that as they start to cross, or you're going to use that as part of your retake. But either way, that U2 is going to be the difference maker as part of this finish. It will just be the Na'Vi. Heroic are not going to backpedal from this. They're going to stick to their guns. They're going to use their space, and now starting to limp the util forward.
Can't molly cross smoke. Heroic going to cross on this late smoke. There is a nade break, but it's misthrown. They can slip across now, and slip they shall. Head trick, missed shot, good pressure from the utility, but double molly short. A boost available, they could put it up, but exposed. A gap on the smoke, misthrown. Tanir finds Alex. The bomb goes down. Heroic set for success here, 4 on 4. Next kill really does change everything. They go looking for it. They swing, and it works out. Tanir's just hitting every shot he takes. This is a map for Tanir, and you're starting to see why. 3 kills in the round, all him.
Yeah, and you see that Yuta, right? They're able to break open the smoke to get a kill on the way in. They molly over towards the ramp as well. But once Heroic get established and Tanir just gets to wind up and start shooting, he delivers a couple of crispy heads right there. That's 3 for him. Another massively impactful round. Go back to that Tech-9 round number 3 of the game. Tanir gets 3 kills on the Tech-9. You fast forward now, we're deep within the half. This is to get you 6 before we go to the break, and he does it again. And I think this is great for Tanir because he's from a locked away region, at least as far as the language is concerned. We do have a couple of anomalies of players who are able to speak a decent level of English to compete in international teams. I don't even know if this would have been a decision that Tanir wanted to make going forward, but getting onto Heroic and now being forced to speak English in an international team.
All right, we're going to go back to the Furia versus Amanda game.
They clear out B as well, and that's the bomb trapped. Can you call for support in time? Can they stop Swisher?
Pistol round.
He'll just about.
M80 already lost 2 players.
Fallen. Does he want to
4
go
versus 3. M80's now on T side. Fury is on CT side. M80's red.
Oh my God.
Wow, what a shot by Yuri. Wow.
He shot the wrong
Furia
guy.
just sweeping them
Mr.
here.
President, late still in this. Ooh,
A knife?
In and just
Nope.
gonna get out with one. Knife was pulled for Case
Yeah, I heard a knife.
and all. He wanted to really drive that one home.
Yeah. Dude, again, like, I really enjoy watching this Furia. It's such a strange conglomerate of players, isn't it? It's such a weird mix. And
It is.
All the role changes, with the language change as well.
Yeah, how does the language work? I guess English, right?
The Furia camp and go
You can watch Xboxes in 5 minutes? No. No, I'm not.
They're making it work so well. And you definitely, not only is your Kinder refreshed.
I do not care about
we saw
Xbox,
that back
unfortunately.
in the starter, right? Like, he was out aiming Donk, out positioning Donk in a lot of rounds, things like that, having some carry games. But just the input of him as a very vocal player, a very decisive player, you see as well in this team. Fallen gets that spot on long, but he's got to watch out. These pistols come running and gunning up the long side. M80's 4s. Oh, they could have got through that, Molly. Could have got round on the left side. Instead, it's Fury getting to block this play, and M80 getting strangled out in the long side.
Slacks up through short, though, still isn't known about yet. And there's the backstab. He's going to get past Sikindar for free.
Okay, It's quick, though, for Fury. It's a quick response. Back up Cat to try and retake together.
It's gonna be hard to take it at this point, though. Doesn't see the guy at car.
Although it just peeled off the angle right as he would have been given a peek, and instead now they've been re-smoked over on short. Alarm bells going on for Furia. They've got to break through over here at long. With that kill not being found, this is a done deal. Furia can't really justify going for this 2v4. They're locked out by the util. And so M80 give Furia a taste of their own medicine with an up-tempo Tech-9 round rushing down. Furia A-hold.
What's so funny about that is that's the inverse round to the one that Furia won, where they go one guy out long, creates a big distraction, then the pack comes streaming out short, and they catch the long players resetting. It's the opposite this time. Everyone out long, causing a lot of focus. And even though it gets blocked, Slacks unstopped, able to shoot the A player in the back of the head, and Furia just completely out of position. So M80 make this game spicy at the start of the second half. Just need to stick the landing. Tuck and roll.
Heroic pulling ahead of
Furia getting ready
B8.
for a bit of an aggressive move over towards the catwalk. They've grouped up strong here.
Looks like we're looking at an 8-4 half.
3 players ready to play off of each other, off of Molodoy's contact.
Shot.
Wait, B8 is trying to go for the defuse here. Never mind.
Important moments in this round. There's that
They get
follow-up
it.
short aggro after Molodoy finds the
5-7.
opener. They've dealt with the entire second part of this split, and now it's just a 3-man long take. Flash through on Keserato. Him and Fallen both get knocked down a peg.
Hilariously, the first flash full blinded, the second did nothing. They went on that first one. That would have just been a slaughter.
Molodoy
needs more than one.
Gotta deliver. Trapped out behind this smoke, vulnerable to the spam, and can't do a thing about that bomb plant. And
5-7.
Fury, though, that's taken the attention off of Molodoy's scout, out on the short side. He's been able to close the gap.
They heard him on
Hoping
cat.
this player in the site gives him a fight, gives him a peek. Connection found. Molodoy on the swing, getting whittled down each time he takes these fights. So just going to try and do it on the dualies. They won't let him.
Okay. M80 coming
It's
back.
well handled for M80 in amongst all the chaos.
Not letting
playing
Fury
from
get
the
too
back
far
foot.
ahead.
They managed to keep that round in order.
Yeah, winning some crazy situations in these last couple of rounds.
M80 making it interesting
That's
versus
just
Furia.
a sickening headshot, but
Team USA.
You feel like Furia should be winning these situations.
Yeah,
That
Furia.
flash on long was
I feel like it's tough.
perfect.
Tough
M80
being a
get
Furia
given a second
enjoyer.
chance, and they do not waste it.
Must
Now
be
Furia on
frustrating.
pistols, this game's going to level up.
The Pain game was frustrating, and now I feel like this Furia versus M80 game is frustrating for Furia fans.
Suddenly, it feels like M80 are now favorites in this map.
So we're gonna wait for PickE's angle here coming out from Furia. Hoping to spot out one of the M80 players, maybe make it a easier round.
Ugh.
But unfortunately, they're gonna get wiped anyway, because the USPs can't really stop this push.
On this T side so far, M80 have been really taking advantage of long space. Trying to condition Furia early to worry about this side of the map.
M80 doing good, honestly, all things considered.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Furia feel kind of compelled to have to fight for long when these guns come out in the next round. But the gap has well and truly closed. This is now a tie game at 8-all.
All right. May takes that round. Now it's a tied game.
Furia's dismay. It was them who picked up the
M80
pistol
tied
in the
with
second half,
Furia.
unable to convert. They now get left in a
8-8.
awkward position where they have to stick the landing on this first rifle round. Swisher on screen. This guy's been finding a hell of a lot of impact for the M80 squad, topping the charts, had a lights-out CT side, and carried that forward into the T half with him.
Well, let's see what happens here, folks.
Farming
Furia needs
these
this
low
round, or they're going to be
rounds for Furia in the last
looking
couple, but this is going to be the true test. All power
at a
from
major
Molodoy.
disadvantage going in the next couple of rounds.
Rifles on the
They have
rest.
to win
He's
this
used to
one.
that, like,
Furia
early conditioning, right?
has to
They've
shut
done all these
down,
long
or
takes
sorry,
to
M80 has
open
to
up
shut down
this
Furia.
T-half. Now they
Yuri!
try and come in with a
With the
fast
mow
beat
down.
and they get dismantled.
Serato.
Yuri and K Serato. The OG
Oh my
Furia
goodness.
duo able to withstand that B play. It goes nowhere quickly for M80.
And the bomb's down on B
Sequence there
side.
from Yuri as well.
Okay, well,
Popped
GG's,
through
I
the
guess.
Smoke out of nowhere. He gets both kills.
I
The
guess we just
cover
give them
is
bomb,
enough,
guys.
And you can't really call the save at this point. You're fighting for survival.
Guys?
Yakinda's here to stop that.
The fuck?
Just heard the drop in.
We walked down, gave him
the
bomb?
Backstab. Oh, Slacks will survive for now,
Okay.
but still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, you feel like you kind of just want to try and inflict some damage here, right? Like roam the extremities, see if you can pick a couple more Furia players off. But this
They're
isn't
not
a
big.
round M80 are attempting.
Yeah.
Okay,
You know, we
guys.
saw Furia have one of these kind
Countries,
of dud rounds.
regions,
You risk it
Furia.
all on the
Furia
B play.
is
If
South
your
America,
first three guys in,
composed
one of them being
of
the bomb, you get chewed up and
three
spat
Brazilians.
out.
Obviously,
There is
Fallen. You
very
guys should
little
remember Fallen. He
follow-through
was
you
kind
can
of
expect
an
to
OG
do
back
from
in the
that
day.
point on in.
With
And, you know,
a
while the
player
money
from
is still in a good
Latvia
spot for
and a
M80.
player from, I believe,
No
Kazakhstan.
loss bonus yet either. The
So
same makes
like
a lot of sense.
like a European hybrid South American team. Kind of an interesting composition for.
Still, it feels good for Furia.
Very, very interesting. B8 looks like they're taking pistol round for
Even though they
the
get
half
the long
switch versus
control,
the
they
Heroic. Heroic was leading.
Played
Not by a
little
long
weaker
shot. I
over
believe it was
towards that B side
7-5.
because of the early conditioning
Well,
from
yeah,
M80.
it's still
they
7-5.
still
Sorry,
are able
this
to
is
stop it, and
the
they stop
first
it
pistol round here.
convincingly,
It looks
getting
like
over 4 players staying
he
alive.
is 5v1
Only
against
losing
Heroic.
Ikindar. It's a money-making
And
round for
They
Furia.
seal it out. Okay.
Slacks with the Fallen and Slack stickers on
What was
his
your
orb.
pick'ems? You could actually exclamation point pick'ems to see my terrible, terrible pick'em decisions and laugh at my misery.
Respecting the godfather of Brazilian CS. M80 keep getting out long. It certainly looks like they want to. They've been winning this position early and late every round, but Furia have got 3 players here. They come through the corner smoke. It certainly looks like it. Break on the corner. Fallen comes through with a rifle. Warping's a young man's game. He doesn't need it. 5 on 3, Furia shut down M80's plan in the opening stage yet again. Back-to-back rounds, M80 have been fighting from behind. Owning the angle against Molotov, and he chooses better than to re-peek on that AWP. Smart decision.
Yeah, I thought I was being smart about my decision-making, by the way. I honestly did. I will blame myself for not picking FaZe up there. That is totally on me. I had FaZe originally. I got convinced that FaZe was not in good shape. I listened to chat. I should not have done that. I also listened to chat from my Complexity 3.0, by the way. So both times I've listened to chat, I've taken fucking major L. So I need to not do that anymore. But the Falcons pick was my own. Lin Vision pick was me, for sure. I fucked up the Lin Vision pick. To be fair, I thought Lin Vision, I was correct in their first game. I only had the bracket for the first game, and I knew they would lose that. They did lose that.
The exact same ending. 2 players looking
but unfortunately, Falcons double fucked me.
Furia this time,
something that no one saw coming, which was that Lin Vision lost game 1, which I predicted, but then Falcons lost to fucking Lin Vision in game 2.
Looking like they will miss the timing on both of these players sat back in the tunnels as they've cleared out top mid instead.
And then I think I had Nemiga to also go 0-3
just sitting around
from my recollection.
And not being able to play into it.
And I was correct. They lost 13-7 versus Pain.
Rifling pack.
I was correct. And then in stage, well, I guess in their second game, they beat MIBR.
Furia thriving. Back-to-back gun rounds, clean as well.
What? So I'm a little cooked, guys. I'm definitely feeling a little cooked.
Excellent
for sure. All things considered, I also have Tyloo in there as like a fun pick. We call those fun picks, you know, just because. So like I can't like Falcons actually double fucked me. Okay, they lost B8, fine, but then they lost to Lin Vision, like actually unironically double fucked me. So like I predicted Lin Vision would have a bad bracket, which they did, but they beat Falcons. What? So yeah, I'm a little fried from yesterday's games. Banana, thank you so much for the 7 months.
Hey Alex, it's been a while. Have been loving the YouTube content.
I mean, all these saves have allowed the guys to keep coming through for M80, but they're approaching sort of the natural limit of that in this round.
Heaven's Blade, when he thinks he does something.
There is no more saving. The only option is to save themselves with a victory here.
Nice knife. On the other screen.
They fall down now. Furia are on that path to victory. Molodoy's AWP goes roaming early, looking for this opening pick. And he just got the spot on Slacks. Jump check on that AWP.
I mean, he lost a very important round earlier, so they're a little behind right now.
Around forever.
Have you watched an Xbox Showcase? No. I got bit into watching Sony Showcase. There was like one game, maybe two games. Summer Game Fest, whatever. There was a Chrono Odyssey trailer. That was cool, but overall, I haven't been super impressed by the last 2 showcases chat had me watching. And I don't have an Xbox. I don't really care that much about Xbox. Maybe they'll show another Halo. I don't know. But I'm not going to watch the Xbox Showcase.
Try and box in this A-bomb site. Molodoy and Fallen. And that's a very annoying smoke to get put down at 40 seconds.
I saw the Switch 2 came out.
Call about whether they want to wait it.
A lot of people camped out for the Switch 2. I don't really know why. I'm not sure.
It's a really good read from Fallen.
I don't think I would camp out
like this. He knows the M80 are approaching the end of their money, the end of these buys.
Nowadays.
So he's held onto his smoke till like the 42nd mark.
Oh, Fallen with a 2 pick, Fallen with a 3. Oh, yeah, it's GG basically.
Like a book.
It's GG for Furia, I guess. GG for Furia.
That's the round. This is just a formality. Sin and Lake trying to live on.
M80 cannot.
Might even be killed after
I don't think
the
they can do
clock.
anything here.
And Simra realizes that's exactly what's happening. There they go. Kill after time from bad to
couldn't do that
worse
yesterday.
to
Fallen
Inner
versus
Hearst.
Pain.
Fallen,
We couldn't do that.
masterclass on
We couldn't do
long.
that versus Pain.
Back-to-back multi-kills. Beautiful triple with the rifle. Molodoy not even needed there. And all of that util so well used after back-to-back rushes from M80. The call comes in. They're going to squeeze this round. They're going to play the clock. And so Furia used that against them. What a sequence from Fallen.
Yeah, it's just such a good read on what his opponent's likely to do in this
You wish to camp out for Black Friday?
Right?
Yeah,
Like,
but Black Friday is worth camping out because you get insane deals that you would never otherwise get. Okay? I'm okay with Black Friday camps because you walk in the store and you get a television that's like $800 for $200. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me seems worth. Camping out for the Switch 2. And then you go home, and then you either get the bundle for whatever, or you buy like the Mario Kart bundle, or you go home and you buy Mario Kart for $80.
Just to a little bit of util down the
What's
stretch.
like what else? There's some remastered games, I guess, like Arms. They bumped up the textures of Arms.
Terrifying beast to go up against.
And like that Toad Dungeon Explorer game.
I just not even been in this.
Hey man, I mean, maybe if you're a Nintendo fan, it's good.
Lost to time.
I just don't really get the Switch 2 hype. I have a Switch, mind you, by the way. I do have a Switch. I play some games
I think
on
is
it
really
sometimes.
reassuring here is, you know, we've had like
I don't see
games
the
to
Switch 2
Furia
as
where
like,
it's
bro, I
been
gotta
the
get my hands on the
EU
Switch 2.
imports doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Yeah, Molodoy and Yakinda have both had
really
good
due to the
impact,
game
both
selections.
had good rounds, but
I felt that way about the PlayStation 5,
that have had
to be
like
fair.
these real heroic
PlayStation
moments whenever
5,
it's been needed of
I
them.
thought
and Fallen
was
in the last
good
2 rounds.
to get, and then I got it, and I played
that
like...
impact is super high. When you look at those 2 multi-kills,
I played
Yuri's been
Demon
a
Souls.
rocket didn't let them in when M80 started their pacey
Remastered?
side. And K-Strata consistent across both halves.
And like my PlayStation 4 games.
Just has felt like in this project.
So that was
in
the
this
initial
Furia
PlayStation
team,
5 launch.
everyone
I
has
mean, now I
picked
play my
it up,
PlayStation
picked
5 a little bit more, but
everyone
yeah,
is
Furia
playing
takes that
better.
round.
The old
I'm gonna
and the
switch to this
new.
heroic game. It seems a little bit more competitive. Well,
And now they sit
actually,
on map
we'll
point
watch this.
here in this
maybe
BO1,
M80 brings
looking
it back.
to shut
It's a
this
buy
down
round. We'll see.
without breaking a
8-8 for B8
sweat.
versus heroic. We'll see what happens here.
M80
M80 has one more round to bring it back.
Side.
If M80 loses, they're eliminated,
banging
correct?
ahead against
Incorrect. If M80 loses, they will be going to the losers bracket tomorrow. This is technically a tie bracket to decide tomorrow's games. This is still best of ones. These are not eliminations yet.
The international avenue.
Yeah, I just didn't think that would come through in Furia.
Molodoy,
crazy play,
going for an aggressive.
What about the 30 turret?
start
Isn't
to
there a
this round.
$10 game that's a demo?
Players all around him though, and Yakinda's not able to get there to help out in time. So
okay,
Molodoy will
trades
get
coming out of mid for
sacrificed
M80.
For this 4v3.
If Yakinda swings earlier, I think Molodoy is going to clear that lower player, and this game's over. So a tight margin keeps M80 in this. Volleyed out a lot.
Yes, that's crazy.
Just trying to survive on this one. 2-on-4. They need this kill. They can't let Fallen.
How far has
Keep getting away with
Nintendo
the long
fallen?
Control. He just gets out like it's nothing. And Rek must give respect.
How's the games been
5 and
going?
14, never got activated. Slacks his all.
They have
Too
been
late to
okay.
perform in a 2-on-3. M80 just
They've been
trying to
okay.
stay in this map.
So far, we're just watching best of ones. We watched Tyloo versus Linvision. We're watching the end of Furia versus M80 now.
Waiting to receive. Rek with just 5 kills in this game has to go above and beyond.
There was also the 3D versus Nemiga game. 3D barely won that one. And Furia takes it. Okay.
Furia in a back and forth pacey game, able to long it out over M80, and they'll take them down cleanly.
Kind of expected that, to be honest. Kind of expected that. I expected that out of Furia yesterday too, but we did not get it. We're switching over to the B8 versus Heroic game. Currently, this tied up.
Drop down CT.
This is the last best of one, and I think we have
head trick
best
there,
of threes
still a
coming
job,
up.
but a drag down in
I'm not
time.
sure if it's winner threes or loser threes, but we're gonna find out. It's either advancement threes or it's loser brackets, which means we're gonna have teams going home.
MP9, that's the weak points of this purchase,
Both?
alongside the limited utility and no
I'm
diffuse
saying
get
at
on
the
the
same
CT
time.
side.
I'm not
so
sure
it's
if
going
it's
to need to be
winners
a
first
massive
for
individual
best of
output or
threes
some
and then losers, or
consistent
if it's the opposite.
trading.
FaZe up next.
It's grouping
Okay,
up
then
for
it's
a
winners
short
first.
progress.
All right, it's winners best
Eyes
of
with the
threes
flash at
first.
the ready.
If FaZe is next.
Need to go now.
Flash is great. Fully blind.
Oh my god.
He's still got one. Kensizor with a white screen and loads his Magnus shot from the orbit on the jump up. That's nice. Team play. NPL hits his shot. LNZ watching from the sidelines as it's up to Tanir. If NPL dares ask questions of this close
second wave
position, some pious. He threw the flash. Now he's positioned forward. Gets active with the flashbang, and what that covers, some bias active, what, no one's looking, and it's just Alex on long side, but the bomb is on short. Immediate discomfort here for Heroic. Youngstar, don't give it away. Don't give it away! Taps the head off, easy from Alex.
Pius back with the AWP in another 1v1.
Nice nade. Really good nade.
And Pius has the smoke, and at 30 seconds, he'd be tempting just to drop it.
I think if you drop it, though, then he can come through the smoke on different angles.
And with an AWP, it's not the weapon.
Exactly. If you had a rifle, I'm all with you, but it's just going to come down to the head-to-head.
Oh, when he tags him.
Wow.
Very uncomfortable for Alex now. He needs to hit that instant headshot. Now he elects Yaoke to find a different weapon. Use that smoke grenade. Famas will have to do 11 bullets. 15 seconds. Alex for that bomb retrieval. It's on the other end. That smoke. Well played by some Pius. That's experience on display. Leverages his advantage. Hits the AWP shot first. Then the block comes in.
Couple of wild moments there,
Very
but
smart play.
I really like the way that Heroic approached that. They threw all the bodies at the problem in middle, and wow, Senthiel down the end there, head in hands, not happy with that. Kensizor gets the first fully flash, so he does very well. Important trade, but LNZ's pinned. It's this right here. Youngster gets the double over towards middle, and yeah, that's ooh, okay, we've all heard that one before.
You said, come on, guys, let's try harder
That was their
in this
chance
next
to take
round.
control of the game. Now they're the ones who are on the receiving end of the broken bye, but both teams still a little bit wobbly. MP9 and Famas again make it double trouble in the Famas department. Tech9, couple of Galils.
God, this feels like a very influential round on the final outcome, Chad.
Tense down the stretch. Heroic had the same situation against Bepum yesterday.
Give me some translation there.
And now being respected a whole lot more.
Yuri had a very good
they
game.
have the upper hand in this situation, are playing less harass heavy. Crisscross lands.
M80 not looking
and
great.
Down
Well,
in silently. Flash through, xCloud down.
Nothing.
Gets him again.
Nothing.
I think a lot of people had M80 going 0-3, to be fair.
Trying to bait from the door. It works. Little bit for one. Bit of damage on another. Youngstar can't get two. Awkward now. The B site has been lost. You had a distinct advantage, and now it's just LNZ and an AWP. Not even sure if they want to go for this.
I think you should be saving.
Oh, that's bleak.
You've just got this back and forth nature down the stretch. Both teams have 1,900 lost into the next, so LNZ's close, seeing if anybody oversteps the mark. Had the kit, sure.
I feel like since Youngstar and Tanir both got one, if xCloud's mid push had even brought a little bit of brute, it'd have been a whole lot more comfortable. But yeah, a tough round for xCloud.
That is both, well, not both, that is 2 rounds in a row where Kensizor has killed xCloud, partially flashed.
That's true, yeah. It was just short and short as well.
The opening kills feel like they're definitely stacked up heavier on one side of the server as well than the other. xCloud is 1-5. You've got 3-0 for Alex. You've got 4-3 for Kensizor. You've got 3-2 for Headtrick, 2-1 for Senthiel. MPO is the only one not to get an opening kill at the moment on this bait side of the server. Oh, okay. What's happening there? LNZ looking pretty helpless. Turning back to the coach. Both teams expending all the tactical timeouts. There's nothing left in the back pocket unless we make it to overtime.
One thing I'll say about Saw is whenever you do get the rare opportunity to hear some of his tone and timeouts, he's not afraid to kind of, you know, in a very quiet and very composed tone, he will just tell you when you're wrong. He'll tell you when he wants to change something. He's not afraid to make adjustments. And this was a nasty way for it to start. Fully blind, by the way.
Interesting.
They're going all in, Alex. They've force bought behind the M4 and the AWP, and I imagine that's because
I will say, like, I don't know how much value it adds, but like, I wonder if coaches have like a view of what casters see instead of just their players, if they could come up with better decision making.
Looks like it's going to good damage.
But like maybe that's like too much info. I don't know.
Again!
Again, xCloud an opening death. Linus put on notice.
Like kind of how
with his
football,
tail
you know,
between
football
his
you
legs.
can see what the enemy, you know, offense or enemy defense does. Like I
X-Fight's given
wonder
up
if
the opening
coaches
death in
have
3
that view or
consecutive rounds,
not.
and
'Cause
really,
I feel like if you can
he's
see
been
what the
sent
enemy
in to
keeps
find it, because
running,
this time he was just
you
defending
can like
long.
make calls during timeouts for yo.
They gravitate towards middle again. Youngster
Like,
and
do this
Tania staying
instead.
active for space,
You
but they
know?
need to get a free kill back. And MPL doing these round-the-world rotations once more.
2-push mid, they get the info, but Youngstar gets the kill. NPL pivot.
He wants the fight.
Side, he wants to fight them on the transition back. Youngstar's done well while on the back foot.
Youngstar
Gets
popping
the
off a little
headshot
bit.
onto their captain. Essential asking questions of B. Some Pius to receive. Jumps up, but a headshot hit. Essential's giving them a way in. Good util to block B.
Swinging.
Youngstar has to respect it. Extinguish overstays in the flame. 50 HP and extinguish, which implies he's gotten to back sight. Essential not playing scared. He knows the teammates are coming.
Yeah, you can see that question mark smoke. Essential asking and answering with the spam through. Redeploy on door. Deep molly in window. Bomb will go down. 3v3. Kit in play.
Some Pius' orb is down. You're going to give it a go. Low HP on Linus. Essential anti-flash. The crossfire seems so hard to break. This is not the bomb site you want to be retaking. Here comes Linus, tracked in, comfortable bait, take the lead, Essential, some proactivity on B. And some Pius' orb, trapped on that B bomb site, 11 to
Nice
9,
shot.
bait now within touching distance.
And it is just going to have to do the partial, and then you're playing for overtime on the heroic side of the server. And you feel for Youngster there. He's had 2 very impactful rounds. Previously had 2 kills over towards middle as they were all
They don't have
crunched
their own
around
view
doors.
for
This
it,
was
but
part of
not
that
being
aggression. He gets
in the
those 2
server
kills
makes it
back and
easier for
actually
them to see those
tips the rounds that felt in the favor. But
Yeah,
once the
it's just like they have to look at all their player POVs.
there's very limited
and it's
ways
not
in.
enough I don't know, it's just kind of weird.
Look at that grip, you see
Like,
that? Woof.
It would definitely add value
well,
to
here
like,
it is,
them
the
being
eco.
a coach,
4
just
players
seeing what the
stacking
other
long.
team is doing.
Linus has a flash. How good is it?
Kind of how we're watching, right? Or just seeing like the mini map. You know what I mean?
Not good enough, says Alex.
And
Tucked
being
in
like,
blue
okay,
pin, 1 for
like,
1.
hey, listen.
Yeah, nothing as well. He pushed mid.
This
He could've
guy's on
gone
the
little
board
bit
a
more
lot.
Spicy had he done something there.
Well, if Kenzo just holds the
you know,
rotation
this
like
guy
that,
is
then
like
they're able to
killing
just
you
waltz in
guys.
towards
He's
B.
playing mid.
So very
Like, we
well
gotta start
handled. A
working
great
A and
reaction
B,
yet
okay?
again is just sweeping
do,
this one
do like
under
a
the
mid
rug.
default like
Youngster
A push. You're
has
not
that
winning
AK.
against the guy mid. You know,
makes no secret of his
that
presence,
might
and
be
he'll
like
just be
too
wrapped
much
upon
info.
short,
You know,
long.
it's just kind of it's like a
CT
weird.
spawn,
It's
there's
like a
nowhere
weird
to run, there's nowhere to
pseudo-position where you're
hide.
like,
12
hey guys,
secure.
we're
Bait kicked
dying a
things
lot.
off with a upset victory
Let's
over
not
Falcons,
die as
13
much.
to 8. Got dumpstered by Virtus Pro, 13 to 3 on Inferno,
why does
and
Elise
look
look
to
so
snatch
sad?
another upset
What's going on
victory
here?
away against Heroic right now. 3 opportunities.
Ever since, you know, how he came back, and we've been practicing with him. I think we've had some really, really good days. Of course, we've had some hard days too, but I mean, that's natural, right? Yeah, and I think that we've had just, like, our good days have been so good that if we just show up and we show, you know, what we can do, that's how it looks yesterday. And I think that even if we have any tough days throughout this tournament, we know what it feels like when we're playing yesterday. And I think that we're just going to keep on trying to ride that wave.
Okay. Sounds like a very smart approach to have there. Now, obviously, you know Simple, right? You played with him before, but from where you're sitting, watching, and like, you know, you're getting a much better
Match
look
point
than
for
us.
B8.
Is he back?
I think Sasha's playing pretty similar to how I remember back in the day. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I think if I was to say he's back, I think he is back. Like, I think that he's playing super well. I think that the extra time that we had in between Dallas and now has definitely shown, and we've seen some crazy stuff, especially in the pracs and here as well, right? So yeah, I think that he's playing really well.
Old Simple back.
Sadzin, yesterday we saw you pop off individually to help your team go 2-0, and it was better than what.
Let's watch the end of this.
It's nade onto Xbox. Not quite. You can see the plan. It's a very clear pinch. 3 short with the bomb. Alex and MPL late long. Linus will be tested at the same time. Some Pius
Match
just
point
as
for
M4 no
B8.
flash on that palm tree.
Util advantage lies on one side of the server. They can set up the full execute right now.
It's not bad, is it? 90 damage inflicted from a HE. Some Pius goes looking around that smoke wall. Turning flashes, back turned on him, and he does manage to find another. Now the long play is tested. Linus collapses, as does some Pius. It's NPL who meets his fate. Hexfloud, an important pick to secure a must-win round. It's only head trick, and he's getting closed in on from every front. The fate of the smoke is back. His turn. Engineer will tap his head off.
Heroic stays in it. Wow.
More of that
Heroic
required.
refusing to go out.
That was a 2v5 that went 1v3 pretty damn quickly. They missed another shot. 2v2, very winnable with the time available. Now the purchases will come in, and there's going to be no money for the final round of play for Bait. So it feels like it's going to be do or die in this round right here, right now. If you can't win this, you only have 1,900 to get it done in regulation. It's going to be a lighter buy. So Headtrick, the AWP is out. Can he do any damage on the cross? Answer, no. First shot taken. 3 players towards upper tunnel. Alex outside long again, and Headtrick's going to patrol mid and short. AWP advantage still lies on the Bait side of the server. This one's gone the distance. XCloud making up for a couple of those shortcomings with the opening deaths.
I like the team huddle for FaZe
there with the spam through the smoke. He's going to cheat over to Hedge for the mid to B.
They're looking good. FaZe boys are looking good.
They boosted LNZ at long, so it's a strong spot for him to guarantee one if it is late, but they're trying the rinse and repeat. Or is
Odds
it this
are
time going to
against
be
Legacy.
smoke and mirrors?
Legacy needs to prove if they're here as a fluke or if they're here to win.
Block the crisscross
All
for now.
eyes are on them.
Up short, they trickle.
They've had a hell of a
XCloud
run out of
doesn't
stage
believe
1.
It's the mid to B.
And stage
Hedges
2.
back towards Sampaias on A. MPL and Ascenthio out mid doors. Do they walk through the CT smoke and try something crazy?
XCloud has abandoned him.
They are.
Try. Oh, he's aware of the possibility. Masked bit by the smoke. He's exposed. Ascenthio finds him. They're running past the Spaniard, though, and he might have to do it all. Only the one. Kens is all brought low. Will have the AWP to recover and work with on that low HP. It's Bait's round. Only Youngstar and Linus can flip the script. Coming in from long side. Everything riding on the Swede getting some output here because Youngstar's a dead man walking. LNZ 1v3 or it is GG. 10 bullets, 2 targets, 1 Gandalf. NPL noted and heard. Knows he's up close and personal, playing wicked games with him in the smoke. It could be. Oh! NPL hits it!
Well, there goes Heroic. All right, let's switch to this game.
Heroic down a peg. First fell on FaZe, now they fall to Bait.
Complicate matters.
Legacy already looking
Carrigan
strong
and
for the
Frozen
pistol
left
round.
Up in this 2 versus 4. Waiting for the smokes to fade. Carrigan shot in the back of the head. It's a clean turnaround in that pistol. And Dumau's already up on his feet.
Wow.
See, I was wondering if he's going to do this.
So
and
this guy,
obviously he's been doing it
this
every
game, guys,
so
okay?
Why stop now?
This game,
But this is the kind
very
of
important
This is the
game.
kind
I mean,
of
we're
player,
cheering for our
and this is the
boys
kind of
on
team that if
FaZe.
you talk smack,
We're cheering
you're
for
gonna,
Team
You're
US.
going to get it back. You're going to get it back. But you're also going to fire
For
up
sure,
your
but
opponent.
you got to
Every
recognize
time
that
I've seen
Legacy.
Simple get flamed,
Legacy, a
played
team out
better
of South
across the
America,
years. So, I don't
not
think you're
supposed
gonna,
to be
this
here.
isn't a team that's going to crumble
They're
because you're
supposed to
shouting at
be
them, Dumau. I'm glad you're hyped.
Well, not
That's
so
great.
disqualified. They were supposed to be kicked out
But
first
right
of all,
now,
stage 1.
I think it could hurt them
They,
more than
they were the lowest ranked team. Big underdogs. They're
Let's see,
only
though, 'cause
even here in
Legacy
the
have
majors
already
because they
done
took
the
the spot of a
impossible, you'd
team that
think.
couldn't make it because of visa issues. They were
So
invited
who
to
am I
be
to
here to
count them
participate in a tournament that they
from a
didn't
game
qualify
against a new
for.
squad?
Legacy didn't qualify for the majors, and they are here taking a round off of FaZe.
Yeah, I think the Yellen's working.
We're about to see them take 2 rounds off of FaZe. A team that is picked to go 3-0.
Flawless anti-force buy round from Legacy. 5 alive.
Legacy is proving
really clean
themselves.
as well, just all the spacing.
They want to be
Every
here.
bit of util was perfect.
Gonna make a lot of FaZe fans mad if they win
Onto
this map.
Frozen, full smoke
I
cross,
believe this is
molly on
best of
bench,
3s though that
nowhere
we're
to get
looking
out.
at. This is best of 3s advancements. So this isn't best of 1. So we will see at least 2 games minimum here
Gonna see this guy a lot today.
for a best of 3
Especially if they
advancements.
keep
So
winning.
whichever team wins
FaZe,
this map,
couple of pistols.
or I guess 2 maps, will advance to stage 3. Whichever team loses will play tomorrow. Or I guess like a losers bracket, like a pseudo losers bracket. And I think there's gonna be best of 3s there as well for advancements. But anyways, big maps for both teams. Legacy a lot to prove. FaZe wants to coast into stage 3 uncontested. But Legacy is not making that easy for them.
FaZe in a great spot here in this eco round. These are just pistols, no armor in behind it.
Good chase.
Good chase on Elige down at lower. Still the Frozen Deeg hungers for more out on short.
FaZe on an eco round though.
Sneaks past him
Somehow makes it a 3 versus 3 with Deagles. Simple
So
with the Deeg.
Frozen, keeping his wits about him.
Is this
here.
old Simple? Are we seeing an old Simple here? Well, previous Simple. shooting out that vent. Was trying to connect with Dumao to the headshot. Dumao, though, with the Galil.
Thank you very much.
Looking a little strong. How many games have I missed?
Simple
A
breaks the
few.
vent
I think
for
you've
it.
missed 4 games. 4 games. But you're in best
They
of
do
threes
start
now.
to get past Frozen.
These are big. You gotta admire Legacy for getting here. But you can still cheer for our FaZe boys. You know?
Still.
We can still
Simple
cheer
now
for
aware that they're
Elish.
coming his way and set
We
up
can
back
cheer
in the
for
spawn
Simple.
on the Deagle. Simple in the right place.
Dumao
Frozen's
getting
been
that
overran.
cat
But in
kill.
comes Carrigan.
Simple. What can he do? They heard.
Captain links
They
up
heard
with Simple
Kerrigan.
back at the spawn.
Kerrigan
Plotting
baiting
for
with the Galil.
Legacy,
Kerrigan
and
walking out.
just
2. Can he get 2?
running
3.
down the plotter.
Kerrigan. Oh.
In the clutch, and Dumao denies it.
Kerrigan in a dream.
4 kills for Dumao. Okay, he's got a
Okay,
reason to shout.
Dumao is here. Simple did Simple say shut the fuck up? That was funny.
Can we run that one back?
Yeah,
from
run it back.
Simple, please?
Yeah, what did you say?
I didn't quite catch that. That's a 3-on-5 for Legacy. Simple's not happy.
Ooh,
TFU from Simple.
He said shut the fuck up.
Dumao shouts him down from the other side of the room.
Yeah, Simple's not happy right now in this situation, okay? To be fair, it was very close. A lot closer than it should have been for Legacy here. Losing almost 1v1 on a FaZe eco.
Shut the fuck up!
He said it the same, like it's a pre-canned voice line.
Oh,
Simple
God.
on the soundboard.
He's had enough. For 3 rounds in, Dumao already looking.
8-0, bro. Like, the yell is working.
All right, Simple's here to
let's
game,
have a gun
man.
round.
Let's see now, right? The guns are out. Simple might have told him to quieten down, but let's see if he's able to force him to do that. They've lost Frozen right off the top of the round. It's the Satin AWP that delivers the opener to Legacy.
Oh my goodness. All right. We got ourselves a game here, boys. We got ourselves a good game here. Exciting
The only
game.
man at this B
I'm excited for this one.
Stop the play.
Ooh
The
wee.
apartments on this fade. Dumao on the right.
Simple is
Ooh-wee.
walking in through lower as well, but there's 2 players holding on to this. Simple's now been spotted, but he goes for
Simple
the
gets the
fight
kill.
and continues pushing up.
Sadson follows it
And
up.
the
They know they're in
Carrigan playing right
apartments.
into this
Try to pay
B-hole,
attention.
And Legacy are onto a 4th.
Oh my, just like that.
Dumao
This
walks
is
on
starting
site.
to look very
They have
good for
full
Legacy
control.
right now.
Looks like a save round coming out here for FaZe.
These rounds super decisive. Short and eco that gets a very
gonna be too hard to
close, but one that
contest.
Dumao still puts down, and he again gets that crucial kill onto Carrigan to open the runway into B. Dumao and Lato, 2 players who have always been on the edge of success, who have never quite entered that next stage, that next level.
This is
Always
crazy. This is
players
crazy. That this Legacy's
who
run
we
is
knew had
actually crazy.
potential.
You know, I think a lot of people definitely are rooting for them to do
I'll
well.
admit, I doubted them
I
every
think a
step
lot
of
of
the way
people are
here
going to
in
be
this
pissed though
tournament,
because of this. Unfortunately, they're in this position right now where people definitely picked Falcons to
but
advance.
deepest run
That was horrible.
at a major.
And now people are like, okay, at least my
on the line
FaZe
for these
pick'ems will be
guys.
secured. And if Legacy wins, people are not going to be happy with Legacy, okay? I know there's a lot of South Americans that are cheering for Legacy to advance, to continue. But a lot of people in the CS community are going to be a little mad at them if they win a best of 3 versus FaZe. We'll just put it that way.
Look, all I'm saying is, FaZe is certainly noticing and paying attention, paying mind to the
Yeah, I don't think they're worried.
celebration on the other
I
side.
don't think they're worried yet, you know. This is the final boss, man.
And that's the thing with it, you know, it can be a double-edged sword. You can yell at your opponent and you can fire them up. But sometimes just dropping the focus back off the game by even a tiny margin can make all the difference.
Yeah, you don't want your players to be frustrated, you know, force plays they wouldn't usually do. And
like, just think about how much Simple tried to stake the entire round on that play. That's him wanting to stick the middle finger up right back.
that's a good point.
And it forces him into a hold and ultimately gives the round over.
All right then, another buy round for FaZe, saved guns. Legacy spread thin. 1 man out middle.
People are so mad in mainstream chat.
It's a nice angle for Satin.
Yeah, like I said, people are not going to be happy if their pick'ems are going to be like
trying to stop any
up
play
for loss
that FaZe
here.
might make.
On the right screen, we have Payne versus VP. VP has a decent run. Good showing so far. Payne just barely knocked out Furia yesterday to get here, which kind of made me a little mad.
Only using it when they must. Con smoke.
That's okay. That's what CS is all about.
Through that and get into jungle. There's almost a wall there for Legacy.
Simple.
Making through it into connector.
Maybe making himself known. Sadzin gets a pick onto Rain in CT. Elige and connector. Mid control here by Legacy. Elige walking out. Elige, you're getting way too crazy, Elige. Gets traded Simple with a follow-up. Good follow-up by Simple.
To keep this one even, but they've lost the A-site in all
on
this
site
downtime.
already. Smoking out connector. They want to go for the plants.
For a moment with Sadzin. Unable to find Frozen over on Cat, who just plays it safe.
Doing a dirty smoke clear grenade. Kerrigan in CT. He knows there's one palace. He knows Bomb is planted default. Or connector.
But he's been tapped out straight away.
Wow.
It's just Simple left
Sadzin and Lux
Legacy
get their shots.
on this T side and
unbelievable.
No signs of slowing down.
Simple has to save here.
Unreal. That freeze as well gave time for FaZe
crazy.
to get set up in spawn. They don't go for the plant with the con smoke down. They're trying to fight
Crazy
Frozen.
take by Legacy. Just walking on site. Sadzin's a little on point, right? But Dumao is obviously a threat right now on the server. Sadzin hitting his shots, not making it easy.
On both fronts.
Rain going down 0 and 4. Not what you want to see either, though. You definitely want to see Rain turn it up a little bit. Rain's got to get his head in the server. What's going on?
It's their map pick and their comfort.
The thing with Legacy, I think that they're going to have to remember here, though, is again they're playing against a champion team. I think there's a level of nerves here that they're not going to be ready for. Right now, they're riding a good high. They're feeling themselves. There's adrenaline. All kinds of emotions are pumping through Legacy. But FaZe has been here before. The second Legacy starts their tilt, I don't know if they have enough experience to come back from it. So we'll see. That's the one thing that FaZe has going for themselves.
North American major.
Lux taking mid control. This is an eco round from FaZe. Simple does have an M4. We'll see if that's enough.
Pushed out a connector. puts him down very low.
Kerrigan with the MP9. Dumao very hot right now. Dumao is a threat for FaZe. They're walking up Cat. They did stack 3 on B.
FaZe are 3 strong on the B site on this half buy.
Kerrigan setting up for a van hold. Setting up for a van hold here. But they're going back to a default mid. Not really trying to go B yet. Lux is lurking apartments.
Despite this stack.
Looks like they might be calling it off. We do have Neeson lurking in Palace. Rain is ready to intercept. And they still have mid control, but if smoke comes down, mauling window, making their presence known on Cat. Can Elige catch it out? He sees him on Cat. They have enough info that B is possible as a hit, unless they walk up connector with bomb. Kerrigan misses his shots. Not what you want to see. Kerrigan going down.
This is not where the round is ending. The bomb is going up con.
So we do have a con push here.
Perfect reposition.
Elige unfortunately fell back. They're going for B. They made the wrong call. It's just Rain versus World. Terrible spot to be in. And they executed B just right. Simple. Taking out Dumao.
Lato plugs in the numbers, and so
But they gotta save.
saving the stack
Yeah,
dodge.
gotta save again.
The thing is that's crazy about this game so far is you can't deny that Legacy are playing a really good game of CS, right? I wouldn't even just say FaZe coming in cold, even though a couple players have.
I think FaZe a little cold for sure.
Do anything.
Definitely a little
Legacy
cold.
are playing very tight spacing, trading kills out nicely. They're
playing clean. They're playing clean for sure. Dumao being hot right now is making it hard for them. Though to contest that too, but they're reading the correct calls here as well.
A lot to like about this Legacy
best of 3.
T-side.
Yes, this is best of 3.
6-0 right now. Did FaZe underestimate their opponent today?
Possible. I think they definitely underestimated them a little bit, and I think they just maybe are a little cold starting out. So we'll see. We'll see if they warm up. It's best of, yeah, sorry, I already said. This is game 1. This is map 1. We'll see.
Female on screen, very different vibe.
Not that map picks should really matter too much here.
You see the laser focus, it only gives way to that elation as they continue to rack up.
But this was Legacy's pick for Mirage.
It's flawless T-side rounds.
FaZe picked Dust 2 for game 2. If you compare CS to Dota, in CS, one overperforming player can kind of tip the scale.
It feels like no one's really
that's why I hate MOBAs. It's because it's not comparable.
Left scrambling for that
if by overperforming though you mean like by like a player that's doing well, that's like one thing, because a player can 1v5. I don't know. It's not comparable to me because it's just like once you're behind, you can't 1v5 in fucking Dota. Like if you have dog shit items, you're not gonna kill the entire team, right? If you're negative in the game, you're done. Like you're not gonna ace. In CS, even if you're negative, if there's a gun in your hand and you hit your shots, you can 1v5 no matter what the conditions of the game are. That's, I think, the difference. Simple with a starting pick, though. Good open for them. They're walking on site. Rain, gotta hit those shots, brother. Elige on a CT, swinging out. Sadzin, though, also feeling himself. Elige shouldn't peek. But the bomb might sell him. Oh, Sadzin misses a shot. Elige does get the trade. Lux follows up. Simple dodging the shot. Oh, Simple.
Spammed to death. Carrigan has to fly solo and he can't find a thing. Legacy are earning these round wins. And there's no more fighting talk from FaZe Clan. They're getting bullied here on Mirage.
Absolutely.
They're definitely getting bullied. Kerrigan's not hitting his shots. Rain's not hitting his shots. And boys, where's our util, brother? I mean, we got the CT smoke, and that's where we got the pick, but afterwards, everything just kind of fell apart. We got to break up the site a little bit, right? Like, we can't just be peeking into these guys when they're on a hot streak.
Banged out through the box.
Like, Sadzin spamming you through CT box. Like, what's the counter to that? Just to keep taking the fights? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's the move. I don't think we just keep peeking into them. They're very like feeling themselves right now. I don't think we just keep trading with them. I think we got to play a little bit smarter. These guys are riding out the momentum of their life. You know, let's slow the momentum down. How do we do it?
Who could have seen this one coming?
Nobody, and I'm sure everyone's pissed.
Is there any saving it? Simple's AWP is back.
I'm not pissed. I mean,
full buy, lacking the kits.
This is a good game. This. I mean, FaZe needs to be contested a little bit, right?
0 kills.
Not making it easy.
Boost last round.
It would be funny if
not gonna feel sharp.
If FaZe was my pick'ems, I'd be pissed for sure. But because they're not, this would be a funny loss.
Allows FaZe to play a stack on this A site.
Because
scared at the nades.
Because everyone that made fun of Falcons losing yesterday that picked FaZe is going to be seething on Reddit. It'll be their turn.
I find a lot of their util just like lobbing it into mid at the start of the round to try and slow the roll of Legacy. That's left them with not a lot to work with here, right? Minute left on the clock.
We got some
nades.
nades.
The only blocking util you have is one Molotov on Elige.
Yeah, not a lot.
And so you feel a bit at the mercy of Legacy's call here. Oh dear. Missed smoke. Supposed to help them go across and actually get this play over towards
Kerrigan with the pick.
Instead, that's
Lux with a headshot. Follow-up trade. Elige gets a pick out of Palace. Big Palace kill. Huge Palace kill.
On the board. They're in an advantageous spot.
They're gonna try to brute force the A. They want to brute force the A take.
Over on ramp.
It's 1-2 setup. They won't be ready.
They might be able to do it, honestly. Because Elige is still stuck in jungle.
And these footsteps are heard, so
okay, Rain.
Also moving over.
Rain swinging hard.
Even takes one of the grave.
Okay, there's a save.
And that's going to repel this A play. FaZe Clan. It takes them 8
Take their money, guys.
But they finally break through.
Okay, good. They have a big bankroll right now. So here's where it gets important for Legacy. They did lose that round. They have money.
All right, there's something.
The money isn't the issue. But again, just keep in mind, FaZe is a team that has mental fortitude. All of these players have been in playoffs. They have been in positions where it was very, very difficult for them to come back, and they have done it before. Legacy has not been tested to that degree yet. They're going to have to prove themselves here in this matchup against a very experienced team, regardless of what their points are. The game's not over till it is over. So far, they've had some pretty good rounds.
Simple seems to have that read already. He's running his rotation.
Kerrigan just falls back. He spots him, though. He can call it.
Legacy has strung out a little bit. Only one man in the bomb
Simple
site,
missing the
but he
shot
gets
there
the
was not
entry.
good.
Simple needs something here from the
Elige
window,
missing the
and Lux has
middle
even
is
cleared
bad
that
too,
middle.
and it's
One by
it's
one,
done
FaZe
for them.
fall in this round across
FaZe definitely
every
fell.
part of the map.
Kerrigan falling asleep a little bit on B site,
Nowhere is safe.
and Rain
Simple can't
not doing a
survive
whole
the
lot either
smoke
is not
spam,
helping FaZe
and
right
Lux
now.
is even yelling during the round. He knows that's a tilting death.
Yeah, very, very bad death. Elige not winning his pick. Rain getting caught out, and Kerrigan not getting a single kill.
Everyone survives.
Was not good for them. And Sadzin just hunting Simple down. Guys, we're playing a little sloppy right now. What's going on? We're playing a little sloppy right now, FaZe. Definitely feeling sloppy.
I mean, the yelling's still happening, but even for Legacy, I think they've gotten so used to it now. It's not, the heart's not in it as much. It's just a formality at this point. They are racking up rounds. They can't set a foot wrong.
Tactical gifting a sub to Rebecca. Thank you so much, Tactical. And welcome, Rebecca.
Just on rails.
Hope you're doing well.
Making it look easy. 12-3 for Lux, 12-4 for Dumao. And look at Dumao go. He's crept out. They have no idea. Rain, important kill. This round would have come unraveled if that entry it comes in for Legacy, but they will still move up Connector, and FaZe don't know just yet how close these players are. Lux has snuck through.
Elige gets a pick with the MP9. They know that they have MP9 sitting at Connector. Oh, Neeson with the pick. Oh, Neeson with the double. Lato falling down. Frozen with the follow-up. Frozen. You need Frozen to do something here. Frozen keeps him alive, but barely keeps him alive. Sadzin the op. This could be dangerous. Simple. How are we feeling, brother?
This guy,
we got a molly. We got a smoke.
Very much a player to keep
they want to play for cross. I think they want to play for a trade.
More and more of the team coming alive.
Simple wants to bait.
But a lot's being asked of Sadzin here. 45 seconds to work with as he goes on this lengthy...
Best play they could do here is let Simple fully bait the kill and let Frozen follow up, but not immediately. Simple should just die, and then Frozen gets the easy trade. No, Frozen spotted. Frozen jiggling too hard. Jiggling way too hard. Oh my goodness.
Simple versus Sadzin. FaZe Clan and a second round.
Nice.
That had to come
so
through
Simple. So it was a reverse bait. It was still fine. It still worked.
Sadzin out of it, gets that AWP upgrade. Simple provides for FaZe Clan. Momentary reprieve from this beating that Legacy have been dealing the
Simple does it.
Absolutely needed that. That was
Simple saves it. Frozen opened it up though. Frozen kept them in it. Simple ends it.
Simple saves the day for FaZe, because without it, this map feels like it's over.
Just teabagging them. All right.
Know.
Okay. Good shit, Simple.
Nice try for Sadzin.
You got to do that to them. You got to break their mental, brother. You know how mentals work better than anybody. You have to break their mental if you want to win this game.
Been pretty safe on this B bomb side. Not been forcing too much since he's had the AWP.
AC Dash, good to see you too. I appreciate that. Welcome back, 95 months. Good to see you again.
Instead.
All right, here we go. Simple. Can you get this pick?
Patient play again for
into
Legacy.
chair. Somebody should swing it here shortly. They start their executes the same way every time. Lato is holding cat. You should walk into your crosshair here. Do you hit it? Lato's waiting, I think, for the Molotov window. He's playing smart. Not going to... Oh, man, the timing, though, huh? Okay, they're going to walk down middle instead. And we already have somebody pushing underpass or cat? Looks like underpass. Okay, not cat. Lige holding the cross, making some callouts. They're nading. Cat. He thinks someone might be out cat already. Okay, Elige with a crazy swing.
So a good reaction to find Lux.
Kerrigan, gotta stop them here. Kerrigan playing the BM angle.
He's got Simple nearby.
Solo Q BM angle. They are not expecting it.
The Legacy B hit, but it's looking far better.
Simple trying to kill the guy in apartments. He misses twice.
And as Sadzin looks to play out,
Sadzin will not miss.
Getting reinforced. More and more players moving in for FaZe. To pad it out. Simple
wow, he does. Wasn't expecting that.
Coming alive after winning that 1v1.
Neeson hitting his headshots.
Out by Nissim, sure,
all right.
There's layers to this defense. Carrigan sounding a little more chipper as finally some CT
Kerrigan
rounds
complimenting
are coming through. Something
Simple.
tangible for FaZe in this first half.
Maybe a slow start, but it is by no means one game yet for Legacy with 4 rounds and a pistol. Suddenly you're even before you know it. Simple starting to get a couple of impactful kills on this B-bomb site.
Pain takes round 1 off of VP for their pistol on Dust 2.
Positive here for FaZe.
VP lost pistol round. Alright, we get another cheeky middle execute. They like holding mid control. Elige doesn't let it happen though. Oh, I love the way Elige plays. Elige plays exactly the way I like to play. Rain, okay, Rain, finally, we're doing something.
From Elige, you might be low on health, you wouldn't know. FaZe looking for 4
Simple.
on the half.
Simple. Okay, well, we still get it. 4-8, okay.
They'll scrape by with 3 rounds in a row to close out this first half. Will that be enough?
Uggs swarmed up a little bit, you know, the Uggs came in. What's going on, everybody? What the hell?
Down this building.
These Legacy guys, they were on a hot streak. They're feeling themselves. Legacy came in hot. Okay,
What's up,
Legacy
everybody?
came in very, very hot.
I'm going to be running around.
FaZe is now starting to warm up. The Unks are dusting off,
we're going to go ahead and
dusting off their hands a little bit, you know, working out some back kinks. They're ready to fucking take the game to Legacy. Now, this is an important pistol round, though, because, again, pistol rounds can go any way. Pistol rounds can go any way. If FaZe loses this pistol round, it can be a very, very hard game for them to come back from, and they're going to be playing on T side. T side FaZe, we'll see what their executes look like. I'm sure they have a lot of experience in Mirage. I'm sure they know how to play Mirage. We'll see if Legacy has enough experience to be able to outmaneuver FaZe's shot calling. But again, it's going to come down to that pistol round. It's going to come down to their strategy and their executions. Rain just doubled his kills in 1 round. Yeah, Rain need to wake up a little bit. I think with CT, you got to keep in mind though too, CT, your kills kind of depend on how people like take sites. If I'm a B player and every round T's go A, I'm not going to get as many kills as somebody who plays A every round, right? So Rain, I believe, played A most of the time, and to be fair, they did go A most of the time. And Rain just did not really do a good hold out there, so that's not really a good excuse. Because Kerrigan mostly played B, Leige was playing window, Frozen I think was just kind of like a swap option, and Simple I think played both sides. I think he played mostly B. With Off, he played like Cat and then back to B with Kerrigan. So
let's be real. We all know
Rain obviously did not perform all that well, considering how many times they went for the A takes, and that's why they were so successful in going 8 versus 4. So Rain definitely needs to turn up a little bit. Hopefully we'll see that on T side. Big Simple will join FaZe full time. Not gonna be funny. Not hard to double a tiny number.
I move on in here to the gym. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these.
Put this on
again
for you guys.
Not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk.
I'm gonna put this on for you guys. You can watch some VP versus Pain. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we'll swap back to the FaZe game. We'll watch this while there's a break right now. There's a 1 minute left in the break.
Blinded off, and the Amadeus frag goes unresponded to. This shot from the AWP as well. Okay, ground has been taken. Flamis is a late piece from mid. And come along on his own volition. Nice little angle found by Snow, just on that Z-axis. 4-on-4 retake that's debatable, especially considering how many bodies you lost in the past. I want to cling on to them. Snow trapped in CT. Flamis is going to keep the pressure on.
I think Flamis has done enough with that fight onto DGT, right? He knows he can't cross the doors, both of them taking a little bit of damage there. NQZ will sound off the AWP again. Electronic actually wants to take this away, and this will be a massive scalp. So Electronic and Fame are going to try and deal with this, and Icy coming over to pin. He's going to have the combat AWP here, and there you go. That'll be removed. The AWP will be picked up. Icy will get that into the next, and very well handled. Even though they got blocked, they were ready behind that, and they still continue with the execute.
Yeah, that was really impressive. I mean, you could see it from DGT's perspective. If they respect that smoke, he's perfect. He's laughing. And therefore, a molly and a flash, well, in unison. And the job is done.
It's cheeky from Snow to get that kill onto Flit. And the energy, it's clearly been a conversation for them coming into the start of this tournament. I say start both Pain and Virtus Pro teams who are able to get high enough in the VRS rankings to give themselves a berth straight through to stage 2, not having to worry about the MRQs, which was online to qualify for stage 1. The buy's already tattered right now for Pain. All the casualties they took against the Deagle upgrades with that A finish a little bit earlier, but right now, they're going to be quite aggressive. DGT's already up mid. Davideus can push through long. NQZ's not too far behind. So you know that it's likely a very B-heavy maneuver right now. Electronic feels like he's going to get caught. Wow, very well done.
He even kind of gave DGT a heads up on the pre-aim. Snow.
It's double.
Gets it. Bomb delivered to his front door. Now he's getting support. Flick gets put on notice. Spam, though, reveals him, and Icy catches him from the Tracer. 3 on 2 on that B site. Now just 1.
Flick has to live.
And he hasn't managed that.
Electronic a country mile away, so sure he gets the opening kill, but they still had the right read of the situation. The spur in towards B completely negated by Snow's position, and right now it might...
They started so strong. Doom was lights out.
All right, back to the FaZe versus Legacy game.
Like round 7 or 8 of the game.
Good pistol for FaZe right now. They got the space over the top. Simple.
Okay, Simple.
Lux, jumps on
Simple,
his
not
head
letting them
and
breathe there.
departs like it's nothing.
Jumping on their heads. Oh no. Legacy.
Aggression out towards this CT area.
All right,
Sadzin
with the pick on a leash. Can they go? Oh my goodness, no, Neeson missing very important shots. All right, and now FaZe is feeling a little hot, and this is what I was worried about, guys. This is what I was worried about for Legacy, okay? Like I said, Legacy's not been in these positions before, okay? At least in this tournament from what we've seen. We've seen them underperform and we've seen them overperform, but we have not seen them bounce back. And that bounce back is going to be very important for them here, especially against FaZe. FaZe is mental, okay? It's been tested for years, okay? All of these players, their mentals have been tested before. They've been in these positions before with, I will say, unfortunately, much better teams. Legacy, though, has not been tested this hard, so we'll see what they can do here. They're now playing against a more confident FaZe, especially now that they're taking pistol round off of him. Lux trying to make it work, gets a leash, who was lurking.
4v4, but with 2 players spotted up a B, FaZe may as well speed up the pace.
Lotto's the only one on A side with just a 5-7 and a dream. Hopes and goals. Prayers and wishes. 5-7, and he just goes down immediately. Not even a contest. Not even a squeak out of him. Dumao, who's been on fire, as well as Lux, are alive still, though. Let's see what they do. Looks like a save angle here from these guys, unless they want to go for like a 3-man retake in the A main, but likely should just save. Get those pistol money, send those pistols, build up your economy. No sense in dying here with head armor and armor. Sadzin's already very low. It just would be an impossible retake. So good call to save. They're gonna hang out in apartments. Maybe make some lunch. Talk about their next strategy.
Terrorists win.
I mean, you know, with these NA teams having struggled to have made it out of stage 1, no one surviving, and then coming here in the stage 2, MAE now being down in that 1-2 position as well. You know, we're getting a bit stuck for NA representation. I think that only means that for someone like Elige, you want to fight even harder. Because sure, you know, Liquid already waiting.
FaZe is an NA team, guys. Pass it along. FaZe is NA.
But for a major taking place in Austin, Texas, it feels like you want Americans to get behind.
Yeah,
and Elige could very quickly end up being the only one up for the task.
Not just an NA fan favorite, but FaZe are, you know...
oh my god, hang on a second. This is getting out of control. These pistols show up for Legacy.
Wow.
1 kill in mid, then they force the fights out towards stairs, and now
Lotto with those desperate 5-7 kills.
From this initial onslaught of the pistols, this force buy looking to work out for the Legacy squad.
Okay,
Rain
Rain.
and Frozen, they thought this was the gap closing. They thought they were well and truly back in this game. And Legacy have just ruined it. A flawless round.
That was meant to be the freebie. That was, you know, saved guns from the Force Spy. FaZe are meant to walk right over that. And Lato, who's done nothing this game, just shows up with his first multi-kill.
Happens.
And shuts it down on round.
It happens. FaZe unfortunately letting that round go. Not something they needed.
Had to catch their breath is now gone. They're back off to
Not
the
something they needed there.
With a pretty poor buy. Where you need an individual or individuals to save you because you have no util in this round. That's the one thing FaZe have been lacking. Players stepping up. Rain, Karrigan, Frozen, all very quiet in this map.
True.
Gotta look to Simple. Gotta look to Elite.
Okay, Rain gets a pick on Dumao. Lux gets a kill through the smoke, following up on Rain.
Legacy using a lot of util in middle, so much so that they have nothing left. One smoke to block in this round. Boost is very cheeky in a round like this. Might go uncleared entirely. As Legacy abandoned middle. FaZe walk right into the trap.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh, Karrigan
hear him jumping.
runs
it's
out.
a nice easy chase for Karrigan, but he's not ready for Nissim, who plays trigger discipline here. Plays to deny that plant, only going to get out with one.
Okay.
Killed the wrong player there.
Yeah.
Good answer back.
And the rest of Legacy still on the extremities here. They're not going to give this one a go. So there's the
good
reply
response
from
back from
Clan.
FaZe.
This back and forth start to the second half continues.
Yeah, in that position, Nissim has to kill a rifle and then hope you can also get the planter coming off of the bomb.
Yeah.
Sure, he gets a guaranteed kill, but it's also a near guaranteed trade from FaZe.
Yeah, he would have had to have done a lot there, but it was kind of difficult.
He's jumping, he spots him, he jumps again. One too many times, just kind of falling into autopilot there, it looked like. That's what gives away the kill for FaZe. So a bit of an ugly B-hold, despite good positions. FaZe, a relieving round win.
It's not a team you want to make even the tiniest of mistakes against.
No.
I mean, that was just their opportunity. After winning the Force Spy, FaZe give it right back.
Simple having a good time, man. Simple's laughing about it. That's the dangerous part, dude. FaZe is still laughing, man.
He has been a very
Legacy quieting down.
in stage one was
Legacy, I think, are now feeling the pressure.
Success there,
Feeling the bit pressure.
This is his first major appearance.
Lato gets on the board, but I know he's feeling it. I know he's feeling that, hey, I'm letting my team down. I'm 5-8. I did one round as a 5-7, but that's it. So now it's going to be pressure on Lux and Dumao to put on a clinic here, which they're now finding difficulty. Making mistakes, over-rotating too quickly, showing their head a bit too much like Lux did in the previous round.
For that A attack.
Lux giving FaZe that round by just jumping in one spot over and over again. Like, these players are going to punish you for doing dumb shit. Pardon my French. But it's true. You cannot be making mistakes against a team that's, again, played in championships, brother.
That's info for FaZe.
Hit the orb fire off in CT.
With winners. Go again to pick on a Karrigan. Big pick.
Taking heads off on this split.
Big pick and now camping in ladder room.
Just decides to
Adds in with a CT hold.
Focus forward. Just misses this timing on Lato.
Wow.
They both missed it on each other. They don't even know, but that smoke fades.
Oh, Rain gets a trade on Lato. Oh.
Low on health now, though. Put in a box.
Rain kind of put in a weird spot there.
Deal with him. And this orb hasn't even played its hand yet.
Frozen.
Doesn't know where to look.
Could not do it.
Lock in double digits. They clamped down on that.
Another back and forth here
back and forth
for both
continues.
teams.
Oh, if you're FaZe, you just have to write that off as unlucky there. That's a very, very weird round with both
that was kind of awkward.
Timings in con. This smoke that Dumao
Very awkward
plays
for everybody.
Able to take the advantage, and the whole time Satson just sat behind triple. FaZe can't flush him out. Really well played from him, not to overplay his position. And Legacy move in for the killing blow right now. 10 rounds to 7. They put FaZe on pistols.
Okay. FaZe has to eco here. Not a good eco. Excuse me. Okay, Lux trying to get aggressive with it, but not worth it, really. You just got dinked. I gotta run away. Dumal, though, says, what if I do it?
Not scared.
What if I do it now?
He is now.
Okay, maybe I don't do it,
players
guys. Maybe I just show my head and then run away as well, guys. Let's just chill out.
Posturing for
While we play a little default. Wait for this Rain walk up. Oh, Dumal, not a much better position. Rain doesn't hit these. Elige finishes up, though, with Frozen. Prince Dream grabbing a gun. We now have an AK on Kerrigan. Can you do something with it? Lato sitting inside of window. Oh. A little unlucky there. Trying to... He does head peek him here. He's going to smoke off ramp, thinking that they might do an A pinch. But right now, FaZe is just trying to get kills.
Nowhere for FaZe. Back
They just want kills here. There's nothing crazy. Kerrigan might save this AK. Now, there is a B rotate option here if Lato doesn't pull off of window. They're now smoking connector. A site's going to have to be taken, or there's nothing. Lato's smart. He is rotating to B. He doesn't know what they're going to do. Lux is low on health, though. This is winnable if they can kill the guy at bench and he doesn't pop off.
Nade on Frozen could even flush Lux
Did
out.
Lux fuck up by his mid peek?
Sure.
Oh, they're walking on site. Dangerous.
They know you're here.
They know Lato is. Okay, Lux peeks out anyway.
Nothing done, though. That rotate
and then Lato and Frozen
Legacy
kill Kerrigan.
bails them out. Lato there in time, and Legacy up onto
Unfortunate
11,
Frozen team.
Approaching
but
map point here on their map pick.
Kind of a weird round there for FaZe, as far as ecos go. Almost got on the site. If they cleared the guy at bench, it was doable.
You know, it's a BO3, right? They've still got to earn it across the series, but this is just the rounds for Legacy been winning it. Very impressive, and against again a team that has stomped the 2 maps they've played already at this major. So FaZe running into some serious resistance, and if they have any hope in making this comeback happen, it's here and now, or it's never. And on to the next map.
Big round here for FaZe.
Hits his shot.
Okay. Following up by Elige. Sadzin. Not making noise on ladder, which is good. Ready for the walk up. Goes down. Elige walking on smoke. Sadzin trades onto Elige. Needs some trades onto Frozen. And it is match point for Legacy.
Sadzin with one hell of a hold in an awkward position the entire time.
Wow. FaZe got to be feeling it now.
And he makes it feel comfortable, makes
Timeout
it feel
taken.
like home. Dude. That's Legacy up on a map point. They've got 5 chances to close out Mirage.
Look at the style on this play. He goes up the ladder, takes a shot, drops back down on the smoke break, gets a second, Frozen falls in, and he finds the third. Sadzin, what a sequence.
Big round for Legacy on that one.
Big
round for Legacy.
A major that Legacy were never supposed to be at.
True.
And they are not wasting this opportunity. 5 map points against FaZe in this progression BO3.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy for them to be in this position.
Again, no plant, no money. We're already thinking about Dust 2.
Yeah, FaZe in a very awkward spot here, for sure. They gotta make something something crazy happen for themselves if they want to stay in this game. Right now, all they can do is pray for a pick and hope that Legacy gets aggressive, which they can. They're on match point. They don't have to, though, but they can. Elige trying to be scary. Lato gets the first pick. Sadzin with the second. Lux with a double follow-up. It's 1 versus 5. Kerrigan versus World. And Legacy should get the first match point here. First map from Legacy. Unless Kerrigan.
And they're all looking to charge him, all looking to fight together.
Unlucky.
In the way it started with cheers of elation from Legacy. They steamroll FaZe Clan to open this one up. They are now within touching distance of going 3-0.
The dream run continues as Legacy take control on Mirage and do one over the FaZe Clan, who were expected to be favorites in this in a big way. Loud and proud, same energy, same style, same delivery, and Legacy don't look like the team we saw on day one of stage 1.
Yes.
Nearly said 3.
Yes, indeed.
It gets confusing. Yes.
Oh my God, there's so many numbers, man. Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta give it to him. Now we're seeing some consistency as well out of it. While Dumal and Lado, we mentioned a number of times this 4 year period where we've been waiting for them to.
Wow. All right, we're going to tune in this VP versus Pain game. Pain's ahead.
Death for him in back-to-back rounds, and now they're coming. NQZ's AWP gets that first connection, but they commit anyway, and he hits a quick scope into the second. Straight onto Flammers. Double barrel. Perfect start. Bomb lost to B. Some of these rounds are also cut and dry. It feels like it's over in the first 15. Just like that.
Okay, well, Flit and Icy.
You made a decision.
Rain and Kerrigan sleeping the whole game. But Rain, brother, what are we doing?
Oh, wait, the bomb.
Rain, my guy. Yeah. I know you're a dad. Maybe you didn't get enough sleep last night, but you got to wake the fuck
right
up.
Now,
Gotta
if
wake
you need
up
to go
next
to the
map.
bathroom or the fridge, do it. And I'll yell when the round's but if there's any action, I'll get loud because right now, you're all good. You can go. You have a 50-second save on your hands. Right, quickly run to get yourself a drink.
A 12-minute break here
This
from
is the time to do it.
Well, yeah, but what a 15-minute break here for map number 2 for FaZe versus Legacy.
FaZe is an exciting matchup.
And it's going to be FaZe's pick.
First map, no spoilers for you VOD reviewers. I'm no one's doing that.
Map number 1 was Legacy.
If you're not watching it now,
you're an idiot.
What are you doing if you're not watching it now?
Both teams,
you don't want to watch
played the
Simple?
maps a lot. VP has to win this from my pick.
You should be here, but you should be in both places.
VP has to lose this from my...
Bars.
Just need to drop a beat on that. That sounds
Put
like
that
a
in one of
freestyle.
Boomich's raps.
What is that? This guy's beatboxing on the commentary disc. Okay. Ooh.
No idea.
Right.
It's okay. Neither do I. I think I was going for Billie Eilish, bad guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, now that you said it, I see it. Yeah.
I thought that's. I thought that
6
was
to 3,
Usher.
3-round gap. You should all come back from the bathroom in the fridge now.
Come back, guys. Come back, please.
All good with the drops. Are they finally going to have a give? Well, no, they can't really. Icy has a long swan to go for a pick, but he doesn't have any follow through. So,
I actually don't mind it when they don't like say a whole lot of yapping at the start of rounds, because it lets me talk a little bit. You know,
blinded and flashed. Flashed and incendiary. Wards him off.
But yeah, I'm sure at this point,
Blinded and flashed.
you've seen the same start for every round. Gets a little like
somewhere.
dead airy, like what you talk about.
NQZ, can you do it again,
I think
Chief?
you can contextualize to people every round what
Being
like
good.
the economy is and stuff like that, or what kind of game they're watching right now. But I'm sure they've already done that plenty of times already. Oh, wow, barely misses
away
that.
from that shot there. Mantles up, Flit, no fear, no care in the world.
Big user get back across. Well, he can now that he drops that smoke. So NQZ's AWP. Oh, NQZ's AWP is in trouble, Alex. He has no idea it's this close. Flit knows that. He can scout with his fight.
Lovely. Gets that jump scare onto the AWPer.
Punished.
Snow's getting run at by Flit. Oh, still alive. Swings out now. Down to Flit. What do you do? Fame's got your rotation cut off. Davideus' position noted. Another one of those good old-fashioned 4-letter words.
Yeah, makes sense. They've already got 6, so if they can get 7 by half or even 8 is still on the table, you're going to be happy with that as Pain. So I can understand the conservative approach, but immediately they're chasing. Like, look at this. They've sprung into action immediately. Fame's here. It's Davideus is the loose piece over towards T-Spawn. DGT is completely surrounded. Fame, Electronic, and Flit about to bear down his position. And now, if they can find Davideus, that's great.
Yeah, fighting tooth and nail to take this away. This is reminiscent of the VP of old.
It's only 1,400 loss into the next, so the reason that they're this stubborn is they know that they can break open the bank and really cause some issues down the stretch, potentially to tie things up 6-6. Davideus, hide and seek.
Get out of my way.
Where's the Chilean? Oh, he's dead. Flammers finishes him off.
So that indicates a potential 6-6 here. Pain calling a timeout just to try and stem the bleed a little.
Yeah, and actually they're in a strong spot just to take the eco in this round and then have a very strong buy into the next. It's just DGT who's going to be lacking the cash a little bit. So with the 1,900 cash injection, it'll be all good. Davideus may even be able to facilitate an AWP over to NQZ, or he might even be able to just buy his own, depending on what happens in this round. and it has been quite a fixture as far as round success, or at least openings is concerned. That was NQZ's first opening death there. Electronic and Flit have been doing a great job for VP in that department, 3 apiece. And yeah, as touched upon, NQZ was just not ready for that quickness on the scaling from Flit. Really well done. And now Flamus finds his voice. One of the players to watch after the Shanghai Major. Got the what was considered a promotion up to VP from Gamer Legion, but I would say this season's results might leave different questions in your mouth, because Gamer Legion were the ones towards the tail end finding themselves in a couple of LAN playoffs at arena events.
Yeah, well, he's at the major, so
true.
What he can get done here. Out long, UGT's got nothing more than a USP. They do get a nice little double ding. 2 kills is more than they were worth.
Yikes. Davideus is already back towards mid doors.
Yeah, it's a race against the time though. Flip tracks it first nicely. Those scavenge rifles are coming for you. NQZ low HP.
2v2.
PickE hits the shot. They're crossing into B now.
May as well give it a go.
May as well. Still heavily favoring the armored planted.
Oh, walking in?
Yeah, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. Just catching a crazy timing and the AWP missing a shot. Yeah, has actually got the timing. He's got the timing. The barrel on the big box. Planting some. Oh, damage! Not enough! So much damage. NQZ on the low HP is kind of giving PickE something to work with.
Quiet game for PickE so far.
Yeah, this would be monumental. An eco victory at this stage in the game would be everything. Knows where Icy was. Trying to pip the gap. Ultimate fame does hit the first. Icy's there! Saves VP from red faces. An economical. Comes down to a 1 versus 1.
That was very close.
Touch and go. They really pressured them in that round, so no easy conversions given over to VP, but they'd love to grab 6 before we head into this halftime break on map number 1 of a best-of-3 progression series. We've got Mirage up next. Ancient is the third and deciding. Mirage has been a bit of a pressure point.
Close game over here. Pain versus VP on Dust 2. They're going to go into map number 2.
Dangerous thing about it is this phase, the more games they get in all of these stages, the stronger they will become. Sure. Eventually, when you get towards the end, they'll have more reps on more maps. They'll explore deeper into the map pool when they have to get into different series against different opposition, and they're just going to keep getting better. So not super worried overall for FaZe.
Yeah, as long as FaZe progress, they're in a good position. Yes. Whether that's with reps because they get days off after winning today, or even just playing more live BO3 so then they can iron out the mistakes actively.
Kerrigan's experienced enough to recognize that fact as well, right? He's not going to let the boys go off the rails too much with a loss like this. So, I mean, he's very much going to pull them back in.
Yeah, and pulling him back in, right, I want to look at Demao and see if he's going to keep this energy when we go into these next games as well, right? Because you already touched on him and just saying, like, the fact he's able to do this, keep the shouting going, he's had this same energy in every single game. Do you think there's a point where they try to mute him or he could be muted? Or do you think if he's having a good game no matter what, he's going to be doing more of this?
What's great about him is that he's being so aggressive and in the faces of the FaZe players, but then he still can always rely on what he used to do in other games, other teams where he became that late round player. So he's actually become such a complete player
all-rounded,
that it's very difficult to try to shut him out, because even if he maybe misses a couple entries here or there, he'll just slow the game down for himself. So yeah, Demao, he'll always play at the pace that he thinks is necessary to get the victory, and it's been surprisingly effective throughout this tournament.
I hope he keeps it up too. I mean,
Buzz
have no
Beal with 12 months, 1 year.
FaZe,
welcome
right?
back.
Like,
thank you for your prime
the
sub.
whole, like, MJ thing, like
welcome back.
Match, like we took that personally. Like now we have the motivation. So if I'm FaZe, if I'm thinking of what they're talking about right now, I bet it's nothing to do with tactics and strategy. I bet it's talking about the fact that they just got screamed at by a team that they think is far below their level, and now they got to come back and tell these bots how it's supposed to go.
Tell
these
bots. Quotes
tell these bots how it's at.
Don't miss off the keyword, or simple will come for you.
It's
Poppy Papa
Simple.
Not historically a good map for Legacy, right? And at least for FaZe, some of their players' very favorite map that they love to style on.
I mean, they just defeated Heroic and sort of embarrassed Heroic, actually. Yeah. So FaZe is incredibly comfortable on this map. They're a lot more active. Feel like they can simplify the playbook too on their own T side. Like they don't need to really.
Don't even need a playbook, really.
Too much of anything, yeah. But I just
individuals.
Yeah, their CT side is where I just feel like, whereas before we saw so much passivity there on Mirage, because it's kind of scary to jump out in middle by yourself. Simple kind of can do that. If he wants to
I didn't
swing
go
off Cat,
anywhere.
let him
What
do
are
it.
you
If he wants to
welcoming
swing
back
and go for a
for,
mid fight,
Unk?
let him do it. That was what was so cool about the
I
Heroic
welcome back
victory is
all
that
the resubs.
they just took so many fights into lower and middle that it just made Heroic's game plan fall apart at the seams.
Yeah, I think this is where we see FaZe bounce back in this series and take this too. I have a hard time thinking that Legacy is going to be able to stop what we saw yesterday if that gets up and running. But the question
FaZe on Dust 2 versus Legacy.
Fire to the equation.
Are they going to keep the momentum going, or is FaZe warmed up enough to shut them down?
And stays in their face. A lot of cool things he can do on Dust 2 as well, but it's going to be shutting down some of the individual plays and some of the aggression that comes out first.
Do you expect to see some more from Rain? I know you mentioned him not having such a great Mirage.
I mean, he has to, right? I mean, he's so comfortable on the map. I mean, when you get the AK in his hands, he's one of the few guys that, remember when the Krieg meta was happening, he's like, nah, just going to AK down mid on Dust 2, doesn't even matter. And he's still just nailing people to the wall. So, yeah, he's going to bring things back. He's never really one that's going to stay in a
Joints warmed up, it's over,
well, let's
agreed.
Hope that slump doesn't continue as the next map is around the corner. We're moving to Dust 2. It is FaZe's pick. Let's see what can happen when they go up against Legacy once again.
It should be exciting, man. Jesus Christ, the mic. Should be exciting. Anti-inflammatory kicked in. No more arthritis. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Hopefully rubbed some icy hot on the back of their neck. Ready to go. Okay, about 2 minutes here. After this, I might get myself some. So, what team is playing after this? Looks like we already did all of our best of ones today, right? Yeah, Tyler was this morning. The last best of one was BA versus Heroic. So now we have winners best of threes, which we're watching right now. FaZe versus Legacy and Pain versus VP. And then we're going to have losers best of threes, meaning that any team that loses in the losers best of threes will be going home from stage 2. So we'll have OG versus Falcons. I got to see that because what the fuck? And then we're going to have MIBR, who, by the way, lost to Nemigo, who was my 0-3. So whatever, versus Bet Boom. I don't know who wins that. Bet Boom is like kind of all over the place. I feel like they're on par with like a lower ranked US team just based off of their showing with Wildcard. And MIBR looks like they're kind of asleep at the wheel a little bit. They lost to Legacy, then they lost to Nemiga. They should win against Bet Boom. I will say that much. I do see MIBR winning against Bet Boom. I would be surprised. But the OG versus Falcons game, you know, okay. Guess we'll tune into that and see what happens. I think a lot of people are going to be cheering for OG to win, unironically. Looks like VP is taking pistol round on their Dust 2 start half. My cat is ready to go above my head. How you doing? You excited for the games? Yeah. Obviously very, very excited to see what happens here in this one.
FaZe versus Legacy rages on. Right now, Legacy sitting a map up. They just handled FaZe convincingly on their pick and Mirage to open. Now we go to Dust 2. This is FaZe's pick in the series, the one that they opened up this stage 2 on and looked lights out on this map versus Heroic. But looking a little rough around the edges are FaZe. Their feathers ruffled by Dumao and co on the other side. Do we think they can recover here on Dust 2?
Yeah, the setting is different, isn't it, right? We had all that smack talk coming into the heroic game. We had a reason for FaZe to fight, and not to say they don't today, looking to go 3-0 into that next stage of the major, but that was a bit of a disappointing start for FaZe, a bit of a slow run, and Legacy
what do we got
absolutely
here?
took advantage
Legacy's
of it.
been doing good in
Questions
best
for
of
Legacy,
ones.
who now have all the pressure
Like, can they do
on
a
their
best of
shoulders. Can
3
they
against
keep up
FaZe?
this
The
form?
veterans,
Can they close the
the
series,
champions,
or will it take all 3?
the Unks.
I certainly hope we get more
The
of
Unks
the
picked to
FaZe
win it
we saw
all
yesterday,
in the
'cause
stage
that was
2.
A very exciting
Print
couple of
stream.
games to watch.
Love that gun, dude. Hate the charm. Love the gun, hate the charm. That one's even worse, actually. Never mind, I take it back.
Late out the long side.
The fuck is that? Like a booger.
High flash to do
like
it.
a booger hanging
Now
off.
Pushed off the angle.
All right, Legacy on CT side, FaZe on T side to start.
Let's be, you'll notice, and look at Legacy fall for this. 4 players. All eyes on long, just missing towards that B bomb site.
Some
Legacy
pot
are
shots.
biting down on this right now. Even
And
Nissim's
it connects.
watching mid on timing.
Nissim watching
He hears the
window.
smoke come down into B. He needs kills.
There's another there yet.
Yeah, realizing now
He gives up
exactly
B
what
site.
the call was in this pistol.
And now they should get a free plant.
Everyone over. They know currently there's players
wow, what a
arriving
shot.
late to this B hold, and so Nissim
Kerrigan
able to withstand this
takes out
initial
Lux.
fight.
Kerrigan waking up.
Will take it one step further.
Kerrigan warmed
That's
up.
A huge triple kill from
Kerrigan
him out in the tunnels. Kerrigan is on for the ace right now.
Kerrigan's
the
awake.
captain doing everything for FaZe Clan.
Simple baby,
Just Lato
simple
left to
baby.
be Simple.
Oh no, Kerrigan versus World. Oh no.
The 1v1. Kerrigan needs an ace clutch. Low HP for Lato. Oh, Kerrigan
Time?
dead. Tapped out.
Time.
It's real close,
All right.
but it looks like he's done enough.
Kerrigan.
4
All right.
kills from FaZe's captain.
Kerrigan. Oh man, the
And
ambulance is here.
returns,
The
but
ambulance
not
is
for
here.
FaZe.
Uh-oh, Legacy.
Aim punch the whole way. He's just spamming bodies. And look at this
Damn.
triple in the tunnels. They just line
Yo,
up.
getting 4-piece by Uncle's gotta hurt.
Beautifully played.
Getting 4-piece by the
Kerrigan.
Uncle's gotta hurt a little bit.
And you make a good point. You talk about how the rest of FaZe are late to the party
Almost
there
5-piece.
after the long take. Those kills even more important as a result. A must-win pistol. won
Timeout
by
taken
FaZe.
immediately. Immediately by Legacy.
With their backs against the wall, only way to fight is forward. It's Legacy taking stock after that very close round.
Sorry, I
and
disturbed
Lato's
my
even
cat
bought an
with the
M4.
ambulance a little bit. She's not as hyped as I am, I guess.
Legacy don't look to let
How's the
sleeping
RAM doing?
dogs
It's
lie.
doing great today, Razor. It's doing great, brother. I put it in yesterday. It's been flawless.
They're off to the pound.
No hiccuping. Looks like everything's good. I haven't tested CS or any real games outside the ones I normally play off of
You're now
stream.
able to slip under
So I don't have a
Simple
good
at
way
the
to test it,
start.
but...
Made it into lower.
Oh no, unboxing / hot
Nissim's
swap
even
on stream?
crunched
No,
down in
no,
the
no.
upper
Nothing
tunnels,
like
but
that.
Range just playing the extremities here. And he's heard them look for this
Yeah,
real
Range should
estate.
have
He
heard them
two
on
players
upper.
Pushing in.
Range should
Knows
know
that right now
that
they
they're
think
kind of
it's
creeping.
clear.
Yeah, not getting out of that one. Still a
Rosen
lead
with the
close.
pick on Sadzin.
Could be
Slux
pinpoint.
playing close.
One, but
Not
no
enough
more.
though. Alish gets that kill. Let's see, Lato, one of my favorite spots here by Carr.
FaZe caught off guard. They weren't
Very
expecting
difficult
that. Finds a
to
dig,
read
but
that one because of the way it's set up.
kills, lots of damage
You only
done.
see
Maybe
somebody's
the
head
MP9
whenever they peek
could
it.
answer the call.
Tamu swinging out
Initially
wide.
started, Frozen with full
Getting
health,
that kill,
able to
though.
hold
Print
down
stream.
the long side, and Legacy are just going to push together, but
He's done a
so prepared.
What is Legacy
Damage,
doing?
yeah,
Oh
this
man, the
slowdown
wall!
for FaZe, the thing that will
You
seal
can't
the
stop the
deal.
wall. There's a free
They
M4
wait
on the
for
ground.
the aggression to come to them. Knowing
Good,
that
good,
2 dinks
good
from that
decision
M4 is
making.
just so enticing.
Good
They like to
decision
get
making
given
here
those
from
fights, and that's
FaZe.
exactly the play
To slow play
that
it.
Legacy go for.
Yeah, that wasn't just FaZe like talking while they chill and waiting for the in-game leader to make a plan. That was them setting up for the reaggress. They knew it was coming. It's a good realization off of the damage. Ooh, Simple hit for 80. by Deagle in middle.
Ooh, Kerrigan feeling hot. Rain finally turning up. Elijah the trade. Rain with a follow-up. 1v5 on
close.
Legacy's eco attempt, we'll call it. Attempt at
Somewhat
eco.
relieving.
What are we looking at here? What the fuck were we looking at? A flash? I guess counter flash? It's very weird to look behind you instead. A little weird. Okay. So now we're going to get a buy out of Legacy. Legacy may be able to do something here.
Battle for Legacy.
A RAM hot swap
Mirage
stream would have been generational.
Map.
Well, my GPU stream wasn't very generational, so
one that FaZe have struggled on,
disagree.
But Dust 2 has been one of the go-tos for FaZe since they landed in Austin.
No one said, yo, the GPU hot swap stream was generational. I think everyone just clowned on me. Oh, Simple barely misses that.
Task yet.
There's one more crossing, though, right? No, there isn't. There isn't. Simple may have seen maybe one cross. Blocks. Attempting to hold cat. They do have 4 players on A right now. B is wide open for FaZe. You only have one player.
All this control
Neeson.
Out in mid.
He's feeling his aim, but if they can get a nice CT smoke here and start working a B angle, it would be the smartest decision. And Simple should have only maybe spotted one person at most cross, unless he knows that they could have crossed inside of the grenade that was thrown. But they're trying to read this cat play.
Fire off on short. So the expectation here is that you're going to meet a fair few
One player mid, they know
this
because of
A
that
play.
grenade. It landed on Simple's head. Rain setting up a smoke. Rain setting up
still
for
leaving options open, right? That's
a one-way.
Liege being in the tunnels.
Possibly.
Mid-control still held. This doesn't
Wants
have
to walk
be a
out onto
commitment, but
Cat.
they lob in the exec
This will be a
anyway.
hard take.
They're going to send
Oh,
Rain
smart.
in, and he'll drop down
Rain
into
is
the
in
spawn
CT
to
off
set
of
up
that.
this mid to B. And here's
It
the
wasn't a
play.
one-way, it was for CT.
Eyes set on this
Lux
B
is there.
site for FaZe Clan, and
Neeson with a
trying to
follow-up.
trade this one, ready for the play out through the tunnels.
They pinched
but he
him.
can't get a handle
Way
on
too hard.
Liege.
Rain working CT, though. Trying to stuff them.
Rain with a re-smoke out in the spawn.
Oh,
and things
so
go from
smart.
bad to
Frozen
worse
with a
as they
follow-up.
lose Doom
Oh,
out.
give us his head
That's
up, though.
a pretty huge pickup. That's not insignificant.
I don't know
Satzing
why Rain
catching
peeked
Rain
that.
over the edge of the smoke.
Rain did
Let's
not
give
need to peek
Legacy
that.
a reason to go for this round.
A big
2-on-3.
misplay by Rain. Should have just sat back in
Boost
CT.
up for FaZe. They try
Whoa,
to bring
good
the fight
boost!
to Legacy in this post plot, and it's worked wonders.
And that's the difference. That level of play right there is the fucking
So that little
difference.
glimmer of hope
No
that
one is
Satzing
expecting a
provides
boost like that.
snuffed out.
Nobody expects a boost like that. Not even this team that's having a
Just wants to
legendary
grab
run.
This AWP and put as much distance between himself and
That's the
FaZe as
difference.
possible.
And that was a key play. They had to make that play. What a
They
smart
know the
boost.
value of removing this orb. Both
And they got
players
got
come
rid of the
hunting,
op too.
and
Even big.
Frozen gets out with a hat trick. It's
Now you can see the money
flawless for
difference here.
FaZe to
Money
open up
difference is
Dust
rolling
2.
in. FaZe is swimming in
We've
money,
seen that round get used a lot
Legacy's
more
going to
by a lot of
suffer
teams
for
at
it.
the moment of this major,
Even if they
right?
lose the next
Cat
2-3
executed the
rounds,
smoke
they will
that
have full
dribbles
buys.
down into
And
CT,
FaZe with full
that
buys
lets you
is
cross
very
mid to B,
dangerous
and
right
as
now
long as
for
you have a
Legacy.
player in the
And like I
spawn
said,
to clear that
their
out in the
mental was
first
going to be
place,
tested.
you have a lot
Yes, they
more
won
room.
game 1. Yes, they did good in best
Really
of ones
nice
so far.
execution by
But a best of
FaZe
3
certainly helped
against
out by
a
the fact
champion
that
team,
Legacy were playing very passive in A, tucked in Goose, tucked on Car.
this is where it's going to get difficult for them.
So it gives FaZe all the room they want.
This is where
to
they will
make
be
that play
tested,
happen.
whether this was a
And
fluke
a nice little tricky
or whether this is a
post-plant boost
Cinderella run.
that catches Legacy while they're setting up. FaZe looking a lot more comfortable here on Dust 2.
Where's the wee woo? There it is.
We are alive now.
That's right, Kerrigan.
That much is
Kerrigan warmed
true.
up.
It's like Kerrigan's one of the OG, shit talkers. Someone who was always proficient at it.
Yeah.
Always good at kind of playing up to the cameras. But he's trialing something new here. What if I just make an annoying sound? And that's the one thing I do.
Yeah, Dumal's been doing that all tournament.
Well,
it's called screaming.
Kerrigan in their mental.
You are the meme of like.
That sometimes it's just a bell curve of insults, you know.
Why
Make
is it fine for
annoying
Kerrigan to do
noise.
it? You go and
Then at the
not do
top,
that?
in the middle is like, think of comebacks. And at the
what
end of the
happened there?
bell
Did he take his
curve,
hand
at the
off
very
his
far
mouse?
end, pro play, make annoying noise.
in the player
They
cam
both
and he
meet
didn't react.
together for what is the most effective. Yeah, yo, Kerrigan in the
That's all
ambulance,
good.
so gotta get in your mental, dude. You just hear that wee in the background. You're like, fuck this guy in his fucking ambulance, you know? It's got to be nerve-wracking a little bit. It's got to be nerve-wracking to hear the ambulance.
Well, don't worry. If it means
FaZe
anything,
here trying to save everybody's
wouldn't have won that
pick'ems.
round anyway.
FaZe is attempting to save
FaZe
y'all's
just struck their stuff into
pick'ems.
B,
Not mine,
5-0
though.
lead on the T side. And Legacy waiting for guns. Flash setup could find some weapons at the end, as long as they're ready for it. Someone got a call. There it goes.
Need someone to pick on a leash.
To give those weapons away, they block it.
Like fucking mice. These guys scurry together to grab that gun. They couldn't get it though. They just got the pick and they ran away. Like roaches. It's annoying me, so it definitely works. It's just fucking. I don't know what it's supposed to... Wee-oo. I think it's doing mental damage. I don't know to what degree, but it's got to be doing some mental damage. Bro, what the fuck is that? Is that a siren? What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing right now?
He's looking a lot more switched on. Finding a huge degree of comfort in there. Dust too.
No noise this round. It was a save. Who cares?
You're just getting a lot more mileage out of everyone right now.
Free
Still
round.
been a quiet start.
This isn't a save, though. This is a buy from Legacy.
To really get going.
But look at their economy on FaZe. Like I said, they could lose this round and not give a fuck.
So many kills available.
They will have guns. They will not care if they lose
and
this.
Now it's this trio of Carrigan, Frozen, and Elige topping the charts.
Going for the B pinch.
Set their sights on a mid play. Sadzin's Orb going to struggle to
Sadzin
be
with a bit of a
here. They hear it
spam.
firing off from the crossroads. That's more info for FaZe to work with.
Kerrigan, though, does he think there's this guy in the
forced a
smoke?
pretty
This is kind of an interesting
meaty
play.
Legacy with just this
Legacy
one
not
smoke
feeling
in
confident
mid.
in their mid hold, just giving them mid, which is very dangerous on Dust, because you can do a lot with a mid pinch phase, but they don't spot them there, so they might be thinking cat. Flash coming out CT. Second smoke. Now they should be going for it. Now is when you say they definitely got to go. That's why you have somebody playing window, but he's not there. Lato fell off of window. Why did Lato go off of window? Nissim, no. Doesn't matter though. They do hold it.
In an instant, Simple's missed shot puts him in danger. And Legacy are
barely lucky there on that one.
Flush him out. It's only Rain and Spawn.
Kumau killing Simple. Rain attempts, but not good enough.
Legacy on the board, and very good that it's 5 alive as well.
Okay, Legacy needed that round.
Instantly susceptible to.
Would have been a bad round to lose for them for sure.
FaZe.
However,
they can keep the fight up. No
the loss bonus does go away now. So, it's one way to look at it. They lose the next round, could be as equally damaging as losing this round would have been. Except they don't have. They will not get.
So
a life vest on the next round
FaZe, right?
if they lose this one.
It was more of a call out of Spawn once they get all this mid control, and they just try to embark on that quick mid to be. This time,
they will not get a lifeboat if they lose this round.
Usual round, 2 players in the
they
tunnels
will suffer.
to hold for early aggression, to assist in getting these guys out through mid, clearing short from lower. This one feeling. And
Kerrigan looking to walk up cats. Now they think they might be another B pinch or mid play. Oh, Sadzin with a dangerous miss. Blocks falling back CT. He does hit this second flash. Good defensive play here from Sadzin, waiting for his team to follow up.
As he runs up on the approach, Sadzin should be ready for this. The AWP up close, going to get rid of Kerrigan. Legacy looking to start a streak here and now.
Very weird play from FaZe. Just walking in through smokes.
Simple little split up here. The smoke's going to start to fade, and Sadzin just steals himself away.
Simple with a shot. Can he make this work though? Oh, nice.
Simple with the turnaround. Nissim knocked out, and this was
40
a 2v5.
seconds left.
Now 2-on-3. Nerves start to creep in for Legacy.
They know there's an upper there. They might know there was someone CT. Simple with another shot.
Even more. That's his 3rd kill.
Frozen. What are we doing here?
Continues to find success for FaZe. Lato hears the footsteps, they're crunching him in mid. Simple was ready for that fight.
Oh, Lato was too ready.
Gets it off from Simple.
Simple was ready for, yeah, Frozen kind of.
now for Legacy on the CT half.
Oh, you're feeling it for a second.
I don't know what the fuck
right?
Frozen was doing, I'll be honest.
Simple out of nowhere, plucking them through smokes.
Don't bait.
Lato, make sure
don't
they
bait
can't get into that B-bomb site.
The guy that's popping off. Like, what are we doing? Don't bait the guy that just got 3 kills. Like, he's on fire, you're just chilling in fucking CT. like opening up Pokemon card packs or
Not
something.
enough. Legacy find
Walk out
back-to-back
there.
gun rounds.
Give him the info. He needed that info that there was a guy at the
building into
door.
this game.
Him dying there and then you just fucking selling it was not the move. But maybe Frozen's feeling hot because he is 6-3 too. So
yeah, FaZe have reached the end of their tether
Who
in
knows?
terms of the money as well, right? This is the last buy round for FaZe Clan, and it's already started with rain falling.
Frozen made footsteps CT. Yeah, but Simple drop from Cat.
Umbrella, so
Simple jump from Cat. All that did was give him info.
Big control taken.
All that did was let him know where both of them were.
These Cat plays have been getting dealt with cleanly by the Legacy squad. Real estate that they've given up to FaZe in most of these rounds.
Rain underperforming again.
Heavier
a little bit on
this time
map
for
number
Legacy,
2.
though, and these rotates will be slower than in rounds gone
underperforming
by.
on
Good
map
timing
number 1.
On that block over on short. FaZe were just getting ready to hit the go button. But that smoke is the last bit of breathing room Legacy have. Past this point, it's on to Dumao. He does have this God Flash. Throwing up over the palm tree, gonna blind everyone out on short. A lot of damage
with a spray down.
Sadzin's AWP lends a helping hand. Follow-up shot, just gonna sail on past Carrigan.
Should be thinking about saving here, boys.
Dumao holds it down long enough for his team to arrive.
Gotta be now
Legacy
thinking about
starting
saving.
to look very comfortable now, giving FaZe a lot of room, just enough rope to hang themselves. And this A site is not proving to have solutions for FaZe. Their B hits, their mid to Bs have been far more successful. Not really seen them utilizing long control at all in this T side. Felt like we were ready for FaZe to wake up and stop this game. It might not be as simple as that. Legacy have come to play. Want to make every map interesting in this series. Shutting this one down.
Free round here for
cleanly as
Legacy.
well.
Economy round.
Five Alive anti-eco are looking to match up with FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look at like the numbers for Legacy on Dust 2, it doesn't paint a very pretty picture, but you can't really look at the numbers when it comes to Legacy and their run at this major, right? They're in a gear above what you're used to getting out of this team right now. It's a lot of intangibles at play behind this Legacy success.
Yeah. It's not making...
And so as this CT sides continue...
It's a Cinderella run, man.
To pull through.
No way.
Trying to get,
Everyone's coming up with
trying
ideas,
to get tricky
not
with
afraid
it.
to make their plays. You get a very different looking team. Dumao on the aggressive pathing with that AWP covering over in mid. He's taken a lot of ground away, and this isn't a play FaZe should be ready for. Frozen, even though he checks it, that's just a tag from Simple. Dumao's allowed to keep battling for this mid control.
They want to take the fight to them. They want to get aggressive.
I don't think Simple would expect this. Dumao doesn't want to escape. He wants to take the round on his own, but a complete whiff. Simple's Glock gets his vengeance up on short.
Locks just mowing them down in tunnels.
Legacy just keep brawling here.
Jesus Christ.
Through thick and through thin, for better, for worse.
Walk out of upper. Timing Simple.
Elite spam through the smoke, and Legacy are here to play.
Wow.
This game started with a 5-round streak from FaZe Clan. Well, Legacy have now matched that, and they've done it in rifle rounds.
This is funny. This is very funny.
A far harder task.
Maybe not for people who bet on.
Risen to the occasion here.
Maybe not for people who bet on FaZe, but
for FaZe. Timeouts they don't.
I'm sure they're not laughing.
Didn't think they should be burning here on Dust 2, a map that has been very kind to this FaZe Clan squad.
Installed by the Youngins. Yeah, I mean, Apex is like in his 30s, right? And they're currently 30-0, best team in the world. I don't think age should be the factor. I do think though that like FaZe, like if you're gonna run like Rain, Kerrigan, Simple, I do think that there's, I think you gotta have like an X factor. Maybe Elige was that, and that's what they were thinking. I think Elige is probably fine just to bring some like, I don't know, West knowledge to your team. But like I also think that you gotta have like an X factor. I think you gotta have like a young guy on the team that can like make plays when you can't follow up. and can do what like old Simple used to do. What does West mean? Well, since they're from Europe, we would be West, right? Elige is from America.
It's essentially cat or mid to B.
West.
Those
Never
are
heard
options
of.
you're left with.
Never heard of the West. North America.
On the
South
anti-eco
America.
legacy stack, 3 strong on that B site.
West side.
Trying to read the outcome of the round.
FaZe don't care. They only
onto
want
something.
the COD win.
Leech is already
Europe considers
pushing
itself
out middle.
West. That's why.
Gloves on. And they box their way
Okay, well,
into
I guess
B.
Europe's never looked at a map before.
Oh, in the kill feed first. This triple stack is licking its lips at the prospect that FaZe are about to play into it. In the blink of an eye, it's only Rain left.
Sat in 1D to Leech through the smoke from long. If we call that one, it's going to look horrific. 5 alive again for Legacy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's how quickly this turned around. Just
Okay,
how
if you're
clean
bringing
these
on, if
victories
you're
have been.
stationed out of Europe,
In the majority of these rounds, they've gotten out with 4
if
or
you're
5
stationed out of
players
Europe,
standing.
and you bring a guy from America, where
It's not
are you
like
bringing him
FaZe are
from?
bringing them down to the
Do you say,
wire.
oh, we're gonna bring a guy from
In
the
fact,
East
the
to our team?
last round that you were at
No,
all
you're gonna say the
worried about,
fucking
the
West.
closest FaZe
When you
have
play
been
against South
was
American
that
teams, do you say,
simple 3K
oh, we're
round
playing
on
against teams from the
AWP.
East? No, because you
even
live
that
in
was a
fucking Europe.
2v5
You're gonna
when
say,
it
oh, we're
began.
playing against teams from the West.
FaZe, though, might
You
have
say
an
NA,
answer.
brother. You're
Lots
pissing me
of
off.
damage on long, and look at the space. They're
Dude.
causing a lot of
Okay,
chaos in
you
this
say
round.
NA.
FaZe get
Where the
4
fuck is
players
it
out.
in
Simple
relation
even
to
holds
the
mid
globe?
push.
It's to your west. That's the point I'm making.
afraid, are they?
You're like,
Legacy,
oh,
they
why?
have nothing to
Europe
lose.
considers itself West. Well, what the fuck is west of Europe?
Playing with their hearts on their sleeve, pushing
Asia?
through the B tunnel smoke
No,
into
it's
spawn.
North America.
This is a
Yes, we're saying the
position
same
Raven
shit.
played
It's
every
NA, it's
round
the
of
West
this
for
game, it
y'all.
feels like.
So my
And
point
now
was
they've
they
just
brought
walked
Elige
through
for
it. They
Western
called the
knowledge,
bluff,
and you go,
and they are flanking
well,
this
Europe's the
long
West.
play.
Yeah.
Karrigan thinks he has
So-
the
so, like,
rattiest position.
Asia?
Little does he
Like,
know, Nissim is about
Anyways,
to end it.
point is, if you're gonna bring Elige on, I guess that's fine. You get a guy that plays in North America
If he wants
servers
to
a lot,
be
okay.
dastardly.
But I do think they need, like I said, like a Monacy or something. You know, you need like a Donk.
Okay,
Ooh.
yeah, take
Wow,
the
Karrigan,
shot.
Jesus Christ.
Long's
You need a young guy on the
blocked, FaZe, where are
team.
you gonna go?
Can bring
'Cause
some
you can't
fire,
go back.
bring some flame. You know, get the unks riled up. You know, get the unks talking. The unks moving a bit, you know.
Battling forward, stuck battling into
Need
this
that young
stack.
guy energy, but
Will it be another
because if you get too
crisp,
comfortable, you
clean
get in these
round for
situations here where now
Legacy?
they're
The
against
signal
younger
to close
players,
it
and
off.
maybe
It's
that
looking
is
like
their
it.
folly here. But
Frozen gets
looks like a
back
3
with one,
versus 2,
makes it a double, but goes no
and Legacy
further.
takes that round. Very important round
Legacy,
for them to lose there too.
7
That was
rounds
very, very
straight
bad.
on their way
They
to
needed that
winning
round
out
really, really
Dust 2.
bad.
They are
They had
rounds away
Brokey, and they
from
benched him for
3-0
Simple.
qualification into stage 3.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Frozen. He's 22 or something. Yeah, but I don't. Oh, weird audio issues right now. I guess. I mean, I don't know if was Frozen the move. I mean, he does. Like I'm saying, I don't know. Is he the X Factor? Is Frozen somebody you consider the X Factor? I haven't seen him play all that much. I saw some of the other teams that he played for. Seemed okay, but you know what I mean. So far, Legacy looking strong for this halftime. VP winning their game against Pain. Maybe closing it out here. 13-10. VP takes. Was that map number 1? Or was that map number 2? They just finished 13-10. Legacy on a 7-0 run. Yeah, Legacy is on a Legacy run for sure. We keep saying that. Legacy doing very, very well. Maybe they have some good CT. Well, they gotta have some good CT, or they are GG. Good to you that way. Yeah, so that was only map number 1 for Pain versus VP. That's surprising, because we're already in map number 2 for this FaZe Legacy game. VP takes number 1. It was their pick of a map. Pain picks Mirage for game number 2. VP is doing very well. FaZe will not 1-360 no scope this round. Great commentary, Ankh. Yeah, I saw some people give like feedback about these, like, someone called this earlier a watch party stream. Crazy, but I guess that's what it is now. Not so much like talking too much over the commentators, but I think it's fun sometimes to chill in a chat and hang out with folks. Because some of the main chats do get like very... I was looking at main chat and there's a lot of people that are spamming some crazy shit. So I'm just trying to offer a space where we can have some conversation about the games, get some insight. And like I said, I was going to watch this anyway. I'll be honest though, I wasn't going to watch all of Stage 1 and Stage 2, to be fair, because that's a lot. But since we got permission to stream, I figured might as well, fuck it, you know? And you guys can come in here and be like, yo, Unk, anything bad happened today? And I can sit here and scream for 30 seconds.
We're high upon the 7 seas out in the wildest of waters right now. Uncharted Legacy in pole position and steaming towards a 3-0 finish in this second stage. This is versus FaZe Clan, who showed up day 1 of Stage 2 in fantastic form. 8 rounds against them total in both the BO1s that they played, but that has not been the story of today. FaZe opened up Dust 2, their pick, with a 5-round streak. Past that point, every single round won by Legacy, and convincingly at that.
Yeah, dominant rounds in there for the most part. Anti-ecos were as clean as can be. No FaZe BS today.
Very important pistol round here.
Legacy keep the good times rolling. Long control heard.
FaZe
pull back from catwalk.
on CT, Legacy on T.
Scrambling right now to stop this push. The smoke break is something.
Very weird.
FaZe an advantage.
Okay.
Liege will double up through the smoke, catching Lux. They
FaZe
still need to
looking
hit a
good at
couple
the start
more
of the CT.
FaZe are right now doing good on their part of the bargain. Only
Lato
left,
versus 2.
3 when it sets off.
Can he do
He's
it?
got the bomb control as well. Don't count him out.
Oh, Liege gets the kill.
Good stuff
All right.
for Liege to keep that one
pistol
in check.
round goes to FaZe. They needed that. Honestly, they needed that.
Inside of that A site is.
Very big pistol round for them.
They do good to just clothesline that last guy, get the pistol round. And look to close the gap versus Legacy. That's their first round since the first 5 of Dust 2.
Nice.
No plant, no problem. Legacy still go for the force.
Wow. Force with no plant is a little crazy.
At this major. And somehow they get that entry. Simple reswings. It's the rifle he gets low, but the pistol that puts him down and jump close. Carrigan
They have
stops
like
control
no armor,
taken.
so this might be a little too greedy. We'll see.
Evens it up.
See if it works out for them.
All Legacy've got is long, so they're going to use it.
This isn't feeling too squeaky
gap
clean
there.
for FaZe
Oh,
right now.
wow.
They've been
Bad
forced
timing.
back by the util.
Still scared of Cat as well.
Yeah, that smoke from Carrigan is a necessity, but even that's problematic, right?
Need Elish to clear out CT or Cat with Rain, which is what they're doing. Carrigan trying to make something work.
Because you don't have info there, you've had to smoke it off, and that actually has this
Frozen going to play Elevator, waiting for the Cat clear. He gets a kill, which is good.
Frozen going to get out with one.
Sadzen picks Rain. They might not expect a second person there.
Looking for a little bit more. He backs off with the
They know one's sight. They know one's pit now. Because Frozen's peeking him. Alicia's an M4 versus a Deeg. And there it is.
A banger to lay that one to rest.
All right.
Liege, that's a crazy kill because he has to basically defuse open to a degree. And with no kid either, absolutely needed that headshot.
Yeah.
As quick as he gets
Liege pulls through.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That round just looks so comfortable for FaZe.
And Ace Hope.
From middle, from catwalk, because they smoked the mid doors.
Three people. 110 HP, guys. Behind.
It almost loses them the round. That lack of info, that block on short, that slowdown of the retake. And Liege saves it. It's nice to see Simple invested.
Yeah.
And he's going to need to be, as FaZe even out the score and try and pull back their map.
Timeout taken.
FaZe just kind of need a bit of a carry right now. Rain has had a real rough series. He's just kind of fell off all series long, and it's not recovered in any shape or form here on Dust 2. That feels a little awkward. Yesterday he was bringing a lot to the table, but just a
slow was best of ones for the most part.
Recovering for Rain means FaZe almost feel like they're 4v5 here. And so that's where you want, you know, Frozen, Simple running it back. They were both lights out on Dust 2 yesterday. Elige looking good. That holds some promise. There's still ways back into this for FaZe Clan, but we need that hero figure to emerge.
Who's it going to be? Oh my god, they don't even realize that walking through the mid-door smoke, Elige just runs into death. Me as well? That's cheeky.
Okay, Rain with the stop.
Oh! Info. On top of a kill. Frozen knows their intention. So while they had the 5v4 in this round, Legacy have been strung out. Split 2-2, they've realized, and they're going to go into B. Oh, no.
Sodzen with the pick.
I mean, this is an eco round for Legacy, and they've got it down to a 3-on-3. Not
so
only
Frozen's
that,
in a good spot here, to be fair.
FaZe Clan and knocked him out of play.
They're going to clear sight quickly.
Simple, both dead.
You hear him walking up cat. Because Frozen's in a decent spot. Let's see if he can make it work.
This is an angle.
Doom out. This is such a strong position. He should have one for free. That's Carrigan fed to him.
Frozen 1, Frozen 2.
Does everything he can, but will it be enough? Just Lux left to beat. The Deagle looking to knock out Frozen. He can't quite find him. And so there is Frozen with a big 4K to save FaZe Clan and put them back in the lead here on Dust 2. This guy's doing everything he can and then some to keep them in this. And so we might have found our hero figure. We might have found the guy to get behind for FaZe. It's Frozen right now leading the charge. A huge 4K, turning around a 2-on-3. And looks so comfortable the entire time. This is the sort of comfortability you're not really seeing on a lot of FaZe Clan players right now.
Yeah, you need it. Even whoever it is, we all know anyone on this team can save a game. But it has been a pretty barren list for FaZe today.
Chrissy with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Chrissy.
Rid of those pistols is only
Appreciate the 5 gifted subs.
Legacy,
very, very generous. Thank you, Chrissy. So nice.
We've been talking up all day. Can you show us why once more?
FaZe is up by 1, but it's not over yet. Legacy does have a full buy here. They have money. They're trying to make a mid work. Mid play, I should say, not a mid. But a mid to B possibly, but they're still looking A. Looks more like a B pinch, so we'll see what they do with it. Obviously just looking for a pick. Dumao, what is he doing?
Trying to get weird with it.
What is this? Alicia's here to intercept.
Legacy making some very cheeky moves. Dumao sits inside of it. Oh, want to reload?
Oh, that's why. Oh, man.
What a play.
But Simple was there to follow
up. Has he
up.
got any more?
Gonna have to.
Smart by Dumao.
Between Legacy and this
Smart by Simple.
So Simple has to wrestle it back. He gets out with the advantage for FaZe. That's now enough for them to lean into a retake setup. Simple does what he has to. Them 2 kills keep FaZe Clan in this round. Miss him out towards short. That's clean stuff. Finding Rain on the run up. Looks for a little bit more here, but it's that decision to hang around that offers him up to Frozen.
Needs to clear one more cat.
Will be able to withstand it. It's Sadzin's orb holding down the long side. It's Simple.
Simple misses.
Nothing for FaZe Clan. Baits the shot out of the AWP.
No.
He has to fall back now.
But he's out of ammo and no time to win this in the clutch.
Unlucky.
Simple backs out. Simple bows down. Legacy tie us up at 8-all.
Big round for Legacy. Very big round for Legacy.
Dude, even some really cool ideas from Legacy in this game. The little walk through that smoke in CT, I've never seen anyone do it quite like that. And because they're putting pressure in upper B at the same time, Elite really thinks they're coming out mid. As Molly's being thrown through tunnels, he's spamming the smoke. That's exactly what Dumao wanted. Sure, there's a couple of trades, but it's the post spawn that makes all the difference here for Legacy. Some off angles, catching FaZe off guard, as they have been all match long.
He's still not gonna lose his voice. He's got to lose his voice for day 2, man. He's been screaming all like tournament, huh?
Simple with a hero orb.
Or day 3, I guess.
To try and make a play, and Sadzin's aware of that too, holding the short run out.
Elige almost got him, but mollied off.
There's another gun dropped over here on Catwalk. It's Elige's M4.
Death by Wish, just think of that. 54 months. Who you got, Alex?
For now, he dons.
I mean,
that
I got
simple
FaZe
AWP.
here, but they're not looking very hot. They're not looking very hot right now in their showing.
Legacy don't jump the gun.
This really does feel like it's happening, though, right? Doesn't it? It just feels like Legacy are in control of this game ever since those first 5 rounds. Responding as soon as they get weapons out in this T side.
3 kills on Rain. Oof. 9 in the entire series.
Elige with op, yeah, Simple's dead.
Gonna find himself one on the 5-7. Rain, can this be his moment? It's a lot of damage, but
Frozen's in the pit. Frozen baited.
Well, they clear Frozen, who steals himself away. They've jump checked this, but not deep enough. Frozen fires off.
Man.
And now they know they've got him in a box.
Oh my.
Frozen's been dealt with, and Elige moves back in with this orb. But every shot has to land. Every miss costs him dearly. As they're closing the net, they're already up on the ramp, and Elige is blindsided. Legacy back in the lead.
Not short of players on Legacy to have high-impact multi-kills in this series, and that's a huge difference maker, right? While players
Let's do
like
a timeout,
Ray
folks.
have gone cold, Karrigan, you know, not really here to pop off, although he does sometimes. Legacy, everyone's had their moment. Nissim with a big 3K right there. Dumao, first map. Sadzin, consistent across both. And Lux was playing really, really well.
No timeout, wow.
Back on Mirage too. So FaZe, this map felt like a guarantee even after losing on Mirage in the way they did, but Legacy are storming for this victory right now. Shutting down pistols on long is no problem. And it's FaZe's gun round that decides their outcome. In a game that is, while not the end of the world for FaZe, also not a good sign.
No, I think, you know, the last thing you want if you're FaZe Clan during this kind of tumultuous period for the squad is any type of setback. You know, you felt coming into this that the vibe was different.
Simple's pissed.
They stated themselves that Dallas was just one too many
What a
stand-ins.
shot on
And then
Rain,
they were waiting to get
1
Rain back in the
HP.
squad. Well, in this series, sadly, they're still waiting to get Rain back in the squad.
Oh, it's done.
Double
wow.
kill opener for Lux and
Just
Lato
walk
out of the long
out,
doors.
flash out.
Simple, feeling desperate, tries to throw himself into these fights, but anything shy of a huge multi-kill was never going to be enough.
Yeah, and if you missed it, Rain got 99 and 1 on the orb cross, jumping over mid at the start of the round, so he can't even play this round. He doesn't have a choice. He has to save. Legacy, get that bomb down and get that next step closer to stage 3.
No wee woo. Yeah, we don't get like a wee woo here, guys.
That were not even
Zero wee woo.
supposed to be here.
Karrigan and Simple,
only
I mean,
upsetting in the
them
first
going
stage,
9-16,
3-0ing
8-17, you know,
and
it's not the end of the
taking
world,
down
I'll be honest.
FaZe Clan to do it.
Karrigan,
Is that
IGL,
really the world we're living
Simple.
in?
I mean, you'd like to see Simple do better.
That's what they're fighting for.
But I feel like
11-8.
Rain is like really underperformed here against Legacy. Really, really underperformed. I think they're unfortunately.
FaZe.
And Frozen stepped up. I'm actually impressed by Frozen here in this game versus Legacy. This
Now
map.
Dinked is held back. Okay.
But yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
Rain
I mean,
is just
you're
not.
down though, right? This is
not
so
awake.
far and away from the
Not awake
expectations
today.
of what you thought for Legacy coming into this event. They had a limited turnaround time, as you say. They didn't even.
This should be easier teams for them, you know.
Through that kind of golden ticket situation, they managed to make it into the major. They get through stage 1. That kind of felt like, you know, job done, height reached. You'd already gone further than anyone expected, but now one of the most picked 0-3 squads looking to go 3-0 and getting there by beating FaZe Clan convincingly, might I add, in this series.
And I think that needs to be talked about because it's not like, you know, FaZe have, yeah, sure, a couple players have struggled today, but Legacy have played a great game of CS, and their T-sides have looked rock solid. They've managed a huge 7-round streak in this map.
I think the scoreline is almost disingenuous to how one-sided this has felt.
Yeah, I mean,
sure, like FaZe, they
So it
have
feels
a huge
sad to
blanket
watch.
around, all thanks to these pistols and the
No,
conversions.
I mean, honestly, it's
And
entertaining.
the rounds that Legacy are winning so often are like 4, 5
Legacy's
players
having a
alive.
legendary
These are
run.
as dominant as you can get.
Definitely the underdogs to root for.
Gun round in this map.
But yeah, it's just FaZe. Good showing yesterday, underperformed today.
It's not going to get better by the looks of things. 1 for 1 in middle, but long control taken by Lux. Little does he know it, he could move all the way up right now. Even his util is putting the fear in FaZe, keeping eyes on this side of the map. And if I'm Legacy and I look at that scoreboard, I see rank 4 and 14, I say go B. That's where they're heading. One man
pinch.
in this site.
Rain versus World here. What can you do?
One opportunity to keep FaZe in this game. Rain has to stand tall. One might not be enough.
Yeah. More would have been nice there for
Scrambling
sure.
around now, bringing everyone over. This does mean Legacy of one player just sat back on the extremities, so they're going to take the pace out of this. And they're waiting right now. Alicia's coming their way in through the tunnels. He's fed them this kill. Do they try and go back? Because Simple still stands down in the lower tunnels. And it's on his shoulders that FaZe's fate in this series is now resting. This has to be Simple's moment. One kill comes through. There's a reaction in the back line. Lux is starting to close the distance, but Lato's going to beat him to the punch.
Very awkward
Simple
smoke
flushed
setup.
out. It's Frozen or it's nothing. Nearly 20 kills deep for Frozen. The one guy who's felt switched on, who's felt up to the task. Well, this is where he's going to show it.
He doesn't know where Lux is. There's no guarantees here. Lux has this one laid up. He's just going to knock it down. 12 rounds
And we're a match
to
point.
Legacy.
Wow.
And a 2-0 looming over FaZe.
Wow. That's crazy, huh?
As Legacy sit to go flawless in stage 2. The last team you would have expected.
That is crazy.
Against the most impressive on day 1. And this is all FaZe have to stop it.
Looking like the B play. They're going to run right into the struggling Rain. A shower of bullets for the first kill. FaZe will get out with a 5-on-3. Rain's provided that much.
That's a bit of a crazy call. I mean, you know you've got wind in your sails, but they run through the molly halfway through. Burns them alive. So don't get ahead of yourself, Legacy. Three on 5, and it slows down as they look for a mistake from FaZe.
I mean, at the first 2 majors in CS2, we've seen, you know, this kind of green wall. That's what we were calling it all the way back in Copenhagen. These Brazilian squads showing up and surprising, but failing to truly go deep. FaZe on the other side, they've been in both finals of the CS2 majors. And on their journey to get there, they've often had to get through some of these Brazilian squads. That was the case back in Copenhagen and Shanghai. And so for Legacy to be the ones to kind of get the big picture revenge for that.
Okay.
It was just so unexpected. You wouldn't have been able to call this ahead of time.
Yeah, you talk about that major run in Copenhagen for all those Brazilian teams. It was Nissim and Lux in that Pain squad who were only a game away from playoffs. They lost to Na'Vi in the 2-2 game, a major that Na'Vi went on to win. So close.
Hmm.
Three more chances for Legacy.
Okay, so
plenty of money to get it done.
Legacy still, I mean, they're gonna close this out, obviously. FaZe still not out of it yet. But it is match point. A lot of pressure here on FaZe.
Unfortunately for FaZe, not a lot of reason to believe.
Run back to the play again.
Okay, Frozen and Rain. We're holding
Again,
B.
Not even smoking the molly, just going through it. Maybe something that's worked in prac, but FaZe are having no problem. They're not getting caught off guard by this very audacious move. Rushing the Molotov last second. I mean, if you get the entry, you win the round, but 2 times out of 2, FaZe have held down.
Awkward.
Rain's also doubled his kill count in these last few rounds.
They were double op set up on Cat.
Legacy might have had a lot of chances to get this one over the line, but FaZe aren't a team you can squander them against. Sharp, that's nice for Sadzin. That's a wild shot to send them in.
Shot.
Lux is also up next. Alish feeling pressure. They're starting to run at him up through the ramp. Has to do this with the pistol. Pulls it out in time, and Lux is a dead man. It's just Sadzin. Goes searching, goes looking. 1 versus 3 rolled out in front of him. 40 seconds, so time not a problem yet for Sadzin. He has a moment here to make a play, make a move. How does he want to dissect this? He hears them falling back into the spawn. Nothing being offered to Sadzin. No chance to make this clutch a little easier. It will be a 3v1 retake. They wait for that tap. He's hoping that draws a reaction. It has not. FaZe do not move a muscle, only going now. And so Sadzin has to fight
3-man retake. Here we go.
Of the FaZe clan beast at once. Steadies the aim, but Alish is quick. Up through the ramp, he gets pincered. FaZe clan, double digits secured as they chain together 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, those are the moments that you are feeling very confident in for FaZe clan to make the right decision, to not overplay an anti-clutch.
Sure.
They pull all the way back. They put the pressure on him.
Where do they go from here?
The next move, and Alish a big 3K alone in the bomb site when a 5-on-3 is crumbling around him to put it together. Legacy try back-to-back. B plays through a Molotov.
In terms of like coming back, I mean, it's harder. I think it's harder to.
Off the rifle.
Yeah,
like they're in a good position here where they're in CT for a comeback. A CT comeback, I think, is personally a little easier than a T side comeback because you just have to react. You don't have to overdo it. You don't have to make plays happen like you do on T. On T, the pressure is you have to make plays happen to win the round. You cannot be passive. You can get away with being passive on CT. That's exactly where they want to be if they plan on getting this game back.
Back-to-back set of B plays that they've given FaZe clan a lifeline.
Yeah, this is
if they fall down in this round, they are broke, and FaZe are eyeing up OT.
Need a plant at worst.
Big round here.
Really need the round win. Really need to
end
this
they could have already walked out, brother. No, Alish, he doesn't know.
Doesn't look like it. Free kill.
No, he
and
doesn't
the
know.
A site is weakened. It's only Simple.
Well, you've been waiting for Simple to have his moment. This has to be it, but the first shot misses.
Okay.
Gets on the line.
More Simple. More Simple. More. 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 More.
Ready to go. He's
do more.
FaZe clan. The one-man army. He hit that. Simple just hit that. And now the rest of FaZe start to arrive. Legacy can feel this is getting away from them. Their hopes resting on the shoulders of Lasso.
Oh my God.
This win from Legacy's grasp. It's now left floating on the breeze. Simple shows up in round 23.
And
FaZe clan 1 away from
Simple needed to do that there.
Opportunity
Simple
now,
needed
Legacy.
to do that
Your
there.
money now gone.
He doesn't
no
do that
bond,
there. It's
no
GG's.
Plenty of rounds to make
It's
this
GG's.
happen.
He doesn't hit this here. Even if he does 2 or 1, it's done. It's done for them.
And it's the Simple show that might give us overtime. Legacy.
So let's see how they handle this, because it looks like a B rush. It looks like they're going to run through tunnels. Or what are they doing?
I mean, look, it's
they're doing a B execute.
This time it's coming out in
they're poised for it. They don't have anything to lose.
Or the win,
you don't have anything to lose here. Rain needs to hold this. Executes.
This is where they started losing this streak of rounds.
Nice. More Rain. You need more, brother.
Rain's been the guy struggling all game long, and he can't withstand it. The pistols will break through.
Retake.
FaZe left a man down on the retake.
Just a very weak B side.
The calm before the storm, because in a second,
unfortunate, but Rain did not show up.
Smokes
and they do a retake. Oh my God, Neesum finding Simple there randomly.
Carrigan stuck fighting a losing battle, worried about the flank.
Unleash goes down. This might be it here. Yeah, I think this is it. Damn.
Legacy on pistols at the 11th hour. Look to close this out unless Carrigan.
Oh my gosh.
And there's no
NTs.
back Legacy now.
Wow.
3-0 finish in stage 2.
We should have removed Rain from B site, bro.
And they come out swinging.
Oh, this
God,
run
man,
from
what a
Legacy
fucking
is legendary. They go all the way into
just
the top
that was
16
a
of the
round
major,
that you could have seen a B rush coming there. Really, like you know what I'm saying?
The duo and Lato
What
of
are we
Dumao
doing
have
there?
ever made in a major, and not only do they do it when they were never
Just a
meant to
very,
be here,
very
they do it over
underwhelming
phase.
performance
They
here
do
from
it
Rain.
clean. They do it 3-0,
Very
2-0
underwhelming
in the
performance.
series.
After
An
that,
undeniable
after
victory
Simple
for
gave them
Legacy
that comeback.
against a red-hot phase.
I mean,
on
we
that
saw
opening
a B
day.
play
Where
coming
is
out
the
there, brother. You know
limit
what I
for
mean? We
Legacy?
saw a
Only
B play
time will
happening. I
tell.
don't know why that was like
I mean, we
difficult to
are in
read.
uncharted waters with this squad now. That's the highest
They've
ranked
been
team they've ever
pressuring
beaten,
B the entire time. They've rarely been ever working A. I feel like a stack there would have been better. I mean, a default is fine.
This is a huge win for Legacy.
But their B has been
and
very
now the question
ineffective. Definitely their weakest
where
side
is
there.
the limit for this plucky Brazilian squad?
Anisam swinging out and just getting
We
Simple
need
in
to
the head with
find
the
out
Tech 9
where
was
that
also
limit
crazy.
is. This man took over the leadership of the team at the beginning of the
Insane,
year.
insane
You didn't
series.
make the major.
Props to
Then you
Legacy on
come
that
through
one.
these
People are
stages,
not
and now
happy,
you've
I'm sure.
3-0'd here in stage 2.
I'm sure people
to
are not
make it to
happy about
stage
this.
3. What does this feel like to you, mate?
Man, right now I can't say anything because like we gave everything to be here to show our potential. And yeah, after that day one, we were, come on, man, we were practicing a lot. We're practicing really good. Can we show the sets that we play? And now we are showing the CS and the passion that we have for this game, you know? So yeah.
What is the change-up, though? Because it looked like at one point you could have been down and out, but then you've been on this streak, right? You go into the best of 3s, you start to have some success at the end of the first stage, and now you've just 3-0'd and taken down FaZe. Like,
they're done.
That's a lot of improvement
Are they
in such a
actually
short
going
amount of time.
home?
I think like the change was trusting more in ourselves, you know, and in showing more the passion, as I said, you know, for the game. Like
Here come the
shouting
Falcons
and
choke.
screaming,
Oh, no.
you know. I think this gave us the energy. And
That was a good game. I mean, man, Legacy played really well, guys. I will say that much. I do feel like FaZe had a little underperformance. They had a few rounds where it was kind of like questionable about the decision making.
Following your lead exactly.
I don't want to say that they were completely bad by any measurement. I think they could have played better. It's just Legacy.
Since the first day,
Legacy
they
played
always
better than
believed
them.
in me.
That's what it kind of comes down to. Legacy was on point. Legacy was not making mistakes. They were punishing FaZe's mistakes, honestly. And on Dust 2, which is pretty. You got to give them props. Punishing FaZe for mistakes on Dust 2. This probably like Dust 2 is like what FaZe's pick. I would say that's
very well. I want to ask
that's
just,
a
what's
good
your schedule
feat.
been like?
That's
You've been putting
definitely,
some
you know,
practice in, but like, have you
if
just been
anything
practicing
else, just
non-stop since you
between
finished
winning
the whole
a
time? Is
best
that how
of
you
3
guys
series
been doing
versus
things?
FaZe, if you're gonna take anything else away, take away the fact that they performed so well in Dust 2
the
against
major,
them.
we had like only 5 days, and then we came back like playing Arbol, and they were like, come on, man, like we didn't make the major, and now we're gonna play bad in Dallas. That was our last tournament in this season. And then after we got the message that we could be here, we practiced like a lot. We gave our blood to this game, and now we are finally showing this off.
Well, it was definitely worth giving your blood to it. Anything you want to say to all the Brazilian fans out there?
I want to send some kisses to my family, some love to all the friends and all the ones who are supporting us. Yeah, that's it. See you in the next stage.
All right, good job, guys.
We'll see them in the next stage. Don't stop believing, I think, is the key word here.
Yeah.
I think a lot more people are going to be fans and believing in them now after the performance here in stage 2.
Wait, this means Legacy is at
this stage, making it through, and now they got plenty of time to practice moving forward into stage 3. Now this is a crazy result.
What?
And you can't even say that it's because of BO1s. I mean, they took down FaZe, a 3-0 favorite, fair and square. The repeated B hits, you know, it came back to bite them, but then they went back to the well for the final one. I loved it.
Felt like
Legacy first team to advance to stage 3.
They absolutely did. It almost really came back to end their run here, to kill all their momentum. But
how did that happen? Nobody had that in their pick'ems for sure.
They didn't even really have a good
Nobody
season.
had a
This was
Legacy 3-0 in their pick'ems. There's probably like 1%
North American ESL Challenger League
of CS Global that did that.
That's why
There's probably
I like
Brazilian
this team so
fans.
much right now, because like whether you're a fan of
and
Chinese
even then, as
Counter-Strike,
Brazilian
North American
fans,
Counter-Strike,
you
Australian
probably had
Counter-Strike,
like
European Counter-Strike, you have
Kane
to
or
love this story.
Furia Australia or like
over the 4
another
years,
Brazilian
reached
team?
the
Did any
that we thought
did
they
Brazilian
had.
fans
Plenty
even
of
put
offers from
Legacy
other
there?
Teams, better teams with more money. They've turned them
It might
all
be
down to
like,
stay
I don't know
within this roster.
do
Still
Brazilian
through all the
fans put
struggles.
Legacy
Lux
there? That
makes
would be
a huge sacrifice
crazy.
to become IGL. Apparently, he's thriving in the role. But now they busted their ass for so long
Any
amongst
gold
all those
pointers this
failures
year
that
are a
once
bunch
the
of
opportunity
schizos
just
or
falls
just
into
went
their
with
lap, they're
random?
ready to pick it up and run with it.
Schizos
And
or
it's
went with
crazy
random?
watching how far they're going.
And I think one thing I want to touch on there is what you said about Lux, right? Taking over the IGL and starting to thrive in it. I think that time and pain where he was
I
like
went
the
with
second
fucking
voice has
random
helped
too.
him so
I started
much.
to get a little schizo there when I put fucking Fury at 3-0
for a bit of a resurgence. But this game was so crazy, so we need to look back at the last 2 rounds as well. Just to see.
Lost to Pain.
It looked like it was going to be
now
another
Pain's looking like a 3-0
into an overtime.
Well, not really, because Pain is currently losing to
resurgence here at the end as well.
Pain lost one game to VP. They're currently on Mirage for game number 2.
Like simple.
One diehard Legacy fan that's like, Legacy number 1.
I think it's loud already.
Oh my god!
Is that? Like it's
like just the one guy in the crowd. Let's go Legacy!
Earthquake in the building, but that wasn't enough.
And the 2 rounds prior had
One of
been
these
them
guys'
trying
family
that
members or
into
something
the end of the
that play
Molotov
CS.
that got stuffed both
I'm gonna
times.
put Legacy
now finally
3-0
come
'cause my
right back
brother's
to
on
it.
the
They
team.
obviously felt the weakness at the B bomb site. Obviously
he's like,
felt the
oh,
weakness,
shit.
perhaps specifically in Rain,
Wait,
who'd
let's
been having
go.
some rough rounds and rough performances up to this point, and they finally break through. And we all know if you take the B bomb site
That's
that
crazy.
clean, I don't care what weapons you have, that bomb site's not getting retaken.
Wow, FaZe is a little upset by that one for sure.
Karrigan tries his might, wasn't able to
I'd
get
be
it
upset
done.
if I put FaZe at 3-0 and this happened.
But I
I'd be
wanna say
upset if I put
we
Falcons
pointed
and
out
FaZe
Rain
right
in that
now.
as well.
Yeah.
Granted, I was a little upset at Furia, but I think I'd be more
It's
upset
amazing
if
to
I
get
put
hyped about
Falcons
that,
and
but
FaZe
where
and
was
watch
that in all the other
and
key
watch
parts
the
before?
stage
You've got to
2
hold the goat to
where
that
Falcons
standard.
lose and are in the elimination bracket and FaZe loses to Legacy.
It's missing.
The best of 3.
Who was missing
I'd be
in the beginning of that
seething
game was
right
a lot of
now.
the FaZe players, unfortunately.
I am upset. I don't blame you.
That was a good recovery.
Like just sitting there being like, well, fuck Falcons.
I mean, he was doing some
you
great
know,
work
at least I
against
got
the Lurks.
FaZe
Very
up.
last round. He's the one
You
that
watch
takes out
this
Simple.
series and you
And I feel like it's so easy in those kinds of moments.
Legacy
if you're someone like him to
versus
just get
Vitality.
overeager. But he picked his spots really nicely in this game. Wasn't like highlight multi.
Imagine Legacy takes
just
some
getting
like
the one, playing off the
Vitality
teammates
and
really
ends their
nicely.
streak.
Almost never a losing
That would be
condition for the
crazy.
team.
Dude, I think, yeah, he's someone who gets to be like kind of a role player and play off the rest of the guys who are all obviously delivering at the moment. I think one of the guys that needs a shout out that had a huge game for Legacy was Lux. I thought he was a monster, especially on the CT
Legacy
side. He was
gonna
such
win
a
the
nuisance
major?
and so disruptive, peeking off catwalk. Got like 4 or 5
Dude,
kills
if
to open up rounds
Legacy
for him, peeking off catwalk. What a
ends
pain in the ass to deal with
Vitality's
if you're
streak,
FaZe.
that would be
It was a
crazy.
big pain in the ass to deal with, and that's one they're going to have nightmares about for quite some time. Might need some cream for it at the same time as well. But look at the bracket.
Oh, you really took that over the finish line, didn't you, James?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I've had these experiences myself, but I don't think anyone had this on their bingo card.
Nah.
Legacy going 3-0. I didn't have them 0-3, but I didn't have them going through either. So this right now is a big win for Brazilian CS, and then these are the rest of the results you've got. There's 2 more games than this lower bracket side of things. I think there's one they're a bit more excited for, right?
I mean, come on. Who's not going to be tuning in for Falcons versus OG? To see Falcons crash out in this sort of way, I mean, it would just be fantastic. I mean, in a way, it would ruin the major, but it would also be so glorious at the same time.
It would ruin the
It's gonna
major,
be
but
No. It wouldn't ruin
I
the
think
major.
even
We had
Falcon
enough
fans
teams to
are
make the
rooting
bounce
for a
back
crash
happen,
out.
But it would certainly be an incredible thing. It would be exciting to watch, wouldn't it? And that'd be a devastating
But
for a Falcons team.
I'd be
that
surprised.
Made a ton of moves and spent a ton of money to get here.
Well, let's get
I would be
ourselves
surprised.
closer to that game. We're done with
I would definitely be surprised. Oops.
me, Maui, and Moses.
Maui,
Snake.
That's good.
Maui Snake.
Maui can work. We can make that and workshop it across the rest of these days. But Freya, Pimp, and Dupree are going to be taking over. We'll see you in a second.
Okay.
Maui's good.
Unfortunately for OG, you do find yourselves in that 0-2 bracket. Can you first of all tell
Or
me your
OG.
reaction when you also saw that
Or
Falcons
OG.
was 0-2 as well?
I mean, obviously it's a bit surprising, but I think
OG
we don't really
loses
care so much
to
about who
NA
we
in
play, right? We're at the
overtime
major,
and
we're
now
not
has
taking
to
the
play
best teams in the world.
Falcons
That's the
or
reason
they
we're
go
here. So
home.
I think playing Falcons now is even nicer than in a 2-2 game or even a 2-0 game, because now they have a lot of pressure on them. I would say way more than us. So I think we have an advantage going into this map.
Oh,
Really
sure,
love that
sure.
attitude. We heard from
okay.
Division
I mean,
just
that's a good
yesterday, or the coach
attitude,
of the
but
Division,
like
rather,
that
that
fucking
only took him
sucks.
2 hours to prep some counter strats for Falcons.
I think that's
Can you tell
copium.
me about OG's preparation coming up
Oh,
against
I'm
one
happy
of
we
the,
get to
as
play
you said, heavy
Falcons for
favourites
an
in this
elimination
stage?
bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically
That's
the same
good
for us.
for
We
us
just
because
prepare
there's a
one
lot of
map, 2
pressure on
maps, you
them.
know, the maps we expect. So I think we
All
use
right.
maybe like 35, 40 minutes for this map we're going to go into now. So I think we're ready anyways.
I think OG plays better than Falcons at the moment.
The form that we saw of you guys back in stage 1. What is going to be key
M80
for
yesterday.
having that rebound happen today from the OG side?
I think mainly for us, it's about communication. I think we struggled a bit in the first 2 games in stage 2. So we have talked a lot about it. We watched the games back together as a team, and now we're just ready to show what we can do.
VP
stomped them. When I spoke to Sonic yesterday,
they went to losers and lost to NA in overtime against M80. It was a hard-fought battle, though. Yeah, who gives a shit?
I prefer to keep those conversations in between.
It was a
the
hard-fought battle versus NA.
We keep the conversations for ourselves.
I don't think you want to be saying that going into a game against the Falcons.
In between the players and the staff and all these type of things. So yeah, obviously we had a good talk, but you know that's the way it is sometimes. You know, you need to figure out what is happening and find out why you are 0-2. So yeah, we have to talk about it and we have to find the solutions, and it starts with today.
Totally fair enough. From your perspective, initially coming off of those games yesterday, what did you feel like was going wrong for Falcons?
Everything.
I think honestly in the first game, I feel like we lost all the crucial rounds. We never really got 2 rounds in a row, so we never had to actually have more buy rounds in a row. Fair enough, they played some good Counter-Strike. I think the second game, that's kind of where we, the pressure started to get to us a little bit, being 0-1 and, potentially being 0-2. So I think, it was more mental for us. I think, playing best of ones can be very difficult. It's obviously not an excuse. Everyone is in the same position and, everyone is in the same, boat as we are. But it can be difficult for the heavy dog team to close out those games because it doesn't take many rounds to
yes,
fuck up or do
Ram
stuff
is
like
in.
That,
We are good.
All of a sudden, you're gonna lose a best of one.
We are chilling.
So I think obviously it's gonna help us today having best of threes to have this like backup in the sense that we can play our way into the games and maybe trying to find our footing into the tournament. So it starts with today, but obviously we need to do better today than we did yesterday if we want to win.
You spoke about the pressure, and you're a player that's, of course, been on some of the biggest of stages, been on some of the most high-pressure situations. How much pressure are you feeling coming into today?
I mean, obviously, there's always going to be pressure, even if you are, 0-0, if you're 0-2. Now we have the back against the wall. There's no more space for any arrows. We can't afford to lose any more games, so we need to be there 100%. That can both be a blessing, that can also be a curse. It can also be the reason why you wake up into a tournament. So I see it as the thing that we have it in our own hands. It's up to us. We decide ourselves if we're going to make it through this stage or not. It comes down to how we react to the hard periods or how we react to losing stupid rounds and stuff like this. So I'm just happy that it's still in our own hands. I think that is the most important thing, that we can sit and say that if we focus on ourselves and we focus on playing good CS, we have a chance to make it through. So yeah, I think right now it's about taking it one game at a time and focusing on ourselves and going back to the basics of what we know works and also how we play. Make sure that we play the protocols properly and all these type of things. So yeah, it's up to ourselves. Let's see how it goes.
Obviously, without diving into the minutiae, the details of what you talked about yesterday, how much of a shift up has that given the mentality? You mentioned that maybe that was a little bit, on the ropes for the team. How much of a change do you feel like that's brought coming into today?
I think it's hard to know. I mean, if I knew here and right now, I would obviously say it's going to be a perfect day, That's not how it works. I don't know how people react to these things. It's very individual, but I know for sure that I'm going to do my absolutely best, to be the best version of myself, be a good teammate, bring good communication, all these type of things that the team usually can rely on. So I think that's, I think it's more importantly how people, they look at themselves. What can I do? What can I do to be doing my role the best possible way? What is expected from me in this type of rounds and all these type of things. So I think it's, kind of, as I said, going back to the basics and focusing on yourself, and that is kind of the key to get kick-started as a team, I think. So yeah, I think it's about focusing on everyone focus a bit on themselves to figure out what they need to do and what they need to bring to the table, and as it's a team, then we need to collect all the pieces and make sure it goes into this flow state.
Okay.
Elimination stations already here at the Blast TV Austin Major. If either OG or Falcons want to make it to stage 3 or even consider moving on towards the playoffs in the Moody Arena,
you said that the first game, Bait just played better CS, which is like, okay, fair enough. Bait did look pretty good in the first game.
Matchups that we have seen. I'm not really talking about OG. I'm of
but
course
then
talking
I guess
about
he
the
said
side
they
of
mental
Falcons. I don't
boomed
think
on the second
anybody
game.
had that on
So
their bingo card.
that's
that they've
their
been
reason
using
for
both
that.
at their best of ones
They
yesterday.
said they were already
Honestly, if you
0-1,
went
and then
away
they were like,
yesterday,
damn,
if
what
you
if
went
we
watching
go
Counter-Strike, you
0-2,
wake
and
up
then they
today
went to
and you see
0-2.
Falcons is 0-2
So,
and is one game away from being eliminated at stage 2 of the major, you'd be like, no way, absolutely no way. However, with the way they played yesterday, to those of you who didn't watch it, they weren't great. They didn't play good Counter-Strike, and I think it's fair to say that it's fully deserving there in the 0-2 game, because yesterday was abysmal, Peter.
There's only one thing that Falcons could do now, and that is to look forward. Like, they cannot dwell in the past. They need to just move on, and that is also where they've put their eggs in the basket, that they know that the job yesterday was just not good enough. You know, they didn't show up whatsoever. They couldn't handle the pressure. They seemed to get off to multiple bad starts, and it was just like looking not like the Falcons that we've seen so far. And for Falcons to be in this situation is, and we heard Matt as he touched on the whole thing, that they now have their backs against the wall. Maybe that will be the one thing that can maybe get them back into it. And they have a long road ahead of them. And I'm very interested to see if they can actually turn things around.
Yeah, for Magis, he was also touching upon, the first game he felt like their economy was a little bit in the bin. Second game, he said that was inexcusable. That was just them playing poor Counter-Strike, uncharacteristic of the Falcons we've seen as of, ever since they added Monacy to the roster, right?
Yeah, because there was completely a game where they got off to a rough start. They lost the pistol, lost the conversion. Then they were leading 5-3, and we think, okay, slowly but surely they're warming up into the game. They played the CT side of Nuke. Niku had a couple of great moments, and you think to yourself, at some point, Monacy's going to come alive. Yeah, I think you and I, we spoke about it in the green room. We said, okay, LinVision, you're getting maybe 5 or 6 rounds from this point and onwards. But when the game got into this middle portion of it, where we had to figure out who's actually the better team, who got control over the other team, it turned out that LinVision were just miles ahead of the Falcons. And that was the biggest surprise, the fashion they lost in yesterday.
And I think it stood out so much out to me when I looked at Falcons that they looked so hesitant. Like in the retakes, it was super slow in the retakes. The communication seemed to be just completely off. They did have good ideas what to do, but they didn't just execute them properly. And they had multiple situations where they were like in a leading position that you just couldn't capitalize on.
Understandably, so many frustrated images coming out of the Falcons just yesterday after finding themselves in what is ultimately just a dire situation. You even noticed Lars put up a tweet last night to talk about, resetting the team. Doesn't have an awful lot of time to be working with, though, right?
No, it's like when you know you have a game tomorrow where you face elimination. There's only one thing you can do, and that is just to leave the things in the past and focus on what you can actually control. It's one thing that Lars has said in like many times that I've been working with him, that we cannot. The things that we can control is the one that we focus on, and this is where they can control things. They know that, and Matt has said that they're still in a position where things are up for themselves, and they can actually have an impact on what's going to happen for them.
Well, I did have a chance to check in with him to see exactly what that tweet was all about. So let's hear what he had to say.
Oh boy.
Thank you so much for taking the time to have a quick catch up with me, Lars. I'm sure a lot of people saw the tweet that you put out last night, but just to preface it, we have some serious resetting to do within the next 20 hours. Greenheart, what did you mean by that tweet?
I think it obviously it didn't go the first yesterday. It didn't go as we expected, or had hoped for. So, I mean, it would be unreliable of me to say that it didn't affect the team. Of course it did, So there was some resetting to do. I mean, trying to get back on track. We can't change. We talked about it. We can't change what happened, but we can fix something moving forward,
Cheeky of me to ask a second question, just to follow up. What do you do in that situation? Because obviously you don't have the luxury of time as well, right? How do you actually reset a team?
I think it's very much about getting the focus into the things that we can control. And we used a metaphor last night, talking about an ambush. Whenever you go into an ambush, I mean, it's always unpredicted. You can't tell when you're hitting an ambush. And an ambush is characterized by, in the initial phase, it's about chaos. And then starting to find a way out of the ambush. And it is done by focus completely on what we're in right now, and then taking it step by step by step, shoulder by shoulder by shoulder, until you see you're out of the ambush.
Full focus going forward. Thank you so much, Lars, and good luck. Yeah, just want to extend a shout out for Lars for doing that. It was kind of a last minute request, and I'm sure he has a hell of a lot on his plate right now. Dupree is somebody that had the pleasure
Yesterday
of
was
being
an
alongside
ambush.
him in the team. Did you hear that ambush analogy before?
Multiple times, the whole ambush thing is mainly just to digest what he's saying, is that the ambush is that when you're getting close to something, like in this case, it could be that they're getting close to the major and they know they have to go out and perform. That is where you start maybe losing your focus. It's more easy to find focus when you are like further away from it, but the closer you get to goal, also being close, winning a tournament or closing
out a game, the closer you get, the more like maybe relaxed or realization of you actually, okay, the major starts today, or we're so close to winning this one. You start slipping out of that focus zone, and that is where you see the chaos, as you talked about, and also the mid-stakes piling up.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if we're looking at a situation, where maybe Falcons, they lose the first map, potentially they could be out of the major right here, right now. What extra context does that add to the whole situation around Falcons?
I mean, everything we talk about, obviously, in regards to Falcons, is a potential roster change coming up after this major into the summer break. It could be the last time we see Maggis play in a Falcons jersey. Hell, maybe even be the last time we see Maggis play at a major. Who knows what's going to happen to him if he were to get booted from Falcons?
Him
Because
is
that's
minus
question that we got.
Maggis.
I do want to say, though, just to set the expectations.
He is minus
yesterday
team
was
minus
Falcons. Two
Maggis,
best of ones didn't
no
go
matter
their way,
what.
but all of us had them to go 3-0, even with the two best of one scenarios, right? So what's to stop them from going 3-0 from this point onwards into the tournament? I still expect them to be part of the next stage, but I expect it to start here today. And OG, we haven't talked about them. They are a decent Counter-Strike team. Also a bit surprising their own team.
Are they an ancient? Wait, I didn't see the
picks.
picks.
For Falcons, especially considering
what are the
who they
map
lost to
picks?
yesterday.
I hope
if that's the level they show up with today, OG will win.
Nico said when I posed the question to him, what did you think? What went through your head when you saw Falcons also 0-2? And he said, this is honestly one of the most perfect situations for us because we want to be here to beat the best teams, play the best teams, and the pressure is on Falcons.
Yeah, the pressure has the pressure has been on Falcons ever since they got here, and it's just like gotten bigger ever since they've lost. And for OG to find themselves in that situation, they know that they don't have any pressure.
Okay, Falcons didn't care much about
Everyone
Ancient, I
expects
guess.
Falcons to do better.
OG wants to win on
that
Nuke.
situation must be feeling good for them.
Maybe they saw how terrible their Nuke was and said, yeah, we can take that.
Counter-Strike at a relatively high level,
Falcons
and they could have
Dust
aspirations
too.
of maybe making it into stage 3. So for them to go 0-2 and then realize that on day 2 you face Falcons, it's copium from Nico Dust. There's no one you'd rather want to not face than Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the pressure is certainly on the Falcons coming into this matchup. So let's kick it off with Connor and Mo.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, this is right. Falcons in an elimination game. Unexpected outing here in Austin to kick it all off. A season that's just been leading them further and further to the top of the world of Counter-Strike, where they were designed to end
They looked so good at IAM, bro.
Like 24 hours suddenly just takes all
they looked
the wind
really
out of
good
their
at
sails.
IAM.
I like the Lars analogy in terms of an ambush, because that's what yesterday was. Surely your head is left spinning after those two best of ones.
Crazy.
The big question will be, does recognizing that stop it from getting worse?
Yeah, there's a certain point at which, he's got to let the players take over. And, the mental part of the game, we've talked about this before, but that's the golden 50% of being able to qualify through to the next stage. 0-2 means there's the most amount of pressure, but in terms of the draw here, you still got to feel pretty good if you're Falcons. You're going to take this one game at a time, and now you have a chance to run into phase as well, but that's not what you've got to think about. You've got to just think about playing better than you did yesterday. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you even qualify through to the next stage. You're not going to be making it to playoffs. Given enough time, I think we all understand that Falcons will get there. It just comes down to how much time they've actually got. So,
all right, here we go.
They're clasping their hands, praying.
Falcons versus OG elimination, best of 3. Falcons on terrorists red side, OG counter terrorists blue side.
0-3 today. He had a very poor performance yesterday.
We'll see how this works.
And well, we mentioned it. Monesi doesn't play badly 2 days in a row historically.
Time to wake up. If they're going to play it match by match, it'll also go down map by map.
Falcons want to take mid to B.
Classic. Fiku flash out from the window, and it's Krizen with first blood. Spooky in with a kill as well, pushing out towards tunnels. Fiku holds it. Oh god, not one kill comes out from Falcons. A mid split that looked like it had momentum, and then it just gets utterly smashed. Barring Magisk, bringing this 1v5 into reality.
He's good with a Glock.
45 seconds remain in this one. Everybody ready to swing off the next contact. He gets 3 kills in the attempt, but that's indeed an OG pistol round win. And the name of the game today has been energy. That is what Legacy weaponized versus FaZe Clan getting loud and rowdy
with the prime. Thank you so much.
I expect OG to throw the same thing in Falcon's face.
Agreed, and we've seen that from OG as well. But Legacy just showed us and then told us in the interview how important it was, citing that as the main reason that they've been able to pick up such big wins. And OG, yeah, they've been having fun, getting loud as well. The quality of gameplay was there for Legacy, for OG. They're here in 0-2, right? So they haven't actually impressed much this stage in terms of what they brought. We haven't got that standout performance from Nikudas. But the Mood was counting against Falcons in their game versus Lin Vision yesterday.
All right,
And
let's
today,
go Falcons.
With the pressure on them
Bring
as
it
well,
back.
I don't think they're going to be smiling unless they have an enormous lead at this point. But I think if I was Lars talking to them, I'd be like, try to enjoy your wins. You know, take your opponent seriously and really, as he said, take it shoulder by shoulder to get to the point that you win. But don't pretend that, you know, you're upset when in reality you're relieved.
It's a team that's become accustomed to beating everybody barring Vitality and Mouse.
Uh-oh. This is actually a round-winning Deagle shot. Spooky's up here on A side with an MP9.
Remember that AK is still out on the field as well. We hear it rattle off down towards long. Second rifle picked up at the M4 for Kicksan, but the MP9 and pistol rebound back. Nikodas has opted to come in with vanilla pistol. That is confidence. And will it come back to cost him? Because he's still just swinging with the P2K. He goes for the boost onto Buzz. Ends up getting tagged down to 2 points of health. He'll pick up the gun, but they'll walk away from this. Falcons get that Deagle going on long, and they just slice through this A defense.
Yeah, such an important shot here from Magic.
Hold on. Okay.
On the flank gets caught. It looks like it was heard, reacted to here from Modesty, and everyone dies. So nice round for Falcons, specifically though Magisk, because if he doesn't get his first kill,
Falcons take one. They're happy about it.
Just gets shut down entirely. Like,
They got one. They're
Spooky's
happy.
No longer alone on the A site, and it's a different round.
We'll see what happens. OG
All right,
doesn't
so
want to
let's
get
talk weird
eliminated,
silver
man.
linings. Nikodas comes into that round without buying anything. Comes in P2000, gets a headshot in the middle of it. Now because of that extra money, when they go into this fourth buy that they're trying to bounce back with in round 3, he is also playing with an M4. It's the near mirrored buy to what Falcons just upset OG with.
Yeah.
And if you're going to go toe-to-toe with the best, then you got to go tit for tat when it comes to these one-offs.
There might be some new viewers, so for them, I
Hello.
just want to say an Opper buying or not buying any gun is not totally uncommon. Depends on the money. If he's going to be saving for himself, and you expect to win the anti-eco, then you just go for it. But you can see a situation here where
You could always run an M4 though.
the reason he lost.
Nikodas wants to close it out this round.
It's the only reason he has an M4, actually.
Yeah, he's just saying Nico saved for next, and this is
here.
next.
Oh, it's here, all right. It's sitting right there, pretty on Goose. A 5-7 or a Deagle kill here from OG sets up the M4 wonderfully, trying to find sanctuary behind the flames. Nikodas reveals himself, but the gun hits the ground. 5-7 still trying to get in with damage, but it's cover here from Nico off the shelf.
Not playing
and he's gonna
around.
make sure the CTs aren't able to get out from that spawn. Krisen in the corner. Low health on a couple of these Falcons members, but they press their luck out through Catwalk. And Nico gets blindsided by a sneaky Krisen corner hold.
Yeah, looking to see if he can upgrade a gun, but that one runs away from him. Honestly, on 11 HP, don't think he'll be doing any hunting right here. And I don't know if they'll be able to dip in, excuse me, and get that.
They're gonna
ambush him, is what I meant to say.
Yes.
Did they get it? Yeah, it looks like they actually did.
Scooped it up. Got gone. Krisen unable to find anything. Maybe the bomb throws him something. Nope, no gifts. So he'll end that 5-7. I think that's what you're talking about. That's the excitement Nico's got to wear.
Yeah, you just can't pretend like, we're the best. We're supposed to win every round, and then after you just lost the Lin Vision.
Right.
It's
like
make everything a victory.
Under different circumstances, I wouldn't anticipate Falcons clapping their hands and cheering for beating OG in a round where they had one rifle. But today you have to.
Yeah.
Never seen Nico clap, actually, now that you mention it.
Nico's fired
His
up,
eyes
huh?
roll back to his head.
Nico might be
Seen him
fired up.
nearly punch a wall.
Yeah.
He might want to be like, guys, I want to win a fucking major. Let's lock it in, dude. Right?
Clapping, I don't know.
No.
So, haven't seen
He
that.
might be on fire today, which is what they needed. They needed to wake up on fire, man.
O2 will get you clapping.
I'm not sure if OG will really test him. Like I said, I don't feel like OG is.
CT stack up.
You know, unless
Very
you got
little for OG.
unless
so
like Nico
have
Dawes
less
is on
belief this
fire,
round than he
right?
did in the last.
I just don't know if they have it in him, man. I don't think OG is a bad team, but I just don't think they're a good team. Does that make sense?
Interesting towards Cat's side, but then Buzz gets a little frisky through the mid door.
I mean, it might not matter, but that's a little bit of a bad move here for Buzz. Obviously, There was so much action inside of middle, and it was 5v4 for just a moment. So now they lose the ability to really run down the clock, and it looks like Falcons are ready for that second layer re-aggression in mid.
Yeah, so many players here for both teams, but sees an ankle.
Nice pick.
Gets killed for it.
Ooh.
Krizen's flank from top middle gets found out. Perfect Molotov placement here to unravel the little that's left, all while Nico goes on this expedition through the B site. So this one goes down real smooth. Maybe if
Nico
Buzz
with
is
the
still
flank.
alive, they can
All right.
they get another kill. But it did feel like Falcons were
They're
ready
making
from start
some
to finish
things
on
work.
that one.
And the real scary part about yesterday for Falcons is like, it felt like if that just went on, if it was a best of 3 or even further, that they still might not have won. Like, they didn't really get better even towards the end of the game and then almost, you know, pull out the victory. And Lin Vision, I don't even think we're playing at 100% yesterday. They got better even today versus Tai Lu, right?
Did you by chance hear the Gum interview after that Lin Vision win? When he said that I've only had 5 hours of sleep over the last 2 days in terms of preparation.
Wow.
Banks brings up the game versus Falcons. And he went, oh no, that one only took me 2 hours. It was the game versus Tai Lu that he said meant so much more and that they really had to focus on all the details. And
that takes the pressure off.
And he
right?
just delivered it like it was a nonchalant answer.
That's wicked.
But like, you know, Zonic's head spinning.
Oh, I love that.
No, Falcons? No, that was pretty easy.
Who'd you say, Gum?
Gum, yeah, the coach of Lin Vision.
Okay, 2 hours.
Walk out through mid here from Nico. A couple times now, Nico's already kind of going for that bit more of extra space. I like that OG are ahead of this Molotov and that they're playing with the timing. While it still burns, they'll definitely catch Kixan off. Nico tries to pop up, but Spooky's got that double headshot real quick. And Monacy never given anything to shoot at as of yet. So nice 5v3 here for OG. Obviously would have loved to convert pistol, but you win this first gun round, and the rebound's begun.
Coming back for the re-aggression on long, and Magisk is already out, so...
Great flash.
Oh, not covered. Magisk go wide enough. Doesn't take that fight, and then dies actually because of it too. So nice one from PickE, and Spooky from his 2 kills and his flashbang there. MVP of the round for sure.
Gadaz leaning back here, keeping Tesses at bay. Tesses, who's still got that full belt of util, doesn't have bomb though. That's over behind blue at 25, so we have to accept the reality. Very little for him to get done. He's just fighting for the save, or maybe just damage. Good frag to Buzz. Will keep OG on their toes. But guns back in the hands of the challengers. And OG definitely didn't look afraid to make a move there. And a 5 versus 5 felt comfortable, as if they did have the better of the timing, that element of surprise. Just what Falcons need, another ambush.
Uh-oh.
After time?
Oh, that's after time.
Ouch.
Yikes. Was that about an ambush?
I want to long fight now. I can give you the good money plus for you.
That's actually pretty brutal. Do we have enough money left over for armor?
He rebought Kevlar AK full nades, so he's still fine.
Okay.
Just would have been the extra cash.
All eyes on middle here from both teams. This is where the problems began here for Falcons. Nico's going, okay, I'm going to make sure no one's pushing this time.
That's a incendiary and a half. Very committed position from Spooky. Had to hit the shot or you're never getting out of there. And that's going to serve as a good staging ground here for Falcons on Catwalk. Whether they keep it or not, OG don't know. Having to lean back, bank on Nikodaz's op getting something going, and we can see it. This Falcons tunnels hit very much starting to target that B site.
Yeah, this is a great call, right? You can see that OG are starting to come back out of the tunnels, but maybe they meet them in the doorway. Fresh Smoke, however, bought them time, so they weren't looking to take a risk.
Oh,
however,
wow.
they come through it.
Yeah, sudden burst out. Buzz trying his damnedest to hang on. Oh, almost even gets that Tech 9 down. Kixan creates a ton of space at the end of this one. And they were going through that smoke blind, for sure. Based on that timing, they just popped out. Kixan willing to run the risk, hoping to get traded.
That's
And he
quite a
loves
crazy
you.
Call, but actually, if you see it,
That's funny, man. I'm glad
You
you're
know,
still enjoying the game.
I kind of like
It's a good
that
game.
sort of Kixan
Nice
crazy.
knife.
He's got a good
they waited
flavor of
for it.
crazy.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, if they
Nice
waited for
knife.
it, then it would have been 2 CTs back on the site with their nades out or whatever. So they wanted to come out right at the end when they were going to refresh the smoke, and they were right about it. I like that they kind of directly dealt with the 2 issues that they had last round, just getting killed on Cat, having a weaker A attack. They just got their first kill there and went back to B. Well, there might be a bit of a search of playground. It's going to be nice for PickE here, actually.
Costly.
Only 1 Falcon left.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, really expensive. That takes the odds of it seeing an op this next round out. And to be honest, of all the T-side operators in this game, Monacy's on Dust 2 is one of the most important for Falcons. He can regularly
TO taken by OG.
Cross on T-side, like I don't know anyone else that can.
First time out. Getting a drink. Be right back.
You are right about the limited funds, though. Monacy AK in this round. So a slight limitation for Falcons.
I often don't like seeing the head-to-head op graphics just because a lot of the times oppers are not looking to fight other oppers. That's
right.
The most random hard fight that you can take on the map. You're trying to take out riflers while the other opper takes out riflers as well. So in this situation, Nikodas has the ability to control mid. You won't be able to read the money 100%, but I think you have a good idea.
He's floating around it, but they don't play off the fastest of timings. Just gonna give the flashes a chance to set up. That's Spooky and PickE on the corner, deciding to bail out as PickE gets tagged for half. And much like last round, we said staging grounds for Falcons, set up on Cat early. They do it with Long this time around. Match is just going to beat his chest a little, try to feel bigger than he is, when in reality, we've got OG taking back map control. Not a very timid B site. And I would say just throughout these gun rounds, pretty proactive OG play.
This would be a good test for Falcons because this is a very natural move from OG. It's 5 long, which you just don't see as often anymore except for on anti-ecos. And they're coming around through tunnels. OG have already made a mistake. They pushed 2 through. They didn't leave anyone there. And they're actually just gearing up for a long hold. Oops.
Oh, wow, yeah, look how committed they are.
Yeah, that's just biting way too hard on not enough info. If they played this correctly, they would
Here's
be...
the scramble.
Yeah.
Right, that last second
No
thought
smoke
that,
in tunnel.
oh God, have we made a mistake? Is this gonna be a critical error? And you're right, it should be. TSS is already past that incendiary. You could try to fight through the doors if you want. A little bit sketchy to take that big swing, and Nico just lines up the bodies, so you can see that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, if they had the double push in tunnels, they could have done two things. They could have had one go lower and then one go playground. If one goes playground by himself and he goes up the half wall, he can get a really good fight for himself, right? Falcons are going to be the ones who get caught off guard a little bit by it, and then they just know nice and early that it could be tunnels, could be B. But instead, they just went all in on this mid play and just assumed Falcons would not fake. And it's kind of surprising because PickE was shooting back at long, but he didn't even confirm how many people were there.
Yeah, true. Yeah, right. They rotate 5A without seeing a single body.
Yeah.
Other than Magis getting the half damage and then some AK shots. Call that one hook, line, and sinker.
I also agree with Pimp when he says that, you know, they can say they're happy to play Falcons because they want to play the best team and the pressure's on them, but like OG are really thinking about winning this next game. They want to do it. Nikodas has set a map record at this major in major history, so I think they want to. I don't think they're hoping their opponents are scared. I think they just want to win.
Spooky's been found out. It's going to be tough to get him out of here. Nate trying to expose that back line, but the op just misses its chance to strike the second tee down.
Nikodas taking a big risk. He knows they can walk up Cat now.
Oh, but he really wants this.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had his chance. That's what he waited around for. Yeah. It's a could-have-been moment. considering we have to remember there's still 2 USPs on the ground, I think, or on the field. I think that's why you do go for something a little bit extra risky. What's the alternative? Fall back just to get smoked out CT spawn. He tries to find his. And they've just conceded this B site at this point. Krizen's USP, all that sticks between Falcons and a 6th. And so they will save 2 of the 3 guns that they were able to hold on to last round. OG watching that ticker grow round by round. It's a 6-2 comfortable lead for Falcons on this T side.
Yeah, just very good at this point. No heroes necessarily.
In the grand scheme of things with this matchup, you know, Lars kind of set the tone earlier with this analogy of it all being an ambush. Classic analogy in David versus Goliath. I couldn't think, and this is a low-hanging fruit when we talk about the amount of money that's gone into Falcons, and I usually wouldn't bring it back up every day, but I think I couldn't think of an organization in Counter-Strike that has probably spent less money on a roster over the amount of time they've been here than the likes of OG.
Yeah, Moneyball roster for sure.
Never have they had a huge signing. You know, they've allowed for players like FlameZ to get poached without even a buyout.
Yeah, they had like their biggest was like Alexi B when he was hot, but not that proven or anything like that. But they're a roster that just they're trying to figure out who's next, and they built up a lot of players who have actually gone on to achieve some big things. But it's kind of like what Heroic are doing to some degree,
right?
But spending even less, like you're saying.
Yeah, I'd say like it's a gamer legion in a way, but they don't even have like Ash, who's now really made a name for building people up immensely. So I just think if this one were to go south, and if Falcons were to face the elimination at the hands of OG, then that's a part of the conversation we've got to bring back up. Because it's the starkest of contrasts.
Uh-oh.
Enough about the greater context. We're back into the gun round. And so maybe a hope for OG. Again, they kind of lean out on this catwalk.
Right.
Willing to stand in the elbow.
Falcons still leading ahead.
What started with some like proactive peeks around these deeper cat corners have now just led to these sorts of holds instead. And we've seen Falcons adapt to just happily looking for these early fights. We hit a minute. Spooky still lets Nico know he's not too far off. Spamming that smoke wasn't a bad idea. CT was right behind it.
Not seeing anything bad on the map here for
Payne
OG,
versus
but,
VP's close, huh?
We are seeing a lot of respect.
11-11 on Mirage.
Unfortunately, it's a bit of a sore spot, this mid-B position now. Like, they're committing up A, but there's been like 3 B rounds in a row. It looks like there might be a 4th now. OG haven't made that mid-move, and Spooky's really committed on A.
Yeah, they're finding their openings. Falcons.
Yeah, they don't even know about this. Way too late.
Yeah.
Oh, way too late. Oh my gosh.
Reading it and executing well. It's going to take some kind of heroic moment here from either of the defenders, both of which go down with nothing. Couldn't have asked for an easier round in the end, barring some kind of massive retake, but no, they take a look at it, they get 1 kill, and OG have to concede this again, watching the hopes of Dust 2 go up in smoke.
It was an A fake technically because they did the deep CT smoke, but they didn't even Freiburg drop in a CT spawn. They just went out, ran out mid, and just assumed nobody was in spawn, or they were trying to duel whoever it was. But either way, OG were kind of really stiff in this position. I mean, imagine it was an A play, right? You could see that the A side and B side are quite disconnected because the B players are not checking outside the window. They're not coming in to try to rotate. They're not trying to either push through tunnels or like get to A in some regard. So even if it was an A play, how come no one's really talking to each other? We can compare them to Legacy in terms of like trying to match that energy, but Legacy's mid rounds were a lot better.
Timeout taken.
No one wants to make a bad rotation.
Yeah.
But sometimes nothing's worse than no rotation.
And it feels like, you know, you just said it, no one wants to make a bad rotation, but OG have already done that a few rounds prior where they go over on A. So it's like, not only do you not want to make a bad rotation, but I've already made a bad rotation. True. So now this time I'm not going to make a... And you can see how that slippery slope leads you into just letting Falcons run away with it as they please. It's that difficult Counter-Strike balance where you've got to make mistakes, stomach them, and still keep trying to, you know, adapt or die.
Don't want to be a deer in headlights here.
Now 4 rounds in a row. It was a pistol and a one-off in round 5. That's what's got OG on the scoreboard, and that is it. Corner smoke on long. Matt just takes a ton of damage on the approach, but again, it's this basically all in on long. Falcons, no tunnel control. Curious to see if Buzz pushes through, but he's on his own, so you doubt it.
Well, Prison rotation might actually help out with Nikados, but he's just really holding the line. He has no smoke down in middle, so he has vision on top mid. Problem is, if he clears out these tunnels, they gotta start making another move. At the moment, info is good, but they've got one person on the A site.
Last time they over-rotated to A, and this was right about at the minute mark that Falcons left long.
Look, they genuinely don't want to fall for that play.
Right?
They're staying in the tunnels.
Oh, this is the conditioning that could come back to haunt them, because this time it is all in on long. And so Falcons keep it fresh. OG chasing Ghost, expose the cross at least. But again, you can see this moment of scramble of an attempt to try to hold it back. Molotov deep onto the catwalk. That's going to keep Spooky out of it, but Fiku will find his one. That's Tesses trying to take a peek over top of the ledge. It's not a comfortable position here for Falcons, but they do clip Fiku through smoke, and then Monacy busts Spooky. 4v3. Everybody nearby for the retake. Nikados critical shot to try to get this one going. Remember, low health on Magisk from that original corner fight, but he still continues to find his mark. That is Nikados out of it. Nico locked in onto the ramp. Krizen gonna take the high rope. Okay, first kill to Nico's good.
Huge round here. Huge round just happened there, guys. Look at this.
Magisk is
Look at this.
Whoa! Not the weapon for the job.
Oh my God. When I see him take down Electronic, when I see the smoke he's got, in fact, it's an AWP left on low HP, no less. No wonder he's playing scared. This one onto Electronic just isolates him. Caught in the open, that sound of the smoke, Icy's heart in his throat. Oh, and he even connects 2 bullets, 5 points of health, and look what it means to him.
I'll take those finances out of the equation. 10K,
wow.
MR3.
For overtime.
Overtime is underway.
For overtime, that was. 10-second defuse. 5 HP.
They paid the price
for 12-12.
All 5 OG players dead at the end of that round win.
That was crazy. That was a crazy round. And they were low buy too. He had an MP9 against a full buy.
Spooky trying to catch timing.
Crazy.
That's a whole lot of cat control for Falcons.
Early gamble here for OG. They lean B. Oh, so heavily. It's perfectly wrong here. Unfortunately, this is the whole round.
So perfectly wrong. Thought they had a read of the situation. Thought they could get ahead of it.
I only say specifically perfectly wrong because it's also this walk-up on cat. It wasn't even like cat control. You got time to readjust. It's just this great counterplay. There was a mistake here for OG.
Spooky also opened the mid-smoke. Didn't see anything. Just a collection of missed timings here for OG, coupled with an incorrect decision. Stacked the wrong side of the map. And poor Fiku, who was tucked into that long door out of the gate, gets a bit of action, but it's only in the 1v5.
This is the Falcons we wanted to see yesterday. Looks like we're getting them today. That's good.
This move specifically, it's fair to say that they've been OG have been conditioned to the point where it feels like they're doubting themselves a lot. They're gambling incorrectly. They're just sort of like everything could go wrong at this point. They'd have to get lucky to get the correct stack because they don't know what Falcons want to try to do next.
Nice.
Falcons striking fear in the hearts of OG.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Those are the mid buy.
There it
now
is.
we're gonna sprinkle something like
I don't
that
see
into the action too,
like
huh?
I
Final
just
round of the half, and you've got to stomach it.
like OG played okay.
Gut-wrenching situation for
OG shut down NA pretty hard, but
situation for OG.
Like I said, I just don't see them as like an all-around amazing team. Honestly, obviously very good to get here, but
the cat players.
That was like pixel perfect.
Yeah.
I think they're going to get skill gapped by some of these better teams. I mean, they're already 0-2. That's how they got here versus Falcons to begin with.
Still a forward cat play from OG at least.
It's still funny to hear Nikodas say, yeah, we have him right where we want him.
They really are playing for this corner.
Instead of recognizing,
Seeing
oh,
as we've
fuck.
seen a certain bit of timidness.
We got some shit luck, guys. We're going to play Falcons in eliminations.
Magisk just gets into the corner. He's got plenty of teammates to work with. Spooky's cutting through him like it's nothing. That's Fiku down, the third player in the back. Modesty unable to kill all three himself, but a desperate run.
One health, he gets away.
Oof. Lady Luck on Nikodaz's side.
Nico's in such a good spot, isn't he?
Buzz gets aggressive. Nico. Yeah, we didn't get to see if Buzz made sound further back in tunnels.
No, that's nuts.
Nico walks into it.
Nico's feeling good today, man.
Blasts Fiku into the second half of Dust
Also
2
not good for
and
OG.
leaves poor Nikodaz 1 health running.
How's that a headshot, man?
I don't know.
That's only Nico could do that.
Just Nico things.
Ultimate pre-aim.
You know, we said
1 HP, man. The
no
man
real
on
like
fire.
star of the situation as of yet, but Nico quietly collecting these kills up to an excellent 12-6 half. You got
Why
Magis
is he
sitting
even
pretty on 12
pretending?
kills too.
Why is he pretending for?
So
What
Nikodaz
are you doing?
arrives to the B site
Last
with a
round.
bit more damage onto Nico, but
Right.
TSS committed to this corner. Standing out in the open is going to end it. 9-3 for Falcons. Non-consecutive round wins for OG. We heard them hoot after the pistol win, but things got real quiet here in Austin.
All right, 8-4. Oh, sorry, 9-3, not 8-4. 9-3 for Team Falcons. Good position for them to be in, it looks like. Going into the half where they will be on CT side. Which is nice. We're going to tune over this game really quick while we're here. This overtime Pain versus VP.
In the trend. They've hit the sweet spot, haven't they? These calls. It just feels like now that the money's been taken out of the equation for the problem solving of Electronic, it feels like they've got a really good grasp on the situation. Big Uzera, are you going to give this one a go? Remember, it's only 10k at majors, so if you lose this gun, it's going to be tough. And first swing comes his way. Don't think we'll see them fumble another 1v3, 1v2-esque situation as they let the hounds off the leash and try and take... Oh, I thought they were leaving the ult behind. Okay. You've got more than enough cash. You know you can take this fight with the AKs aplenty, and on the swing, it's doubled up. It's double trouble. It's Flit will remove everything. And they know that hurts. They even get the AWP back. There's more than enough. Cash is not a problem on this T side, but you've got 3.4, 3.1. So Cash is strapped on Snow and Davideus. DGT, NQZ, and Big Uzera will get their weapons of choice, but it's two MP9s to complement this. And Flamus is feeling, finally, I've been given some lead time to try and find my team an entry. One more to make it the clean sweep. First half of OT.
Uzera up the guts of mid. Flying forward, Icy was holding for that exact approach. Oh, and Jiggle for info. NQZ, Big Uzera, both positionally noted. Trying to get himself behind the boxes. Goes looking.
They've actually burnt a lot of smokes, Alex. They've burnt 4 of the 5 CT smokes right now. They pressured B and A simultaneously. So they blocked A ramp, they just blocked B out, now they block connector again. So it's only one smoke left on Davideus. So within the early stages, they've really put a lot of pressure on Pain's defense. So stressed out right now, and understandably so.
Oh, this aggression is actually everything. Can he get away? DGT can do more than that. He'll win it out. Flit down.
Okay, well,
but is he a lurk? No, is it? Yeah. I see where you're going with this.
NQZ up next. Electronic might just waltz into this and AWP this close ramp.
No one's looking Palace, by the way. DGT's not looking there. NQZ's focused ramp. Like, they're assuming they just killed the lurker. Is Big Uzera holding? No, he's left. Oh, I think that kill from DGT could be awkward. He's got too much space. NQZ does well. Oh, but Flamus lights up the scoreboard with a double kill.
Big Uzera's turn.
Icy to provide covering fire. Good deep molly towards the jungle, limit options and contributions. However, CT swings through. Big Uzera starts to unload his mag. Icy holds for the second man.
It's going to be 3 through CT.
Oh, missed shot from the AWP. Flamus ready, receives, comfortable. This is another impactful round. Really starting to find his footing. Into overtime is Flamus. That's a massive round. Bigged up by the boys. Quad kill from Flamus. Perfect half.
VP is
first best of
looking
3 facing elimination.
Like they're going to win
nail
this overtime.
Close
They need
affair.
one more round.
Dominate OG, remind the pack while you are going to run this back 3 days in a row.
Exactly. I mean, the confidence today was probably at a minimum before they got the eco in the second round. You know, they have to prove to themselves that they could play right now. That's not like some kind of match pressure that they're dealing with. So They got past that now. And I mean, OG just did not look close to their level in that first half.
OG probably just kind of left scratching their heads as to how they made so many missteps. No individual heroics either across the board for the OG camp, so they weren't even banking on that. SS decides to come out through the smokes, and it gives man advantage over to OG. They're going to punish the CTs who decide to retake before bombs even planted. Similar scenes to the first pistol. We had a Magisk 1v5 attempt. Well, here's a 1v4. Cat player confirms him. He's going to go for the ramp control. He's keeping it clean enough to pull this off. Okay, how dare you? How dare you?
Okay.
Jesus.
You're talking about Magisk in a clutch, in a pistol round.
Yeah.
He has made other teams look like fools.
I think they pushed it through their long smoke. There was also Tessus's fallback smoke that made it like it sort of obfuscated their vision. Like they didn't see anybody, and then they ended up just dying when they swung out so wide. So maybe a weird time to go for that push. And again, it's just Magisk at the end of the pistol round trying to win, but basically an unwinnable situation. On to the scout is m0NESY. And OG are not fooling around. They've got 2 AKs at Galil here.
Nico not allowed to get out of there alive, so they'll face the Magisk Desert Eagle.
It's been good.
It has been, but versus 3 and the jumping MAC-10, OG are going to skate through this one, so it won't happen 2 halves in a row. Falcons unable to successfully force buy after losing pistol. Falcons 9, OG 5.
And actually, oh, could have been a 5 alive round. At least m0NESY gets 1 kill at the end, but still very clean so far. Solid stuff, especially considering they didn't get the 2-3 MAC-10s on this round. Like they really wanted to win, so they're not going to make as much money as they could have, but I understand why they're just prioritizing the round victory because it is Falcons. They have to take them seriously now.
You know, we've seen comebacks in the past, so we always have to watch with a close eye, but the reality is that first half had so many flat moments for OG, and it's hard to believe in it. I wouldn't blame you if you've just assumed Falcons have already picked this up. But odds are, this is a 3-round game once they convert versus unupgraded pistols. This round done in a matter of seconds. Round 15 is OG's 6th win, doubling their rounds since the start of this second half.
Okay.
They looked really uncomfortable on CT side, but it's a new half. They get to go on the attack, and so they'll get a chance to sort of reprove themselves. Touch bit of pressure here on Falcons.
My smoke is up.
Ikedoz loses his angle, so it's not going to be the B hit. But you know damn well they want to get it going with all these bodies up inside the tunnels. m0NESY walking down through catwalk also sees
VP
nothing.
takes
Earlier. Had a more aggressive angle even than
the
this
game,
one.
and they're going 3-0 officially.
Step back, felt no threat. You got Nico right beside you, Kicksan in the doors, ready to go, but missed chance from m0NESY's off, keeps his head down. Ikedoz trades out Kicksan, who looks to get aggressive, and he even punishes Nico right with it. Now, you know m0NESY was still up here, so very much a 3-player mid-hold, unraveled, and Krizen able to just leak out through those mid doors, so the only B defense is Magisk here by scaffolds.
Yeah, it's kind of playing outside. It seems like a good idea because there's only one person
Thoughts
out
on
here.
Emberskin?
He can join up with his
I think it's
teammate
whatever.
CT and keep himself alive to the full B attack coming in.
Good amount of damage as they exit out through tunnels, but he's not able to stop it. Ikedoz does everything he has to. A triple kill on the round, unravels mid-control single-handedly. As his teammates were sent forward in front of him, he just snipped them off. 2 kills towards that catwalk. And so, OG win versus the first buy of Falcons as well.
It's pretty huge. It's the first time really seeing
that
the
was a big
difference
that was a
between
big buy.
Nikodas and Monacy, and it's not like Nikodas had a stellar first half or anything, but this is a very critical 3K. Monacy did drop one shot. That would have been nice, and now he'll just hope to be able to save to have a second chance.
Oh, not allowed.
Oh, what a peek here from PickE.
Okay, that's the kind of round that's going to get the confidence.
Sheesh. That's 3 straight.
Just a little bit more. One step forward, 1 foot in front of the other. It's the pistol, it's the full conversion, it's the first gun round as well, and Zonic uses his first timeout of the map.
That's where we go back, we go back to just, if Monacy's going to have 2 bad days or whatever, it's not terrible so far. But if if he's going to get out up by Nikodas, then that's way below par for him. So
a little bit.
I'm going to put some respect on Nikodas, obviously, for his match versus complexity, but outside of that, there hasn't really been much.
He also had 0 op kills.
Yeah, it was also a rifle game. Yeah.
Just,
was it 0 op kills?
I believe right after the game, Freya said that. So if I'm wrong, it's because of Freya.
I watched it. It was definitely a whole lot of rifling. So.
Good job. And yes, I am willing to throw Freya under the bus. I love that. Pistols and a scout here for Falcons.
Josh,
OG
2K47 with a 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you for those 5 gifted.
Teams that once led 9-3.
Very nice of you. Thank you.
And now this is when, if you're Falcons, you're hoping that just like stampede of a first half has your confidence at such an untouchable state that yes, OG closed this distance, but you're still confident that you've got it. You got to think more about that first half than those 2 best of ones yesterday.
Falcons gonna not be feeling good right now.
Hold tab, remind yourself who you are, who your teammates are, what all of you have achieved.
Yes,
and then
also
ask
Josh.
why OG's got you feeling
gifted.
timid.
Very,
They've
very
got
kind.
0 TIs, so.
That's fair. Sure. But we're clicking heads, man. We ain't playing MOBAs.
Okay.
All right. Well, 40 seconds, very quiet, not seeing a thing. 4
Me when
players
I'm
on the
playing
game
video
stack.
games and
So
have
maybe
dementia.
It's not going to be very fun for Falcons, but they're just stacking. Oh, wow. Well, that's the 1-bit info they get.
It's exactly
very hard call now for PickE to make.
25 seconds. He calls them back. Magic's going to lean forward.
Oh, it's going way too slow. Come on, you got to get moving.
Just caught in the open. Tries to fall back here, throws a frag grenade on the fallback. Nikodas sticks around in middle. Can this 5-7 be the hero of the day? No second kill for Magisk. Fast scramble out of the Falcons, trying to get over to the B site to challenge those doors. If only you could somehow stop that bomb, but nobody's going to get it. Be careful here, Nikodas. You've just given an op back over. Now Monacy has to contemplate. Do we think we can retake? Do we save this free op?
Yeah, it's like when you get robbed and you have a fake wallet in your back pocket. You're like, just take this and go.
Yeah, get out of here.
Have this off.
Scramble.
Please, just save.
Shut the fuck up.
Little do they know I keep my cash in my underwear.
Enjoying the streams and YouTube videos. Keep it up.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Josh. Very kind words.
And my
Very kind
gold
words.
watch
Thank
on
you.
my ankle. I'm just flexible like that.
Yeah. All right.
Terrorists win.
Well, it's time to kick ass.
Yeah, Falcons hoping that they're flexible because they've bent and they hope they don't break.
Okay.
Suddenly a very long dry spell.
Yeah, it was looking very good for them in the
And you
first
said it,
half.
right? It's a tough call for PickE to make.
A little weird now.
With conviction.
I think, yeah. I think the best version of that would have been going out mid, I want to say. But getting in through tunnels is fine. It just looked like they took a step back and then forward again. And Magis could have made that scary for sure. As he has been. Oh, Nico goes down. This is a rifle, man. This is one to tie up. Monacy, his next target.
Op the op.
And Monacy cannot miss these chances.
Well, he has been.
Okay.
He puts an end to that miss. M4 peeks around the smoke. That one unexpected. And so now Fiku with a chance to recover, but he's so worried about this press up from Tesses. Now they know he's down in the pit, so he rocks his world. Tesses gets popped. You've got that op still over towards Car. Another rifle here on long. That bomb could push into the B site and find it open.
Yeah, and this is really hard to approach. If Fiku's calling from inside the pit, and there's 3 guys here fighting them, but they've got an open plant, and they've got lots of utility to kill time as they do it. They can't even believe it. Time to get across, because to be honest, a plant now means this round could be won on time. Look how far away the CTs are.
Yeah, they're burning utility as if
a lot
the
of it.
CTs were close,
They got
right?
a little worried about it.
Double Molotov as if somebody was standing right outside that window. Imagine a world where those mollies go down now, and Falcons would be stressed,
Oh, you're not seeing an active post plant either. You've got Crizin in the site.
Yeah, bit of doubt.
But they're going for the flank. It's just, honestly, it's not that early.
One player tucked in Car. Monacy's off right on this angle. We said he can't afford to miss, but he does again. Crizin also not successful.
Again he missed.
He's setting up Fiku for this super long mid-flank. Excuse me, it's Buzz, and he comes in with it. So the element of surprise now gone. Player covers on the doorway. Magus gets both.
Wait, they don't get on it?
Oh,
No kit.
Kixen, I think, goes
Only-
to grab the kit, comes
only
back
Monacy
in,
had
but
kit.
if he didn't already have it, oh, they lose the round.
They don't have it.
He must have picked the kit up off Monacy in
Yes,
the door. It's
Monacy
the only
had kits.
explanation.
Yeah,
They didn't
I mean,
have
he
kits.
went for it right away.
It was only
so
Monacy that had
there
one.
was enough time, and let's be honest here. There was enough time because Monacy just missed those 2 shots. That's the only reason he ended up dying in the first place. And yeah, he missed a shot on Nikodas and Pip, and he picked up a second one. But by that point, look what happened.
Man, you hate to see that, dude.
I just said as they were coming in, this is a round that can end to time. And it's one where OG actually could have even done it faster. They could have got the plant off faster. They could have used more delay utility. So this is extra sloppy out of Falcons, who have the material advantage here.
Falcons going to try to play this again off catwalk. Nico and Monacy joining forces. Nico
was
trying to
bad.
go to the barrels for the fight.
Real bad for
This
VP,
forward cat
or
setup
not VP,
between
for
Nico, Monacy,
Falcons.
Kicksands, been
Good
employed
for OG,
before.
bad for Falcons.
But they did it at a later timing once OG were steps closer than this. All that sticking around. Falcons give it up before OG ever stepped forward. But the only thing that OG have going for them is this tunnel's control. Kixan allocated to backside. Magic's going to play Humvee, just tucked in the corner. Nico will be the close rotate.
Full tax coming in. This is just going to come down to good utility. Kixan, what's the response here? He's only got 1 molly.
That's it. An incendiary.
It's
and
too
2
late.
M4s.
It's too late. He can't even throw it.
So he's just got to hope that he gets them, and Magis comes in from the corner with surprise. That's 3 kills from the 2 defenders. Solid. And Nico already challenging the doorway. Missed chance from Nikodas. Kixan given a chance, but it's Nico with the support through door instead. Very little util. Didn't even get a chance to use it, but they straight up best them with the element of the surprise.
I mean, there was a point in the last couple months where Magisk was like the sole perpetrator when it came to why they were losing games. There were some really bad moves out of him. His aim looked sloppy. It felt like his game sense was just totally off from the guy that we knew from a few years ago. But recently, man, he has stepped up huge. And these 2 kills from Humvee, especially in a situation where the 1 piece of utility on the site doesn't even get thrown. Both these kills were
Was a stomp out of
inextricably linked
Falcons.
to the win. There's
Stopped
no
OG.
way around it. And he delivered.
And this is it. This is the first CT round win for Falcons since the second half has started.
6-round streak is ended.
Timeout taken by OG.
And that's Lambert calling his last pause to try and help OG.
I think it's pretty nice. Right after their streak of rounds gets ended, now they've just got to rethink about their strategy. Falcons, on the other hand, letting it flow. Still 2 timeouts left over.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's juice.
Prison up on long. Oh!
The punish.
Sticks around just long enough.
That Danish connection in tune with the timing.
5v4 OG. They set up the rebuttal. And they don't waste any time trying to get back to winning ways. Nikodas takes that back from Krizen, who just wanted to play spawn, and does it well. Krizen still floating on the door, though, versus Nico. Gotta be careful. Cheap headshots for Nico.
He looks like he wants to raw dog this duel.
Yeah, why not?
Raw dog
beacon of
the
hope
duel.
for Falcons mechanically. m0NESY trying to get his name into that kill feed in a good way.
One bullet sends him back to the B site.
Look at this stack, though, dude. Just Nico on the corner of Long, and everybody from OG starting to get up into the tunnels.
That's the power of Nico right there.
Sure.
All right. And we know OG are not going to, it doesn't seem like, search this out and make a different decision. The commitment's going to come in.
They're met by a smoke by the time they arrive. Kicksand peeled off of the site, at least. They're worried a little bit about some kind of a mid-walkout. Magisk, not this time. Nothing.
Oh, shot missed again for m0NESY.
He's at least into the cover. He'll drop with nothing. Nico's the only player to put a kill on the board here for Falcons.
Wow, they had it. 3 players looking the wrong way. 3
Wow.
players on the CT side ready to defend.
Jesus Christ, man.
It's a B defense that looks stronger than the one round prior, and then it gets so much less.
They had 3 players running out, clearing left side through that smoke. No one was there, and they still don't lose anybody on those entries.
The effect that Magisk hiding in that Humvee corner had on them. The flashes were great, though. Magisk, for a split second, had 3 targets to shoot at, loses his vision. They react faster.
I mean, Nico couldn't have done much more in terms of multiplying his presence on A site, making them scared of things that weren't even there, getting them to go back from long.
Oh, very true. He even naded him off catwalk and just...
And then he killed Spooky.
Yep. Spooky takes a look at Cat. Doesn't even come around the corner. Just the moment he arrives, boom, 50 damage.
I mean, I know m0NESY's looking inward right now because he's just missing shots he normally doesn't. That's just it. Yeah, unfortunately, when we looked at the end of the year, last year, Shanghai was just such a bad way to end for him after an incredible year of wins. So the World Final, Dallas, what'd they pull off? It was mad. The carries that him and Nico put together. When Shanghai rolled around, the stats were good, but it wasn't really the m0NESY we had seen before.
m0NESY wouldn't be the first player in Counter-Strike history to learn that majors just hit different. In fact, he sits next to one that knows it all too well.
Damn. I was gonna say.
Back into the tunnels go OG at the start of this. The thought of OG in a lead, something they haven't had since the first round of play.
Falcons seem to think they've scared them from the B hit with that last hold.
Yeah, but what was scary about it?
Nothing.
Just gonna repeat his position from the last round. Again, there's been this 3-person play out middle between Kicksand, Nico, and m0NESY off Cat and mid, but they've tried to change up the timings. So far to no avail. They're actually gonna throw TSS out at this time as well, so 2 rifles in front of m0NESY. A lot of attention here to try and cull OG, but OG are happy to just go running through the door. Krizen takes the MAC-10.
Going up Cat still?
Goes hyper-aggressive. Now he's going to take a look at the B site. He's going to figure out what the hell is here. What exactly holds them back? He just steps his way through the doors, gets bested by Magisk. Nico's coming off catwalk. I mean, they know that this B site is only Magisk, but Nikodas, you've got to stop the support, and he won't miss that op shot. It's TSS down, Magisk caught, and the play. m0NESY dead in an instant, and Nico on half health's got nothing to say about it. Ladies and gentlemen, OG are leading this game.
11 rounds now, unless Nico can pull off the retake. He's starting to wander into middle, but I don't think there's any real hope that he can attempt this. Looking to save, hiding in plain sight. And man, this round, like, There's so many mistakes that OG made on this attack.
How do they pull it out of the hat?
It's crazy that Falcons allowed them to get away with this one more time. This went from one person in B, what looked like a full B attack, which would have been just the easiest correct idea for OG, into them going back to A because
Magus is the only one that's even doing anything.
Finding a way out through middle.
Unironically,
gets into the B site
minus on the guy that's actually got the most kills.
And then he swings
it's
into
crazy.
the guy who's angering. I think Magus gets this kill on Prison afterwards. But by this point, it's just so confusing, I think, for Falcons. Communication is probably just a mess. And Nikos hits this great shot.
Good fucking round, boys. Nice.
Nikodos peeking into the smoke as well. You can see Modesty trying to swing out to clear him. Nikodos full control of that situation. 16 and 12. Oh, there's the answer. Modesty gets the wallbang headshot on Nikodos. We get this long attempt as they press up against pistols. It's nade damage for Spooky to have to deal with. At the very least he trades, but it's still the recovery mission. Man disadvantage made that much worse. Falcons looking to answer back again, but the pressure remains.
That's a great find.
Spooky stays on top of the smoke to just keep it one person the difference.
Of all the shots that Monasty's missed today, that one he hits. Stewie shot through the door. Crizzen and Spooky have
Falcons wins this. Your pick'ems get saved? No.
Just got
no,
scared
Falcons
there
already.
by that
Not only
Molly
fucked
watching
my
the flank.
pick'ems once, they fucked my pick'ems twice.
Time is not on OG's side. We get to a minute. They're still outside of long. They haven't been doing a good job of reading the CTs. Like, there's not been a situation.
They double
of that.
fucked
I mean,
my pick'ems.
Even in the first half, they haven't really been able to figure out what the best move is. But obviously, Falcons are not looking perfect either.
They may not know what their opponents are up to, but they're pulling it off with their plan. OG down to 35 seconds. Nico and Modesty still just going to go back and try to clear out A site.
They're getting really spread, man. They're really believing that this is going to be
perfect.
A great nade, but to be honest, man, Magic he's still got to get the other half of these kills.
He sets himself up wonderfully. That nade, it takes back the advantage that the rifles
I have
have
OG
over
advancing.
this MP9. He gets the first one in the second.
Okay.
Magic able to lock this down alone.
Oh, he's the most reliable player on the server here for Falcons, and another 2K here on the whole.
I would have had OG
Much needed by his
advanced instead of
own
Tyloo,
AG.
but I picked
And if
Tyloo
he
out of
dies in
just
the B
like
site there,
a fun pick.
A retake, 2v2 retake on the B side.
It was a for fun thing, you
That
know.
was the best chance OG had at getting that 12
But I originally had
easy.
OG to advance like
There's an
3-1,
MP9 of
3-2.
5-7 out
and
there
I
on the
swapped
field.
that
They
out
run into the
for,
frag grenades on long. This
for
scout shot,
Tyloo because I
that
thought
right
they were
there
a fun team to watch.
sets the tone for the rest
Figured,
of this
okay.
very important round to tie
It
it up
could
at
be
11.
cool.
It's flashy. It's beautiful here for Falcons. It gets him 11. But it
I
also
just
makes
need more
it
to get
realize
fired.
how much
Already
they're
is.
missing.
Well, the thing is, if he has a really good
Nikodos continues to
showing,
take
like
his
he can
chances
continue to
on
play,
long, but
right?
Tess tucked into the cover, lets the nades do their thing and force OG back.
Like we don't know what he's gonna do. He might
Now-
retire.
oh, it's not the scout,
but like if he has
but
like
it's
a
also
really good
not
showing, like an
Modesty to win it.
MVP performance, like other teams
He
will
opens
want
up
to
that
pay him
smoke,
to play, like have him
and his
play. Does that make
demon
sense?
sitting on the other
Like even if
side,
it's like okay,
Nikodos
minus
gets the
you,
better
but you're
of
in
his
this tournament, like might as well do well,
as he
right?
has throughout this map. And with it comes this deep presence from OG and that affinity for the Kixan Nico Modesty 3-player mid play.
And he
is
is. He's
not
22
here
and
with
12.
Modesty dead already.
I mean, Nico's in CT spawn. There's
We
not
got
even
Modesty
anyone guarding
11-14.
A at all, and the speed up is happening. OG do find the correct play to make. Defensive utility coming out from Nico from below.
But there's nobody from long that's taking this duel. Tesses is just going to let them overwhelm that bomb site. Bomb down with just a nade at his feet. No second nade either to kill Crizzen. It's damn close, but he survives it. And even then, it would have been too late to stop the plant. They're going to try to chance this retake, thinking they've got enough because they've got Nico standing. 2 kills in. Biku strikes.
God.
OG take 12.
They've done it, 12, and now they're getting loud. All 5 of them yelling about this. The best
What
round
the
so far
fuck?
here for OG.
Haven't made a peep since they
What
won that
the
first round, since picking up
fuck,
pistol.
bro?
Because a 3-9 first half left them with nothing to be proud about.
I mean, there have been wins that are messy where I'm more pointing blame at Falcons than I am crediting OG, but here's a situation where they get the op duel over Modesty, clean head-to-head. Then they take it up Cat when Nico's in CT spawn. It's a perfect call, followed by a better opper, having a better individual performance. You can't ask for much more here for OG.
Probably shouldn't look at YouTube chat
Falcons
too much.
save their timeouts for this reason. It's round 24.
YouTube chat's a little unhinged.
The last round Falcons won. It was
Timeout taken by Falcons. Yeah, mine is on to rip.
But if playing like that is what it takes to open up their aim and allow them to hit great shots, they need to channel that a little bit. So I'm not sure if
am I
they believe
crazy
they're
to
better
think
than
that like
anyone
how
in this
much
stage
how much
right
was
now.
Monacy's contract?
Monacy's looking like a shell of himself. That's not the face of somebody inspired by their play. It's 2 best of ones, but he finished yesterday with a 0.7
transfer from G2
rating.
Falcons was 2.5 million. I mean, like, am I crazy to think
Horrendous
that
start to the event as per his standards.
that's a little crazy? Greatest investment from G2, 400% return on interest. So what did they pay? Like originally 500,000 for him?
Dare I say it, I think they also thought they were in the clear.
How old is he? He's young. He's like 19, right?
And that's a grueling realization that you go from 9-3 in the first half, laughing your way through it.
Honestly, he's
There was a
20
point where
years old.
Falcons were the betting odds
I mean, dude,
favorite
he's
to
a
be the
young
next team to
player,
beat
and he's
Vitality.
obviously very, very, very good.
Gone from that to
Like, he's
O2
way
Group
better than
2,
I could
potentially
ever
down a
be
map
or have
versus
ever
OG.
been,
They
obviously.
need this next round to get
But, like,
into overtime.
I just feel like
All's
that's
not
that's
lost
too
here,
young for
obviously.
that type of money, no? I don't know.
But look at OG. They're fired up. They're excited. They just made an enormous comeback straight up.
Because he's still like is learning, you know? Like he's still learning the game to some degree. He's been playing a long time. He's very knowledgeable, but like
in middle. 1 round prior. Now
Did he
on
win
Cat. Here we go.
anything?
Final round of regulation. OG looking to do the unthinkable. And I'm not referring to just beating Falcons. I'm referring to
never
coming
won a
back
major,
from a
right?
9-3 start.
There's the race this
he
year
had a
between
successful
Zyru
last
and Doc,
world
and
final in
Monacy wants to
2022 and
make sure
24.
that we remember that he's a part of that competition.
And I am Katowice 2023. He played for G2,
His
and
outing
G2
in
was
Austin
very
so
good.
far not one to remember. And right now, that catwalk's looking prime for the taking. Monacy is going to be in an integral part
Rookie
of this
of the year?
defense
I mean, that's a
again,
big
and
buyout.
this is- Who are we watching? As he comes back to it, he'll find the headshot to Krisen.
He must
It
have
is
heard
not
me.
too late.
Monacy turning up.
Buzz still sits out towards middle. Man advantage here for Falcons. And as Buzz
They gotta
sits
find her.
stoically, Nikodas comes back. Down goes Magisk, wallbang through the doorway. Nico's gonna try to get this retake going first, but it's just now back to the closer of the corners. And suddenly this post plant's gonna start to feel pinched. Monacy's got Tess to push forward to work ahead of him, but what happens if this catwalk gets held?
They don't have utility.
Nikodas sitting on the angle, Slays kicks in, Nico up next, double from Nikodas, and another double
Nikodas.
still yet to go!
Nikodas.
3
Monacy
kills
versus
in this
Nikodas.
clutch, and who else other than Monacy for him to be up again?
He won't bite.
Bomb is ticking! Nikodas thrives, and Falcons in a tailspin throw a 9-3 lead!
I mean, I know the kid is good, right? I know the kid
From
is
Falcons
good.
goes in the
right?
favor of OG. We're talking
I like him as a
9-3 in that
player.
first
He's
half, as
definitely
Connor just
somebody
aptly
I'm
said,
keeping an eye on, and I
into
think
a
he's an amazing
32-11
young
victory
talented
for
player,
OG.
and I
We're going to
think
be
he's gonna
talking
have an
obviously
awesome
about
career.
both sides of the equation.
brother.
Let's start off with the high
You know what
points.
I mean?
The fact that OG could battle back
Like,
from
is
such
it
a
a
deficit.
$2 million worth
make
career?
Falcons look
Like
like
maybe
clowns
over a
ultimately in
long
some of those
run?
rounds.
Maybe that's
It's
what they're
crazy
thinking
when,
here. But
when
at
the
the same
scoreline is
time,
9-3, you think the game is over. You think Falcons
gotta hit
came in
those,
and like,
right?
listen, okay, what happened
Two-
yesterday?
you
Best
get-
of
you're
one.
getting- you're
New
getting-
mentality. They
you're
emptied
getting
the
the cut of
backpack
2 million,
together with last Roble
right?
yesterday, and they look like a proper team. They
You're
played
getting
some
a-
good
you're getting a
Counter-Strike to
nice
begin with,
fat
and then
bonus.
slowly but surely, OG is crawling their way back into the game. A couple of mistakes, a couple of rounds where OG doesn't, where Falcons doesn't convert, and all of a sudden you see
This
all
is the worst
OG
he's
members
played
get
since last
confidence.
major.
Nico does,
Worrying
great
trend.
example. Pulling off this clutch, pulling off this quad
2 million
kill
for
at
never
this
winning a
moment to
major is
close
crazy
out
from a
the
business
map pick
standpoint.
off Falcons to now put them
Smart
one
from
map away from being
G2.
eliminated at the major 0-3. It's crazy, and it's only fitting
Big
that he does
gamble
it. The
from
guy with the
Falcons.
highest rating ever at a major is also stepping up against the big boys.
And the guy that said to me prior to this match, this is a perfect situation we find ourselves in. You called
The
it
thing
cope,
is with
Jacob.
the young
What are you
guys is
saying
they're
there?
gambles, man.
What I'm saying is still cope.
The young guys are
To be
gambles,
honest, there's
bro.
no one you would rather face
Right,
than
like,
you'd not rather
I think
face
they're
than
worth
the Falcons in this
investing,
scenario, but
and I
that
feel
doesn't
like
take
if-
away from
if-
OG. That is hella impressive.
I feel like if
mental
Monacy
resilience
has
and
like
the
a
way
good
they fight
mentor,
their back
which
into the
Nico
game,
is,
it's just
it's definitely worth
admirable, in
investment.
many
But like,
I don't
if
know
you're
what's going on.
counting on
Honestly,
him
I don't know
to
what's going on. Like Falcons look so
like
comfortable,
handle
and
the
we know how
pressure
good
and
they can
take
be
you
on
to
those two, and
majors,
they looked like they were just
like
cruising
Monacy
for
on a
second
team like
map, and they
FaZe
looked
makes a lot of
like
sense
a
to
team
me.
that had got their things
You
together.
got
But
3
now how things concluded,
OG
we
like
just got
best of the
straight back
best
to how things
vets,
were working
and they
out
can
against
mold
them,
this
and it
kid
did not
into
work.
like
We've got to have a lot to be
beast.
diving into. Let's
That's
move
like
back
value,
to that
right?
first
Like
half,
Monacy and
because as we were
FaZe would
saying,
be
you know,
huge
OG,
value.
They got a couple of rounds under their belt.
Maybe
We got
not $2
round
million
5 as an
worth,
example,
right?
but
Because you
this
still got
was,
to pay
you
the
know,
OGs.
only
You know
one
what I'm
of
saying?
a few
But
actual
Monacy
shining
on a team like
One of
FaZe,
the
I
things
think
that
would
I
go
praised
kind of
OG
hard.
also in the previous stage was their
Monacy on this
productivity.
Falcons
They
team, I
just
mean, him and
always
Nico
go
can turn
just
up.
reach
Nico's
them
still
down, they
doing
get a hit
rather
with the
good.
Molotov in mid, they go straight
But like,
in
I'm
from
just
mid,
not.
they get a double kill off this. And what comes in next
Against
is that
a
actually
team
what
like
they do
OG,
here, most teams
against
would
a
just
team
fall
like
back
Lin
and have
Vision,
fight,
against
but
a
they
team
actually
like
go back too long.
I don't know who the
and
hell
instead
else
of
they
just sitting
lost
back,
to.
they
Who the fuck
flash
else did they
because
lose
they
to in
know that
stage
is
two?
where the Falcons players are
They were
most
gonna
likely
say,
going to be.
yo,
So
Alex
to
Chill,
see
BO
OG
wins.
in this type of
They lost
scenario,
to
in this
bait.
type of
To be fair,
pressure
that
match,
bait game
to
was
still
kind
play
of
so
close.
well
I
off
don't know.
their
I don't really
fundamentals
want
and
to
what
call
they're
it
actually
two out,
good
but
at,
like they were
that's
saying,
really
well,
good
Monacy
stuff
never
for
had
them.
an
And that's
offense hand
also
on
one of the
Ancient.
reasons
And it's
why
like,
I believe that actually made it
that's
so
not really
competitive.
good, valid
Actually won
reason.
the first
Like,
match.
what the
And
fuck?
we often talk
There
about,
was another
you know,
dude,
whenever
I
you're
can't remember
OG,
his name.
you're
I
not the
almost want to
favorites in this
say
matchup. Let's be honest, you're playing against Falcons, who on paper is a
Bryce.
much better
Who was
team.
the guy?
At
Maybe
the
I'm
very
thinking of
least, you wanna lose
Khan
on your
on
own terms. You want to
Ancient
play your
with
own brand of Counter-Strike. You want to
Yamiga,
do what
who
you
like
normally
was
would do against maybe
disgusting,
a
or
different
maybe
opposition as well. And if
it
it's not
was
good
like
enough, it's not good
a
enough. But this
it was a
time around, as you
different
showed, that was OG's mentality in this
with
game.
that
Yes, in the first
other
half,
dude,
it
I
maybe
forget what
didn't
his
pan out
name
in
is.
too many rounds, but the game was somewhat competitive.
Or
The scoreline
Regali?
was
Was it
9-3,
Regali
but I
on
think a lot of the
FlyQuest?
rounds
One of
were
these
closer.
guys on Ancient
And I think we saw
was
in the second half
disgusting
that
on Op,
them
so I don't
playing
think
their
that's
own
like a
brand of
good,
Counter-Strike
like,
is
valid
good enough
yo.
right now to take it to
You just
Falcons.
didn't have
Let's
Op.
dive
He had an
into
Op
round
here
number 18
versus
because,
Nico Dawes
there's
for
a lot of
game point.
unfortunate
You know,
things going
he
on
chokes a
in
little
this
bit, and
situation,
it's like
not least quite a big miss
I don't
shot
know,
coming
man.
from
I feel like
Monacy, right?
that's
Yeah,
kind
and
of.
I think
I
that's
think they
something we're going to hone
overvalued
in
their
on later as well.
investment
The
here.
Monacy's having a tough time at this
You know,
tournament.
I
but
think
you
double
see
the
right here,
buyout,
if we
1
need to
million.
take,
They paid
in essence, it's a
500,000 for him. He
50-50
shows on
scenario.
a
Right now,
promise. I
Kristen
think
is
a
left
double
by himself
investment
as Boss is
is
making a
value
massive flank.
100%.
Monacy missing that
Maybe a
shot.
$1 million
It can happen, but
contract
it
is
doesn't happen
fine.
often, right? And it ends up being
Big
Monacy actually
gamble,
going
obviously,
down.
but
Boss coming in from
4
behind.
times the
Kristen
return
stays
of
alive for as long
investment
as
for
possible.
G2.
There's no kid on the first player.
Rookie of the year is pretty
just
decent,
long
but
enough
Rookie of the year
for
only
Kixon
gets
to
you,
run
what,
out, get
2
the kid,
majors?
and we're talking not
Right.
even half a second right
We're
here.
trying to win
That's the
majors
difference
here, and we're in
between
stage
Falcons winning
2.
this map and them losing it.
And the whole
Losing
idea that
to a
Boss decided to
team.
go for such a big flank was like super crucial. I mean,
We're
like, it's
losing
actually
to a
super risky.
team
And when I saw it, I was like, where's
who
your
is
teammate?
ranked
But what
number
Kristen does here,
37
sure,
in the
he talks
world.
for a long time, but Money misses, like,
We got
he
the
missed
Sneaker
twice.
Dawes guy.
If he would just have gotten that first kill on the, like, either on the first or the second shot, they would have won round. And that's just not the case. And this was not the first time that we saw Money miss extremely
This
crucial
Nico
shots.
Dawes
Let's
guy
dive into a couple of rounds, ahead of that
is looking at
moment. Round 20, which we were in the green room. I think it was you who said, okay,
$157,000
Falcons have
total
a
prize
great
money
lead on the
earned
situation. Should we play
from
a game of
39,
what happens
nice.
next?
Tournaments
I mean,
overall.
we saw Falcons being in a very
We're paying
uncomfortable situation,
this,
so they
this kid
decided
we're
to just go
investing
for
in.
stacks. And
How much
for
is
me,
that?
For
Like
them stacking the
20
B bomb side
times?
here is just like a
What
pure
this
gamble.
guy
We have
that
Nico
just
running
popped
around
off and has been
on
very,
the A
very
bomb side,
good
doing
so far
as
in
much
this.
now as they
And
can
you
to
know what I'm
match
saying?
if they're
Like,
more
what's
players.
the
But they actually have a pretty good
vision
setup. We
here?
have matches close to tunnels. We have Monacy with the AWP. But the way that the
Like,
pops out,
it's like you can throw money, but I just feel like it's kind of going all over the place.
Goes
I
down
think
as well.
like
They only get one
I
kill
think
off
the
having a
I think the vision
three-guy
of building a
stack
team
on
off
B.
of
And
Nico
no,
and
it's
off
simply
of
not just good enough. Like, they
Monacy
should
is
have won
good,
this
but
round, and
like
if they would have won it,
I
think they
think
would have taken the
better
game.
I
foundational
would like
work
to see
would
that
have been
round again
better.
in the minimap
I
once
don't
more, because
I
I
don't
just
know,
noticed
man.
something I didn't see the first
Like,
time
I'm
around.
rooting for
Look
these
at
guys to
Maggie's
do
squad, where
well.
he's
I
looking,
want
and
to
look
see
at
Monacy
Monacy.
do well.
Kicks and
I just
Monacy
want
are
to point that
both
out there.
looking
I'm a
towards
Falcons
middle. Now Kixen is
enjoyer. I
moving
like
away
what
from
these
the
guys
B
are
stack, but
doing.
Monacy is still looking towards middle.
Love
So
Nico.
Maggie's right now is basically by
But,
himself. You see it right here. Why on earth are they stacking towards B and having two players focused on towards middle? Even look at Nico's point of view. I know there's a smoke towards CT spawn, but he's also focused towards middle. So if you decide to go for a B stack, if you place 3 players towards that position on the map, then essentially it's just Maggie's defending the bomb site. He's the first point of contact. He goes down without getting a kill. Then Monacy comes in and dies. Either you go for that stack and you buy into that stack and you bait for Maggie's. You have Monacy being the first point of contact. Maggie's hiding somewhere on the side, and maybe he can get a multi-kill.
I think
this is
maybe,
just
maybe he's dealing with too much
stacking.
pressure.
You know, it's a gamble, but
like
the way you
from what I've
execute that
observed,
gamble
like when
is
you put
horrendous
Monacy in positions, he does very well.
Most of the times when they do a B stack,
But like,
it's
I
Nico
don't think
hiding because
he's
the rotating
like
player, so he would
rounder
be the guy
enough
hiding
to make
somewhere, right?
calls.
The thing
Does that
is
make
that
sense?
Matches was
Like, I think you put him in into a
but
successful
they were
position,
so
he can
confident
do
that they were
well,
gonna
but
come out
like,
mid first. And sure,
I think
could
he
have agreed
choked
with
at
you
the
that
end there
if
with the
Muncie would have
pressure. I
had
think
his
he just
first
felt the
contact
pressure
going
was too
tunnels
much.
and
They
Matches
were
maybe
already
hiding
like getting
somewhere,
tilted
and
from
then
losing
PickE
to
maybe
OG.
hiding out on scaffold.
I just don't think he can handle the pressure, which obviously also not a good sign if you can't handle the
Now, I'm
pressure.
not calling this up because I'm, blaming
think of the
Muncie
Prime
for
as
the
well.
situation. It's more to recall something that you said
It's
yesterday,
just like-
Jacob. You
it's
said,
just
how
one of those
often have you
things,
seen
man.
Muncie had a bad day 2 days in a row? This is probably the first time in a hell of a long time where we see some really uncharacteristic missed shots.
That's the thing, right? Because he had a couple of rounds in this game where he hit some nice shots, but he's super inconsistent. And the output for Muncie so far this tournament, you see it day 1, 20 kills, 31 death, not good enough, ADR 54. He's replicating that today. He's just not finding his groove right now. And I just quickly looked at his stats. He hasn't had 3 negative ratings in 2025 at any point. And I'm pretty sure, without being confirmed right now, we can dive into that. And there's someone out there watching right now that want to go deep into it as well. I didn't see anywhere in 2024 that happened either. So we're looking at a Muncie right now that has 3 negative ratings, 3 negative performance for the first time in years. So we don't see it often. And this right now, right here, is probably the worst moment to do it.
And one thing is that it's scary for him as an individual to have such a bad pop-off, or not have a pop-off, obviously, but then the team as well, like, they know what he can bring to the table. He know how important he is to this team. And for him to have a really bad tournament as of right now, it's just not looking good for Falcons. They need money. They need to step up. And I'm not sure if he's like, okay, so he's still an experienced player, but he's also a young player. Like maybe he's never found himself in a situation like this before. How does he get out of that? And he have 15 minutes until next map to start.
If anyone had any doubt what kind of impact Muncie has on Falcons, just look at this. When he replaced Dexter, they went from being a decent team into instantly the second best team in the world. A team that came so close taking down Vitality in a couple of grand finals. Should have done it in Melbourne. So now when Muncie is missing, they go back to being the Falcons that we've been criticizing for years and years, where they look like a rather lackluster team. Muncie is such a good Counter-Strike player. He's confirming it one more time that when he's not playing well, he's masking all the mistakes that Falcons probably have been doing all this time. But because of the individual skill level, we don't really see it. We don't talk about it. Now we do.
Now, when I was catching up with Madge just prior to this, he was saying, I'm not divulging too much about what happened in that team talk last night, but saying what he took away from it is individuals were going to be focusing on themselves. Of course, Madge was putting up some solid numbers throughout that, but that's not enough in isolation, right? You've obviously been with Zonic in plenty of times, these situations. What on earth do you think he is saying to the guys now when there's one map away from potentially Falcons exiting stage 2 of the major?
Like yesterday, I didn't want to hit the panic button. Now I'm going to press it. I think that there is literally panic inside the camp right now.
Yeah.
Like they're one map away from being eliminated. Sonic knows that it's still in their own hands.
I think it's bad vibe
like
central over in the Falcons
map
camp.
that they have in the
I
map
think
pool.
it's like
And right now
I
they
think
go
it's
against
like
Nuke. It's a
well,
map
their
that has
mental
been-
boom for
that
these
has been
games,
looking
obviously.
pretty
But
bad for
if
them
their
for quite a while.
MO from last
And
night
for
was
them to find
all
themselves
right,
in
you
this
know
situation,
what?
like, this is-
Everybody
this
just
is not where they
every
expect to
man
be.
for
But
themselves.
this is also where they're going to start earning
That's not a
their
good
money,
look,
like,
brother.
getting themselves
That
out
means
of
they're
this
going to play very
bad situation,
selfishly,
getting
like their
back into
fucking
shape
jobs are on the
and
line.
figuring out
And I
what is
feel like
going
that's
on.
kind of what we've
Because
seen
it
out
feels
of
like
Magus
there's, like,
today.
one thing is that
Is
they're
he
not
took
hitting
that
shots,
shit
but, like,
personally and said, all
fundamentally,
right,
Falcons just
fuck
looks like
y'all, I'm
completely
going to play
out of
my
it.
own
Like, they're
game.
making
You know,
so many
good luck.
mistakes they didn't
And
do
I think
3
a
weeks
team
ago.
that's like
I wonder
doing
what it
that
is.
type
I
of
wonder what it is that quickly turns
that type of
around.
strategy,
Yesterday we
it's
gave
just
the-
not going to be very
the excuses
cohesive,
of best of
and
ones. It could
it's
have been
just
a
going to
bad
start
day,
falling
but
apart.
I can't
Comps
help
are
but
going to be
think,
rough.
Peter,
People
you
are going
probably
to be
have felt
tilted.
that yourself
It's
as
not a
well
good
when you're
playing
coming into a
environment. You know,
tournament. You know
it's
there's
not.
going to
It
be
doesn't
rusty
feel like a
chances after
unit.
the tournament as
And
well.
if it doesn't feel
Are
like
you
a
really
unit,
expecting all
you
the
are going
players
to
to
blame
give
yourself. You're going to blame
100%
the
in
people
practice
around
leading up to
you.
the tournament? If you're the
Morale is going
player
to be
knowing you're getting
low,
replaced, are you
and
really
that would
giving
maybe partially
100%
explain
to
why
make sure that you go in and you
they're going
die
into
and you
this
kill for your
game. Maybe they
teammate?
get a little
All
bit
I'm
of a
saying
morale
is
boost,
that
but then
when
it
we
just all
talk
fell apart
competitive
at the seams.
Counter-Strike
You
at
know.
this level, we're talking a couple
I don't
of
necessarily want to
percentages
like
that are
blame
kind of like
Modesty
differentiating the best
overall. I
teams
think like
versus
he's
some
saying
of the
he's had
teams
like
that
a
are just
really
below
bad
them.
showing this
So if
major.
you're
Maybe
Falcons, you're heading
sometimes
into the
it's like a
second major in a
fluke.
row now where you know you're making
My only
rusty
point
chances
with
after
him
the
being
major. Is
paid
that
is
really
so
the
much
perfect
is
lead-up
like
heading
you
into a
maybe want
tournament
to
like this?
throw that
I don't
much
think
money
there's
at like
an
a
excuse
player
for
that's
you as a player to not
consistent
give you
and
like
goes to
110%
majors
sure
and
that
wins
there
them.
could, like,
There's no excuse,
right?
but
no, but like the noise,
Like
the
not
noise around the
somebody
team,
that
sure,
like
that
you're
makes a
risking it
disturbance,
all
but at
on.
the
You
same
got
time,
this
you
young
know that
dude
if you're
that
the
is
one
the
that is
rookie of the
being
year, sure,
outed to
but
be
the amount of pressure that
replaced,
you're putting on
then
this
you're also
guy
fighting for your next
to
contract.
perform
Like,
in
there's
an
absolutely no
environment
business
where
in you not
people
coming here,
are
not
going
showing your
cut
best face.
you if you don't
And
perform.
whether or not
I think it's
who's
just
going to be
a
inside
little
of
too
Falcons.
much.
I like
You know,
what
that's what I
Magic
mean.
has
Like,
shown
if he's
so far
like
this
on a
tournament. Yeah, he had a
team-like
really bad
phase
showing
where
in
it's
the
like
first
maybe a
one.
little bit more
But
chilled
yesterday
out.
in the second match,
You know,
and
he's
also
playing
this
with
one,
some
he's the one
OGs.
stepping up.
They're
He's
having
the
a good
one that actually
time.
sits out there
I
and
think
actually praises
he'd
his teammates when they
thrive
do
in that
something
type of
good.
environment
He's the one
versus
keeping up the mood,
like
and that's what I like him for. That's what I
playing on a
also
team
know him
that
for.
signed
And he,
you for millions of dollars, and
will
they're going
always
to put
try
like
and bring
the fear of
100%.
God
It also does open the
into
door.
you
Just
for
quickly want
every
to say
single
this
match
for the
that you
players to
play.
express
That
themselves in a
just doesn't
different
seem
way.
like a
Because I
good
think
growing
it was the same
environment,
case
regardless
for
of whether or
PickE.
not
We
Nico's
saw what
a
happened in his last
decent
tournament for
mentor,
Falcons.
which I'm
In
sure he
RIP,
is.
there will
But
be
at the end of the day, it
situations
seems
in the
like
round or
Falcons
in
is
the
a very
game where
cutthroat
Magic's got
team.
someone else
It
within
seems like
Falcons. If
you
he's on the cutting block,
underperform,
maybe he's a little bit
you
more
are tossed,
interested
and that's
in
just not like a
Ecofax,
good way
in
to build
pushing
a
the
team
boundaries a
in
little bit more,
general.
because
It
that's
just
going to look
doesn't
better
feel
on the
like
stat
it.
sheet, because he's playing for a
Feels
new
like you should be
contract.
building a
All I'm
team
saying is, if you
around
take
like a
just
good
away
structure
1
and
or
a
2
good base,
percentages here and there,
and
then
maybe
that
Nico
could, be what we're
and maybe
witnessing right
Monacy
with
is
Falcons,
that,
where there's
but the rest of
just
it
not
just kind of
aligned in
seems
what they
like
do right
It could potentially be.
yeah,
of
they're
course,
just
we're
trying to
talking a hell of a lot
artificially
about Falcons
create
just because of the
like
wider
a winning
context of
team,
this
and it just
matchup.
doesn't work
Let's
that
just
way.
give
Like,
some
you
flowers
need-
to
you need
OG.
to
Of course,
have,
we talked a little bit
like,
about
you
what they were
need to
really
have
showing
people
on
to
that
like
Dust
each other
2.
on it.
Now
and
we
you
move
have
into
to have
Nuke.
them
Their
comfortable.
map pick.
If they feel
What is the
uncomfortable and
expectations
they're
here,
like
considering
their
this was
jobs
their
on the
choice
line,
into
they're
this
just not going to
best of
I think
perform
we should
very
give
well,
props
like,
first
well
and foremost
overall.
to Fiku for having a great
And they're gonna
performance. I don't think
they're
we
gonna
said his
tilt
name
twice
at
as
all
hard as they
on
normally
Dust
would.
2 or throughout this tournament. He's the most experienced player within OG. He's been within
Falcons
that
have no
lineup.
team
I think we're
identity.
talking
I mean, their
about
team
for like
identity at the
4 or 5
moment, I
years.
think,
The
is
OG of OG, so
Nico,
to speak,
and
doing
then
one
now
hell
they
of a
added
job here on
Monacy,
Dust 2.
right?
Now heading
And
into
it's just
Nuke,
like
we also just spoke about that, Peter. It's
a
a map Falcons have
mentorship
been struggling
situation
on
or
massively,
something,
and
right?
it's a map where the only player who
Monacy only
showed up
wants to
so
play
far
with
for
Nico.
Falcons at the
I mean,
major,
that's-
which has been
I mean,
Nico,
that's nice, but
notoriously have
then
been
they
struggling
have to,
the
like,
past couple of
rebuild
months.
shit.
This CT side is nowhere where
And
it
I
used
don't
to
think
be.
that
So for
like
OG
they're
right
gonna
now,
have
they
to
must be
like
smelling blood.
reconstruct how
I
they
think it's
play
important that
together
OG
and
stay
like what
cool.
their
I mean,
roles are.
they're up 1-0.
Who's the IGL?
And they
Is
know they're
Nico
going
the
to the
IGL?
Olympic.
Like I
They
assume
cannot
Nico's
like
the
relax
IGL.
now. Like
right?
they need to keep their
like,
cool, and they did it so many times on Dust 2 when they
right?
were like being so proactive, getting information,
Magus?
going, playing off each other.
Wait,
sure, there were some
really?
fumbles here and there, but they still play better than Falcons, and they know they
Wait,
go into map that Falcons
wait,
do.
Magus?
Like.
Oh,
Just give
saw
me
it?
very
Wait,
quickly.
really?
Is it over for Falcons? Are you smelling a 2-0?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense
Fuck,
to me.
I'm afraid so, yeah. I'm afraid so.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense
No,
to
Falcons
me.
is going they have to win this. I think we need Mirage, but I'm not confident they're going to win this matchup. I think OG are good enough, and Falcons, they're shaking.
I've already hit the panic
Yeah,
button, but I'm at a state where I think it's going to
you
go
got
to a
two
Falcons
guys
as well.
almost in
Well,
their
I
30s
think
who've
it
been
is
playing
time
the
to be
game
diving
for
into
decades.
this one. I can't quite
And you
believe
got, like,
that I'm
a
saying these words, but
25-year-old
potentially
shot
one
caller.
more map separates Falcons from being
Doesn't make a lot of
eliminated.
sense to me.
0-3 at stage
You,
2.
like
Surely,
Nico
I don't
100% should
know.
go
It's not
shot call.
happening, right?
And if he really doesn't want
There's
to,
a lot that
then
would lead you to
get
believe
another
so,
like
Freya,
OG,
but slowly and
so he can
slowly,
chill out.
We've kind of lost excuses
Get
one by
another
one. At
Nico
first
if
it
you
was
don't want Nico to
bad
shot
day.
call.
It won't happen twice.
is
They'll
very
recover in the
strange.
next best of one. Oh, they'll recover in the best of threes. Oh, 9-3 half, they've got this. And yet we are standing
was
now
IGL
map
for
away
a
from
bit.
elimination on a Falcon. So
Nico cannot IGL.
I've run out of reasons as
I mean,
to
if
why
he
this
can't
could be happening
IGL
other
like
than they're
and
failing
frag
in
out,
Austin.
I mean, then he doesn't want to IGL. Then get somebody like him,
9-3
like
in the first
an
half.
older guy,
And honestly, if you paused right
like
there,
a Kerrigan or
it
something,
felt like everything had
they
changed.
can snap
but
them into shape. You know,
the rounds we saw.
they can.
To follow
Him
that,
and Nico
I
can
don't know
work
if it goes
together on
beyond the
Monacy,
prep or
but
whatever,
like this is
but,
kind of.
it was honestly pretty
He
terrible.
won Dallas last year
Even
as an
Nico in the
IGL.
first half on Nuke when they played Lin
His
Vision
shot
was
caller
great,
bought a
then it was
no-namer
just
team to the
whatever.
semis of a
Magic,
major
I
back
think,
in the
put up
CS:GO, so I
best
think he's a good
performance of anyone
IGL.
in the Falcons
I'm not
jersey
saying
in
that
the
he's a
last
bad
match, which was
IGL,
real
but like
impact.
the cohesion doesn't make much sense to
Monacy,
me.
Yeah, that's all anyone can talk about right now is just Monacy is
It
just.
feels like it feels like
missed all,
what they're
like,
doing is
half his
building an
shots,
artificial
something
team.
Like, that.
Like they're
Crazy.
taking
I don't
like
know
winning components
why
and just slapping them
exactly,
together
but
with
this is-
tape and saying, "Here
it's
you
even
go,
worse
this
than
should
it
be
looked
good."
in Shanghai for some reason.
And like
so
they
I'm
found
not-
some success
I couldn't
surely,
tell you,
but
man. You never
I don't know.
have me believe
Maybe
that
this
he
is
has
a bad
been
outing too,
practicing,
guys.
that
I
they've
could just be
not been
talking on my
boot
ass here,
camping or
right?
taking this event
Like
seriously or
they beat
anything.
Spirit.
I don't believe any of that.
They beat
Well,
FaZe.
Sync
Like
been putting
they've
in
done
work.
well.
Like I understand
it's not
what
like
Pimp's
they're
bringing
they
up in
go,
terms. He's looking
they
for
go big
answers
and then
here,
they
but
go
when Pimp
home.
mentions
Like
like the
it's,
fact that they know there's
you
roster
know,
changes
they
on the
have
other
done
side
well
of this.
before.
I mean, I'll let you
whatever
know.
it was.
They found out as
What
a
was their
team
recent
at
trade?
Rivals that
I mean,
they were not going to be going
Monacy their
forward
most
into the
recent
next
trade?
season as this 5. They still finished second at that event. They
don't
still
know.
finished third, fourth in Dallas.
Third, fourth, Dallas,
just can't
second at
chalk
the
it up
previous
to
event. Like
anything
it's,
other
I just
than
don't think it's
Monacy
really
is-
like it's
What would that
doing
have to
some,
do?
it's doing doing some successful
so
shit, but I just don't think it's
it doesn't make sense.
as successful
Like,
as
why
it
would
could
you
be with the amount of money
suffer
they're throwing at it
major
too.
that you're going to play for, twice a year.
Yeah, Modesty is the recent
because
addition.
You're waiting for a better teammate to come in. Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah,
they got rid of
just miss easy flicks.
Yeah, though that's the thing.
They got rid of
that
Dexter.
conversation can't apply to Monacy. You could say it could apply to Magis. Magis is not the problem. You can't take that logic and put it on Monacy. Monacy is just failing to deliver. 0.7 rating across 2 maps.
I mean, I don't want to blame the IGL situation
this
either.
last one. In the final
Like,
round of
IGL-ing
regulation on
is
Dust
hard.
2, can't hold elbow on the first shot, recovers with the Crizzen headshot, misses versus Nikadaz in a 1v1.
Gave Nikadaz a great clip.
Kiosk is joining
Yeah, he
after
did.
the major.
And Nikadaz in the head-to-head in the earlier parts of some of those rounds just beat Monacy, so that was great from him. That's someone who
I know
Nico
could be. I feel like Nico could be a good
So
IGL.
here comes
I mean,
Nuke.
hell, you saw Apex
We had
go
the
from like
pleasure of
entry to
catching
like
their game
number
versus
1 in the
Lin
world for
Vision.
IGL.
We know exactly what went
But
wrong in that game.
they would
so
have
we'll
to
see if
change
they
some
make
stuff
some of the
around
same
for that.
mistakes or not.
Yeah, it was a pleasure because
Like
of Lin Vision,
Nico,
though.
IGL, or
We'll
like
see
somebody
what
like
Falcons do
Magus. I know
versus
that he's
OG.
leaving after this.
who's gonna be your
IGL makes
West
more
Melon?
sense. He hates
OG.
IGLing, but that's the thing. Remember, Jon Snow didn't want to
You said
be
it earlier,
didn't want to be a
Nico was
leader.
Still solid. in that outing versus Linvision. Poor guy sitting on
Sometimes
15
somebody
health,
that
though,
doesn't
not gonna
want
be
to do
very
something
comfortable to
ends up
cut
being
off
the
this
best
back.
one for the job.
Okay, Magisk
It's not about like, oh, I just don't want to do it. Sometimes the people that need to step up end up being the best for the role, regardless of whether they want to do that role or not.
CT's take over lobby. They're going to come back and clear him from behind this. TSS dropping the ball has allowed Buzz
His
to get a second
fragging drops
kill.
when he steps up. Yeah, I get that, which is why you need to rearrange some
Nico,
stuff.
that 15 health left over towards spawn.
Somebody
Bomb
that's
is
really
in
good
main.
at setting up
Could be
like
picked up by
plays
Spooky to
like
try to
him,
join Buzz.
and him being in a position of
Everybody
power to
split up
set
at the
people
moment.
up like him.
Their vent
You
isn't
understand what I'm
popped
saying?
yet. This actually helps out the
Get
CTs
somebody
a little bit,
that's
bit of a
like a
warning.
Nico that he
They
can
wanna
set
come
up
try
to be
defend
like a
this,
Nico.
But they're going to crack it open, and they get by.
Yep, they close the door.
Because the chemistry just doesn't make a whole lot of sense
down
to
to
me
the
with the
B site. They'll
team.
plant with safety.
It just seems
in the
very
back of their
artificial. I just
mind.
don't feel like it's a good.
Yet to see if
Good
whether
winning
that ramp
environment
player
for
can
them, you know?
catch him in the transition from the plant into cover, but we've got two separate duels, and I know I wouldn't want to be m0NESY trying to climb down that ladder.
No.
And eventually Kicksan's going to have to push the issue, press into sight.
He's also losing time to get the secret. How's he going to get down here?
We've got no kit. m0NESY taken down. Very difficult for him to press in, and now Kicksan knows it's time limited. Eventually, Buzz is going to come at this site to try to hold him back. He closes this distance. Door's still closed, now swung open. Kicksan stomping towards him. Oh, and he takes him down to 18 health.
Movement is perfect.
He gets back on that bomb with a 10-second stick needed. Kicksan gets the kill,
Not
but
enough.
not with enough time. OG will pick up a third pistol in this series.
That was very clutch by Buzz, hitting that vent. It's the guy who closed the door, got down the vent as well. Very smooth moves from just executing on some simple things, but just like in perfect order. Magisk pretty fortunate to get that one kill. This was nice from Spooky to take out Nico on a headshot angle. Honestly missed some more shots here.
G2 got snacks as IGL instead of Nico taking the helm when this was a major talking point. He said he wasn't going to IGL for any time soon. I get he doesn't want to do that. I understand that. I don't blame the dude. He does very well at fragging out, but like I'm just.
The previous massive collapse.
I don't know if he really is not going to do it. Then you need somebody that's like a
Harris,
like an
remember that
Apex or
Vertigo
something,
game
like
on,
an older dude that's a
Shenanigans?
vet that can like shot call shit and like with
guillotine
confidence,
drops.
major winner. You know,
They mentally.
it doesn't have to be somebody that was
sometimes don't
exclusively IGL. Like having like a younger guy IGL on a team with like vet dudes and an up and coming prodigy rookie just feels a little.
We saw Falcons pull off
I
a
don't know. It
force
feels,
buy
it
in
feels,
round 2 of Dust
it feels
2.
a little artificially scuffed. I'm not gonna lie to you. It
Critical turning
feels a
point
little
to that
scuffed.
early
okay?
9-3 half.
It's like
But right now, Spooky
you're just trying
alone
to
in
tape
secret.
together
It's gotta
like
be
a
little
winning
nervous
formula,
knowing that
but you
Nico's
don't
usually
have,
not too far off.
you know,
Shadow advantage,
all the
though, on
pieces to the
approach.
recipe.
Two players swing into him. Nico trades out Tessus and grabs the AK to try to barrel back towards
It's like trying to make grandma's cookies when you have all the ingredients.
5-7's gonna go down to
But then it
nothing,
just doesn't
sets up
taste
the
right,
AK
you
for
know?
the multi,
Because grandma
but
makes it
Nico
a little
just
different. You know what I'm saying?
Just barely can't finish off that frag.
Grandma.
I'm not quite sure. What? Krisen.
You have the whole site
Grandma
to
just
yourself,
makes them
sir.
different.
And Krisen swings in.
Nobody was bothering you. Go plant.
Nikodov's trying to pick it up in the middle of the smoke while the USP spam. Confusing situation. Luckily, they've got that smoke down in front of it.
m0NESY with a scout on B. This is going to be interesting. They are lit, so they are one shot,
Double up on the single
doable.
door here, Falcons, to try to finish this one
Should
off.
be
Again, no
winnable.
kit on the retake. Door swing. You see him standing there. Still doesn't hit the shot. And Fiku gets that trade out from the
1v1
ramp. He's working
m0NESY.
with 5 points of health. Certainly not ideal.
m0NESY versus
Couple
Fiku.
flashbangs, but we hear that smoke pop on sight. m0NESY looking for the bomb. Still yet to start the defuse.
And yeah, it didn't actually
Is he
go
not
wide.
defusing?
No, just not even going for it. No kid to work with. He's just out of there.
Did he not have 10 seconds?
Well, I have no. I don't know.
He had 10 seconds, but he couldn't find the bomb.
Scout got a
I guess.
AK maybe didn't
I
have
don't know. It
ammo.
was kind of confusing
okay,
on
possible
what
he's
actually
reloading
happened.
backside on the one chance he had to peek Fiku, and then realized he just had to leave. Either way, well played from Pete Fiku. He found this pick off as soon as his teammate dies right here, and that just allows him to escape.
On the first map, you saw Nico clap for the first time. It may be the last.
Didn't work.
That saved AK-47 for m0NESY is going to have to be the hero.
Yeah, I
and
just
hope of
feel like
round
the mentals are all over the place, and I mean,
OG's
somebody can
T-side
correct me
on
if
their
I'm
map
wrong,
pick,
and if
starting off
like
strong. There's a couple of hands for
yeah, this is
Magisk.
gonna be a weird eco round. So like,
I believe that was a Zeus.
My thought on this is like, m0NESY feeling pressure.
Well, then the angle makes sense.
Magus
Regardless of what
just,
it wasn't long for this world.
just is like, they're cutting me. I'm just gonna fucking play my own game. Who gives a shit? Nico is very much like, I need to win this major. I'm sick of getting cursed at every single major.
Out on the 8th floor,
you know, very focused on just fragging out. Wary about it.
AK's out there.
You know, Kisan, I assume he's trying to make things work, and maybe so is Tessus, but I just don't feel like the mentality. I don't know who's the rallying voice here. Who's the voice that goes, guys, lock it the fuck in, right? That's usually your IGL. You know what I'm saying? The guy that makes you go, oh yeah, shit, we should lock in, right? The guy that brings the morale up.
Yeah, like
that's usually who you put in your IGL position because you respect them, and they're the ones that are making those shot calls work.
Right now, because it's just like yesterday.
Whenever you're feeling mental boom, having somebody that you respect, that like you trust, like telling you, hey, like we got this, just lock it in. We're the Falcons. We're like the best in the world, guys.
Everyone look bad, you know?
Like tighten the fuck up.
They're the ones.
Like we're not playing vitality here. Tighten the fuck up.
Because it's OG.
Like play our game, right?
They're a team
but
that
I
we
just
don't
don't know
have
if
the
that's happening.
expectations for.
That's
Every
why I was
win
like
that they
maybe
get,
someone like
you know, it's
Nico,
obviously gonna be messy.
he seems like somebody that everyone on the team respects, right? But if they're not, I don't know what their situation is. That's what I'm saying. I could be wrong here. Maybe their chemistry is solid, and whenever Kisan like pipes up, maybe they go, oh shit, Kisan's talking, everyone focus up. Maybe that's already happening, and maybe I'm overthinking it myself, you know, because
a team that's really fallen out of the LAN scene.
But yeah, the IGL needs to be that like voice of reasoning that gets everyone to shut the fuck up and lock in.
The mainstays.
Right. It's very important.
The likes of all the blast events.
If you don't have that, it doesn't matter who you bring in. If they don't respect the IGL, you're not winning shit. You know, if the team doesn't give a fuck about the IGL and they don't respect the leader of the team,
just powerful Nico,
you're not going anywhere.
Making it to this stage.
Should be Nico, but he tilts. Yeah, I just feel like Nico's still playing like a young man's game.
Experiences,
you know, he's still very good. I mean, I've seen Nico pop off. I think he's just, you know, he's playing a selfish, like I'm just gonna frag out young man's game, and he's not playing like the I'm gonna step up into the leader role and get everyone else to play better, you know. So that's the issue. Okay, but we're seeing some kills here.
And all while Nico also
all right,
got this
team is picking up.
So those are the three players that have gotten tagged up.
Some important kills
finished off
from Tessus.
And the first gun round of Falcons is now a comfortable 4v2. 20 seconds, bomb in the full possession of the defense as well. Looks like OG's success has come to a halt in the fourth.
That's much more like it here. Those 2 kills from Tessus, very clean. OG have a really good gun to save, though. And Nico does actually in danger of dying after time if he's not careful. Doesn't want anything to do with that duel.
The voice should be the coach. Zonic has taken several players who looked great in the other rosters and made them look mediocre. Yeah, coaching is just weird to me too. Like, I feel like a coach seems just really fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie to you. A coach just seems like some guy that just like yaps behind you that has no idea what the game is like. Like they're just gonna tell me, yo, play better against the guy who's shitting on me. Like that doesn't make any sense, right? Like I don't know what all coaches do, but some guy that takes the time out is like, guys, we're running bad plays.
Hard to cherry pick that because
okay, they have a weak mid. They have a weak mid defense. Let's just go for that. It's like, bro,
when we do,
yeah, no fucking shit. Like they're hard to fucking outmaneuver, bro. You're not in the game with us, right? And also it sucks because the coaches seem like they don't have a good perspective of the entire game. They just sit there and watch 5-player POVs. What does that do for you, right? Good coaches like Blade look up strats and practice with them and shit. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the difference.
Double push. So lots committed to lobby. This might speed up outside. Look at Spooky. He's actually already made it in through mini.
Good trade for Kixan.
I just don't know what a coach does. You know?
He's able to hold one back. You see them scrambling now, trying to take that path around red instead, using this wall of smokes. Yeesh, but they pay the price. More spam damage. Krisen barely alive. That 1 point of health won't do much to get them down into the B site, and a very swift move from Kixan down ramp. Or vent, excuse me. Just puts him right here in the open, ready for the fight.
I don't know. Maybe a coach comes up with strats or something, right?
3 kills on the round. He's the one that really put an end to the momentum of what could have been that main split.
We're like a mental coach.
Now Krisen just hoping he can hold on to Nika Dawes' op, but 30 seconds CT's nearby. There's no guarantee at this point. He takes a look at the site, and it's going to cost him. Nico to end this majority alive.
That's what a coach is meant to do. Yeah, I think a coach just having someone that's like, hey guys, you know, like I could tell you guys are feeling a little frustrated. Let's just take a timeout and talk about this. Like, what do you want to do? What's the run?
Here's my golden opportunity.
And then if you're like, oh, I think we should play mid. Yeah, maybe we should play. All right, that's the focus then. Let's play mid. Let's talk with each other. Like, someone just brings in shit
as he ran
as like an outside perspective. Maybe that's good.
And that's why the
you know,
flank
like I don't really know what like a coach does outside. Like just saying let's run B rush
forward,
right? Like what does that do
space,
for you?
But not overdone it.
Like let's rush B. You know, maybe like that Tyloo game of like, hey guys,
and then
our mid was really effective. We worked mid really well. We took A site. Let's stop going B. Like B isn't effective. Like what do you guys think?
For his next 2 kills.
Shit, yeah, it turns out that if we go B 7 times against Lin Vision, we're going to lose B 7 times. Maybe that's not the move. Maybe we go mid, right? Like, stuff like that maybe is effective. Like sometimes players do get stuck into like a feedback loop of each other and they panic and don't know what to do and lose faith in themselves. There's a whole bunch of like mental elements, so maybe a coach is good for that, you know?
It's a $300 P250 and nothing else with it. Dire situation here in round 6. But things were also dire on Dust 2.
Yeah, they already got their 3 rounds, huh?
Yep. Just let it go.
You're not supposed to be choking, man. Falcons are right here.
Damn.
Excuse me. You know what scares me, though, as this map is going to go on, is that when I think about OG back on Dust 2, the weakest thing was just a lot of the rotates on CT side.
Yeah.
We're playing Nuke now. If that's going to end up being an issue on the defense when they inevitably get there, like setting the tempo on T side, just getting in on the attack, like that's where OG were able to thrive. And even then, they still stepped into a stack here and there. We're going to have to see this uptick in team play once the CT side starts. I don't give a damn if it's Nuke or not.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing to talk about here off that
big round coming up.
That P250. So we're tied, 3 rounds each.
3-3.
But there will be no celebration from Falcons from now until the end of this series.
I dropped my money.
But honestly, again, there should be. They should be...
Agreed.
Yeah, they should be bringing up the energy every round they win.
Celebrate the small wins, because the small wins are all you have right now. Taking a look at this A site with the execute right behind it. Magis feeling uncomfortable. Utility pops inside of Hut, doesn't stop them from getting out. Magis will catch Fiku, and Nico slides down. Or excuse me, Nico gets the kill from up above, so support just all over this A site. OG thinking they were able to burst in. Ultimately, they get no entry, no success, not even a kill across the board here for OG's attempts.
Nice fast rotations, good trophy push here. They cover everything. Still 5 up for Falcons. OG, even though this round is pretty much dead, it would be very important for them to try to search out some pickoffs while the CTs are still in their default. But this raw duel will be lost by Crizin. And now it becomes just Nikadaz once again. Last man up, and he'll at least find kicks in.
Modest is going to deny this. Hits the closer and puts Falcons in the lead 4-3. So we get a test on that A site in terms of nades, but didn't feel like, even for a moment, that OG were going to get into that site.
Yeah.
I give you the bomb towards
Yeah, I mean, Falcons look pretty solid when it comes to defending outside. Opening kills are looking good. They have their upper players rotating effectively. So OG down a round, and with not much investment here. Chance to stabilize for Falcons.
Again, though, running that risk of the outer cross. They're taking so much damage every time they go for it. Just working with the Tech 9s as well. You got Crizin tagged up by Nico. Buzz just ate the brunt of that grenade. They're still looking to just group up inside of lobby and maybe unannounced hit this upper site. Nico joins forces with Magis down beneath him, sliding all the way up above hut. And m0NESY's got a deep angle from ramp, so if they don't go A and instead take this one to ramp, he's got a clean duel. The jump across offsets him. 2 missed chances here for m0NESY. Tech 9 start to flood out. Now he's swapping over to the USP. He does more damage with his pistol than the AWP. Finally able to get one of these down, but they're still just gonna flood into him. He gets the bomb delivered to his feet. Last bullet remaining in this AWP hits the mark. It's not pretty, but he holds it. And if they had anything more than Tech 9s to get that going, then I think m0NESY's dead, but yeah, celebrate what you can. At least you recovered that one.
I mean, you know what they say, that a movie is just life without the boring parts. You cut out those misses.
Did he survive? I don't know.
Sure.
Miracle.
Yeah, maybe. You're right, though. Actually, this highlight this proves it. Whoa! What a sick rappo! Yeah, m0NESY. And then we take a look at his score. Oh, he's 8-2. What a recovery. Got to keep it going. Tesses finds PickE, who definitely had the chance at that kill. Gets the first bit of damage out. m0NESY just plucked Spooky off the round, and Spooky's just been getting bullied. No space given over to him. No entry allowed for OG, so they better hope that that pistol and the conversions could end up being the majority of this half now, if they are to add any more rounds to the score. But that result on Dust 2, Falcons have already abused my trust. I was,
yeah, it's hard we criticize them for not getting excited about little wins, but even for us, it's kind of hard to praise them when you know that nothing matters except the second half. Nothing matters. No amazing lead, no big score line, no excellent rounds, no top fragging star player performances actually matter because all their problems are mental.
Agreed.
We'll have to wait patiently until we get there. The closing moments of this map could still be far off. But for now, Falcons should celebrate because they've looked comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, there is the other option that they just play badly to kick the game off. I mean, that's not better. So at least they are putting into place a solid CT performance.
Gonna be saving here, obviously.
9-2. TessS ramp 9-4. Nico's been uncontested outer. He's just shooting through smokes. Hasn't ever really felt uncomfortable.
Every big idea OGF had hasn't really had any traction at all. There's been a lot of 5v2 situations, so
they've tried to change it up.
Yeah. Kind of just getting fly swatted on every exec that they're putting together.
And so I want to trust that Falcons will win this map, but I still can't. I just can't. I can't trust them.
Yeah.
I want to. I really do. I prefer a world where stars of the likes of m0NESY and Nico are thriving at a major. I do.
With one more star player, man, they'll never lose.
Just one more. Just one more.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Agreed, just give him one more, man. Give him one more star player.
But I can't. You give me another 9-3? Well, then maybe I can forgive you. I just get the depths of hell. This site is set ablaze. But it's a whole lot of nothing. Fire, bit of smoke, some bullets through the wall. It's no real threat, no real presence from OG.
Yeah, they used a little bit of utility to try to get back a lot. Like, I mean, that's one thing fundamentally here on T side. You throw one right molly, one right flash, you can elicit, you know, $1,000, $1,500 worth of utility in response from the CT side, and they just want to do that before they go back. It looks like an upper again, maybe not. They've actually rerouted to outside.
It's been a little while since Nico's been this forward, down in secret. And he's got Modesty to work with in garage.
Now, even though he doesn't hit the shot there, he gets some pretty good info. It's not just smokes outside with no one crossing.
Yeah. Nico's gonna know he can sit and wait, and there, all of a sudden, that pop-up, damn well worth it. So much damage here from Nico.
Wow, smoked him.
He's given him a lot of space at times, just kind of sitting back passively, shooting through smoke on the cross. This time he is much more active, pops up at the perfect moment, and just owns OG in the 10th round of play.
Yeah, all these rounds, man, they're just like 5v2, now 5v1. Sneakados alone in the last round. Barely any deaths here for Falcons. So much money. Modesty on 16K.
All right. All right, Nico. Nico popping off a little bit. I guess you want to see
They're
that.
actually all almost maxed out on cash. Why is it that you can only have $16,000 in your bank account in Counter-Strike? Are the devs Danish or something?
And governments take the rest, yeah.
I think it's enough for an X number of rounds.
Here we go. Charge towards ramp ahead of the util. Tech9 to try and test Tezes. He drops fire behind him. Falls back into the B site. They're not going to let off the pedal here. Storming down into B. You know OG are starting to hit that point of the game where the T side just gets desperate. But within that desperation, you can still force mistakes.
That was loud.
Nico opts to go pushing through the smoke. Kixan is in a very curious position. Decides not to try to stop the plant because he doesn't want to give himself up. And that could end up costing OG. He's going to swing into Fiku.
Wow.
And now it's just Nikodos, M4 in hand. He has picked up the gun given to him by that egregious Nico push. And so two players stuck up on the double doors. Nikodos can't get it done. Modesty's going to lay him out rifle versus rifle in the hands of Op versus Op. And now we're starting to see Falcons have a little bit of fun.
They're smiling.
Round, crazy play because it has to be fast, and they just don't have much to make it a long, drawn-out situation. But it's this crafty moment from Kixan that seals it up, sticking in behind the door. It's a moment where if they've
had a hard time smiling so far.
An easy target, to be honest, but he saw when they opened that door, they were going to forget about him. And it looked scary for a moment when Nico died here, but to save the day.
Let's go! Loud flash always works.
The flash. See, ladder flash always works.
Matt just having fun.
Hell yeah, bro.
Dodging these outer nades. Nico swinging into it. Clean with the headshot on Spooky. What's fun is that Nico, who played a lot of this half behind the smokes, ever since he's starting to prod beyond them, has been coming out with kills. But Tess is going to drop the ball over towards the ramp room. And OG, who flooded down to that B site a round ago with Tech9s, look to do it again. So Falcons think. The reality is it slows down as Krisen lurks out through the garage smoke. Nikodos to lead a charge back into the A floor. What's the resistance? One player towards main, off in hand. Modesty, clean kill to Fiku, gets blocked off. No vision at least. And this is OG looking for a plant at a man disadvantage. 3 rounds started this half. Pistol, full conversions. Falcons have not looked in the rearview mirror since. And one final test of an otherwise flawless CT side. Smoke grenade denies Buzz most of his vision, and it's enough to get him to reposition here. Dude, Nikodos is going for this wrap around heaven, but that kind of banks on Buzz, keeping them off of the bomb site long enough so that he doesn't have to make sound. Still, nobody's tapped that bomb. Nikodos could be the guy that saves it all again.
Wow.
Quick execution,
He just walks
2 kills
out.
deep, and they'll end it. A 4th round added to the tally, a sign of life for OG late.
8-4. It's still winnable CT side nuke. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they're out of it yet.
Today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also 2 smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up
heat up
here
some
in
food
CT
real quick.
spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards Secret. So with those 2 smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down Secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards Secret already here. So the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards Secret who's super defensive, you have 2 players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have 3 Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying that pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby in towards center with this boy. They're going to throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on this side as well, and they're also going to throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, 3 players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here. Now Jota, who's in the boosted position, he's getting a double kill, which in itself is very well handled by him and not according to plan by Team Spirit. But what happens subsequently as well is that they are reading this fake. So the Eternal Fire players have no information whether or not Spirit are faking inside and already are in Secret. They may think that, okay, they're going to go 3 guys towards ramp. They already have 2 guys Secret, so they're going to do a lower crunch, which means that these 2 players in Matcha and Wycadia, they feel the pressure to do something. They feel the pressure to get some sort of information. And while these 3 players are fighting on ramp, you have both Wycadia and Major, and they're pushing in towards Hot, they're pushing in towards Door, where these 2 players are waiting for them. So even though they're losing the trade towards ramp, even though Jota is getting a multi-kill and essentially potentially winning the round for Eternal Fire, because Wycadia and Major feels pressured to do the push because they have no information towards Secret, these 2 players are able to punish that, which means the 1 surviving player from ramp can then rotate back, and you have Spirit going inside and essentially winning the round. So at this point, this would not have happened had they not conditioned Eternal Fire from the beginning of the round. So even though nothing is transpiring for 50, 60 seconds, every single smoke, every single Molotov, every single point of pressure is conditioning your opponent to make a decision later on in the round, which you can take advantage of, which is exactly what Spirit did here.
Surely now the Falcons fans can take a sigh of relief. Mo, they may have gone down 2 best-of-1s yesterday. They may have had a 9-3 lead thrown back over on Dust 2, but now a comfortable CT side on Nuke, right? Should be enough to believe that the comeback... When does the comeback start?
When does the comeback start?
And when I mean comeback, I mean from the 0-2 score line as they run towards playoffs.
This is literally the last chance for Falcons to save everything.
This is it.
This half.
Right now.
They're up 8-4. That looks good to some people, but they
All
were
right.
9-3 on the last map. They've had many leads.
Right here,
we go.
Right now.
Pistol round.
To win.
Looking for their first pistol round win of the series. Fiku's got other ideas as he shuts TessS out of this one. Krizen and Nika.
Wow.
That's a slaughter.
Listen,
Well,
we don't
here
need
we go.
Falcons to win the series, but we do need them to win a map at this major.
Yeah, do we?
Yeah. I'm going to be brave enough to say that we all want to at least see them win a map. Maybe they're thinking just too far in the future, you know? Let's start with a map. Uh-oh.
Damn, cleaned them.
Oh, this is going to be so annoying.
Sweep them.
You know, you're sitting on the other side of this.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, you know, they're having so much fun. They're going to be soaking this up. They're going to be dancing on your graves. Oh,
they're already up by a map.
Win a round like this, they're only going to get more amped.
Yeah. Falcons were winning all sorts of rounds at the end of that first half. Yet to win a pistol, they go for the full save here, Falcons.
Yeah, no bomb plant.
It's crazy, though, that we were going from a world where people were saying, yeah, Falcons are going to win this major, to now, yeah, Falcons are going to win a map in Austin. Hoorah.
Potentially.
Maybe. As they are only 3 rounds in the lead on this map. A map picked by OG, and a map where OG have a CT side to play out. Now, there were some missed rotations on the CT side of Dust 2.
What's up, Tingy?
It was one of the criticisms we had for OG. Definitely a part of their play that left something to be desired. It felt like Falcons were kind of outmaneuvering them. Or
I would have never
CT
guessed this.
Side. Like, it's going to be a bit easier
I would have never
Their
guessed
T-sides
this.
are like not good enough, but their CT
There wasn't-
sides, I think they're a little
There wasn't
scarier.
anything in my mind that
So
would
the
say,
merit of
yeah.
aim, we see them keep up.
They lose to OG.
Krisen going to make quick work of that top main Zeus drop. Classic. Nets them nothing. And as they run it down towards ramp, they will be given a swift reminder of what OG planned to do to them.
Here's the reality of the situation. If Nico and Monacy play well and Kixen has great calls, they win this map. It's that simple.
Sure.
If they all do
Everything
good,
else
they
is
win.
Supporting elements. And the supporting elements are doing just fine.
If they all play really good, they
When
win.
it comes to the responsibility, the reason you get all the glory when you win, if you're those guys, same reason you get a lot of the criticism if it all falls apart. We've also got some coach timeouts that could potentially help here. We say all that, and Falcons are in the lead. So let's kick off this T-side rifle and see if they can give us something to talk
They get
about.
kind of a shitty buy, honestly.
Something
positive. And it starts with Monacy having a great game now, and it starts with him beating out Nikados because Nikados got way too many kills versus him on Dust 2.
Oh, down goes Nico, so...
Oh, that's a crazy
Don't wanna
first
see
kill to
that.
get on a round like this. It's supposed to be a brand new
Don't
day
wanna
for
see
Falcons.
that.
To get Nico. The guy they know is alone outside every round.
Yep.
First.
Always. Now this quick move towards ramp, shut down by Buzz and Nikados. That op is mobile.
They got mopped.
From garage to ramp in an instant. We said Nico and Monacy have to play well, and Kixen needs to call well. And those 3 things will lead to a win. Well, Monacy and Nico are playing well. Rotates were solid back on the CT side for Falcons. But Nico dies first in this round. Can't offer us anything in the face of that op. And that was a very clean angle for Nikados. Garage to bottom silo. Nothing obscuring his vision.
Nice one, Nikados.
Nothing holding them back. He is mobile. He is in the thick of it. From the Nico kill to the ramp hold, Nikados mobile. And don't you dare let him off his leash, because this is a record-setting Nikados in Austin.
That's right. Great spot here for Buzz. Nikados, great rotation. And that 5v4. Mentally, man, you're taking out Nico. He's a guy who's going to be calming throughout like the mid rounds as well. He's such a big find on. He's finding a ho-oh basically early on in the game. That's essentially what it's like in Meridian City or something on your way to the end. It's like you catch him outside, yeah, you're probably going to win the round.
It's easier said than done to keep doing it. Gonna need consecutive shutdowns. These pistols are getting uncomfortably close to the A site for OG. Fiku's gonna have to lock down Hut. Luckily, Krisen gets wind of it. There's still one player to test main. Good spray from Fiku. Spooky comes out with it. Not one player falters.
Don't tell me this game's tied already.
OG tie this up in convincing starts to the CT half. Versus the pistol round, it was nothing. The first gun round, no entries. And even these half buys out of the Falcons camp find no openings. Dare I say it, there is nothing so far. Early on, sure, there is nothing so far in this T side to be proud of.
Wow.
Too much pressure right now. Falcons call a timeout here to talk about what they can do. One T-side call fails because Nico dies outside before a smoke plumes. Okay, you got to be able to move on swiftly from that. Couldn't even go ahead and tell you what they should do next because it's still right now blank canvas. They still haven't really shown anything that they want to try to do on T side. They haven't brought rounds close here. They have all the options in the world. This could be an upper pop if it's a crazy kicksand call. It could be a outer play if they want to play it slower because they feel like they're the better team and they can draw it out. They have the utility to do it. They know OG have the money as well. Have at it, Kixan. Whatever you'd like.
Drop into the backside. We get the util out through Squeaky. Bit of pressure here, but doesn't feel like the CT's kind of jumped the gun in response. Crazy angle for Nikodas. He peels back.
It's going to be a good nade. 23. Tesses hops back from that.
Yeah, could have been worse. Tesses reeling away. Buzz, what's your move?
Yeah, Buzz looks a little undecided. Got to be careful of the noise you make as a ramp player.
m0NESY and Magisk waiting out in Trophy.
We don't have the early sort of escort of Nico into Secret on this round. Chris is just watching for a mini wrap.
Man, they plays,
what?
man.
They just push Squeaky?
Yep. I mean, when the map feels so quiet, some teams would turn into a shell of themselves. OG instead get active, and even though you shut down the one-player Squeaky, you still have Nikodas up here in the op.
And Krisen can actually come in to mini, so Nikodas can stand here. Oh, but he still dies.
Kixan rips his head off. Finally a chance for Falcons to really then take it that much further because there's no defense inside A site. You've got a player up in heaven soon, but the fire keeps Buzz out of this. Much banking on Nikodas. He had a duel queued up, but Kixan hits a killer headshot. Peeks into the well-prepared, scoped op of Nikodas and blasts him.
Yeah, and Buzz will now start to walk away. That is so important out of Kixan because, to be honest, that position was great for Nikodas.
Huge entry.
He just got outgunned straight up. Had to be an instant headshot, and it was for Kixan. He delivered.
Okay.
Could still be cost effective though. Krisen,
how
many you
one.
gonna bring with you? There's one down. Then the other pitch from bottom silo. Oh God.
So expensive. 1v1 in the end.
Can he get the op? Where is it?
He can't find it.
Oh no.
Oh.
No. Can't find the op.
Wow. Okay, well that's a great save situation here for OG.
To hell with the guns though. At least it's a round win for Falcons. At least it's a round win.
That's true.
But by God, look at the limitations. I'm already looking at 3 Galils on the field.
I love to see a push like this from OG. I thought they were going to sit and wait for the exact to come in.
Oh, team kill.
I see.
Didn't notice that in the moment.
Kill feed's crazy.
Look at that, 3 Galils.
Hey, is this a must-win round now for Falcons?
It's starting to feel like one, just the nature of the money. And, you know,
I love the aggressive move here from OG. They're putting pressure on a team that doesn't have all the utility to clear everything out, but they did get a lot here. They still managed to.
They're going to drop a smoke as if Buzz isn't in front of it. In a round where we just had Falcons having 2 players postured inside Trophy.
They're going to go forward with this upper pop.
They're going to try to keep this one simple. What's it look like from the site? We've got a Heaven player ready to go. Spooky trying to climb boxes.
Chris is up in Heaven.
Big emphasis out of Hut. That Hut push works very well. Nobody actually had a line of sight on the Hut exit. They do activate the flank fast, though. Buzz is quicker than m0NESY could have anticipated. Tesses stuck down in the corner, catches off the player above him.
Wow.
And the retake is very much inbound. Magisk is burned out of the play. How is he going to stop this defuse? They've got to get on the bomb now because soon that fire's going to fade. Now Magisk can come at this. Buzz down to 2 seconds. Magisk doesn't stop him though, and that's a 9th for OG.
Yeah, take that AK and get out of there because that's really important for the money. He would have come into this just under $4,000. OG win around here off a quick retake. A decent hold, but it's that trophy push early that allowed Krisen to get up in Heaven. They started through ramp, so really good move again for OG. And solid play from Buzz.
And even though Krisen doesn't hold Hut and Spooky ends up dying with just the 1 kill, if he even got the 1, doesn't matter. The retake was there, and he at least, like you said, set up Buzz.
You're right, though. No one watching Hut for a second.
Scary.
That's crazy.
So, again, teetering here. Falcons economy, and Nikodas hits that.
Not the first time Nico goes down with nothing.
Oh, Buzz can't fall back.
Buzz trying to draw them in. Here comes the support, but they clear it.
They got
2
ramp.
kills in from Falcons is much needed.
Worth.
And with fire in front of Nikodas, he can do nothing. Slide out from Spooky. How brazen.
Yeah, he wanted to cheat to the back of the site, but they went down quickly. 2v3 now.
Falcons follow forward. m0NESY on a quarter health. CT is making noise over towards single. Did Fiku just smoke himself off?
I'm not sure.
His smoke's the one in the doorway. So he smokes single, then has to reroute around the vents. Meanwhile, Nikodas taking a glimpse at the site, hasn't actually found anything just yet. We've got Magisk sitting up in the rafter, now found out. And so Nikodas has also been
That
spotted.
native is perfect.
But doesn't kill him. 3 health
Sheesh.
he survives with. And so Falcons, even though they lose Nico in the opening outer bout, just go right into ramp with conviction. And we had 2 defenders inside that ramp room that both go down with nothing.
Little damage was cool. Buzz stayed alive for a little bit of time, but his first rotator coming in, not getting anything, and him, that's it. Oh, one more death. And just majority deaths, you know, makes things just permanently expensive here for Falcons, but ultimately, again, they win the round. That was such a great shot from Nikodas as well to make it a 5v4.
Oh, wow. That was a crazy shot.
Second time he's taken out Nico on a gun round here in the second half.
That was a naded Magus down to 3 health that got the double door stopped. Zonic uses his second pause of play. A nice collection of proactive moves from OG, but if either of those ramp players can hold back Falcons, then this one looks better for them. Trying to keep that cost of all these round wins that Falcons have managed to pull out. Keep that money as low as possible. It's less than $2,000 surplus for the Falcons players. They come back in with that fully fleshed out buy. Frag to interrupt the cross. Good thing Nico decides not to jump it.
Yeah. No more mistakes out here, man. He's not had a good time in the second half.
No.
They're still looking for him.
Not outside. Because outside has been very unlucky.
To the secret, we've seen Nico, well, not really attempt it or just died a little earlier, so we didn't know if he would plan to get here, but this just opens the map up so much more. If they want to go for ramp now, then they have a secret connection. If they want to take it back to mini on a lurk, that's where Nico can really flex his IQ in terms of his solo lurks. They go for the squeaky push once again.
This time looking a little more tucked.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous here for Falcons if they're not careful about this, but they've seen the squeaky push before.
But also, Nikodas is covering it, right? Yeah, exactly. So Magus comes around to clear that corner. Oh, okay, this is the same kind of thing that set up the Buzz flank.
If you smoke it behind you, it gives you, there's just nothing else to clear is the thing.
Sure.
So it's a gimmick, but all right, even though they're watching it, yeah.
Magus loses the head-to-head. Luckily, TeSeS right there to trade it. That's half of TeSeS down, though. Nikodas playing with an op back A. And that secret push from Nico. Wait, the single door play.
He didn't see this?
Did neither of them notice? They're going to drop right down. And they catch him off. Prison gets both. He's still cleared out as Monacy's the third piece of Falcons to drop down beneath. And the Raptors player gets his. 5 health for Monacy, who's going to need an act of God to pull this one out of the hat. 10 seconds in a 1v3.
No, that's
And with
it.
low money, he has to consider options. He has to concede this. OG stuffed them in the vents.
Okay, sanity check here. Krisen is the one who saw Nico peeking out from the vent first and didn't notice it.
Right.
Then he walked back into the vent. Nico hadn't seen him either and just ran back into him.
Yes.
That's the kind of situation that we're seeing in a lot of these rounds. This one comes up all OG because of Krisen in this very moment. Just a bit more clutch.
TeSeS has a knife out. That's how he gets the second one.
Yeah.
TeSeS has a knife in hand.
I mean, Nico did not clear that side. He didn't. I'm not sure how, because we'd have to go back a couple seconds and see why was Krisen there on decon steps. Nico had no idea he could be there at all. If he was just waiting
Nico's
there for
not
so long,
happy.
he didn't think to clear it. I'm not sure.
Not happy about that.
But either way, there was a big blind spot that got used against Falcons. They've got no more timeouts left. The score is 10-10.
Oh my God. It's 5 non-consecutive round wins back and forth. It's been slowly chipping away at the Falcons' money, and if OG put this 11th on the board, then it's a desperate state for Falcons.
They've kept them poor this whole half.
You could damn well be watching the beginning of the end of Falcons in Austin, folks. Crizin versus Nico. Again, Shadow advantage won't make the difference. Fire beneath Spooky. Oh, that's desperate.
It assists the cross here. This opposite vent molly, that kill from Nico. They can really take speed.
Catching him with a nade out.
Nice.
Very comfortable state now for Falcons. Already multiple players down Secret. Already Magisk on the brink of this B site. And it looks like OG are going to have to concede it.
Yeah, unless they're going to all triple up and try to get down the ramp now.
No way. Falcons, they've got to let it go. OG have to let it go.
Such a huge moment for Falcons because, well, Nico gets his kill. Clean at 5 alive.
Yeah, they needed that.
It's the first time their economy gets stabilized, and here
barely got by.
At 11 to 10. 3 players saved for OG is a great sign, but at least now Falcons can't lose one round and then instantly lose the game. It's a great kill.
Much needed. Been a lot of shenanigans for OG going on around that squeaky door. Terrorists win. Falcons decide to take a chunk out of it early.
That's what we get out of Nico when he can advance outside. So they might need Nikodas to be the one to try to hunt him down. But for Falcons, it's going to be really important that Nico keeps finding new ways to get into the mix outside. The last timeout for OG will now be used.
Wow, thank you, Tactical.
Looks like it was just a quick word.
All right. Oh, this fucking game should not have ever been this close, dude. Okay.
Been very impressed with OG's ability to take these really slow moments in the middle round and still push. Not worried about it. Ready to take a risk.
But you can't let that confidence fade out, or else Falcons will notice.
Oh.
See if the upper pop's going to come in again. Kicksand loves to call them late into a game when it seems unlikely.
They have a very good A site stack
up on
here.
top of main. Nikodaz getting aggressive. Monis is on the ankle.
Perfect crosshair placement.
Just laser beams him, and he gets himself a second as well. But in the middle of that,
Buzz can
Spooky
follow
pushes
up.
Lobby.
Oh.
Started to look like a recovery, but Monis is on a tear. Triple kill in round 22. The kid was absent in Austin, and all of a sudden, a critical juncture, he steps up again.
Oh, finally a good map here from Monacy. They've absolutely crushed.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
While this map isn't over, you have certainly kicked OG in the gut with this one. Already coming into this round with limitations in utility. Didn't have all the incendiaries they would have hoped for. Now they will have very little to work with, and Falcons the smallest sigh of relief. It's 12.
You can save for OT? Save for OT, might as well. No point.
2 good rounds back to back. It's like just a kill and then the right follow through and just enough tempo and the right players getting kills. And here we are. Falcons get a 12th round. And it's also around now OG are the ones who
finally
are
be at
in
match
money
point
trouble.
for like the first time in this
We'll be
tournament.
seeing an op for Nikodas next round.
Terrorists win.
Maybe Falcons can beat OG.
Maybe. Monacy felt like he had a read on this constant pressure in through lobby or ramp.
Bro, these casters,
it's something
man.
that we were singing their praises for, but they step up to the plate. Monacy swings back. Very nice POV. Head on a swivel there from
OT
Modesty, stepping up when
2-1
he has
Falcons
to. Like you
or
said,
OG?
limitations. We get a couple MP9s. OG not done yet.
I feel like Falcons should win this.
Towards that ramp room. Big charge, and it's while they're boosting.
Oh no.
From up above.
They're very lucky they got that guy.
The fact Nikolas goes down with nothing, he thought they'd have that extra second, but it is already a full force Falcons flooding into the B site. Spooky's gonna catch Kicksan, trying to climb over the control panel.
They're scared. They want to fight him.
Bomb's getting planted. Spooky's serving up a distraction. Fiku's ready to go. Kristen swings the double doors, but he's met by smoke. And at that same moment, Falcons put another smoke down in front of the windowsill. It is half health on 2 of the 3 Falcons players. It is desperate acts of spray through smoke as OG just try to get some early damage in before the retake is needed. Just barely on the brink of spamming that player off top silo. Falcons absolutely pushed to their limits, but they will break through on a T side. A map win in Austin is all they've got so far.
Let's go.
First one to keep Falcons' heads
Let's fucking
just
go.
about above the water. They bend, but they don't break on this ground of nuke, which means we do need a third to decide
We
who
did
will
it.
be going home here
We took
in
one
Austin.
map.
Thank God. Thank God Munacy comes alive on this map debris, because without him, might have been a different story.
They needed him on Dust 2. He did not show up, but he definitely did on Nuke. I mean, he still wasn't the money step.
Jesus, what a fucking map. I'm gonna tune in this this last game of the day that's playing right now. This is Bet Boom versus MIBR. Also an elimination, best of 3. MIBR is up by 1 map.
I guarantee you now, Bet Boom are feeling the pressure.
Yes, my worry is that they are disappearing a bit, have been. That's my worry. We'll see, though, if they can have a round to rejuvenate the team, get the energy flowing.
I mean, this map is a map that's built for the kind of play that Boomich especially individually likes. Because if you put enough pressure on middle, sometimes you can sneak past the CTs in here. And Boomich is such an elusive player that, you know, if he gets lost in the hallways, he can call a whole round behind it. So very curious to see if he will be allowed that kind of a space. I've seen him do it many times on this map. So right now, just getting back to basics here and maybe just getting, you know, kind of warmed up a little bit. They have so few kills there, 9 in total on the T side.
Oh, that's such a fantastic pick there, finding the shoulder of Lukowski, who has been a little bit of a demon, as we were describing. And this is a bit problematic because Magno is just really creating problems down the B side, but at the same time, the bomb's moving through mid. They're trying to pressure A along. Betboom are doing a lot at once here. Find the pick on the safe, and so the A site is potentially opened up, but there's a player there, as is, well, not anymore on the B site. Oh. So, okay, that's it. It's cleaned up.
They were like 2 rounds away from being eliminated, Falcons.
And the round can be won.
Yeah, but
2 rounds from being eliminated from the
you could see
majors.
there was a way that it could have kind of spiraled out of control.
Yes.
Good job on Magno just, and Salty obviously with the opening shot there, but double kill for him. Bomb planted, and Breno will have to hang out by the carpets up here. You found a carpet, Stan? Got carpets in your house?
I don't like dusty carpets, though.
Not dusty carpets. Well, that's... I don't think they're not made to be dusty. You can vacuum, you know.
Yeah, well, they just all seem to accumulate dust. Then what?
Get one of those robot vacuum, you know, things.
Is there robots? I will definitely buy a robot that will do all of the housework. 100%.
Okay, that's, you know, it's on record, so when the AI takes over, you've committed yourself to the subjugation of robots, but that's okay, Dan.
I got in the Waymo, okay?
You got in the
Austin's
Waymo.
one of the cities where they have them, and the Waymo is immediately a more premium experience, and the driving, it feels really safe, Anders. I feel so safe.
Okay. That's what the robots want you to think. You know, I'm just saying, for me,
I don't know what they're
just
talking
in case
about.
the AI is listening to the future, I would never myself.
One guy's talking about his Roomba, and Anders is talking about the rise of AI and robots taking over
I think that you're
our
in
nation.
fact, I'm surprised that you aren't embracing this like the human-machine merge.
I am. Listen, my body's falling apart, all right? I need it. We do have a bit of a timeout being called here. It's MIBR, you know, early on. I do actually like this because even if they're a bit ahead, CT side is looking good for them. I think it's nice for them to be in a position here where they are controlling the momentum and also the mentality. They're also not allowing Betboom to run away with too much, you know, momentum. So in general, I think it's nice to do this kind of a thing and just kind of slow everything down. if they get even one more round here in the first half, things just get super, super tricky. So, yeah, a fun game right now, mostly for MIBR. I really think the pressure is on Bedroom to perform and win out for most of the rest of this half. We're going to round number 7, and we do have the AWP out on Sorte once again. It's one unsafe, so he's going to be playing with that in the front of the A side. Nice position to be in. It means they can double up in middle and B because he's over there.
Yeah, and it's a pretty quick approach onto the E-box position. Volleying is out, so creating that threat towards that B site. But in the meantime, indeed, we've got the push towards the A site. That's what it's all about here for BetBoom. And at this point, MIBR, they haven't re-cleared E-box, but they must start to wonder. And with the flashbang heard at A-long, they've got to know now it's going to be that A play, and MIBR are starting to rotate.
Yeah, they have a good read right now. Deep grenades, pushing his way safe here. Flash on top as well, making it very hard for him to find a shot, but he'll just manage to squeak one through with the bomb now. In front, he gets a flick and very nearly kills Sorte outright. Missed shot here as Magno just is pushing up, and now they can pick up the bomb, and they're going to get the bomb planted right afterwards. Safe in Sounding and Lukowski. It's probably, again, better to walk away. The main thing here that's going to be driving MIBR into the future is the money. If they can stay dangerous with the rifles, then it's a struggle for BetBoom. But once the rifles are lost and they're back to pistols, it's a different game, and then BetBoom are going to really roll on through. So I really respect the early safe call here, and just, you know, just don't give it up.
Yeah, I think that's makes all of the sense, and it's just like the machine's taking over. It just makes sense. And with
bound to happen.
MIBR, you know, having some of these guns left, and with BetBoom having just, you know, worked this default with the E-box pressure.
Yeah, I thought that MIBR would take this series.
There's a lot where MIBR might decide to try to fight for
BetBoom seemed kind of like
wishy-washy. Doing is MIBR have been fighting for the B main control.
Going into this,
you know, with Lukowski.
But to be fair, it's not like MIBR had like an amazing showing either. Both teams are 0-2 and find themselves in this elimination game for a reason, right?
Axile's usually away from the rest of the team too. So there's a lot of tells that exist.
So there's something to be said about that.
And these are some of the ways that MIBR have been winning the rounds, but we'll see what their interpretation is of that success that BetBoom just showed.
What do we have? We have
round number 8.
Legacy and VP advanced to stage 3
here.
They'll be playing against Vitality and those teams.
Common setup with 3 early at the B bomb side, and they've got the AWP train on the corner. They might walk straight in. It was a contact play against the AWP. That's not going to work out. Lukowski with a bit of a double headshot. Spray down. This is such a great defense at the start of it. BetBoom, it's an outer spawn, very calculated call to put some grenades into middle. They smoked that up just to pretend that maybe we could be going for it, but they wanted to go 5 people through that B main position.
Lynn's playing
and
tomorrow.
They were hoping that the complete lack of grenades would really catch MIBR off guard. It's not actually necessarily a bad idea,
right?
but obviously when you've got 3 people and the AWP is first,
Yeah, it should be 6 teams.
That's hard.
Yeah, I
Lynn Vision.
agree. I think it's actually a great play. It's just
3D.
It's one of those things where it'd be so much better if you are more confident that either the AWP isn't there for some reason, or
out of those
which
6
is hard to know
teams,
at the
3
beginning
will
of the round.
advance.
Or that you know that they don't have enough money for an AWP. You know that it's not possible, and they're likely just on rifles, which there's going to be a bunch of
all
rounds
the
like that
losers
too.
from those
But
games
just
should
unlucky
be also
to
playing
run
a
it
best of 3,
when AWP was
where
online,
3
AWP
teams
was in
will
the
be
perfect
eliminated.
place, safe connects the shots.
So tomorrow we'll have 3
To be honest as
advancing
well,
and 3 getting
it's
eliminated.
so much more common anyway.
It's going to be 6 games of best of 3s.
In the connector, in the where the E-box is. Like it's most of the time you're going to find it there.
Yeah, 6
Sometimes
games
you'll
of
find it on
best
the
of
A
3s.
plateau. Whenever there's
And
not
then
a
those
smoke in the
6
middle of this map
teams
from
will
the
be
CT
playing
side,
like
it can be in the middle too.
the
But I would say
the losers and
playing on
winners
that
of those
particular position probably
6 matchups will then be
a lot
playing
less likely, to be honest. So BetBoom, because
on Tuesday.
if the AWP is in connector that early on and they rush in
final
like
stage
that, it doesn't
threes
really
and the
matter,
final
right? They don't
elimination.
care
So,
if the AWP is there.
Still got a few more.
It's going to be a point-blank fight or a really close-range fight. So it's another round for MIBR. 5 already. Money still looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Such a struggle for BetBoom.
Surviving a 5 players is so huge. I feel like you don't often see that on this map. That the CTs will have
BetBoom needs to win this game, or they will be going
definitely
home.
Big win for MIBR. And again, I'm curious what they might or might not do in terms of their mix-ups, because I think, you know, if you're going to be a good team on this map, you do have to find ways to be active throughout the round as the CT side. You can't just sit there passively the whole time.
Sure.
And
Anonymous,
well,
with 10 gifted subs.
I mean, there's so many things that they haven't.
Thank you so much, Anonymous
really
Gifter. I don't know who you are.
Yet. But it could be really
I
interesting.
appreciate it. Thank you so much for 10
if
gift
they
subs.
start to
It's
mix
so
it
nice
up a
of
little
you.
bit. I personally love it
And
when
doing
you
it under the
when you get
guise of being
people running
anonymous.
from connector
No
down
question
towards
for
the
you.
A stairs through the
Have you
river.
seen the new ILL
You
game
can throw some
trailer?
deep smokes on the CT side.
Yeah, I've
this
seen
time
it
it's
real.
going to be a flash out.
I've seen
And
it.
Exile, even though he was a little bit blind,
Looks
still picks it
funny.
up. But Exit's found too, and a lot of threat now. They're hunting for this kill,
Again,
and they're going to be
thank
able to
you,
get it
Anonymous
as
Gift.
well.
I really appreciate
Exile
that.
is
Thank you
dropped.
so
The
much.
bomb is back here, and it's a 2 versus 3 with Magno just already a bit low on health. Great aggression.
The disruption. They just run 2 down mid through the smoke. That's crazy. MIB are really putting the pressure on BetBoom. They're not giving them any room to breathe. The bomb will be collected by Magno Jez, but he's got 22 health. He's very, very weak, and right now the CT's still covering for mid. That's the bomb down again, and now you've got Siren. 1v3. 50 seconds, so there is some time to try to do something, but and the bomb is collectible.
Think about the amount of corners he has to clear just to even go and pick up the bomb. Like, even getting that far is hard. He doesn't get close to it. Insani's picked up the AWP. Exit, though. 3 kills in the round. He had 2 before this. That is a huge impact to have in the game. Man, BetBoom are crumbling. They are not ready for this. I'm just so shocked. We've gone through it so many times, but I'm just going to reiterate again. Coming into this, in the last 3 months, there's a 50% win rate for MIB on this map with just 8 maps played. Whereas on the other side, it's a 72% win rate. I mean, percentages are what they are, but it's 18 maps played. It is so many more drills that they've got on this one, BetBoom. You would think that just the amount alone, even if the win rate was low, I don't really care about that, but just the amount of maps played, they should be feeling so much more confident. And MIB they're so impressive right now. I'm kind of blown away by what I'm seeing here.
MIB are doing the right thing as
Repetition
well. When your opponents lose
in a major should help you
individually, which is what's happened. There's a few ways to like kind of artificially boost that, but through the playbook. But
so this is a smoke that Eternal Fire use a lot to try and get some early control from the E-box position or connector position through the middle. Never mind the smoke, it's Exit. Great work coming out, already shutting it down.
It's very disruptive from MIBR. If the other side again has issues with the individual confidence, and you can kind of feel that on the gunfights.
Yeah.
There's a way you can abuse it even more, which MIBR have kind of been doing. They've been balancing it well, where you just get more aggressive than perhaps you should. It can go the way of the other player in some senses, but if it doesn't, you really compound that psychological edge, and then they start to really crumble even more. And at that point, they try to over leverage the playbook. But then if you play disruptively, you can never get to play the playbook. And that's kind of what MIBR have been successful at doing as well. Very disruptive on the CT side.
Just look at the kills. I mean, Boomich and Siren, I think have like 1 or 2 kills. Magdi has got 7. He's the only one that's having an output that's kind of worth talking about. And even that is not, it's not enough to save them right now. Listen, 6-7 rounds now is so much more than enough on this map. They've done a remarkable job here. BetBoom, where are they? I mean, they need to win the last 2 rounds. Make this 7-5. Even then, I don't think it'll be easy. Here we go.
All right, we are going to be back with the final game between Falcons versus OG. Winner survives another day. They will be playing tomorrow's best of 3s. Loser goes home. So a very big game here coming up for both teams. They have to win this game or they are packing their bags and they will not be playing in the major playoffs. Do or die for both teams. Somehow Falcons, unfortunately also OG, this is it. Big game. Some say probably the biggest one today, actually. Who knows?
Cloud9 went 0-2 in their opening stage and went on to win. The miracle in Massachusetts, they call it. Well, here we are, Falcons 0-2, and Jacob said back on that desk that he thinks their major starts now. It's their first map win.
Miracle in
They've gone ahead and done it.
Massachusetts.
They've proved at the very least they can win a map in Austin. Mirage, do you anticipate, Mohan, Falcons
Now it's
following through
maybe
and
Miracle in
winning out this
Texas. I don't
series.
know.
If you look at Falcons Mirage, they play super elite teams consistently on this map. They play Vitality like 3 times in their head-to-head. Like, the only reason that even happens is because they go so deep in tournaments that they get to play against them in playoffs. These are real difficult matches that they win on. There's sort of an asymmetry when it comes to their TNCT side versus OG, but in terms of the level of competition here, it is apples to oranges, not even close. But we've talked this into the ground. It doesn't seem like that seems to matter right now. The question is just whether or not Falcons will play well in general. So, yeah, they should win Mirage. Yeah, they are great on it. Yeah, they have wins versus all the best teams in the world on it. But this is a major. So that's the one asterisk that we've got going on here for the Falcons. And at least they turned a strong start into a win back on Nuke. They even ended with a couple of good I thought it was just going to be, I thought they were going to lose. Game got tied up, got close in the end. Too many crazy situations that OG ended up winning. But they didn't. And Monacy had a great highlight, second to last round. Tons of X factor towards the end of the game. You know, that's the G2 way. And, well, they took the players out of G2, but they haven't taken the spirit.
All right. Even had that Nico clean main entry as well, so he didn't numerically get as high up that board as Monacy did in the end, but it felt like you got it. Those 2 round-winning moments from what should be tournament-winning
Here we go.
superstars.
Big game.
It all ends here for someone.
Falcons
the
need to secure
of
this,
OG and Falcons.
or it will be an embarrassing
Get a strong
defeat
utility set over top of the A site for the execute.
for their
no
run in
immediate
this major.
follow-through. TSS is the first death of map 3. We've got a lot of bodies here for the defense. No response back yet from the T's. Falcons, they're not finding it until Kixan gets his first. Magisk collects a kill as well. They know the triple player's low. They're going to try to force that fight while the other 2 CTs remain smoked off. How the hell has Spooky survived this? He comes out with the last 2 kills.
Oh, he's on 25 health.
That's
and
crazy.
they have still yet to win a pistol in
I
this
don't know.
series.
Yeah, that guy just kept like ducking and weaving, man.
On these pistols too.
That guy
was one of the
ducked
closer
and
pistols
weaved.
that we've seen.
Sheesh.
How did Spooky not die here?
Because he's an apparition. It's in the name. He disappeared. They couldn't find him. He vanished.
They knew where he was.
It's annoying
they
for
just couldn't
Falcons, man.
connect.
Gotta start with their backs against the wall. Already difficult.
No bomb plant, but a force buy regardless. Falcons come out with upgraded pistols. Healthy belt of util here for Kixan. Falcons still the betting odds favorite. Would have loved to have seen how skewed those odds were when Falcons were leading 9-3 map 1.
Yeah, this was like, it's like a 5-1 game, you know, on paper. It's just like, it'd be even worse if it wasn't for yesterday.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I don't know how Falcons could lose this map.
Don't say that, bro, please.
That's not even a joke.
Don't say it, but don't say it. Doesn't matter.
Like, this would be the craziest upset in their head.
Don't,
like,
please
ever.
don't,
Yeah.
please.
Just period, just this map alone.
Please. I'm begging you.
They couldn't ask for better whetstones to practice against to prepare for this one matchup.
Oh my fucking god,
After
bro.
2 maps of warm
Oh
up.
my god.
Buzz burning out, gets smashed by the Desert Eagle. This is a sudden pop out onto the A side at 30 seconds. And for an OG that felt no test anywhere else on the map, they almost look like they got caught off guard by this. Smokes go down to just follow suit, making it very awkward. Everybody just kind of lost in these smokes. Such a choke point here inside jungle, but it's starting to get clawed back to the OG favor.
They gave him back.
Eventually the ticket player's gonna get active here. Modesty unable to get anything with his deagle. So much damage racking it up. I mean, that pistol had plenty of chances.
Still Team Falcons
Nico,
up there ruined by PickE.
Not quite for him, and so everybody gets killed on the Falcons side.
I would
The
still
bomb
like to
plant,
see
all they
them,
end up walking
I don't
away
know,
with.
make
For a
it out of
second
the
there, it got
losers
scary for
bracket.
OG.
Yes, I would like
But
to
they'll
still
find the
see them
retake, 2 kills through the
play
smoke.
Counter-Strike
You get the
in
plant,
the majors.
but OG then just choked them
But
out.
now I'm just kind of wondering,
Said, all right, let's go
what
back
did they
to the
want to
connector
do?
smoke
You
when
know,
they came out at first,
I
and
like
that
to
was
see them.
actually the
Maybe
right call.
maybe they don't
give
want to
them the
be there.
space
Who
But they
knows?
gotta let the smokes come up so that there's
But yeah,
nowhere
they
to
absolutely
hide.
did. They
You don't
absolutely
want
did
someone just
destroy
walking
my
up behind
pick.
a
Like not in a
connector
funny
smoke
way.
as the CT
They
started
fucked up my
retake too
pick
early.
so
they
bad.
made sure to like create.
I
a
don't, but I'm
perimeter,
just
then
hating.
come back
That's
in,
fair. You can hate.
and
I
it
don't.
comes down to just a
Doesn't
second
matter.
or two, but they're close enough to know they can pull
Do I
that
feel like they
off, so
deserve
it's
it
nice
or anything like that?
organized.
No,
They
I
have-
feel like
I think
OG
if there's one
deserves
good
it
thing to say
more.
about
Like I
OG,
think
it's been some of the
OG
retakes.
would be good to go through.
Oh,
but it would just it would be at the off the back of
crispy.
Falcons doing so
Obviously looking for a
shit.
second victim.
You know. So
Nico's
maybe
round made a little more
maybe
difficult.
OG
There's not a
wants it
single
more, in
AK
which
on the
case they
field here
deserve
for
it
Falcons.
more.
They've gone quad
But I would
Galils,
still like to see the
low
Falcons
nades.
play in the majors. You know.
Luckily for them, they kick it
Oh,
off with that Monacy kill, but yeah, the Molly doesn't hit the opposite side of boxes. Just blame it on the new incendiary.
Nico didn't spot this bottom mid. It looks like he's going to take a peek, but Spooky's going to crawl up.
Oh, the timing on that is disastrous. Nico hits the 92 damage dink on the attempted climb up. Nico losing track of it all. He's got a teammate to come help. Kicksand trying to bail him out. Tess down from beneath this, and Falcons this time look to have saved the day. Very messy affair going down in middle for an OG that we were singing their praise back on Nuke for getting active as a CT side in the middle of those rounds, those lobby prods. And this time they sign up for a mid fight that just let Falcons draw it all back. That incendiary hadn't missed, and Nico got flushed out from behind boxes. You think they would have ever risked pushing to the top of mid?
Yeah, it's hard to say even what the adjustment would have been. It's almost more awkward, maybe that way. And Fico here at the MP9 into the M4. No, doesn't even grab it. Could have just picked that up. Well, gets naded towards him actually. How much of a hunt down do you want to go for here, Falcons? Some of the saves have been expensive versus OG. But that's a very good round still out of Falcons. The only unlucky part was Modesty just switching to his bomb as he was turning around. But like, it's not like he was switched and standing out there the whole time and throwing a nade or anything like that. He was just on the way out, so it's like just a perfect timing. But that still only ends up being the one kill.
It comes after this excellent opening scout shot. And we get this flood of a triple kill between the Falcons members.
Yeah, and they help out Nico quite well. I mean, they get out of underpass, they get out of top mid at the same time.
Yeah, no, that was never a comfortable round for Nico from start to finish. Enough teammates nearby to save him. Nico dolls up into the ladder room. Falcons walk it out top middle again.
MIB are currently winning versus BetBoom, but BetBoom just took a map, or not a map, but a round off of MIBR. Very, very close game for BetBoom here.
He's got that ladder support though. He tries to lean out. He'll win the duel versus Monacy first. Second servings made easy, and Nikodos position, almost caught him off. Kicksand, great recovery with this double kill.
Ducked underneath it.
Trying to join up with Magis so that they can split into the B site. That's gonna lead Nico back towards Cat. A triple from Kicksand.
Wow.
Spooky trying to contend on the opposite side of the flames. And finally, Kicksand dropped. Magisk trades out. We've got a Buzz 1v2 queued up at 35 seconds. Long journey for that bomb to come climb in.
What can you do?
Magisk is watching the smoke, but only on the corner of it. He jumps out, Skadoodle here. Buzz with an MP9 has to get something crazy going.
Oh, tries to flood into the bench, but Magisk able to lock that down. Kicksand's got a reason to celebrate. Awesome 3K from his behalf.
No
like
kidding.
groaning or something over
Especially
there.
because of where Kristen was playing. It would be easy to forget that someone could be holding from the top of the ladder room, and he comes right underneath this spray to answer back to the 2 kills that Kristen got.
And a snap over to PickE as well.
It's the most, and,
What's
most
that?
energetic we've seen him.
Who was that? There's a growling.
Disturbed.
Falcons summoning demons, doing whatever they have to get this win over. But it's a freebie after the fact. USP's here. And they're on the wrong bomb site. Who was that? Growling.
I think it was Zonic.
Oh, yeah?
He is a human bear. Is Monacy trying to go SSJ4?
These fucking guys, bro.
Just mad just being a funny guy.
Wouldn't put it past him. Nico, yeah, that is just versus USPs, but it was very slick. A sign of what's to come, perhaps, if he's allowed to tear up OG on map 3.
Credit to OG for making it this far.
Whoa.
And this map isn't over, but I'm just saying it's not going to be easier than Nuke just because it's Mirage.
Talking about them like they're dead in the water, Launders.
Yeah. I am.
You look confident. No one else can see you, but you look confident.
Yeah. What about it?
3-2 the lead for Falcons. Guns back at the OG squad.
Yeah, OG's getting wiped, according to Launders. We'll see.
Been a lot of early mid plays out of Falcons so far. Testament to the confidence of taking those fights.
OG, they're no Lin Vision, okay?
Okay.
Damn. What is going on this tournament, bro? It's a fucking clown show.
Yeah, I think there was a point where Mirage felt like the one of the 3 easier maps, but just because of the frequency of the play at the top level, it's just not. It's just not. And as common as the map is, it's just still so dynamic.
May have lost the first death inside that apartment, but Kristen is able to at least get out. Cost him a lot of utility to do it, but at least he's standing. We hit a minute. Window gets smoked out. TeSeS stays underpass. We'll see that late activation on him once Nico goes and joins everybody else. And I don't know about you, but that A defense isn't looking too tight. Buzz floating around in jungle has a lot to handle on his own.
No one in ticket means Buzz, well, he's got his work cut out for him.
Do a bunch of things here.
Just chucked out that bottom con smoke.
It's a bit late to be at this position. 2 in B, 1 pushing top mid. And Buzz, here comes the peak. Good night. Lights out.
Insta headshot for Monacy, his second kill of the map. TeSeS is able to get out from underpass. So, I mean, in terms of the motion here, everything has gone very smoothly for Falcons. Nico puts down that con smoke. The smoke fades in Palace. They walk out to 0 resistance. Instant headshot. This round win, I feel like you could see it from a mile away.
Yeah, they're just 10 times better already.
Let's go, Monacy, second kill.
Double B push here.
Let's
TeSeS on the
freaking
exact same angle we started
go.
the round out in.
Gets another kill for his
lined that
efforts.
one up with a ruler, man. He knows exactly where to stand, where to look.
Spooky wants the AK, but didn't want to get swung on by Nico. Thing is, Nico's just going to hunt him down slowly. He's going to pop right up. Ooh, but he gets away from him, so they'll be afforded a 2-player save. Falcons go up to the 4-2 T-side lead. Jacob on the desk before this third map went live said he expects Falcons Major to start now with a convincing Mirage win. Convincing is the one word that we haven't had to use about Falcons so far in this series, nor this Major.
Yeah. Because the only map they've won was really close.
That's the main menu music.
Yeah, but
again.
why can't we hear it?
I don't know.
Is that the?
That is weird.
Is that the gray noise that they've got playing in everyone's headphones?
It's also the
Is that why
default music
Falcons-
kit.
We're going crazy.
I can hear the music, man.
Oh. Pete gets stopped.
You know, we're going to sound crazy if everybody at home can't hear what we hear.
Yeah, for sure.
That's on top of the people who already think we're crazy.
Yep. I need you to tell me they're wrong.
It's me and you against the world, Launders.
Another push shut down.
OG feels like the world's against them as well, because everything they're trying to get going just gets denied. We'll see if Monacy could get caught off guard. The timing of this push from Buzz. Looks like they're going to find him. Look in the wrong direction. Ooh,
Yeah,
careful
please,
now.
nice Monacy. Oh, okay.
He lets him deliver that op right into his hands, so Buzz gets one.
Unlucky.
And Fiku's Desert
Unlucky.
Eagle, in an act of desperation to hold versus 3 players, gets
Wow.
the first kill fast enough. Gives himself a flash to try to work with here as that plant's going down. It's a blinded support piece up in the windowsill, but Fiku's now missed his chances. It's not going to get any easier from here. Buzz trying to backstab. He gets the kill to Nico.
Wow.
Now the retake's really on. There is indeed still enough time to pull this off. And this last piece and match is coming over from the marketplace. He is far removed from this bomb. They're going to get on top of it. Op trying to give cover. Magisk. Oh,
they got him.
No way. They jump back on it. A 10-second stick. Oh, it's a Buzz flank from middle and a solo hold from Fiku.
Oh, they actually pulled it off. Fiku stayed alive on Get Right for that long. Taking shots with his deagle. That's a disaster. That's such a good position for Falcons to be in. Fiku's laughing about it.
That's crazy.
You know, when they get that bomb down, Fiku, it should be very, very hard for him to get anything else going, but every kill is just a real nice isolation fight for OG.
There's no way you give that up.
Yeah, that's a crazy round to give up.
Well, shame on us. We've been lulled into this false sense of confidence from Falcons. Felt like they couldn't make mistakes for a second.
Yeah.
And just as quickly as they regained that aura, they lose it. Doesn't mean they're not about to instantly rebound here, but just remind yourself that they can lose the unlosable. They can also win the follow-up with absolute conviction. So Falcons will do as they please for better or
At least they do this here,
worse.
whatever this is. You just walk at them and kill them all.
That's kind of a dirt moment. You know, why that happened.
Lose an eco round, but then just
also
walk at them for a
here we
buy
are
round.
again.
All right, whatever. I guess.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Get to the damn train, CJ.
In this case, it's the Falcons hype train.
Buzz got to keep the op. Born to op.
Nico didn't let off that A key. This comes a swinging. But no guarantee here for Buzz, unfortunately for him. That op's gonna hit the ground.
It didn't make sense, you know.
Falcons take a 5th, laugh amongst themselves, not willing to rub it in OG's faces just yet because of the sting of the 1 round prior.
It is still just a bunch of Danes laughing at each other, huh?
Yeah, it is. Feels like that's what Counter-Strike's been for the last half a decade.
Nice.
True. True. CS in a nutshell. MIBR versus BetBoom. BetBoom has 1 round on MIBR. There's still a close
Nico
game.
running quick down middle this round. To hell with sticking behind those top mid boxes. He's got teammates right behind him to support all this. And it's actually Kicksan with first vision, but heavy alien right now from OG. This is not the map Nikodas wants to go absent in, but that is the case right now. Just realized he's 1-6. Really haven't had to talk about him. Not too late to have that turnaround, but early precedent set, and it's not a positive one.
Map movements are very good, taking over ladder on this timing. I mean, Kixen knows that he's in a great position to orchestrate. I think even showing face is actually even better than hiding totally. They've now got this, you know, boogeyman here up in ladder room. They've got to send a player over to try to deal with them. Meanwhile, the B site getting attacked is a huge problem for Nikados, who's not in a position to stop this
at all.
So yeah, this is just
Oh man, they're so understaffed on this B site.
Look how they're trying to deal with Kixen, just surrounding him.
Yeah, they're not even dealing with it. Just keep an eye on him, but he doesn't make this.
Keep an eye on him.
Keep it up, OG.
You know,
I appreciate the happy feet.
Here he goes, though.
Nikados out on
never too
site,
late.
though,
Just
dude.
highlighted
What
his
is going on?
shortcomings, and suddenly we're 4v2 OG. They had nobody in this
Monacy.
site. They had no reason to make you believe they'd hold it. 10
Oh.
seconds left. Monacy starts tearing him up. Bench players
not
dead.
enough.
He's off the
Oh!
play. Nah, he doesn't have time.
He did have
He
time.
did have 4
It's
seconds.
half a second at best.
He had 4
Could have pulled
seconds,
that
man.
bomb out right away, but I guess didn't even know where Spooky is, and now Spooky wants to try to find him. Somehow OG pulled this off with Nikados rotating in last second.
Bro, you had an entire OG team staring at Kixen. he's gonna peek. Yeah. He's gonna peek. Meanwhile, B site just understaffed. Poor Fiku on an MP9. They're like, yeah, hold him. He's in ladder room. Guys, I have 4 players behind me taking site.
Let's go! Woo!
Nikados comes through.
Good job. Nice kills.
Savior of that round, undeniably. Well, you know what? Time actually saves it in reality.
True.
Clock dries up on Monacy. Monacy got 3 kills from within that bomb site. But alas, it's an OG round win. And their CT side back on Dust 2 is trash. Get them on the offense. We'll see what happens. For now, they're just trying to keep this game tied.
Yeah, they do skew CT on this map specifically. Bomb left back as Falcons want to go into a full default. I think that's doctor's orders, you know. These slow played rounds have left OG in some pretty precarious positions.
True. Walking into mid from underpass.
OG already went for that deep ramp aggression, right? Buzz took a look around the corner. Smoke in hand at 50 seconds. Nikados to hold back Palace if Magis looks to make his move, but smoke down now.
Comes out a little earlier than they'd like, but that's just good on Falcons, essentially. But this very active defense that they've got going on, they're going to have to give this up or push in further.
Uh-oh. Let's see an
To
A hit.
avoid flashes is Buzz letting Nikados take the angle. That's going to bank on Spooky holding Palace, I think, but he's over towards jungle, still concerned about Connector. Feels like they're 1 player short of a solid hold, OG. MP9 in the corner for Buzz, and he's not able to deliver his kill.
Wow.
Nikados gets popped by Kixen on the jump up.
Not complimenting each other right there.
Not at all. Spooky's gonna have to throw the Hail Mary, slides down into it, but there's just enough time for the plant. No actual spam to stop it. Just a second too late is Krisen.
Yeah, but there's a chance for this 1-on-3.
Clutch is on. Player from default cross is over, playing now behind triple. Feels like Krisen's figuring out the positions. There's no certainty behind it. But if he can just hit the headshots with the FAMAS, then the retake could still be on. Nico gonna fade back ever so slightly into middle. They hear these footsteps going to the top of stairs. He's gotta close this distance. He's feeling so exposed now, and Nico's gonna strike him down eventually. Unfortunately, there's no save on the cards here for Krisen and Falcons. There's their 6th.
Yeah, that's a spot where it felt like they just didn't know what the adjustment should be, and they didn't play it together.
Needed that.
Nikados going off to Ninja here. This just is a little awkward because, yeah, Buzz can't be
Very much
traded.
needed.
They can't help each other out. We're now losing vision of Palace here. It really comes down to both of them get one, and then suddenly Spooky can maybe come in. But you see that we've got the right side smokes coming up. It's just a solid attack from OG. They draw out the last smoke grenade from the CT side nice and early, and they have lots of time to come into that site. That's a position where you could have maybe go sandwich and under Belk, but I don't think Nikitas had a smoke. I don't think they had utility to use.
Quick reminder, you can make picks and win money. Our sponsor for this event,
Real money?
Underdog. They've been with us for a while, Mo. Use code BLAST on your first sign up, and you can get up to $1,000.
US dollars.
Yeesh. None of that Canadian funny money.
No, code BLAST.
Underdog.
You can blast your way through to the finals.
Just like Falcons will. Monacy finds timing here. This whole pack of roaming pistols for the OG side. They were just looking for one
Falcons walking on site.
Falcons member. They don't end up finding it.
Eco round, unfortunately, for OG.
Themselves pelted by bullets. Nico gets active from bottom mid. All's good. Falcons on the recovery. Jacob was right. The Falcons major starts now.
Every time I see Nico breathe, it's like a guy who hasn't taken a breath for 1,000 years.
He may be holding his breath every round.
Yeah, you think he does it from beginning to end? It's just like a set on the bench press or something. That's every round for Nico. So it's like obviously a much better half in terms of the quality of play. Still some weird mistakes in there. Like you said, just to remind us that they're still in a bad place.
Thing is that they've barely lost any rounds since, so they recovered it fully.
Okay.
But again, you know, a little weird, little
Very
team
confident
kill sprinkled in.
walkout.
Nothing can be too certain with Falcons. Just want to keep you on the edge of your seat. You gotta say, the entertainment value's there.
Yeah, it has been.
That has always been there, always will be there.
All right.
Hate Watchers having a good time. And the newfound Falcons
Hate
fans
Watchers is crazy.
rooting for this star duo of Monacy and Nico. Looks like you can breathe a sigh of relief because this is comfortable. 8-4 T-side on Mirage. That one weird round, but they really capitalized on it from there on forward. Nikodas, he's had
They
kills
needed
in
that
2
for
rounds
sure.
of play. Other than that, it has been absolutely empty-handed, and this close will be no different. Is this a chance at the most convincing win? Whew, your guess is as good as mine.
All right.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction...
Here we go. Should be the end of the
They rush it down. Axel, he's still alive
map
somehow.
1
The
here.
fact that
If
they started to get
MIBR
there,
takes this,
MIBR not
Bet
even
Boom
finding
will
the
be
safe
going
for the bomb
home.
plant just yet. They should have already been so much more successful.
They have 2
Surely
rounds.
it's enough to win.
Bomb is going
planted
down.
now, and the after plant. We'll see Bet Boom.
MIBR is up by 1 map already. Bet Boom needs to win this.
Headshots are coming through now. It's Breno and Safe.
This has been
in a
very
2
close
versus
between
5.
these 2 teams. They're just
It's
back
definitely
and
a good
forth.
position. The boost comes through for a pick, but there's so many CTs taking a moment to coordinate before they all come in together to stop
I like
that
the boost. The
defuse.
boost was fun there.
Now, what do you do here? The spray comes through haphazardly. He's going to pick up a kill onto Boomage very quickly. Nade takes care of Breno. Forced defensive goes safe with the AWP. If that defuse can come through, and it is,
wow.
and that's the round for Bet Boom. Great retake onto the B site. Very hard to do that. All the pressure is on them, and they managed to pull it off. That is crazy. It's the happiest we've seen them in a while.
That round is more or less supposed to be won of Cole alone, but Axel, look how he's jumping on through. If Axel dies, the round is just destroyed.
That trophy's
for
ugly.
Bet Boom.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke.
That is such a hard. They made it look so easy, which is almost a bit annoying because it sort of takes away from the drama of how hard it would have been to normally win that kind of a round. The call is just so good for MIBR. It was the perfect round to go for that outer spawn, straight to B execute. But yeah, Axel, obviously veteran player at one point, top 5 rifler in the world. This time he held his cool and was able to get that one crucial kill that allowed for the setup for the retake as well. Now, it's going to get more dramatic from here, I guess. We're building up the story all the time. BetBoom looking for a third map, which would be on Nuke to decide this series with. And MIBR, they just want to close it here. Double AWP and back with the AUG as well on Siren.
All right, last round.
So
well, match point round, I should say.
Line taken by Axile for the information.
Not last round.
Not seeing anything there. In fact, MIBR, they've done a lot of 1-1-3 defaults, but here they've got more players towards mid and B.
Yeah, you could be pretty sure that Boomich is alone in here. Again, that early smoke. Most mid players, they will throw some really early grenades here, just because they don't have any backup early on. And Boomich is pretty much doing that. He's already thrown out the incendiary, the smoke early. Grenade is actually very nice. Some good damage. Now he's going to call in a teammate from the A-bomb side. That's Sorty with the AWP, because again, he's run out of grenades himself, so he kind of needs somebody else to step it up. And there's an AWP on the other side. A bit of a standoff here.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, the standoff might come to a close pretty quickly. Zorte going down, and this might force a response from BetBoom. We've seen this, you know, you're down players on the CT side, you either go for information or you stack something, and we have a play through mid here from Boomich.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's very forward. It's actually hard to clear on the T side, weirdly enough, but there's nobody there. He's going to get that bit of info, but they're also walking through the middle. MIBR on a flanking mission to the B-bomb side. This could be a disaster. They'll find safe at the start, but the threat is not over with. 20 seconds. Does he realize Magnodis is about to get shot in the back? He certainly doesn't. Exit takes him down, and once again, the weight of the world is on Axile here. He'll get the first kill. We're down to 11 seconds now. Boomich shows up. Axile's finally dead.
Wow.
And Boomich quick in the grave afterwards. Siren trying to slow them down here, but the bomb is going to be planted. That incendiary, it doesn't spread far enough. And now it's on Siren. One AUG to try and save BetBoom here at the major. Insani and Breno, they're just so relaxed far back here. Not a lot of health left. And slowly creeping in. Siren just needs one little peek, one kneecap to be shown, and he can get a chance of it at least. There's the first one, but he's down to 19, and now it's a swing wide to check that corner against Breno. He's not quite clearing it. And Breno instead shoots him in the back at MIBR now, up to 12.
Wow. 12 rounds. Finally, MIBR have been grinding their way
here towards sight
to this result.
Just scoop it up.
2v1 in this pistol round.
It's yours for the taking.
It's got to worry about the window.
Falcons. This is bad for Falcons
so
right now. This
that he's
pistol round.
Plant.
Safe.
And that means Fiku doesn't have vision, doesn't need it. Nikadaz going to close. That is 6 for 6. OG win every pistol.
And honestly, man, sick pistols. They just have great calls. It's not like they tricked Falcons here. Like they have a player on cat listening to BF while Kickstand's back there. So they just do a good job of swinging in and playing together on these entries. And they've just been solid. 6 for 6 on pistols. What a stat. And they actually haven't been, like, they only got ecoed the one time on Dust 2 as well, right?
Yeah, I mean...
They're pretty good at converting.
Yep. Grouping up inside connector, bomb included.
Don't like how they don't have anyone anywhere else.
That's the thing, though. You know, sometimes
you're making this connector play right now.
Yeah. If there is a criticism that could still be laid on OG, it's that sometimes they are just so adamant about something, but it's not informed. It's not because they know B's understaffed that they're heading up into connector, and Modesty just hits that instant laser beam headshot onto Nikadaz.
There is no palace pressure, A-ramp pressure. He's allowed to be on ticket spotting.
That's the thing. You skip steps, you pay the price. This is looking like Falcons with that deep ramp control. Oh, they could send OG a hell of a message. Modesty's still alive, gets glocked out of the round. AK's trying to cover off on ramp. Gotta be careful, there's 3 players here. Tess doubles back, his deagle connects, man advantage, taken over by Falcons. Bomb's gotta get picked up, and then even if you kill the second pistol, you still don't know about Magisk. So look at them turn their backs to him. It is no surprise, and they get cleared out. Falcons staff that site, and OG skip protocols.
Yeah, that's the worst way to go right there. They could have, this A ramp could have been flanked from the beginning if they had called this T round with the intention of going A. You don't need 5 players in mid. There's so much redundancy there. And your lurker is totally safe if they're playing back on Palace. They can also be listening, right? Do you really want to be in a spot where you're coming up connector, someone's pushed Palace, you don't even know if it's possible?
Fucking nice!
All right.
Yeah, it's kind of silly. Unfortunately, OG really needs to work on their T sides. They are guessing a lot. And the rounds that they win, they do it because they've got some good entry players, but it's not usually because they've got the best information.
Good nade.
Gonna give them some space. Pistols push through. Nice shots from Magisk.
And he's out of there.
Great rifle control, great movement to get back around the CT corner. And he'll send m0NESY in on his behalf to just finish off the cleanup duty. Fiku can't even get the plant off. So it felt, but with a Desert Eagle headshot, what more is possible
it looks like
here
Bet
for Fiku?
Boom did in fact get eliminated here in this
in a
game.
much-needed situation as well, but you can see
Looks
the
like they're
confidence
packing
of
up their
Falcons
stuff.
starting to boil over. Magisk gets a quad kill in the round. Very good shooting from that first burst.
And even when it was bad, I mean, when it was really bad
Magisk
back on
on fire
Dust 2,
there.
Magisk wasn't. He was great. He was actually so solid, so reliable. And this
Bet
is an
Boom,
ego clip,
unfortunately,
but
getting
he's
knocked
got
out.
plenty of
MIBR
rifle 2Ks,
advances.
Lots of good holds. His
To
aim
play
is
tomorrow,
looking
best of
super
threes.
sharp, and also,
Bet Boom
even
going
though they've lost
home
all these
after
pistols,
their
he's like the one
stage
guy I've
one
been like, okay, maybe I
run
can
up.
win if Magisk is around.
He's only had a
here
rough
today.
map in the first map versus Bait.
GG's Bet
Other
Boom.
than that, Magisk's been solid. So good on him to get back to the top of the board. That spray down surpasses Nico.
Bet Boom was the all-Russian team.
And a pretty looking 16-5 for Magisk here as OG
That
are just
just made it out
talking
of
things
stage
through,
one,
spinning in
qualifiers.
circles. 5-round deficit.
They really stared death in the face today, Falcons. But now, unfortunately for OG, it'll be them. Got a pseudo tack pause here for this team.
Pseudo tactical pause. What does
Again,
that
getting
mean?
up to the stage has been impressive. Nikita's opening map was a statement. I think we've seen great rounds from all these players, honestly.
Furia win today. Yes.
And just like with Heroic,
Furia
you know, bringing
beat
up players
M80.
that
They'll be
we might
playing
not have talked about
advancement
otherwise. I
best
think
of
OG's
threes
done
tomorrow.
a very commendable job with that. Some nice finds. Second chance for Buzz. Lovely to see. Who was very close to staying on a strong.
All right, Nico. With an aggressive peek on stairs.
Tracking from Nico and Magisk again.
Magisk just mowing them down.
So rock solid defense here out of Falcons versus Pistols.
OG's back
As
is
you'd
against the wall
expect.
here for these last few rounds.
A 6-round deficit.
1 point away or 1 round away from match point
And a
here for
Falcons that's
Falcons.
so clearly firing on all cylinders now.
They seem a little bit more confident. OG maybe falling apart.
Questionable T-side struggles for OG.
Let's see what they can pull off here. If we can get an
May have
OG
an
comeback.
individual that set a record here in
It will-
Austin
it
in
would
the
be
very
pretty
first
crazy.
map of play. But OG's success could have very well dried up. A gun round.
See what
Or
OG
Falcons
can
take
do
12.
here. Do OG have the heart? They got some rounds on CT side, but T side
do love some of these
has to
walkouts,
do a
though.
bit better.
Just unexpected decisions.
Has to do better on
Already
T
two
side than
players
the
on a
entire
sandwich.
CT
You've
side.
got backs turn 2
I guess what I
from the
meant to
con
say.
players. They're going to slide right into the setup.
He
Tess
walked out. Fiku trades with
only the
Mantis.
one. Holds it back,
Tess
actually, excuse me, with the Fiku double
anchoring
kill.
inside
so
a jungle.
It's the A players themselves
This Chris
that get
can see
nothing
him
done,
mauling off
overwhelmed by
jungle.
The sheer tenacity of OG, that
Could be an
element of
awkward
surprise.
retake here for Falcons.
Another ambush.
They have to wide
for
swing from
Falcons to have to deal
CT
with.
or push through window. Christian just
bit. Oh.
really getting hype here. Oh my goodness.
CTs that he's aware of.
Oh my.
Trying to pounce
Wow.
on it. m0NESY
That was
does
really
come out
weird.
from the corner. 19 health or not.
Christian
That
trying
is
to make
Crizin
something happen
down.
there, but he couldn't.
Modesty has a
Nikodas
smoke.
versus
They've
World.
got 2 smokes, actually. Tessa's got a molly.
He's a little too far out here. Oh my goodness, he still got it. The mow down.
Shot lines
And
it
Modesty with 0 HP. He's
Succulent
going to
shooting.
save.
And you've got only the
He
19
has to
health of
save.
Modesty left. He is gone. That small burst out of Nikodas is a big hope for OG.
It is. Just defends against
Nikodas
retake. That should
really
have been
winning
able to
that
take
round
place.
for them.
The call's solid here as they walk up out of the ramp. Again,
As he
there's
has
no one
been.
spotting from Ticket. There's just this double jungle setup, which can be fine if that guy on stairs is totally ready about this. But Nico is thinking about bottom of connector. Tessas hasn't peeked off the top of stairs. To be honest, it's very scary for Tessas.
M80 versus Furia? Yeah, M80 definitely put up a fight versus Furia.
And that's correct. Nico Dawes gets pushed into an awkward spot, has to hit those 2 kills, does.
The hope still feels alive for OG in their reactions. It's a sketchy place to win the round from, but it's a round win nonetheless.
All right, OG has to do it again. 6 more times. 7
It's
if
a
they want to
very
walk
small
home.
margin of
Or,
error.
well, send Falcons packing and then
But
go
for now, it
home.
still
But
exists.
that would imply that they got kicked out. We'll just say 7 more wins if they want to advance.
T-side that's going to have to be damn near
7 more
perfect.
rounds OG will have to pull off versus a Falcons on CT side. This will be very difficult for them. Probably the most difficult thing they've had to do all tournament, really. Print stream. We'll see if they can do it.
T-sides from them. They're
Possible. They win
make a
this
case for
round. Falcons will
themselves.
be
Too
on
many
low
rounds to
buy.
play to have
Low buy going into the
5
next
players
round,
up
which
in
means
connector,
another possibly
losing the
guaranteed
Ecos.
round.
Yeah.
So we can at least see them getting
Just
2
not
on the
gonna cut
board, and then
anymore.
it's a 3
You know, it doesn't feel inspiring from our
round game.
perspective. They have to continue
Mossy
to
gets
believe.
the first pick.
Crizin, though, gets slapped out of this one. It is a very understaffed B site. Monasty's going to stay mobile, moves that off into
Nikodas gets the pick.
marketplace.
Yeah, and they brought Tessas back.
Nice
actually,
shot.
with this
Monacy,
contact
though,
with Monasty's already there.
not
Kill.
letting them have
It's his
it.
second in the round. Catwalk player tries to get into the window duel, and that's going to drop Spooky
That's too much.
down out of the round. Nikodas disengages, trying to run over to B, but by the time he gets there, everything has been mopped up, and that with it is Falcons on 12.
Really try to bring simplicity into this. I mean, the walkout on A ramp was a great call last round, and here it looked like they were maybe just a second away from being able to pull it off.
The Falcons should be on
Especially with
match
that kill
point
on mid
here.
for
1 more
Tessas'
round,
attention drawn back, but
and they'll get to play
too sharp
advancements
right now.
tomorrow.
And now we can say that it's 2 good maps.
And maybe
so
find
far for him
themselves
here
in
at the
stage
major.
3, something they were trying to do prior to playing their first game yesterday. Didn't expect to see him here in best of 3 losers, but here we are. OG taking a timeout. Hopefully to recollect, work deep inside of themselves, find what it
Again,
takes
there's such a
to
stark
win this
contrast in
game.
the competition that Falcons have refined their Mirage play against, and OG.
We'll see.
We take it on the day. They showed us some great rounds. Then I'd say, okay, I can see how they'd pull this off, but it's not a matter of luck.
We shall
the
see.
Score is so in favor of Falcons at the moment.
All right. Mossy opening up this this game for Falcons, or this round. It was all him, all over the board. There we go.
Every piece comes together when it has to.
This could be OG's last round.
Just the nature of this
A force,
third map as well.
some shitty smokes.
I'd say it's the first thing Falcons can actually be proud about.
Nikodas with an AK. They're putting
Even
an
having to
AK in
claw
this
that
man's
win on
hand.
Nuke.
They're saying, can you
Can't
do
be
it?
proud of Nuke.
Barely.
Is it possible?
Crizin
Crizin trying to make
connector
something
action,
spicy work
OG
here.
having to fight elimination for the next 6 steps, but Crizin tries to remain active. Unfortunately, just missed what was a turned Nico, who is staring over towards the window instead. Tess senses pressure from both
finds
sides.
the kill.
Stands the test though, and now it is
And it looks
a
like it is
slaughter.
just about to be over.
Absolutely empty-handed
OG
as this T-side's gone on. The
look
Falcons
like they are
believers
done here.
have
1
something
versus
to look
5,
at.
and Buzz
A
will
little bit
go
of a
down.
message sent to the rest of the pack. A slow start in Austin, undeniable. But the likes of OG are not going to topple
Falcons
one of
claw their way out.
2025's very best. A sign of life from Falcons.
Falcons claw their way out of losers
Obviously
bracket.
Very difficult, and the pressure can't be ignored.
I mean,
the team
Jesus.
that everybody's watching here, one of the two teams that has the best chance of taking down who will otherwise be the champion of this tournament in Vitality. Falcons nearly face defeat here.
Wow.
In fact, they were just 3 rounds away about 40 minutes
they were almost
ago.
gone.
So coming through that
They were
is
almost
huge. Being
gone.
able to play again tomorrow was huge. And for OG, well, they almost completed the embarrassment of Falcons, and still taking a map, I think, is already quite impressive. But getting close means this will hurt just a little bit more, unfortunately. And so we have to say goodbye to the team that tried.
Nature of the first 2 maps, though, with that Dust 2 loss after a 9-3 lead and the nuke that they barely got over the line. Yes, okay. Falcons enter Austin. It's a nosedive. This is them pulling back ever so slightly to get out of what otherwise looks like a lethal end in Austin. But their opposition tomorrow may not be any easier, and that opposition will be inspired by the thought that even the likes of OG's struggling T-sides could push this series the distance. Falcons fight again tomorrow, but how convinced are you that they can make this run truly happen?
It was a competitive series. Unfortunately, OG do fall to the Falcons at the final hurdle. Tell me about the emotions that you're experiencing right now, Fiku, because came so damn close for you. What's going through your head?
Yeah, I think like everyone is basically of us is sad. We are pretty much disappointed with how it went throughout the second stage. I think we had some good opportunities to, like, for example, finish the game against M80, stuff like this. Didn't happen. We kind of folded under the pressure that we made on ourselves, or maybe not pressure, but yeah, maybe we wanted to win too much, you know, and yeah.
Without getting too technical, obviously, you know, you take Dust 2 off the Falcons. We move to Nuke. It's so close. Was there a moment where you feel like it kind of, you know, it slipped away from you guys?
I think we didn't feel that it's one step like to win. We just focused like on every single round. Like we know that we had like some good opportunities to also finish the nuke, but yeah, Nico in one round hits insane shot on Chris, I think. Then we like fold also on the map. Yeah, there was like some good team-wise playing from us on nuke, but some individuals just show up better in some rounds, and that was the main case, I would say.
I know, I can only imagine how much it stings right now, but, you know, looking back on the entirety of the major, is there anything you can take away for OG, you know, going forward into the second half of 2025?
Yeah, of course. I think the experience here that we gained is really important. Also, there was like first major for three of us, you know. So I think it's really nice that we
new guys,
and also we probably don't
not
want
a bad
to
run.
repeat the feeling
Unlucky,
again, so,
unlucky
yeah.
Falcons bracket.
And anything you want to say to some of the you know, new OG fans that you've probably garnered throughout this Austin run?
Yeah, thank you guys for support. We love you all, and sorry for doing 0-3, but yeah, it is what it is.
Thank you so much for taking the time to check in with me, Fiku. Unfortunately, that does mean OG are eliminated. But on the other side of the coin, that does mean Falcons are going to be going through at least one more day fighting here in Austin. I'm going to be catching up with m0NESY for a few words here. A roller coaster of a game, m0NESY. Can you put into words maybe what's going through your head right now that you've managed to survive the first best of 3 here?
I don't know, win is a win. Doesn't matter how we won, just the most important that we won. So I don't know what was going through my head, but after the first map, it was a bit rough, yeah. After the comeback they did from 9-3.
Was there anything that you particularly changed coming off of that Dust 2, right? Because, you know, you had a little bit of a shaky start to this series. You look way better on maps 2 and 3, though. Anything that you were kind of looking at when we came off that first map?
You just want to fight for the victory. It doesn't matter how you're going to win it. You just want to win it. You don't want to go back home. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we won. Nothing else to say.
Has this reinstalled any kind of confidence in Falcons moving forward? Now you get your first win here in Austin?
Yeah, this game was very important to win for the confidence. But yeah, we will see tomorrow.
Very important for your survival, as always, m0NESY. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we won. We'll see what happens.
On this win, Falcons live to fight at least one more day here in Austin.
At least one more day, but I can't help to feel that I sense a little bit of shakiness coming out of m0NESY. It didn't strike me as the most confident version of the young lad that we've seen before, Peter. Would you agree with that sentiment?
100%. Like, it looked like when he was asked the question of how things went on and if he had done something different, you know, he was just like, I'm just here to fight for the victory, which is a good way of seeing it. And I like that he just tries to focus on the thing that they actually won the game, you know, like it doesn't matter. And I also said that in the segment before, that it doesn't really matter how Falcons get it done. as long as they get it done. But of course, there's like a little bit of a worrying sign. It was not the m0NESY that we've seen before. Like he was not like oozing out of confidence, and also the way that he saw the game, like it felt like the pressure kind of got to him. And I think the pressure is like it's still there. And I think maybe it's one of the first time he gets to feel like, also because he's been playing so well coming into the tournament, both like by coming into Falcons, but also he just expects more of himself individually, and to maybe feel that kind of pressure also from within the team, letting his team down.
Yes.
Must have done something.
I feel like it was breathing more of a sigh of relief in that interview, right? I feel like there's probably a lot of stuff going through his head right now. First of all, thank God we didn't fumble the bag versus OG. I think you were totally onto something when you said, you know, OG had the opportunity, they had their chance on Nuke. We kind of saw how that unfolded on Mirage, right?
Unfortunately for them, you know, Mirage didn't become as competitive as we would have liked it to be. I think for OG, they probably felt it on the server as well. We spoke about m0NESY on Nuke. He was only involved in one opening duel or 2 opening duels in a span of 21 rounds. And here on Mirage, much more assertive. He was involved in 6 total. He won 5 of those, and it was a different outlook on m0NESY. And that's what we spoke about, Peter. When m0NESY is playing well, Falcons seemingly is a complete different.
And on more like on a tactical base, I feel like this is also the strength where Falcons likes to play best of 3s more than best of 1s. Obviously, they have time to understand why they're losing. They have time to make adjustments. And I feel like throughout the series on Dust 2, we saw OG playing very aggressive. They also did that on Nuke. They kept pushing lobby. The same thing happened on Mirage. Like they kept going for aggressive plays. They wanted to go out and find the openings and trying to get info. And it felt like Falcons shifted into a position where they could just, like they felt like they could just wait for them. Like they wait for them to make the mistake instead of always trying to go out and create the round. They would just wait for OG to come at them, get the opportunities and get the opening frags, and then turn something around.
That's the wonderful thing about this major. We just spoke about m0NESY. We spoke about the adjustments from Falcons as well. In a realistic world, right? You play tomorrow, you win that game, then you play the day after, you win that game, and all of a sudden they enter stage 3 and everything is reset. It's 0-0 again. It's completely back to where they were before, and expectations can be sky high again. So I think for m0NESY and the boys right now, it's about, you know, keeping a laser focus on one game at a time, because they know that if they win 2 more, then when you start stage 3, everyone is at 0-0 and it's completely open again.
And I think that is the perfect segue to head on over to Blast TV and check in with the simulator. For
all right, what do we got? We got tomorrow best of 3s. We'll have 6 best of 3s.
That we do see
we'll
in
have
front
Pain
of us.
and Lin.
Let's go top to bottom. Pain,
Lin
Vision.
I mean, I will say Lin's being impressive.
But then I think
they beat Tyloo today. It looked very convincing.
I also agree with that.
FaZe versus 3D.
I don't know.
Honestly, FaZe should have it in the bag.
What they've shown has been great.
Okay, convince me. I think Pain is going to win. Tell me why they're not.
Takes place.
I mean,
Fury versus
B8 is a better team looking
could be
on
competitive.
paper, but I feel like what the Chinese has going for them right now,
I thought they would come in a bit better than they already have been, so I'd be surprised.
Go Lin Mission. I think there's a case they could do.
If it's a complete stomp, I think B8's definitely going to make it very competitive versus Fury. If not, maybe win outright.
Let's go Lin Vision. Obviously, it's just a qualification game, not elimination. So if we lose that, we'll get one more chance.
And for the best of 3s losers bracket,
3D Max.
I don't know who takes it between.
Different feelings from the FaZe
between Amiga and M80.
Best of one, you know, slaughterhouse that they put on.
I feel like
I mean, M80 could bring their A game, or Risky Bob could pop off. Who knows? Tyloo versus Heroic, that could be fun. And then Falcons versus MIBR. By all means, Falcons should have it versus MIBR, but who knows? Maybe it's a bad Falcons again.
It's going to be a landslide.
And they get knocked down again. So I can't really trust them at the moment.
For me, FaZe Clan is still
the end of this game was okay. The very final half
on the first day, obviously they played great as a team,
OG versus Falcons looked good, but it looked like it was a very confident Falcons playing against OG who had their back against the wall.
I still have some kind of hope for 3D Max, but I'm still going to have to
if they can get their confidence locked in, they should be good. But yeah, for me, probably Lin, FaZe. I don't know. I want to say B8 because I do feel like Fury could play poorly.
Even before we got to the tournament,
and then more than likely, I almost want to put the Amiga up, but I'll be cheering for M80, followed by tough to call. I would like for it to be Tyloo advancing and to beat out Heroic. That might be the toughest game of the day.
Against the teams that they feel like maybe
Heroics
they're
have
like
been
lesser good
a very
opponent.
on-point
And
team
I
thus
just
far,
have a feeling
but
that Bait
they
can
may be a
go
little
out and pull
distraught
off the
after
upset.
being in that losers bracket with Tyloo. Maybe Tyloo wants
I
it
don't think the
more.
one buff have given something
So I'll be
special for
cheering
Fury
for
yet.
Tyloo. Hopefully Tyloo gets it, but Heroics definitely going to be a very tough opponent
Yeah,
for
I don't know why. I feel like I've
and
been
then,
on
of course,
an
I'm going to go
upward
with Falcons over
trajectory. I think
MIBR,
Bait-
but
I mean, the
maybe
winning against Heroic today,
MIBR
that's
has a
good win.
comeback
Just
game. Maybe
in
they
best of
break
threes
out and they
against
say, you
proper
know
teams,
what?
I think they're gonna come short.
I feel like it's
This
been dangerous to
is
pick the-
where we bring it
like
all
the
back,
underdog out,
right?
like the favorite.
Maybe they. I mean, they won versus Betboom
pick the
today.
favorites in this
It wasn't
tournament
very
so far, so I'm
convincing.
gonna
It
go
was very,
confusing,
very
Martin.
close
Right.
games
Yeah,
versus
for it. Yeah. What
Betboom.
about
Okay, for it.
So we'll
Okay,
see what
lock it
happens
in.
there.
Sorry, Peter.
I suppose with that.
Now we're talking about losers
So let's see what
going
the
home,
casters
elimination
predict
games,
here
Amiga,
overall.
M80. I think M80 won this one. Am I crazy? Am I just breathing
I
out
think this
air?
is like a super open map. They can go both ways.
Yeah, I feel the same. I mean, I feel like every time I've seen Amiga play, I'm positively surprised. Losing to 3D Max 13-11 in a very close game as well. I mean, they could
See,
have
I would
been
put
2-1. I
B8
think
over
Amiga's gonna win this one.
Furia, personally.
Okay, well, you've outvoted me, so
But-
let's go to Amiga.
Yeah,
you never know.
Tyloo, man like G versus Heroic.
That's an interesting
Go with
matchup. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think I still think Heroic is going to take this one. I think Heroic has, despite being in the pool of being like close to being eliminated, I still think they have the greater chance here. I think we saw some impressive stuff for them in stage 1. So, yeah, Heroic.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's look on Heroic. Yeah. Okay, final game of the day. That's going to be Falcons, MIBR. Surely Falcons win this one.
Yes, I haven't been impressed with MIBR. Obviously, they were in an 0-2 game as well. We saw them play against Betboom. That got dangerously close on second map. Obviously, good for MIBR to finally win a game and stay alive, but let's be completely honest. I think Falcons, there's been an awful lot of pressure on them, and the pressure, going 0-3 is slightly bigger than going 1-2, and I think the more pressure that gets alleviated from Falcons, the better they're going to show up. Falcons are going to win that game, and it's not going to be close.
Can we just... Okay, Martin, can you click on Falcons? And then can we screw around in a scenario where maybe, FaZe and Falcons maybe have to play each other?
Try and make 3D Max. 3D Max.
So 3D Max win. Does that... okay.
Ooh, brother,
That's not nice.
Ew.
Nobody likes
What
that.
if what if we go? If Bait
That would
wins
be
this one, so
crazy.
we still had 3.
Oh,
Faze
yeah,
losing. Does it
put
change?
Baden.
Well,
And then...
then you have Furia.
Okay. We could be here all night doing this.
Yeah, we
but
could.
essentially, if we're all right and then 3D Max win, we get FaZe versus Falcons.
That would be hilarious.
Oh.
That would be hilarious.
You think it would be hilarious, but it's just gonna
Would be funny.
Falcons is just gonna win.
Probably.
Like that's just how I think it is. It's an interesting
This-
matchup.
this
but
would be funny.
At this point, I just feel like Falcons just gonna take that win. Like I don't even think it's gonna be close.
So
I
you
feel
think that was it? Like, the win here, as Jacob said, that's kickstarted their major, all Falcons from here on out.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think Falcons have gotten like maybe a little bit hold of their nerves now, and now they got that win under their buckle that they just needed to unlock. It's all about also playing themselves into the tournament, and sure, it was not pretty today, but they got it over the finish line, and I think that's what's the most important thing.
Essentially, the question you're asking is, do you believe in Monesi and Niku, coming back to an individual level where they're going to carry Falcons into a potential grand final, semi-final at the major, or don't you? Because I feel like we've seen that here the first couple of days, that as much as we want to praise Falcons for maybe having slightly more structure, people also seem to forget that Monesi has only been there for a month. It's quite limited how much they've been able to practice. They've been flying to Dallas, they've been flying to Melbourne, they've been traveling. It's been quite limited how much they could have progressed in that playbook. So I think it comes down to the individual. So if you believe in Monesi and if you believe in Niku stepping it up, Falcons are just going to go a long way into this tournament. However, if you think Monesi is shaking and if you think Monesi is not having a good time here at the major, then Falcons will be eliminated early. It sounds kind of harsh to cook it down to that, but I feel like that's where Falcons is differentiating right now. We've seen what they can do when Monesi is not playing well, and we've seen what they can look like when he does.
And obviously, don't get me wrong, the pressure is still on Falcons. It's not like it just like completely vanished. It's not going to be there. It's still going to be there tomorrow. It's also going to be there in the elimination game coming if they make it to the 2-2 pool. It's also going to be there when they get to the potential next stage. Like Falcon is meant to go to the grand final and contest Vitality for their major trophy. So for them to have a tournament where the pressure disappears is not going to happen. But they're by dealing with it and playing more and getting more comfortable inside a tournament where the individuals have time to step up, they have time to, I think, something that's overlooked now for Falcons as well, that they have best of threes and they also maybe play some of the later games where they have plenty of time to prepare. Like they are just way better when they get time for preparing.
Should we check in with what is on the cards as we head on into tomorrow, day 3 of Stage 2 at the Blast TV Austin Major? This is what is going to be going down on that A stream. We've got Tyloo Heroic to kick off the day, Falcons, MIBR for the middle portion, and then FaZe versus 3D Max, the advancement game we have been talking about. I believe we're going to be covering the latter two, so we're in for a treat now.
Yeah, we get to talk more Falcons. Falcons. We like that, no?
Yeah.
I like to
Or
see
FaZe
that.
for that matter as well.
FaZe versus 3D Max, I think that has potential
Those are good
to be
games.
a real banger. I don't think FaZe is good enough yet to just, you know, completely run
Those are
over
going to be
them.
really
I
good
think 3D Max
games
is a competitive team.
on
Tyloo
Stream
Heroic
A.
is the big question mark to me. I mean, Tyloo didn't look great today. Heroic have had a rough start to stage 2 right here. I probably expected a bit more. The loss against Bait today was not on the bingo card of mine, so I think that could be a cool game as well.
B-Stream, we've also got that covered for you, rather. That's going to be Namiga taking on M80, Pain versus Lin Vision, and then Furia versus Bait in another qualification game to be rounding out the day. You ended on a bombshell yesterday, Pimp. You got any bombshells to drop for us today, Sabri? Falcons going to win the major? All right, I heard it. I heard you say that.
There's a case. But Falcons is going to make semifinals at least.
Say, do you think Bait is going to make the playoff?
Yeah. I think they think they could.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they could.
Legitimately, not
Yeah.
just biased.
Why not?
Everyone could
Why
make the
couldn't they?
playoff. Everyone could, but are they?
No, but I think there's a case Bait could do it. I think there's a bit. I don't know. I'm a Bait believer. I said it again.
I think I could win a major someday.
Yeah?
No, you lost
that
it.
wasn't the quote I was going for,
Oh.
but I think we'll leave it on that bombshell. One day, Pimp could win a major. It's not going to happen, but one of these two teams will be winning the Blast TV Austin Major. We're going to have to wait a little bit to find out exactly how that is going to go down, but we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of Stage 2.
All right. All right, friends. Good stuff today. Good games. Some intense games, man. Not sure if we made up for all of yesterday. Looks like we had Legacy, which is on a legacy run themselves. They'll be playing in stage 3 already. That's crazy. VP made it out too. So good job for whoever picked VP for 3L. I almost did it, but I put Falcons instead, which that's never mind. And it does seem like OG as well as Bet Boom are the teams that went 0-3 in stage 2. And then we're gonna have a bunch of games tomorrow. We'll have three teams advancing and 3 teams being eliminated tomorrow. So 3 teams are going home tomorrow, and 3 teams we will see play in stage 3 of this major. So yeah. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go take a nap, get some food in me. Feeling a little tired, but overall pretty good stream. I appreciate you guys for turning up. Thank you. Hope you had fun. It was a good day. Thoughts on the new Call of Duty? 0 thoughts. I will be back here bright and early tomorrow with you guys to commentate and I guess co-cast some of these awesome games. We're gonna have a lot of fun ones, so stick around for that in the morning. 3 teams home, 3 teams go home, 3 teams get to advance. Good stuff overall. All right, guys, take care. And again, thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting the stream, and thank you for hanging out with me and watching these games. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoy it too.